Welcome home.
Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist past, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
好，欢迎大家来到深渊8的特别节目《深渊驿站》，我是你们的主持人潇潇。那么这一期呢，我们还是继续要带我们的选手们一起去在广州体验一下带有传统韵味的手工技艺之旅。那接下来也是照例，先请我们的选手们来做一个自我介绍吧。
大家好，我是RD战队的咩咩。
大家好，我是 FT Shadow。
大家好，我是 WBC 童玩。
皆さんこんにちは、リジェクト相馬です。お願いします。
Hello, my name is Ian and I'm from RVR.
안녕하십니까 제작팀의 NN입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
欢迎大家，欢迎大家，欢迎大家。那上一期呢，我们是体验了一下做陶艺，这一次我们的节目组更有巧思了啊！我们在这个制作开始之前，想先让选手们猜一下，今天我们要做什么有趣的东西。今天我先给大家几个关键词：传统的点心，Chinese traditional food。
わかんない。
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 像银铃和恩恩对于我刚才给到的关键词有没有什么自己的 idea？
I think he's making some dumpling for it.
饺子，恩恩呢？
뭔가 만드는 거 말고는 잘 모르겠습니다.
果然讲到传统的美食，大家第一反应还是饺子，有没有什么不一样的想法呢？
包子。
包子，包子也算是一种传统的点心哎，就是大个儿的饺子嘛。那感觉好像海外的选手可能会对饺子确实更熟悉一些。那淘淘呢？作为东道主，有没有什么自己的想法？
菜是甜的，
甜的。因为广州这边属于是南方嘛，可能很多点心就是甜口味会比较多，这个是又锁定了一个范围。那咩咩，
汤圆。
汤圆，大家刚才给到的答案好像都是，就我个人感觉，我第一反应可能也是因为平常都会吃嘛，饺子呀、包子呀、汤圆呀什么的。但是今天我们的节目组确实是给我们出其不意的要给我们上一课，这个我也没听说过，叫水晶饼。水晶饼，水晶饼都没听说过吗？都没有听说过。那接下来就让我们跟随镜头一起来看一下我们节目组安排的这个水晶饼到底是什么样子的点心呢？好的，在我们正式开始录制之前，先来给大家变个魔术。Everybody, shout magic time. Please close your eyes. 当当，好，大家现在看到的就是我们一会儿要做这个水晶饼的模具啊！你们也不给我一点掌声，魔术白变了。好，这个模具呢，就是我们一会儿要用到的，都是手工雕刻的这个传统的木质模具。
百年传承，味在细节。今天我们要体验的正是一道承载着悠久历史与匠人精神的传统美食。水晶饼的独特之处在于它结合了传统工艺，用精雕细琢的木质模具压印花纹，让每一块水晶饼都带有匠人手作的温度与美感。经过层层工序，咬一口，仿佛能尝到岁月沉淀的风味。
好的，我们的选手们呢已经选好了自己最喜欢的模具，接下来也是听听我们选手为什么要选择他们最喜欢的这个模具来当做今天的这个主要目标呢？银铃
It's a land. I think it's after you eat it, you can become more energetic.
like power. OK, cute. 那在呢？
일단 물고기고요. 지금 물고기가 먹고 싶어서 고르도록 했습니다.
该放饭了，我们选手有点饿。那接下来淘淘呢？
因为我觉得这个蝴蝶模具很漂亮。
就是以美观为主。
是的。
请问一下，索巴老师为什么会选择这个模具嘞？
はい。可愛いからで。はい。可愛いから。
可爱的 panda。
パンダ。
没有人可以拒绝 panda 的诱惑。那咩咩是不是也是被这个 panda 征服了？
是。
很可爱，对不对？好简洁的回答，我半天，他还多说两句啊！喂，好吧，i 人我们就不玩弄他了。那接下来问一下 Shadow， 你选择圆形的这个原因，难道是因为跟我一样觉得它很简单？
因为它比较顺眼。
就是万众丛中看到了这样一朵很美丽的花，就想试一下，对不对？那接下来就来看一下我们选手们用到他喜欢的模具，能不能制作出既好吃又美观的水晶饼呢？接下来也是进入到我们的制作环节，有请我们的老师登场来教一下我们选手该如何制作美味的水晶饼呢？ 来是这样的，来大家认领一下自己的，好成功的。
谢谢。
You're welcome.
OK， 我们现在已经把大家制作的这个水晶饼全部都物归原主了。那接下来就先来点评一下自己的这个作品，然后当然吃的东西一定要亲自的尝一下，把口感和整体的一个感受来给我们屏幕前的观众细细的分享一下。
So, いただきます。
还挺有仪式感。This one is your favorite, so you pick
because this one is a heart.
Oh, sorry.
Special.
So it's a heart.
Special.
Oh, special one.
すごい。
すごい。日本語は上手ね。接下来呢？
はい。
有好多鱼做的特别漂亮。
쫀득하고 달콤해서 맛있습니다.
맛있어.
네.
感觉我有点饿了，我有点想先吃一口。感觉大家做的都还是蛮好吃的。然后最满意 ，Which one is your favorite fish? Which one you think is the perfect?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
this is it.
Yes, definitely this one. 这个整个的形状做的特别的好，特别棒，特别棒。那接下来陶糖呢？陶糖在制作的这个过程当中还是非常的一波三折的，但是最后有没有出来一个产品你还是挺满意的？
做的最后一个做的还是很好。我是高手。
给我们展示一下，然后要不要吃最后一个？还是吃最漂亮的那个，还是吃
折中那个吧？
对，这个不舍得吃，然后吃一个，感觉味道应该都很好吃。
很 Q 弹，很甜，好吃。
就是那种口感是软软糯糯的，然后又带一点弹性的那种感觉。
对的。
咽口水。而且怎么做到这么多的？你刚才是不是就背着我们在那里流水线生产？是怎么做到这么高效的就刻出来这么多？你最满意哪一个？
这个
这个真的圆圆满满的，就感觉特别棒。那你要把这个留到最后吃，还是打算吃一个这个？
我
不舍得吃的，都不舍得吃，但都是选一个最丑的吃掉。对，我认真的在品尝。Chef， 5星吗？
他什么都没说，但他好像都说了。
就是一切尽在不言中。
5星好评。
5星好评，好的，谢谢大厨，谢谢大厨。
这个最满意。
咩咩是最满意这个。我怎么感觉那边那个很圆满的那个是最好，但是你喜欢这个扁扁的，是因为这个纹路比较清晰吗？那你要把这个保留下来，然后尝一下那个。会不会就是薄厚的不一样，口感也会不一样？你觉得这个是那种软软的口感，还是硬硬的？软软的还是软软的？也是留下了自己最爱的 panda。接下来搜吧。
Panda is too difficult.
そうですね。
No head.
No head. Small bite.
But tastes good.
Good English teacher.
Yes.
你们俩 switch 了是不是？体验完了我们的这个水晶饼之后呢，也是特别开心，在这里再次跟大家感受到我们传统文化的美妙之处。接下来我们的旅程还在继续，我们就吃饼之后下一站再见吧，拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜。
觉得它搞成这样子，
你们后面应该还有。
第一次参加试验还是挺紧张的，因为毕竟第一次参加这种全球这种赛事，比较害怕自己拿不到一个比较好的成绩吧。
我觉得定个小 flag， 达成10次无伤就。
第一次参与小组赛的拍摄还是比较有意思的嘛，然后场景还有那个灯光都很不错。
感觉过了这么久吧，然后又重新再来了，感觉这一年过得很快啊，就是上一年感觉还在昨天。我觉得就是好好发挥吧，争取拿到跟上一年的成绩差不多，大差不差。
我是第一次来参加《深渊的呼唤》小组赛，也是第一次来代表中国大陆拍出征片，我是比较兴奋，但是也有点紧张的。
非常开心，非常开心。来说说，因为我给他做了披萨吃，我给他做了蛋挞吃。
受けて与え選手はやっぱり GG のシアンマン選手とピピシャ選手で、去年負けた時にかけてくれて、でその時に絶対に来年リベンジするっていう話をしたので、そのリベンジを果たすべく2人になって、はい、したいと思います。
ですね、今回グループ戦向けてはどのチームもやっぱり強いんですけど、今まで練習してきたことを生かして1位通過を目指して頑張ります。
撮影の違いはちょっと分かんないですけど、緑が多くていいなって思います。会いたい選手は、アレックスさんです。
因为这是我第一次打深渊，开始比较紧张嘛，然后这个队伍感到还是非常开心的，然后队员们也很努力，每天晚上找我单练什么的。
When I know people like my reaction, it makes me feel really happy that it was really funny to the fans to see, and I'm really happy to face these teams, and I hope there's more reactions I can have like that to make everyone happy.
Hello， 我是 RBR Green。
你好，我是 Malik。
This is my second time to participate in the COA called the Abyss tournaments, and I've also took part in the 2023 IVS Invitational.
这次我来参加，我最想要遇到的选手就是微博的陶晚安。其实我长久就是他的粉丝了，这次我很期待跟他一起合照。
今天来参加深渊的比赛，最大的区别就是从屠夫阵营转变为主的阵营啦。这对我来说是个很大的挑战，请多多期待我们 FT 战队的表现吧。
촬영할 때 저희끼리 이제 누가 먼저 촬영에 들어갈지 그 현장에서 가위바위보를 한 것도 제 기억에 많이 남고요. 제 촬영을 할 때 제가 포즈를 못 정해가지고 되게 방황을 많이 했었는데 그것도 좀 많이 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 모든 팀 분들 촬영하느라 고생 많으셨습니다.
오케이. 下去了，辛苦了。
All
There's the hit. I think he's gonna get stuck here now. He's not even gonna make the rescue. And that's...
Was there with that colourful uniform coming from the guy over and you will just see the hit unfortunately. Sandbags bomb onto him. Can he get out? Alright. You.
Am I a joke to you? Am I a joke to you? Is that why you're hiding?
If hurricanes could be predicted, perhaps Father would still be with us.
Windmills are born to turn, Wendy. Your storm glass is sure to work.
The heavens are sure to open today. I just know it'll rain any moment now.
Such disasters cannot be avoided. Although, my child, you do possess an uncanny talent for studying the weather. But, Mother, even if I were to pour my very heart and soul into it, before this insurmountable precipice, science turns a deaf ear to my pleas. When evasion avails us not, when destiny ushers towards us a mighty hurricane, I will guide the storm and shatter this ludicrous obstacle. I will scatter the fog and seek the locus where the light converges. The downpour will return, and the truth will be mine to tell.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts,
even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to do.
Live as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, the Vinland charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade into nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
Aye.
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo. Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel too. The show never stops, and the joy is felt.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
嗨，又见面了。我想这次奇迹能不能延续呢？
过往的荣耀由我来继承。
今は去年の悔いを忘れて新しい物語を紡ごう。
さらなる高みへトロフィーに近い場所に立ちたい。
Dream chasers are ready to rise and shine.
来了就要尽兴，打他们个措手不及。
아직 부족하지만
부족한 데 의미가 있지 않을까요?
我们未曾缺席，梦想也还未实现。
这么多年了，也许就在今年呢。
This is what the competition is truly about.
No matter the result, every step is part of my journey.
Chapman.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 ZETA 战队登台喊话。
我们就是奇迹。
有请 Shinami、哈梅兹、Miko Melody、Doris、Pita、卡兹内沟、阿拉法多。下面有请 MRC 战队登台喊话。
VAR ZETA Division。
欢迎小迪、奈奈、花慈、于晴、小程、阿乐。今天的第1场比赛由 ZETA 对阵 MRC， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Welcome, folks, to day number 9 of Call of the Abyss 8 group stage. Watched by Nell O'Mell, your commentators for this first half. Nell, happy Saturday. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, which explains why we're in this denim outfit. Yeah, you know, we're just spotting this casual mood. Hope you guys are having a good day, actually. I'm feeling great. Poch, we're in for a really, really exciting day because of a few matches that's coming up, namely ZETA versus MRC first, Poch.
Yeah, I'm excited. We were actually saying like, yo, ZETA looks quite strong in this competition. Right next to Axis Wave, but they're going up against MRC, who did have a bit of a rocky performance up against ACT, but they're back in their winning ways now. So this is going to be a very interesting match coming into this. It's going to be Japan Division versus Chinese Mainland Division. So let your voices be heard in chat, because there's still some time for these group stages to kind of shake up.
Yeah, just saying hi to everyone in chat as well. Just a girl who married to 487. Oh my god, I wish I didn't read that. But you know, that's you gotta make it. Yeah, you gotta keep saying it till you make it. So good luck, just a girl. Snooty as well, Pocket Rat, Caro, Hua. I see Ki-chan as well, Tuberose Kisser. Gotta give a shout out to you.
Hello.
And Melly, wherever you are, and Sylvain as well. Pan TH. Welcome to the stream today. It's day 9, so close to the end of group stages.
Also giving a special shout out to Candy, Hoshi's Epic, Caro. What's up? What's going on, guys? Let us know how your day is going as we run through the prize pool and the game mechanics of today's tournament. Once again, they are playing, folks, for this big prize pool of 4 million Chinese yuan. And you have the calendar here. We're already on Saturday. This is the 19th. So we got 2 days left for the shakeups of the standings. And then do mark your calendars from May 1 to 4 for the playoffs.
Yeah, you can see the top of the game, right? Group A, that's going to be Axis at the moment. Wolves, the top of Group B. ZETA, currently at the top of Group C. That's what we have to pay attention to, because they are going up against MRC, the first and second seed. So whoever wins this will probably be on top, right?
Yes,
That's going to be and of course, Group D, GR is currently the top of the group. So last 2 days, they're still fighting for the top 3 points at this point.
Yeah, so just running by the matches, I do believe we still have wait, let me just pull up the schedule real quick. Yeah, so it's ZETA MRC, and we're also going to be covering Omni versus Sky. But for the fans of FT out there, we're going to be covering their last match. It's going to be up against Weibo Gaming tomorrow. So that's something to look forward to.
Exactly.
Omni also wants to get on the board here. It's going to be at the expense of Sky. We still got AWG versus ITZY and FL versus GR. So pretty interesting matches. And as I mentioned, this is the schedule.
Yeah, ZETA versus MRC. That's the one we're going to see later on. I'm super excited for Peter versus Xiao Cheng right there. Or of course, the second match, Sky versus Omni. AWG versus Sync. ITZY, and ending with GR versus FL. But first up, the red versus the yellow. The Pride of Japan versus the Pride of Chinese Mainland. That's going to be ZETA, Shinami, Hame2, MKM, LLDY, Dolisu, Peter, Cousin Echo, and Alfar from the ZETA division.
In the red corner, you would. And in the yellow corner, you got Love Left, Huasi, Exi, Xiaodi, Nanako, and Ali. I like that you said the Pride of the Japan division versus the Pride of Chinese Mainland division, because in recent times, they are the respective IVL and IJL winners. So this is potential grand finals type match, folks. So definitely do tune in, because this is only a best of 3. And they want the best possible performance coming on in here. Speaking of best of the best, Xiao Di. Look at that average deduction points and containment time. He's 9th overall and 4th overall when it comes to containment time and deduction points, respectively. He's been a pillar of competitive play in the Identity 5 community, but he's been a cornerstone here at the MRC team.
Yeah, cornerstone indeed. People call him Xiao Di Lao Shi. That means a high regards on him. And he was the one who brought out the lucky guy meta back in the days, early days against Sangria and the Shadow. But right now, he will be looking to help MRC get this win against ZETA division. So hopefully he's able to come up with suitable, specific counter strategies against ZETA right here.
Right.
Yeah, but up next, that's going to be Nanako. Love the hair. Probably got some hair care tips from Eli. I feel like there's some similarities going on there. He's smiling, so he's not denying it. So, but the one thing that's undeniable, Poch, is look at all the yellow stats going on. 3rd in average heals, 10th in escape rate, 3rd in average deduction points, and 7th in average containment time. You gotta love this kind of stats. You want this kind of player in your team when you're playing, right?
Especially in this meta, right? The average containment time is super important. We talked about how to counter Hullabaloo, and it's really just starving him of presence in this first 60 seconds of the match, and just delaying his presence for as much as you can. That's why they bring Insolence and just facing an endgame Hullabaloo without the tension. But now we're moving on to Love Left over here. Love Left being the being the rescuer of this team, having the first officer and also the Gravekeeper. Note that he did get MVP because Hunter did opt to chase the rescuer. So that is something that you have to be careful of if you are a Hunter player. This is what happens when you chase after your rescuer or the rescuer of the team. The rescuer gets MVP because these rescuers know how to kite and they're on a rescuing character, so they can tank a lot of hits or just avoid a lot of hits.
Exactly. Like just being on a rescuer doesn't mean that that person doesn't know how to kite. It just means that they just have to be extra careful with the resources that they have. True. And just making the necessary rotations when needed.
Wow.
all of them can do it. COAⅧ. You can see the wow coming from Potch right there for a very good reason, because he's the first in escape rate. This guy, 86% escape rate, so much better than all of our escape rates combined. And of course, the 8 in average deduction points and the 6 in average decoding progress. I like this guy. Decode, make peace with the Hunter, just decode. Don't see the Hunter, escape. That's it.
Exactly. It's self-preservation at its finest. Yesterday, it was actually XMX, but if you guys remember, it was Aka. If you guys watched that match yesterday, Aka did send out XMX because XMX from Wolves was the first in escape rate. So now it's COAⅧ. Let's see. Maybe Peter wants to shake things up and actually take out his escape rate and just eliminate him.
Yeah, let's drop him to 3rd place.
Oh my god.
But honestly, that's one thing to be proud of. But honestly, the goal here is, of course, to be the top of the group, because you get less games, right? You get less games, you get more time to prepare, because the first seed will have one less game. They'll be meeting in the semifinals and get to watch the other second and third seed doing their battle, analyzing them. But speaking of Peter, that's the guy that MRC has to watch for. Goatman, Hullabaloo, super strong. Just look at all the yellows. It's almost maxed out.
Yeah.
The only thing that's not maxed out is the average Terra shops. That's it.
This is very reminiscent of Chong'ai, because Chong'ai actually got first place. So right next to him is Peter. Chocho and I were talking about who's the best overall Hunter in this tournament. Chong'ai is definitely up there because he definitely bolstered up his numbers with a 2-0 he was able to get up against RC. But Peter is definitely a close second, and he wants the gun for that first place spot. He's just got to be consistent with it, and it's going to be at the expense of MRC.
Yeah, you want a Hunter like Peter on your team, right? Especially when you're going up against a powerhouse like MRC, the Peter Quill of IDV going up against MRC. But of course, let's see if the coach, Hang H, will be able to draft a very good lineup against Peter right here. And of course, with Xiaodi as well as the cornerstone, like you pointed out earlier on. Well, let's just say they are in good hands at the moment. Whereas Peter, we've seen the best fall off a little bit at times. So I will say Peter just needs to focus, lock in, give 100%. Because we saw yesterday, Poch, like Kakiri, like he's always 3K and 4K, but he got a 2-man escape from Team Dou. So, and that's the last seed. That's the last team in the group. Yeah, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and when you witness that, it's like, dang, okay, so Dou really going down, not going down without a fight, just shows that any team could take out one game off someone. Just, I think your analogy was the whole fire element and water element.
Oh, yeah.
The earth element. Rock, paper, scissors, man. It really depends on the certain play styles. So shout out to Dou being able to get a 2-man escape up against a very stable Hunter in Kakiri.
Yeah, and Kakaka too. Like the whole game. My God. That was very, very good. But right now, the focus is of course on MRC. How are they going to deal with that round 1 Hullabaloo or Goatman? Because they're going to Leo's factory now. So one thing's for sure, Chocho's going to be really sad. Because Explorer's going to get banned.
Most likely. Yeah, most likely. I mean, Chocho was very sad yesterday, if you guys haven't seen. The double wanted order on Soba the Explorer. That was very heartbreaking. Because Chocho, every time we watch an Explorer match, she's always, why are you running? Stop running. Like, she just,
why are you running?
Yeah, exactly. She sounded like a crazy person. Like, stop running, just hide.
Stop.
Soba did that, but then all of a sudden he got double wanted order. So Chocho can't win. Sorry, Chocho.
I know.
I know.
Which one's more unfortunate? That incident where he keeps getting the wanted order, in this case, unwanted order. Or the one with Dou, where Atto was the first to kite and he was found out immediately by the disciple. He was found out immediately.
Painful. I guess maybe the less painful one is the double wanted order, because that's like the universe telling you, hey, it's not your time, you're not him today, so you can hide. But if you run directly into the hunter, you're like, ouch, oh no, I got found out. It's like more of your responsibility. But yeah, we've seen a lot of explorer plays, well, at day one do well, but kind of backfire in the recent memory. So hopefully Leo's memory, I'm pretty sure we might see an explorer in one of these teams. Hopefully it goes well.
Exactly. And if they pay some attention to details, right, maybe they can just swap in some of the white costumes.
You're
just
right.
Make it a little bit harder.
The snowy. So, you know, also, Nell, yesterday they had this whole protect Kurt strategy where they spawned at the... the explorer spawned corner right, and then everyone just built a wall around him. So they protected Soba till the very end, but you can't protect him from the unwanted order.
Exactly.
It hurts.
It hurts so much. He probably wants the spotlight, but not like this. Please don't expose Kurt. Oh, poor Kurt. Yeah, the IDV RNGs, you know, just showing some light, right? But right now, look at Peter. He's staring into our souls.
Scary. That was scary. Oh man.
Hey, I'm locked in. Are you locked in? Are you ready for my performance? That's what he's saying with his gaze right there. Guys, make some noise in the chat for ZETA or MRC. What emojis should we give, Poch, for them?
I know ZETA has like their own emoji, or they have their like this. They have their logo on chat. I saw someone actually spamming that. But for MRC, it has to be a crown, right? ZETA.
Crown.
ZETA. What's the ZETA emoji? A Z? Z. Wait, that's Z. That's ZZZ though. That's the Korean team.
Yeah, we could just do ZETA wins. ZETA wins is kind of easy. Yeah, everyone knows that, right? So
true. Okay.
ZETA wins, MRC wins. If you guys can think of the emojis, that's fine. That's totally fine. Or we could just go with the color. Like that's super simple. The red obviously represents ZETA division. The yellow would represent MRC.
Yeah. One of the interviewees, one of the MCs yesterday was saying like, "Oh, spam 1 in the chat to see Chongai's clown." That's pretty cool. Like they're doing like interactions also with us. It's like the hearts, it's the colors. So hopefully y'all could keep interacting with this stream here and get the algorithm up so more people would know that an intense match is about to happen. And now
Oh, sorry. They started this in the Chinese stream as well.
The
attraction.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they keep doing it, but the MC yesterday was saying that, because a lot of the people were asking for Chongai's clown, but maybe if you keep spamming like 1 or like a specific emoji, he'll bring it out.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing to be interacting with the people at home. Just make you feel like you're at a live stage as well, right, Poch? Because, just bringing back to all of you who have just been here. We're super glad that we started talking to the chat. We're super glad that we engage, interact outside of the event itself as well. So, proving that, you know, it's the best thing to ever happen because we're closer. We're closer right now. There's no gap between us.
True. I like that there's no delay as well, so we could see the message happen faster instead of in how it was before, where there's a bit of that delay. So now it's like a constant conversation we're having you chat. So please do spam. I saw ZETA lightning bolts. That's also another one. But yes, crowns for MRC. I see Nene using in chat saying that you're rooting for both teams. That's all good too. Like we both want these teams to perform at their best, but one has to end up on top. And Nell, this actually brings us to a bit of a segue here to bring to light the ranking rules for the group stage, right?
Sure.
So teams are based on the following ranks. First is number of wins. Then the second one is head-to-head results, if tied in wins. And then the next one is net round wins. That means rounds won and lost. Rounds won minus rounds lost. Then after that, it's average points per round. Fifth is tie records, tie rounds and losing matches, or tie rounds and winning matches. Then last one is average cipher machine decoding per round.
Yeah.
So note the only number of wins is affected by overtime tiebreaker matches. Do you want to take us through if two teams win this have the same wins?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be almost a possibility, right? That two teams have the same wins. Then the team that won in their match against each other will rank higher. For example, MRC, ZETA, they have the same wins. They have the same points. They have the same wins. So the team that won in between these two teams against each other, right? For example, if MRC wins this time against ZETA, then they will take the precedent. They will be the ones to go up ahead. But Poch, what happens if three teams have the same wins?
Well, here's a step-by-step tiebreaker guide. First, we check who beat who. If one team beats the other two teams, then they get priority. Let's say MRC, ZETA, and who else is in this?
MRC, ZETA, and Group C, right?
let's say RD, right? Okay. And ZETA wins over all of them. Then ZETA gets precedent over both of them because of the head-to-head type of matchup. But so we check who beat who. If one team beat two other teams, they high rank us. If other twos are ranked by net win rounds, so the other two are ranked based on the level. Okay, they're on the same level, and now they're gonna be ranked based on their net win rounds. If all three beat each other in a circle, like A beat B, C beat B, or like just basically a rock paper scissors, right? We compare net win rounds or higher one rank, who higher one ranks higher.
Yep. Higher ones, like those who have more net wins, right?
Yep. And if net win rounds are the same, we compare average points per round. That means higher one ranks higher.
There's a lot of things, but that's not all, guys. If the points are the same, what if the points are the same? Then you compare the tie records, and the team with the higher tie record ranks higher.
But wait, there's more. What happens if that's the same, Nil?
Oh, well, then you got to compare the last thing, the average cipher machine decoding progress. So that's going to decide who's going to rank higher. So we know it's a little bit confusing, but it's okay. We're going to be with you the entire time. If something like this happens, we'll be ready to reiterate this all to you.
Yeah, don't worry. And it's a good thing we're just calling the action. We got professionals in the back that'll be mathing everything, Kara. So don't worry. My apologies for bringing up math in this equation or this conversation. I'm not Eli. I'm no math wizard. So
God, his maths is too high up. But yeah.
But he didn't know anything about girl math though.
Oh yeah, neither do us.
Chat. Explain to Nell what girl math is. Girl math is. This is girl math. Paying extra for, like, let's say you have an online order and then you need it'll be free shipping if you add more. So you tend to add another item just so you have free shipping. That's girl math.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
I've been doing that, but I thought that was boy maths too.
I mean, it's basically math girl math is known
value math.
Yeah, value math.
Adding value math. Yeah. Exactly.
Or girl math is also knowing that therapy is expensive, so you just work out instead because it's cheaper.
Oh, speaking about therapy, right? You know, knowing that therapy is expensive, so you just ask ChatGPT to give you. I heard this on radio, right? Because
oh my gosh,
ChatGPT is so realistic nowadays. And imagine them telling you to just slow down, calm down. And I know some people don't want to share their personal information to others, right? Confide in friends or other outsiders. And they turn to ChatGPT. This thing happens. So,
wow.
I know, guys, let us know if you actually use ChatGPT for some advice session, right? Some things that you can't ask your family or your parents or your friends, right? And I think it's good that they give a little bit of advice, but you gotta be wary.
Nothing beats human connection too. Hopefully you can talk to a friend, a close. I know, resources are a little tough when it comes to therapy. I know we're kind of making a joke about working out instead because this is girl math, but yeah, if you guys feel a little overwhelmed or you want to seek, professional help for it, just go for it. It's talk to a close friend, talk to a family member, and make that connection happen. I guess ChatGPT at the end of the day is a tool, but you can't be too reliant on it.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what's one of the you know what? Let's try to do this. What's one of the weirdest, not weirdest, but one of the most rare occurrence you use ChatGPT? For example, for me,
I'll tell you one.
Oh, okay. You gonna start?
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you one. I had to explain like this rule set that's super complicated and math-like, so I used ChatGPT to help me explain it to the chat.
Exactly. Oh God. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
What about you?
Okay, for me, one of the questions that it's kind of weird, but it's rare as well. I don't think people really use this. I asked it, why do I feel sad every time I see poor dogs?
Well,
how can I not feel sad every time I come across stray dogs and at the roadside and stuff like that? And the answer was actually you would think that it's from a counselor. Actually, it's like you gotta recognize you can't help every single dog, but doing your best and helping as much as you can is what really matters, and that's you shouldn't feel bad about it. So I was like, oh my God, is this like an AI teaching me how to handle these kind of emotions? So yeah, that's it's kind of scary, right? Seeing how realistic it is, AI tools. Using to calculate. I think they even use it in professional scenes, right? Like, band picks this opponents. Like, for example, MRC, they're picking all of this. We're feeding the data into the system, like, and then it can analyze for you, like, this team tends to use this in round one, and it feels like it's also helping the coach a little bit here. So, yeah, that's a great thing, a great tool if used in the right hands.
Yeah, true, but nothing compares to human interaction. So once again, folks, if you can use it, I mean, Eli's there if you guys want to ask him math questions and whatnot. I think I did see some people in the chat talk about like, I only use these type of tools to compute stuff. But nothing beats regular human interaction and also thinking for yourselves. So do think for yourselves. Use it as a tool once again. Don't abuse it. And saying what's up to everyone in the chat. It is Nell and Poch Spice, your commentators for this match. They're just getting things ready. Again, we want the best possible conditions because we did state that this is the second to the last day of the group stage. So this placement, or the first placement, is being fought for between MRC and Team ZETA. So it's super important for them to perform at their best. Two IJL winner, an IJL winner and an IVL winner. So stakes couldn't be higher because this is a divisional face-off.
Exactly. They're preparing everything. And of course, guys, prepare your apples for betting as well, because golden apples. Oh, here's a quick question. Does anyone in chat actually thought of using ChatGPT to predict the golden apples? But you can always go to content creators as well. Check out Eli. He's also predicted how to put your apples in certain teams. I'm pretty sure he earned quite a number, right? A number of apples as well. So, all right, let's see if that's going to be helpful to you guys. But for now, just a quick shout out to everyone who has tagged us for the past week during the group stages. Thank you so much for that. And of course, a special shout out to someone that you guys don't know is behind the scenes. Thank you for Remy as well for that beautiful screenshot of us. And shouts to the prod teams that are working behind on stage people that's getting this tournament to run as smooth as possible. Right here, Pach.
Yeah, so shout outs to everyone behind the scenes. And you know what? Again, just a bit of patience more for the teams. I think they're just getting stuff ready. I think they also have to deal with the language barrier because this is a Chinese division and a Japan division team. So there could be a bit of lost in translation type stuff. That's why it's taken a little longer. But rest assured, guys, once the game is going, I'm pretty sure we are going to see the best possible outcome of this match, or they're just really going to go all out. I mean, Peter still looks locked in. Like the gaze he gave us at the start has not been removed from the screen in front of him.
That's warm-up exercise. He's probably in a custom room, practice mode. Just look, he looks like he's playing. Honestly, it's probably practice mode, and it's always good to get a practice match in, right? Because this is the first match of the day, and they probably got to warm up a little bit before they're good to go. I know a lot of players doing this as well. Like, even in sports itself, not just esports, they just go for the warm-up practices, just make sure that they're moving optimally. And as a hunter main, you really cannot afford to be making this kind of mistakes too. You gotta make sure that you minimize or keep it to a zero because we've seen yesterday just one slight mistake, just one mistiming, just one misaction, and that cost the hunter the game. I'm talking about Kokiri. In that sense, he did amazingly well in the beginning, but just because of that slight mistake. For survivors, I kind of get why more people wants to play survivors, not just because of the friends, having fun together, but because if you make some mistakes as survivors, your teammates can cover for you. But hunters, you make one mistake, sorry, no one's gonna cover for you, and that's why it's more stressful playing as a hunter main. Especially IDB.
And even in a pro team, even though there's a bad terror shock or there's a bad kiting route, most often than not we've seen a lot of teams kind of recover and still get a tied game, unless it's going up against a Goatman or a Ivy or any of the top tier hunters where it's really hard to come back from. But like you said, you're sharing the stress with 4 other folks instead of you being up there alone. So hunter mains or hunters like Peter or Choi, they've been forged through the stress of just carrying halves by themselves. But we're not going to waste any more time, folks. We are going to head towards the picks and bans and Leo's memory first half. So I don't think we're going to try to speculate for any off-meta picks here for Peter. I'm pretty sure he's just going to go with his tried and tested Hullabaloo or Goatman.
Yeah, just ban Kurt.
Yo!
Just ban Kurt. That's the tried and tested ban right there.
Ouch.
But fortunately, it is the first officer that's getting banned first, right? So if MRC really wants to, they can always bring out the mechanic. They can always bring out a mechanic, just try and force that Cypher pressure onto Peter, especially if it's on Hullabaloo. That would definitely help. But they're going to opt for a stable rescuer first, because Gravekeeper is super effective in these kind of situations, just tanking those damages, and the Knight as well. So a little bit of Junken, rock, paper, scissors element coming to this. Peter's like, oh my god, I'm so bad at Junken. Rock, paper, scissors.
So he just doesn't play and just gets on cooldown, right? Because we've seen a lot. I mean, we've seen excellent Knight plays like counter Shadow, counter Opera Singer, and also the meta hunters of Hullabaloo and Goatman, just with that Junken boy or Junken mechanic.
Junken. What Junk? I can't remember that last syllable.
In Filipino, it's Jakan boy.
Jakan boy. Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Something new we learned. Jakan boy.
Yeah, or Rochambeau. I think I don't know where.
Let me see.
It's basically just rock paper scissors, folks. I have a friend that he's very good at rock paper scissors. Do you know, in those events where they have those rock paper scissors up until the end, the winners face the winners, and they keep going and going. He knows how to read people,
Whoa.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're really good at reading people, that works well too. But have you ever played against someone who's the fist goes down, and all of a sudden, boom! It's the scissors.
That's cheating so already.
It is. It's so
cheating.
fast, you can't really see. You know what I mean? Because the movement going down is whoop, that kind of movement. I don't know. It's borderline cheating, I think.
Yeah, let's play rock paper scissors when it's back to us. Let's see who's better. Because I feel like I need to get a read first, and I get too much into my head, then I end up losing. I don't know. I just think about too much. Ooh, if he won with this, he's gonna use it again because you know what? The Pavlov in his brain, he's like, oh, I'm gonna get rewarded again if I do this, or ooh, he saw me throw rock, so I think he's gonna try to counter with paper, so I'll go scissors. And
wow, that's very technical. Yeah, sounds like Squid Game season 2, by the way. The first episode.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, sorry, a little bit of spoiler there, right? But that's gonna be some Junken Pawn, yeah. But it's okay. The element that is added by Knight is definitely very useful because up against a Hullabaloo or even a Goatman, the ability to disarm the hunter or silence the hunter, that's something that's super useful.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much what an Antiquarian can do too. Of course, the disarm would be longer, but hey, with the Knight you can do the same thing. But the difference is you can silence on top of that. So that's a pretty good first 2 pick. Peter gonna opt, after meditating, he's just gonna opt to ban out the aeroplanist, but MRC,
Shouty's perfumer. Yeah, Shouty's signature character is bring out this perfumer. I believe in the previous MRC match, he did take first kite with this perfumer. I believe the hunter had to use a blink trait on him just to get the first hit. It wasn't a blink down, just to make sure that he won't have access to the perfume skills. So, okay, picking him up. At least, yeah, you take out the explorer, but you bring out the novelist, and we've seen amazing novelist plays up against the Goat Man.
Wow, a lot of characters that are definitely not what we always see in a game number 1. But leave it up to MRC, leave it up to Xiao and the coach. Like, this is the lineup that works for them. And Peter's got to be like, okay, I haven't really played against this kind of lineup. That's probably going to throw him a little bit off. But Peter, the ability to adapt to this lineup is going to play a key role.
Yep.
And honestly, if he's going to play the Hullabaloo, I can imagine that Perfumer's going to be a little bit of a problem. Gravekeeper is going to be a hell lot of problem, and the Knight as well. But Novelist, the switcheroo in this map is also just insane. But ultimately, yeah, I would say Peter, his best bet would probably be to chase Xiao first, Perfumer. You know, get the black and white marks on first. Use the red to just stop him. And that way, the perfume won't be even a factor. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that train of thought.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought that they would pick the seer first. Like the third pick would be a seer.
Yeah.
It's useful.
I think it's very flexible as well, and it's not just like a one shot. Like if you get hit or injured as Vera, you have to heal up. Just so your perfumes could come online. At least with Seer, you can build up the Owl Rage. You can be able to use it on anyone that needs it. So yeah, like you called it, Nell, is going to be a Hullabaloo, a Hullu Peter. We keep meaning to forget Peter Baloo. There, thank you, Peter Baloo. Yeah, Peter Baloo.
That sounds like Jungle Book.
God. That's true.
That's true.
And Baloo.
Oh no!
I do want to give a shout out to Just a Girl. She is going to be driving soon, so please take care. I don't know if she'll be watching us, but do take care in driving.
Please do.
Hopefully, our chaotic commentary won't distract you from the road.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she listens to us. She listens to us like a podcast. She has this screen in her car watching Koa. But please do be careful, right?
Yes.
Keep your eyes on the road. And even when we shout, like, "Oh my God, the terror shop!" Please,
please. Where? And where? Like, just a girl. Take a left, just a girl. I'm kidding. Like we pretend like we're Google Maps of.
Yeah, please don't do the GPS impersonation. At the junction, turn left.
Right.
Oh my God, it's one way. No.
Or we activate, "Hey Siri," and then like we turn on her Apple CarPlay or something.
That's gonna be funny. Hey Siri, show me the nearest
McDonald's.
Nearest exit. Oh my God. Oh God. But hey, the coaches have shook their hands. Oh my goodness, this is so funny, guys. When I said "Hey Siri," my iPhone activated. So
of course it would. Oh gosh, I have to check my phone. But anyway, we have Warp, Insolence, and Detention. Not Detention, but Trump Card. While we do have a Tide Turner, not a full kiting build on Xiao Di's side. So it's a couple of Tide Turners. So folks, make some noise in the chat. That's Nello. I'm Pot Spice. We are your commentators for round 1, first half of MRC versus ZETA.
All right, Peter Baloo coming to the middle, trying to look for the first target. The double surprise is already up, is gonna miss. So Love Lad, pretty good, just dodging that first hit. Oh, but he's gonna get hit by the red bomb. Doesn't really matter. He's already in Shovel Underground with the pallet put down. He's gonna force the pallet break by Peter. So chasing after a Gravekeeper, it's super hard based on experience.
And also based on MVP status of Love Left. Look, he already made his way, but nice double surprise to just punish him out of that shovel form. So now he's going to use this pallet to his full advantage. I do like that he just went straight for the shovel form and not try to risk it, because we've seen a lot of Gravekeepers get canceled out. Gonna get... Oh, as I say that, and
so fast.
Oh, that was so fast. I'm sorry. I think Caster's cursed. And now Peter, Rescuer down.
Where's the love? Love left said as he sat on the chair. But I think it's still okay. He still has one more shovel to work with after the rescue if he can find that opening. But ultimately, that's why they have another secondary rescue, right? That's really reliable. But for this rescue, they're going to send out Xiaodi, the perfumer, instead. So double rescue coming in.
Oh, Love Left's got to feel the love with his team, but now getting the rescue. Oh my gosh, he's going to actually try to go for Xiaodi here. Did get that silence, but if he loses sight of the Gravekeeper, punishes him. Goes for the pallet slam.
What a pallet slam into the face of Peter. Peter's like, God, I'm just trying to get a hit onto you. But now he's going to shift his vision, his attention back to Lovelet. Lovelet is just 2 marks away, 1 mark away. That's the white mark we're talking about. Lovelet, that's gonna be it. He's just gonna die next to the chair that he was initially being chaired.
Why, thank you. All right, I didn't have to walk too far to chair you. That's what Peter's saying. So looking around, he's gonna try to see if anyone's in this area. I guess they gotta know that he does not have abnormal. Huasi, the knight, is going to try to go for a silence here. Guess is wrong, and now he's going to pay for it. Wow, okay, so now the knight, unfortunately, this is going to be a very risky save for him to go for.
Oh my God, 1 more white mark, and knight's going to go down, and that's what Peter wants. Look at that. Last effort being popped. That's going to be a double down. Lovelet trying to get the hell out of there, just going to the corner to die at the very least. That's just 1 mark away. That's the black mark, and that's gonna hit. And now he's just gonna go all the way, far away from the ciphers. Potch, ciphers, because of that double skirmish, right? Double pursuit to rescue. Ciphers are only 2 of them is done. Novelist is like, guys, we kind of need to decode.
It's like I'm doing the only homework here. And he immediately switches to teleport. Didn't even use the warp at all because of how well he was able to play that mid-game here. So now Nanako has to be very careful to not give him any more hits here. Nanako being the novelist. 1 more mark, and he's going to silence him away. Oh, God, he locked him away from using his book.
Wow, just 1 more black mark, and that's going to be the down for Nanako. What a snipe by the double surprise. Peter's going to get Nanako down, and this is kind of like a bad news because there's 73% on this cipher. But Peter's not going to chair in the vicinity. He's going to actually chair at where Huasi is. Oh my God.
No.
Mercy.
Yeah, Huasi now trying to go for a lock. Oh, he gets it right this time, but no, it just continues on but to get the rescue going. But he's already used up his self-heal, so if Huasi falls here, he's going to need to get picked up. The double surprise is ready for him, and now gets knocked down. Now he's back to going back after Nanako.
That's so smart. That is so smart. Just bring him to where the injured knight is, because he's like, yeah, he's probably gonna chair near the fourth cipher, right? Because of how much progress there is. But now Nanako just trying to buy so much more time. He needs to be able to do the switcheroo here, right? Oh, the beautiful flywheel, trying to avoid that white mark. Oh, and the pallet slam! Beautiful, Nanako. That's MRC right there fighting back.
Let's see, just 1 more mark now. It's going to be the white mark to get him, and now he downs him. This buys so much time for him to actually go for that chair because he knows exit path was already expended. Perfumer is actually going to be healing up, but this is the second time the novelist is on this rocket chair. So Xiaodi has to make a move here, and it seems like they're going to try to push the cipher while trying to go for this rescue, but it seems too far off for Xiaodi to get close.
This is very hard. Xiaodi does not have flywheel, right? That's only 1 perfume to work with, and it's being silenced as well. He's just waiting for Xiaodi to perfume back.
Oh my!
But by doing that, Nanako will not be rescued, so it's going to be a 2v1. One of them is injured. No last cipher. Peter is in position to get that 4K, Potch.
He is, and Huasi again, the punching bag of this hullabaloo, constantly trading resource after resource here, but knows that his exit path is already spent. Now all he has to do is down Perfumer, and that's going to be a 5-point game.
Oh, Xiaodi recognizing the danger that comes, right? The Spidey sense coming in from far away. He's already far gone, out of sight, out of mind. No, unfortunately, Peter knows where he is, because the double surprise is going to point the direction of where the survivor is, right? So trying to look for Xiaodi. Xiaodi is pretty healthy, still has 1 more perfume to work with, and that's expensive perfume, but he still has 1 more to use.
It's duty free, so
it is. But Huasi has no exit path, so that's gonna be a problem here.
Yeah. Honestly, once he's able to down Xiaodi, he can go for the chair, and then I think that'll be GG's because the dungeon's not even nearby where Huasi's at. So unfortunately, Nell, we did predict that Huasi's ranking is his format, his escape rate is gonna go down here because he is gonna get sent back out to the game. But
exactly,
got a lock onto the perfumer, but no, still able to use the perfume here. Waiting for the teleport. Oh no, decides to just drop down here. Just needs that white mark and will be injuring the perfumer.
Yeah, Xiaodi's just trying to fight for his life, but Peter is just so good. Peter Baloo, this guy, look, Xiaodi's just like, okay, just take me. Just take me into your arms, send me back to the manor. And this is the problem, right, Poch? Because they went for the double rescue in the early games.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense because ultimately maybe there's a game plan, but playing against Peter, if you don't rush ciphers, he's gonna have a really good time at the end, right?
Yeah.
2 people going to rescue the cipher. Only 2 ciphers were done, so how are you gonna pressure Peter if you don't pressure the cipher is the question here.
Yeah, kind of like moth to a flame. It was just a constant attraction to not go for objectives but go for team saves. And you pointed out, Nell, the fact that he wanted to chair away from that primed cipher and close to Huasi really shows the whole game plan of Peter is just keep them in a confined space or a closed space and force team fights or force scrambling situations. Because at the end of the day, you're facing a hunter that has no attack recovery, can silence you, and continue to just keep like swinging for the fences. And I think this matchup in itself just shows the power of Hullabaloo, that you have to respect and kind of shoot for that tie, or at least that one person escape just to negate any points coming from a Hullabaloo.
Yeah, because if you want to play in that manner, you might as well don't pick this kind of characters, because with this kind of characters, you're sort of opening up yourself, your team, to being vulnerable while going for the rescue, right? You gotta have a support coming in, otherwise it might be a double down. We get that, but if you're gonna play in this manner, you could bring out other characters. You know what I mean? Like you could have a toy merchant. I think that would help a little bit more. Like you being there would make sense. After rescuing, he can just go straight for the catapult, jump off, and that's gonna make a little bit more sense. But yeah, I mean, but ultimately the strategy that MRC had for up against ZETA didn't work because it's Peter Baloo that's on duty. So
that's true.
Yeah, hopefully second half MRC they'll be able to come back with Xiao Cheng on the helm.
This is why I'm a little scared, because up against their match in ACT, we saw a little bit of hesitation from Xiao Cheng. And I think Chocho even pointed out that maybe he hasn't adopted to the Hullabaloo Goatman meta just yet, because I think his consistent ones were the Opera Singer and Ivy. But since these two new hunters came into the mix, all the hunters are scrambling to have a good round number 1 or consistent round number 1. And Xiao Cheng hasn't put it together just yet. But this will be a huge test for him if he's able to do that. Now, coming to the draft of ZETA division now, what kind of survivors do you want to see?
First game, right? I want to see Antiquarian. Antiquarian or even a coordinator, one of those two. And a Puppeteer wouldn't be too bad as well in the later games, because Puppeteer and Gravekeeper, that would be a really good character that's hard to chase. And honestly, you want to get that advantage in game number 1, right? You gotta put more. You gotta put more into game number 1 just so that you can get that one survivor escape. So I'm not really sure if the strategy of putting certain characters up paid off, because they're probably thinking, oh, we're probably gonna go with this lineup. Worst case, we get 4K. But the good news is we still have some more characters to use in BO2. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, you could say that. I think GR pulled that strategy, but they did those unconventional characters in round number 2, going up against Opera Singer and Ivy.
Yeah.
And they unfortunately did, you know what, they did get, I think they got one man escape at least. But then come round number 3, they still had access to the Puppeteer, the Seer, I think Aeroplane. I'm not sure if they used the Aeroplanist, but yeah.
It was banned just now, yeah, but they could use it right later rounds.
Oh, I'm talking, GR, the way they were trying to drafting it. So yeah, I guess that's the strategy for MRC, but I see what you're saying with how that could be very risky because there might not even be a round number 3.
True.
So I guess we just have to wait and see for that round number 2 because we're going to introduce first the survivors of Zeta Division, starting things off with Shinami. Escape rate at 2nd. Okay, he might be moving up here because of how Hawasi was eliminated, but I'm pretty sure Xiao Chang's going to be like, no, my survivor is going to have a better escape rate than you. But
let's chase Shinami first.
Maybe. Let's chase his first officer. Let's chase his gravekeeper. Let's chase his rescuers. Who knows? We'll just have to find out.
Exactly. Shinami, definitely a very reliable rescuer on the team of Zeta as well. We've done this interview with him as well during the IVF Stellaris Challenge, right? Him and Maiken as well. So really good to see him here on the stage again. And of course, up next is going to be Do Lee Su. Make some noise, guys. This guy plays the Seer, plays the Magician, and honestly, his containment time 2nd in the whole group stage. So this guy is a kiting god.
Can we get some Su in the chat for Do Lee Su?
1, 2, 3, Su.
You didn't see it, but me and Nell jumped and did the whole.
Yeah, that's Poch is Ronaldo and I show speed, by the way. So.
There you go. That's Do Lee Su. If he's able to get a 60-second kite, please spam his name in chat. But yeah, I'm excited to see how he's going to perform here. 2nd, when it comes to containment time, that is no easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. But let's move things over to Hametu. Wow, tied in 2nd place for escape rate. So I'd say Xiao Chang's going to have a good pick of targets here. He's got 2 targets here. He doesn't care if he ties it. As long as he gets Shinami and Hametu, I think he should be all right. But going with the survivors of Hametu, you see here he does have a knight. He also has a puppeteer. Also, note Hametu does bring out a couple of other characters like the prospector. So I'm excited to see if he's going to bring that out. A gardener, psychologist, you name it, he could play it.
Yeah, exactly. And coupled with a Red Bull sponsorship, shouts to TAC as well for saying that's the factor. Like they get the energy that they need when they're low as well.
It gives you wings, bro. Red Bull gives you
wings.
Red Bull sponsor me and Nell, please.
Exactly, please. We'll put the Red Bulls on our jersey. It's fine.
I'll drink it every day.
Yeah. I don't care about diabetes, so I'll just for the energy, you know what I mean? Just kidding though. But of course, that's. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people that's gonna drink that is gonna be pro players just for the energy, the spike of energy, and of course students, right? I remembered when I was a student and doing that midnight studies. Red Bull definitely helped me through some tough times.
Nice.
Let's go.
Wow, look at you getting endorsements out there. But folks, that was Kazuneko, by the way. He had like 2nd average decoding, so that's really great. And he loves going for those team fight type characters. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table because he's going up against Xiao Chang or XC. Which I have to say, he has been not as consistent as the other hunters, but this is definitely a big test for him or some proving grounds that he could do. If he's able to have a consistent performance up against Zeta survivors, then I kind of like his chances coming into the playoffs. Maybe he's a bit of a late starter, a diesel start with how he performed here in the tournament. And big exhales here from XC's side, so do give him some love and support in chat.
Yeah, where's my Red Bull? Oh. That's probably what he's thinking. But
they don't have a sponsor though.
They probably want one too. But you know what? There's a similarity in his stats with Dou's Yan. There's a similarity there. So with the average eliminations, average kills, so it's around 2 to 2.9. So if that's going to be an encouragement to all the MRC fans out there, he would probably power up to XC 2.0 in this game, right? Popping off.
Yeah, just a bit of segue. I just want to say what's up to Matthias Mata. Hey guys, I'm new here. How's everything? Hello. If anyone's new here in the community, we welcome you. If this is your first time watching Call of the Abyss, this is a great time to start, especially these two teams being there. But yeah, please welcome Matthias in chat. So if anyone else is new out there, hopefully you're all enjoying this stream. We're a fun bunch over here, so hopefully you guys can make the new guys feel welcomed. Give him a Red Bull if you guys have some.
Red Bulls for sure. I believe in ZETA. Came here for them. You know, you came here for ZETA, but you end with a whole community. So
I thought a whole can of Red Bull.
a whole can of Red Bull. And that too, you know. But yeah, I hope that you feel good here. We'll try our best to make everyone feel welcome here. And just saying hi to 939 detectives in the chat. Started off with 300, but now we're approaching the 1,000 mark. So guys, keep it coming, because right now, XC needs to get a 4K against ZETA Division. And that's super hard.
Yeah, because you can draft just to get a safety of one man escape.
Yeah.
Draft an embalmer, go for a mechanic, and you can afford to lose this at the first onsite, or like even go. Oh my gosh, he has to even think about the explorer, right? Because they can just cipher rush with explorer coming into this matchup. So odds are kind of stacked against XC here. It's doable, but it's gonna be a little tough.
It's going to be a little bit tough, but not impossible. But yeah, I think the point that you made was very valid because of how well Peter set the pace in the first half. Right now, all they have to do is just set themselves up for success. Get picks that help them with the 1-man or 2-man escape. I don't even care if they use get out the embalmer in the first half here just to secure their survivability more. And you can see XC's like probably thinking the same thing, like, oh my god, they're probably gonna draft this kind of draft. What am I supposed to ban here? Ban Kurt? Ban First Officer? They're still gonna get the Gravekeeper. They can have access to Patient. They can have access to Embalmer. They can have access to Priestess. It's so many.
It's a lot.
They can do.
And it's usually the team that has more options that get the victory here. And the win condition for ZETA, just to get one person out, there's a lot of outcomes where that can happen. So XC has to play. I mean, look at him. Like, yeah, he's definitely feeling a bit of the pressure here, trying to calm his nerves. So
praying
for
too.
All the
praying for success.
Like just manifesting.
Let's go. But exactly. But hey, a little bit of shout outs to our YHQ as well. Poch will get $5 billion if ZETA wins.
With ZETA, you better win right now. Am I gonna get?
yeah. Can I just get like 100 million?
For sure. No.
Let's go. 100 million. Let's go. Okay, now we're fired up. Guys, are you excited? Hello, detectives in the live venue. Are you guys excited? Yeah, you can see the excitement coming in for Cousin Neko fighting.
Yes, fighting. I feel like they're kind of holding their excitement. Oh, what's up?
Thumbs up. Cousin Neko saw that and gave a thumbs up. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Okay. That means, oh yeah, good. All right, then I'll play Doctor.
Forward. No.
I can play Mind's Eye. Great.
Mind's Eye with all the kiting abilities. And Max Chair, because that's where she's gonna sit the entire match.
Could go with that. That's. I mean, it's a bold strategy, but I mean, hey, if it works, it works, right?
Honestly, they could go with the Mind's Eye. You know what I mean? If they rework Mind's Eye to be able to fight back, like the cane.
Okay.
Each time she taps the cane, the hunter gets a knockback. That would encourage more people to play
you know what? There
Mind's Eye.
was that rework, right, where they could do that, but I wish the stun would be more
longer.
Yeah, it would be longer, right? Like, or a silent, maybe just silence the hunter or something.
Disarm.
Disarm. Oh,
disarm, silence, blindness, everything. I
can't see. Oh, the game crashed because Mind's Eye Chapter came.
Yeah,
no.
You get to experience. You get to experience the Mind's Eyes. What the Mind's Eyes see, you know, like boom, one tap. Oh my god, everything's black and white now.
I can't see. Oh no, the game pauses for you. That's
exactly. Oh, and the observers have to pause just to say, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Why are you running away from Mind's Eye?"
Can you imagine if Mind's Eye, she taps the cane and it's like a flashbang, and then like, oh shit,
so bright.
You're playing at night, you're playing Hunter, you're like, oh sure, let me just relax. Boom, Mind's Eye, flashbang, my eyes.
Shit.
Make everyone Mind's Eye, because like even the survivors get blinded if they don't look away.
Yeah. Or one tap of the cane and it becomes like Wu Chang's max presence on the white guard.
Oh gosh.
Boom! So many white Mind's Eye.
Where? Who's the real one? Who's the real one?
That'd be a cool concept, right? Like boom! Oh my god, there's like 7, 8 Mind's Eye.
I bet the real one is the one that's emoting. This dance.
That would be
Everyone's
so
just running
cool.
away.
Right. That's so cool. But
saying what's up to Lau in chat. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, we're just having a little bit of fun talking about the game.
Exactly. Yeah.
Also trying to dissipate the tension because XC is feeling a lot of that tension coming into this.
Exactly. Yeah, they're definitely feeling the tension, especially on XC, right? Because look at Zeta Division. They're so like, yeah. I think I can play the Mind's Eye. It's okay. No need rework.
Okay.
No need rework.
Karu says, "Oh my God, please! They need to update the game with Nello's violent ideas on IDV." Hey, we're giving survivability. What else could, guys? If you have any other rework ideas, like we're open to hearing them, but like we just want to give Mind's Eye a chance, you know?
Oh! Here's another cool idea.
Okay, what?
When she taps the cane,
okay,
all of the teammates get summoned to her place. Boom!
Wow! What?
Take the body shots. Like, hey, body
Protect
block for
me.
me. And that would be really cool, right?
Protect
like,
your queen.
Boom. And summons all of your teammates to your location.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like Mind's Eye. There's gonna be in quick matches all Mind's Eye players, and they just keep summoning each other.
Oh god.
Ciphers will never get done.
Yeah, please take the kite for me. Like boom. Or yeah, I mean a lot of ideas we can give, but ultimately, you know, we love Identity 5. It's our passion. We've been doing this for years now. If you guys have seen us since the very beginning, we enjoyed it. But right now we're heading into the band pick session. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. XC with a smile there. He's gonna ban the seer and the coordinator. So that's gonna open up opportunity for Zeta to pick up the puppeteer and first officer, and those two are super strong to begin with.
And you mentioned either coordinator or antiquarian. They got to pick those up. XC heard, oh, Nello said this. Okay, ban instantly. We're not gonna need this in the pick anymore because it's gonna be so hard for me to deal with that. So this does open them up to go for a mechanic instead of an explorer.
My God.
So adding another, this is kind of scary. So now it's a 5v1.
It is. And you can see why XC was putting his hands together. We were chatting telepathically all along.
I knew it.
Yeah, I was like, no, remember? No coordinator, no seer, no antiquarian. Yeah.
So that's why you have like an earpiece on now.
No
like,
aeroplanist.
You're talking to XC right as we speak.
Right. No aeroplanist. Oh no, he didn't get it. Oh, it's too late.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, he's gonna ban out fire investigator. That's good. Because it does help the mechanic to kite, right? If the mechanics, the first one getting chased, so that's a good thing to ban. But now it opens up an opportunity for them to pick up either the psychologist or aeroplanist, and both are actually really good in their own rights.
True. There are those two options, and you can even save that for round number 2. So aeroplanist will get picked up here. Honestly, in round 1, if you're allowed to have an aeroplanist and a puppeteer in the same lineup, this is actually already the comp is off to a great start having these two because they can deal with the meta hunters so well. Puppeteer could eat so much hits. Aeroplanist could survive really long in the cage if his jetpacks are used correctly. XC, Hullabaloo. What do you think, Mel?
I think Hullabaloo with an abnormal here would be good. Right. He banned out the harassing characters, right? So he just wants to open up an opportunity to use the abnormal instead of bringing excitement. So I think a Hullabaloo would be a really good character to play, coupled with abnormal. He can pretty much just slow down Cypher and just dictate the pace. And if he goes after the mechanic first, that would be even better. If he goes after, like for example, other survivors first, just injuring everyone, the slowing of decoding will happen, right? So I think for me, Hullabaloo abnormal.
That's actually, I agree with that. Just to at least stop the Cypher rushing from happening. I think Romro agrees in chat. This comp is disgusting round 1. If you're a hunter, you do not want to go up against this type of composition round 1 because they've have their survivability, they have their kite ability as well. And they have the rescues on point. They could actually, they could go Tide Turner either. I mean, obviously, first officer's gonna have Tide Turner, but they could play second Tide Turner on either of these 3 characters.
It is.
Wow, XC going with the Shadow now.
Oh, he's going for that strategy. Aka did it, right? Like,
XC,
okay.
Ivy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys pick all these strong characters. It's fine. Because we all agree, right? This is a strong survivor lineup.
Yeah.
Super aggressive in the round one. But XC's like, okay, you guys are using up all your trump cards here. You're using up all your aces here. I'll go with the second best pick. And then I'll leave that meta pick in game number 2. So all I have to do here is just not lose too much. Get a 2-man or a 3-man, and even better, a 4-man, because only aeroplanists can run away. Here.
Right. Okay, I see the strategy that he's imploring here. So, allow them to win the battle, but the war starts at round number 2. So all he has to do here is to just survive as much as he can, deny as much points as possible, because he already knows that there's such a huge advantage that Peter has established in the first half. So quite the risky strap, but you kind of have to admit that he needs to fight for another day. And I think in round number 2 is his best shot for him to use the Hullabaloo or the Goatman.
Yeah, but he has to be really careful though, because if he loses too much points here, it might not even matter too much going to BO2, because that's where Zeta is so strong in the position to get this 2-0, right? It's very strong. But let's see if XC's gamble here pays off, going for the Ivy first here. If he gets a 3-man elimination, I think that would be very, very good already. A 2-man or a 3-man, that'll be very good. 2-man is making a bare minimum. So 3-6 blink, not an abnormal. So that's a very common build. No borrowed time. Only 2 of them has it. That's Puppeteer and First Officer. So I mean,
look, 3 tide turners as well. They're going to protect Dolisu in this matchup. So Dolisu in the chat.
Dolisu.
Nello Mello and Potch Spice, your commentators for round 1, second half.
All right, XC trying to look for that first target. The Phantom Form is going to find Cousin Echo, but is that really the target that he wants? That's the aeroplane. It's very hard to chase. He's just rotating between the 2 survivors, left and right. He finds the little robot, the little kid. Oh, and he's going to get it. Oh my God. Dolisu losing access so early.
Okay, so now Dolisu is going to get spotted out early here. So they've accounted for this because Dolisu having a full kiting build and everyone having a tide turner. So hopefully he'll be able to provide a long enough kite here just to survive. But XC already spots out the next bot here. Let's see if XC is going to go for the bot. It seems like he will, but goes through it before he even gets to that pallet. So building up that presence is super important. But now the real games begin because Mechanic has no skills to work with, no items to work with, but just flywheel and window boost speed.
Yeah, going after Kazuneko, actually, he cannot actually teleport. Even if he teleports, Kazuneko already is far away from the Ostrakhan. So he's just going to use it to leave an Ostrakhan there. Aeroplanist has already used up the first jetpack of the game, trying to get away as far as possible. But it seems like XC is deadlocked on Kazuneko. He's like, Kazuneko, you gave me the thumbs up. You gave the thumbs up. You really think mine's not going to beat me? Nah, I'm going to go after you right now. Kazuneko is going to fly away, far up and away. XC. He's trying to leave XC behind. It's going to be a foot race to chase against Kazuneko. A blink.
Okay, blink just to slow him down. It's not even going to be a blink down, so he's going to have to eat this hit. Flywheels just to provide a little more support. Jumps through and continues on here. So wow, the kiting route's doing amazingly for Kazuneko, while Cypher's Nell are slowly popping left and right.
Yeah, that's a decision that's really hard, right? Because if he actually had Blink there, Kazuneko wouldn't have been so bold to vault there, because that's going to be a guaranteed Blink Terror Shock hit. But now Kazuneko with the last health going in 100%. Oh, it's okay. He's still far enough. He's going to hide behind the pallet. Oh, that's not going to happen. XC going to get it down. But a lot of progress on the ciphers, Poch.
Yeah, throughout all that, it hasn't reached 30 minutes yet, but we do have the third cipher being worked on already. But I mean, injuries are stacking up, so that means the mechanic is just slowly getting nerfed by the decoding speed. But I mean, you still have two other survivors to help decode, right? And Shinami's already here to get that rescue going. He's just gonna play this one very safe, pop the pocket watch, and just provide enough time for the distraction of Exy for some ciphers to pop. Wow, good guess there. Able to actually get Shinami.
Yeah, Shinami has to be really careful. Does not want a double down situation, right? Kazuneko's just gonna take that hit. That's a given. He's just gonna take the hit, and with the last effort, he's gonna use it to run even further away. So XC is trying to get Kazuneko on the chair for the second time. But while all of that's happening, Poch, look at the power of the ciphers moving. It's almost 4 ciphers decoded. And mind you guys, ZETA only needs 1 survivor out.
Yeah, and note that they've already worked on their last cipher here. So second time on the rocket chair goes Kazuneko. Puppeteer can go for this rescue since he popped his cipher already, and he's got a tide turner, so it's still all good. So we see lower left side of the screen, Hametu is already here. Note that he is staking his first place spot in escape rates. Oh, second place spot, my bad. And now we get the rescue. He wasn't able to use the puppet form though, so he's gonna eat that hit. So a lot of injuries are definitely stacking up. So Mechanic needs some help popping these ciphers.
Yeah, 75%. Actually, the spray misses using the flywheel. That's gonna avoid. He avoided it. Kazuneko is keeping alive despite everything, but the last effort's gonna pop. A little bit of mistiming there, but it's okay. XC is finally gonna get rid of Kazuneko. Ciphers is still at 42%. That's the last cipher is talking about, but Hametu gets spotted out. 2 of the survivors decoding are actually at half health. So this is very, very dangerous. XC already has a blink online, so he can definitely catch up to anyone he wants to at this point.
True. So it seems like he's gonna try and go for Hametu. He does spot someone moving a cipher here next to the factory area. I like that Dolisu is on Ostrakon duties instead of going for decoding. But man, the cipher is looking real strong on Shinami's side at 79%. That's why Exy is changing his attention here. But Shinami does have a pocket watch to work with, so forcing him to use the pocket watch just so he stays away from this cipher. But he's putting an Ostrakon area just in the vicinity where they're pushing ciphers. But they're still kind of spread out here now. They can actually work on a couple of ciphers before Exy can catch on to one of them.
Yeah, so many Ostrakons. Ostrakons here, Ostrakons there, Ostrakons everywhere. And I'm glad that they took time to get rid of it, because it's going to be super annoying in the late game, right? So XC is going to transition towards where Hametu is. Hametu has no items to work with. Basically, he's able to take 2 more hits, right? In the puppet form. That's if he can get that puppet form.
Note also, Shinami found a syringe. So he's already primed up his heal. That's actually a good job that they were able to actually push for an item here. Puppeteer forced to use the puppet form, but once Exy sees that, he already transitions away, going for the the Dolisu actually has a pocket watch, able to use that to its full effect. This actually allows the ciphers to actually move a little bit. Nice movement here, going inside the structure just to confuse Exy. This actually seems like Exy might have to change targets now.
Yeah, has to change targets. He just needs to make sure that all Ostrakons are up and online, right? Just so that he can teleport when he needs to. He knows that all these ciphers have a lot of progress on it. Not close to completion, but a lot nonetheless. So right now, ZETA, they have to play on defense, right? Because if one person goes down, that's going to change the entire plan again. So Shinami trying to break it. He's like, enough. I'm going to get you this time. But fortunately, with the syringe, he's able to stay alive a little bit longer.
True. This allows the 73% cipher to get touched just a little bit, but injuries are stacking up. So they have to be very careful and not get caught overextending. Ostrakon areas here and there. Dolisu, now the healthiest member of the team, still having a lot of kiting ability to work with. Might have to just remove Ostrakons and then just get ready for endgame pop. Do note that the Puppeteer is at the 2nd floor just feeding that tinnitus. He does drop down to try and push for something, but he might actually... Okay, I thought he was going to get caught out by the main body there.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to stay alive while trying to push ciphers, just trying to get the hunters off guard. But with both of them injured, right, it's really hard to do because the one time if they just slide off, they just lack off a little bit. Like for example now, then they're gonna fall down, right? XC has a blink to work with, so Hametu just needs to time this puppet really, really well. He's not gonna time it. He's just gonna
he's gonna pop it right away just to make sure. And now gets the spray, waiting for him to actually finish. Can he go for? Oh man, I thought he was gonna juke that hit, but this does allow, I believe, Mechanic has to go for the save at this point. Shinami actually, he has borrowed time, so it might be Shinami. But the thing is, Dolisu trying to prime that Cypher as Mechanic, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for sure. Mechanic, but nonetheless, it's already at Cypher rush moment, right? It's accelerated decoding moment, so it's still okay. It's already at 96%, but let's see what's gonna happen because this seems like an SOS situation.
Yeah, so Shinami, hopefully he can get this rescue going. Puppeteer has been on the rocket chair for the first time, goes for a swing. He's already got the rescue, and they just go for the endgame pop for a 3-man endgame scenario. So now exit gates have to be primed, while Hametu might have to tank some hits here. Already going for the puppet form, but it is a detention hit. So we have not changed traits just yet, and they haven't touched the exit gates. So XE still has a chance to get more out of the game.
Exactly. Dolisu's already at the gate, doesn't really care unless if he gets... Yeah, at least if he gets infected, right? Then that's going to be a problem. But the thing is, he's going to infect Dolisu and then teleport to where Shinami is. So that's a very, very aggressive move. He knows exactly what's up. Oh my god. With one person on the chair, it doesn't really matter. Hametu's just pushing them, saying, focus on decoding, guys. It doesn't really matter. Dolisu is getting chased. Even if he gets one person, it's okay. The other person will be able to open the gate. And Shinami is going to be able to open the gate. He's going to get hit.
Can he crawl? Can he crawl? Can he crawl? He didn't able to crawl. Oh my goodness. And now it's all up to the Mechanic to get the escape here, Nell. Just like that. It's kind of swung in XE's favor. They all wanted to play for 1-man elimination, a 1-man escape, and it seems like they can't get that.
He found Dolisu, and he's nowhere to be. This is like a dead end. Like, where are you gonna kite from here? Oh my god, Dolisu! The flywheel trying to survive a little bit longer, but doesn't really matter. XC's gamble paid off, Potch.
Wow, big sigh of relief. Yeah, the Ivy gamble played off, and now he's gonna start round number 2 without having the fear of the first officer, without having the fear of these top picks here. Man, oh my god, Nell. Can you break this down for me? Because it was looking real strong for the survivors, because it was a 3-man endgame there, and XE was still able to turn it around to a 4-man elimination.
I think the problem is because we already know how strong Ivy is in the late game with the Ostrakons just setting up. XE was super smart. He was just setting up as many Ostrakons as possible just to go back and forth. Right, you wait for the cooldown of Ostrakon to be done with before you can break it. But hey, there's still another one nearby, right? So it just adds up. And the fact that the survivors of ZETA couldn't meet up to heal each other, that also contributed towards the downfall, because the moment your resources are dwindled, it's gone. That's it. What are you gonna do in this situation? You know what I mean? So XC, divide and conquer. That was the strategy he used, and he got the 4K.
Hey, he bet the farm on this Ivy, and he was able to get the best possible result. Getting a 4K in round number 1 is definitely what you want to be able to do for your team, especially after they did go up against Peter. But the way he did it also was towards the end game, which was incredible.
It was.
Yeah, thinking about how they set themselves up, they didn't really have items to work with. They didn't really have a plan right after they get the exit. To get the exit gate going, and the tension Ivy with Ostrakons everywhere is so tough to deal with. So congratulations to XC, and I think Zeta survivors might be a little shaken with that, because Kazuneko was with a thumbs up. He was like, yeah, we got this.
We got this.
All of a sudden, back to square one.
Yeah. The Mechanic losing the bot so early in the game also played a factor into it, because the decoding was a non-factor after that. I think even having an Explorer or a Prisoner, Explorer mostly, I think that would have definitely helped, because ultimately you do notice, right, that he didn't even care about the mechanic. XC did not even care about the mechanic. As soon as the bot's gone, he's like, okay, it's fine. I'm going to get someone else injured and you're going to have a really hard time decoding. And it paid off. So the strategy backfired for ZETA. And quite honestly, I think this we're going to have a lot more to talk about. But hey, let's just revisit the highlights and have a look at the games.
他溜不动了，我溜不了，还得溜一会儿。木多少高速？我估计就6、7，还有个分身。好的。
戦行く。石越えついて。OK。
あと一発で待ってる。
これで治療渋いができないか当たり前ない。できないんだ。できる限り進めよう。
ね、レジですね。
右当ててた。
今回のダウン救助かな。待って、熱すぎるそれ。出れるかも。
And welcome back, folks, to an intense match between ZETA versus our team MRC. So please let us know your thoughts in the chat on who's going to take it, because right now, it's a 5-5 tie in round number 1, with the Hunters really popping off.
True. That's a really scary thought, because if you take a past match as reference, the 5th seed, the last placing group team, Dou, won against the first place Exit Wave. But this is MRC, the 2nd place that's giving the fight of their life. And XC, the hunter that has similar stats with Yan, he's now getting that 4K. So I'm like, yo, this guy is popping off against ZETA. So I feel like the elements are aligning for MRC. I think today, yellow and red, they're on equal footings. Yellow and red, they're on equal footings. Earth and fire, equal footings.
Yeah, there's not one that trumps the other. And I would say maybe coming into round number 2, MRC's got to feel a lot more confident, especially because that was, I mean, in chat, they were saying this is such a hard lineup to go up against. If you're using the Hullabaloo or the Goatman, but he went with Ivy, and it definitely did pay off. And the fact that you found the mechanic, so I just think that they knew, Chocho's not covering this match. Let's ban out the Kurt. Let's not use the Explorer.
Even if you don't ban Kurt, we don't even want it to. So. Yeah, it's okay. But honestly, it's great because now we get to see a BO3. And we get to see if MRC is actually going to be able to fight back against ZETA and take them off the first place, right? Because right now, remember, it's definitely going to be a battle of the hunters in the first BO1, BO2, and then it's going to slowly transition a power shift into the survivors escaping. But like what you pointed out, because of that Ivy play in BO1, they're going to have access to S-tier characters in BO2. And that's going to pressurize ZETA more, I feel, coming into it.
And can I just say more stakes for today is that all the teams that are playing today, these are their last matches. So this is leading up to the playoffs. So you definitely want to, have confidence going into your team fight or your team mental going into the playoffs. So they definitely, I mean, these two teams are already kind of safeguarded to make it to the playoffs, but it depending on the seeding, because first placers play less matches in the playoffs, meaning less chances for elimination.
Yeah, further ahead, a little bit further ahead, right? You guys are starting at semi, we guys are starting at quarters, so that's the case, right? But yeah, I mean, ultimately, MRC definitely proving why they are one of the strongest teams in Call of the Abyss 8 right here. And I just saw a funny comment back a little bit while ago before highlights saying that COAⅧ has definitely whipped XC up to shape. Maybe that's why. You get the whip if you don't perform this game.
Oh my
Last
God.
game, you gotta perform. And he did.
Yeah,
he got that
did.
4K.
Sometimes
Guys.
tough love is needed. I don't know, I guess. COAⅧ also,
Oh my God. Spare me the cane. Spare me the cane, please.
My goodness. I think if that's the case, if COAⅧ was able to make the best possible XC performance, I think it all paid off in round number 1 but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And hopefully, you know, they finish strong here. But still the same with ZETA. I think Peter still has the fire in his eyes. I don't think it's gone away, especially with that long drafting that we did go for. So yeah, I would say MRC's. Oh, there it is. Can you do that zoom in? Can you zoom in?
Can I zoom in? Are you asking if I can zoom in?
I thought you were gonna do like a jump scare. Whoa! There's the Peter stare.
Oh my god, that's so funny. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the hunters, right? Peter's like, sure, cool, but I'm just gonna keep getting 4K. So, like maybe that's what he's thinking, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, it's really up to the survivors to step up and really make a difference, because hunters are always going to keep getting 4K. ZETA, Peter is looking to get 4K. And I feel like after that performance just now, XC is also very confident, getting that confidence to continue getting 4K. Probably found a formula to break ZETA as well.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot who chose Leo's Memory as a map, but if we consider the types of maps that we do see in round number 2, seen a lot of lakesides, a lot of Chinatowns, a lot of ever sleeping towns. I think there was one match. I mean, the one match we saw, I think you were commentating it. We saw Sacred Heart Hospital, which is a map you barely see.
Oh, that's not me. I think it was Eloy and Chocho or Kuro.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, I feel like that's going to be a strategy as well, right? Coming into a game number 2, having a more survivor-sided map could help a little bit. But ultimately, is that what they really want? Because right now it seems like they don't want Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah.
Like,
So-
nope, we heard you. Nope.
It is MRC that got that did have map advantage, so they went with Ever Sleeping Town. So this doesn't signify like an SOS just yet. I think it's still very stable since everything is all on an even playing field.
Yeah, even playing field. And Ever Sleeping Town, one of the most balanced map to be playing in. And that's great because we get to do that session again. How many tram hits, right? So guys, hopefully you guys are ready to see some tram action. Let's see if the tram will side with MRC today, or will the tram gods side with ZETA? Because right now it's gonna be MRC survivors
面对德塔的话，
up
我觉
against
得
ZETA Hunter.
我们还是比较有优势，因为按去年2年的话，其实我们打就是我们不管是 ITZY 碰到泽塔呀，还是那个去年小组赛碰到泽塔，我们都取得了一个很好的成绩。然后还有一个很大优势就是，虽然我们4个客场，但是我们是很后面打的。我们观察了泽塔已经2天的比赛了，这个对我们就是对于针对泽塔做的 BP 啊，还是战术安排都是有很好帮助的。
Oh, that's why they got an advantage, because during the interview, Huasi said that they had 2 days to prepare to observe ZETA's matches, and before that, their previous encounter against ZETA Division, they always achieved good results against them. That's why the elements of MRC is actually countering ZETA's elements. They're prepared. They are specifically prepared for ZETA.
We should have known it's water versus fire.
Oh my god. It's earth versus fire.
they bamboozled us. We thought that, even matchup? No, we have the advantage here. And based on history as well, it seems like they've got
throw dirt.
Yes.
Yeah,
no,
please.
the mic wasn't okay.
I thought I was trying to comb his hair.
Peter is not even like, he's unfazed. He didn't even notice that person fixed the mic, and he didn't even let go of the phone. That's how locked in he is, folks.
Someone get me a Red Bull. Yeah.
Exactly.
Someone get me a Red Bull now.
Are you more for Red Bull or like coffee? Like what wakes you up? Or do you drink coffee? No?
I don't drink coffee, and I don't drink Red Bull. Not anymore now, right?
Okay. Do you have like a favorite juice or any drink of choice, like soda or specific?
For now, it's just lemon flavored water.
Lemon flavored water. Wow, like sparkling water?
It's not even sparkling water. It's like 80 cents. US dollars. It's basically just water, plain water with
lemon infused.
Lemon infused. Yeah, like some sort of salt. Or natrium thing, right? Natrium thing. So that's really useful because when I go work out, I want to drink a lot of water, and that's That's one of the drinks. Yeah, it helps. It helps people that don't really like to drink a lot of water.
Yeah,
to drink more water.
I'm very blessed to actually like the taste of water, or like I like drinking a lot of water. That's why I keep going for cheers, water. Yeah, stay hydrated, guys. But for those that don't like drinking water, I can understand why that lemon infused or like those flavored water helps them, because you got to stay hydrated, folks. It really helps you. It helps with your skin. It helps you with your mental. It helps you just stay focused throughout the day. So
maybe that's why. Maybe that's why my skin's kind of dry. Oh, I did not drink enough water.
You got to drink your water, guys. If you feel like you have a headache, drink some water. We're made out of 70% water. I don't know if that's statistics, right?
I think that's true. Yeah, water and blood. But
yes, please. What are your favorite drinks, by the way? I see La Boto Boy say Dr. Pepper, so it's kind of sweet. I mean, I'm okay with a little bit of like soda or sweet drinks here and there. Actually, I used to have a soda drinking phase, but now it's too
unhealthy,
sparkly. Yeah, for me, like I tend to like, the first sip of a Coca-Cola, that hits different. But too much of it, I need to chase it down with some water. It tastes like a laser sometimes.
I understand. Yeah. I mean, I like sodas in the past as well, but honestly, you know there's this saying that too much sweetness causes bad stuff to happen. So I think it's true to a certain extent, right? Because you feel like, oh god, I hate to be that kind of person who can't survive without sweet things, because ultimately you gotta work out a lot just to get rid of all that sugar,
true,
calories and stuff. But I mean, but of course, once a week it's fine. I do have my fair share of like cheats, like my boba once a week or twice.
One of my favorite cheat meals is Ruffles potato chips, the cheddar ones. Oh, I love Ruffles. That's like one of my favorite chip brands.
That's good.
So yeah, I could finish a whole bag. I'm so ashamed when I do that. I feel like, oh, why'd you do that, Poch? You should feel ashamed.
I feel ashamed too.
If I finish a whole bag.
If I do that.
But sometimes you got to treat yourselves.
True. But sometimes do you feel we do kind of feel guilty, like, oh my god, maybe I should have just eaten one proper good meal that makes me full instead of all those chips
junk.
Right? You know what I mean? I feel that
sometimes. Especially at night, like after our commentary, I'm like, I could just go to bed. I know I'm not that hungry. Or I could eat chips. I could So I do see a lot of people saying coffee, tea, orange juice hits really good in the morning. Frappuccinos. Strawberry matcha sounds good. Christina Ramos says root beer.
Well, Shouty loves Dublin, so that's his favorite drink.
We got the barmaid coming in here.
Let's go.
Interesting lineup. I wonder what they're trying to prepare for here with Peter in the mix here, because he does not have access to the Hullabaloo or Goatman. They do want to bring like a support healer, which is interesting because they had access to the psychologist, but they didn't pick it up. They want to go for the barmaid.
Yeah. I mean,
Wi-Fi heals. Ambulance is better than a Wi-Fi heal.
I mean, MRC tries to get creative with their picks sometimes, right? Maybe they want to go with the, hey, disarm into a drinking Dublin phase. You know what I mean? That can happen. Like if they go for the double rescue, like one person disarms and
fair,
no tight turner, so you can drink. We'll block one hit for you. That's it. Right? Maybe that's the plan. But ultimately, they are gonna have to face up against Peter's shadow here. And quite honestly, Barmaid is looking really juicy right here.
Kinda, yeah, because it takes a while. She's got to mix her drinks. She's got to go for the speed drink, and then after that, you just set your phantom form just to catch up to her. She doesn't pull so much distance compared to like a patient. She can't stun, unlike the antiquarian. Mercenary as well could pull a lot of distance. So I think Shouty always wants to take that first kite, and he's actually gonna get middle 2-story. Giving him access to the graveyard if he's going to get chased that way.
Yeah. Well, usually you want to see survivors get away from ciphers in the beginning, right? That's why sometimes you see some oddly placed spawn location. But here it's looking pretty normal, honestly. But I guess it doesn't really matter in the end because right now COAⅧ is putting himself in a position where he wants to get that first kite. So I'm expecting no borrowed time on Antiquarian and Barmaid, or Barmaid and Patient. One of those two, right? We'll just have to see real soon. Maybe going with the 2-2. Yep. Oh, everyone actually has borrowed time except for the Antiquarian. So Barmaid wants to live. COAⅧ's like, drink and live.
I want to live. I need to cheers for tomorrow. That's what COAⅧ says. But Nanako forcing like a complete kiting build while we will wait for how this will play out. LML Potch Spice at your service for round 2, first half of MRC versus Zeta. Make some noise in the chat, please. Let's see some red hearts and yellow hearts for both these teams.
All right, Peter trying to say that his Ivy is also one to be feared, going straight for the target that he wants in the middle. Actually, Lovelet will be in the vicinity. It's going to spot out the Phantom form, but honestly, he's just leaving an Astrakhan in the middle. The real target is actually Nanako?
Interesting.
Nanako.
I think Nanako wanting to be able to be found out might be the bait that Peter is going to go for. I'm not sure. But I did like him actually putting Ostrakhan at the center and getting control of center Cypher, because that's going to be so important. We've seen a lot of matches go sideways because they didn't plan their Cypher pops properly, and it's all like connected to the center or one side of this map. But we're going to see a scare onto Nanako. Another spray just so he starts out the next chase with 49%.
Yeah, but he has to be really careful. He has no excitement to work with, but a blink, so that's pretty good. Oh, Insolence is gonna kick in right now. The Ostrakhan is going to be placed onto the second Cypher at the S pallet. Peter, however, is gonna use so precise. What a precise jump.
He's like, thanks, Nell. I forgot I had a blink. Okay, let me use it right now.
Okay, you're very welcome.
Yeah, and then he's able to use it, but considering he's still got a full stick left, he's also got a flywheel to work with. I think this rebound kite could be a little problematic here, but they got to get to the rescue going first. So Love left, making his presence known already. He's just hugging the walls here because he's going to elbow pad his way for the rescue. But the corruption's going to start building up here.
Corruption building up, and not to mention approaching the 50% mark. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Okay. It was. Oh, he has to use the pad right here. Oh my god! He can't.
He got cancelled out now.
Oh my god, Peter! What a monster! This guy, the timing was impeccable as well, just waiting until he was able to get Lovely down. And this is going to matter so much. Nanako missing the flywheel as well, and he's going to fall down after putting down the pallet. It was actually a really good start for MRC, but Peter, with that one play, he's like, yeah, stop.
Sit down. Like, hang on, guys. Sit down right here, right there on that rocket chair. You look tired. Let me do that. But Barmaid already healed up. Mercenary is already given some Dublin, so there can be afforded that. But Cypher progress not looking too good. And Peter with the impeccable timing of that hit, and also the sprays, might be a little tough for them to even go for this second save. He's actually just waiting in this area. Love left is here again. Is he gonna wait for the corruption? Actually, he can't even go for Ostrakhan here. He's got to wait it out here. Goes for a spray, gets a hit onto the mercenary. Nanako can get a ticket to ride here, but it seems like, he will be trying to go for the tram. Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, going up the tram is going to buy a bit of time, right? Because Peter right now, the only thing that can stop him for a bit is the tram ride, the free tram ride, right? But right now we can see why the Barmaid is the choice. Because you can see, after healing, he can build up the Dublin and he can go for the heal again.
Oh my.
But now Nanako, finally, the appearance of the bamboo stick. Let's go.
We're gonna see the tram.
First time.
Oh my god, that was so close. I thought they were going to get hit.
I know. But Nanako's going to try and escape more. He has a little bit of bamboos left. Maybe one final thrust. Oh, it's going to be the leap. But no, Peter's like, what are you doing? Get here. Get here. Sit down.
Exactly. Here, you look tired. Let's give you a chair. Great stuff on the side of the survivors. You know what? Healing up the mercenary after that double down situation. Last ciphers, there's one left, but they're opening up 2, so they're doing a good job so far. The Antiquarian did a lot of buying out here when it came to containment time, but it was actually the center cipher. He does not have control of this anymore, so he's gonna have to go back and forth in this map just to control these 2 ciphers. And to make it worse, they open up a 3rd cipher.
Yeah, you know, this is like playing against a hermit at this point. but honestly, that's why, because remember, Ivy is still super strong. Doesn't matter if it's 2 ciphers left. It's gonna be still super strong. But Xiaodi has no more access to the Dovlin, has access to Flywheel, but honestly, Xiaodi, he's not even gonna be chased further on. Peter's just gonna move on. He wants to get everyone injured, and then that's where the pressure comes in. He's like, yeah, Xyz's doing that pressure thing across the map. I can do that too, and that's exactly what he's trying to do as well.
True. Ostracon after Ostracon. Xiaodi has to be very careful. He's gonna have to rotate towards this. Okay, no, we're good. It's still gonna keep blocking, but it's gonna allow him to just drop an Ostracon here and just move along. Nice flywheel of Huasi just to get out of that radius, but it seems like he might try to blink, but he isn't able to blink spray. Oh no! And this could be the play that could turn the tides in the survivor's favor.
Exactly. MRC playing on point today, and that's I gotta say, that might be the stress, the panic, the anxiety coming in, because MRC they're doing really well. Cypher's already primed. They're just gonna pop it. 3 survivors late game. Right now, Peter dealing with 3 MRC survivors.
And it's not like how ITZY deals with the 3 survivors. They still have the grappling hook. They still have access to a lot of items here. Well, just that item is speed drink. So Xiaodi's not gonna waste time using the speed drink here. Tries to go for the spray. Huasi is gonna get corrupted here. He does have access. Oh my god, but the tram blocking it off, and the patient, unfortunately, gets canceled out with the hook. This allows Xiaodi to open up the exit gate here, so they're looking at a tie.
This is definitely gonna be a 2-man escape. Love led is the mercenary, and this is where it pays off to have a delayed damage, right? Barmaid Xiaodi is like, yeah, I'm not wasting any more time. Bye.
I'll see you back at the stage. Okay, you can make it a foot race. It's okay.
Oh my god, that's just crazy. Peter was such a monster. But MRC, apparently, they have the formula to counter giants, to counter monsters.
And I think this is what we were talking about at the start, right? It just takes that one moment for everything to kind of fall apart if you're the hunter side. But, I mean, the double down was a big factor at the early game. But the way they were able to handle that with the barmaid, you got options. And I think that's what MRC ultimately was able to play towards, that they had their grounds covered, that the barmaid, they had tide turners to rotate with. I mean, they had borrowed time to play with. So, man, that's got to be tough if you're a ZETA fan out there. Peter not living up to the 4K streak in round number 2.
Yeah, the blink miss was also a huge factor, right? Because he wasn't able to catch up with anyone anymore after that. And you saw the difference between how MRC survivors played versus seeing ZETA survivors played. ZETA, they were injured, they kept going on. But here they have the resources. Even if they're injured, they have the resources to move away, and they're not injured. So the difference in how they play this game from mid to late is why they managed to get that 2-man escape. And shouts to Xiaodi. First one, he's like, yeah, I'm leaving everyone behind. Bye. I'm just gonna secure that one. Not even bothering to wait, you know what I mean? Just
that's the tough love, right? Whipping everyone in shape. Yo, I'm out here, okay? You guys, I'll see you back there, okay? We gotta get at least a tie. So
imagine if he couldn't get it. Imagine if he got cut
mercenary
off by Peter, like boom, blink in, and then the 100% infection coming in. Boom.
Ouch.
How could you not make it out the gate?
I think Xiaodi is going to pat himself in the back. Well, it's a good thing I didn't wait for you, so I got out just to secure that 1 point.
True.
But luckily, the mercenary got out. You know what? Even though he had that detention hit, you got to love the shell. I forgot the name of the trait that he has that makes him fall down a little later. Yeah, it's a good trait to have, especially since their draft really paid off. And now that I think about it, now they have access to psychologists in round number 2. They got access to the other unorthodox type characters come round number 3. I mean, so that's it's good drafting on the side of MRC.
Yeah, MRC is definitely like the Titan killer. They're just very specialized in countering ZETA. And from the interview, you can tell itself. I think ZETA could probably realize this now because even the mighty Peter has fallen to a 2 escape. By no means is that bad. It's just that given his track record, you're almost always gonna expect him to get that 3 or 4 elimination. But here, MRC starting off with a bang, and XC, if he manages to capitalize on this situation, he has the meta hunters now.
Yeah, he does. He really does.
Yeah.
So I think now that they've used all their aces, like the ZETA squad have used up all the really good survivors like Puppeteer. I think they only were able to save Aeroplanus. First Officer is not going to be in the mix anymore, so that's something to consider. They might have to go Wildling or Mercenary for safety rescuers. But yeah, I think XC can come into this match a little more at ease because he knows that they're at the advantage now in this second half.
Yeah.
Oh, it's someone's birthday.
Oh,
in
whose
chat.
birthday?
Happy birthday, Gio. Who's Gio?
Gio.
Guys, Kazunaka's gonna greet you happy birthday. Hang on, let's watch. Let's see what he has to say.
悔しい思いをしてるので、今年はちょっと去年とは違うんだぞっていうのをちょっと見せていこうかなっていうふうに思います。そうですね。
Oh, not yet.
そのグループ戦突破はまず目標にしていて、今は1位通過を目標に、はい、全勝でいけるようにってのを頑張ってます。
All right, saying happy birthday actually.
Yeah. And also that they're going to show people that they're an evolved version of themselves. They need to evolve here and now to get that tie. But yeah, happy birthday, Gio. If anyone else in chat is celebrating their birthdays, let us know. We'll greet you happy birthday. We'll ask Kazunaka to greet you happy birthday. We'll just ask. We're not going to be granted that he will be saying it because he's under a lot of pressure, but it's a thought that counts, right?
We can, exactly. The thought that counts. And celebrating it on COA is definitely one of the more memorable moments, right? Spending with your friends here. And a quick hi to Happy Eyes as well.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Hello, Happy Eyes. And Happy Eyes mentioned that that won't be going. Happy Eyes will be staying for the entire game. So
wow. Okay.
That's great.
Hopefully you won't feel sleepy eyes from all the like this is a long
eyes.
day.
change nickname to Sleepy Eyes, but yeah. Gio, we're just gonna wish you happy birthday and a quick happy birthday song. Yo, okay, I gotta get that beat. Poch,
what?
Do you have that hip hop beat? Happy birthday, Gio. Happy birthday, Gio. I need that beat to make sense.
I don't want to get copyright claim, but yeah, I could hear the beat going. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yeah, but happy birthday. Hope you have a really awesome birthday, and glad you're spending it with us here.
And also, Sunshine did say happy Easter weekend. Yeah, happy Easter weekend to everyone that's joining us here. Hopefully y'all are chilling with us up until tomorrow, because that will be the end of the group stage, and we could finally crown a bit of the players, or congratulate some of the players that will be making it towards the playoffs.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna matter a lot. This last 2 days is definitely gonna matter a lot. But I mean, this is competition we're talking about, and honestly, they gotta give their 100% from the get-go. Yeah. And sometimes it's just really unfortunate because in some situations, there are specific teams that study to counter you specifically.
Yeah.
Like, why? Why are you
Why? I feel so targeted. What is this?
Right? Like, why are you doing not so good against other teams, but you're doing especially good against me?
Yeah.
And I'm the top of the team. You know what I mean? That feeling?
Yeah, it's like if you get if your survivor main is banned out, like if my enchantress, like, what did I ever do to you? Like, oh my gosh, that's so targeted.
Why? But
yeah,
do you want to hear us purr? Okay, fine. Stop targeting us,
What? I've never received that.
Yeah, that song, it gets dark. But yeah, hopefully ZETA will be able to come out of this. I mean, it's really hard to play against a team that's specifically targeting you. And not to mention the previous encounter, MRC has been doing amazing against ZETA. So ZETA probably has this unconscious psychological barrier that's like, yeah, MRC is actually doing really well against us before, and they're doing really well against us now, right?
Yeah, hopefully they realize that and they could break past that barrier, because if that continues to prevail, then this round number 2, XC could cook us something really good, like a continuous 4K. So banning out the Hullabaloo might be forcing out the Goatman or the Opera Singer. He's still got his choices here, depending on how the draft goes, but he chooses to ban out the Priestess and the Seer first and foremost now.
Yeah, let's see if XC will be Xiao Cheng or Xiao Cheng. So a little bit of lesson here with language.
Tell me about that. Okay.
Xiao Cheng means little, right? They always say Xiao in front. That means like a little, right? A little Cheng, right? So Xiao Cheng, little Cheng. But in the Singaporean dialect,
okay,
it can be Xiao Cheng, which means crazy Chen.
Whoa, 4K crazy? Oh no,
4K crazy. Yeah,
Little Cheng become crazy. That's kind of scary if you're ZETA. You don't want to take out you don't want to bring out the crazy in XC.
Little Chen or crazy Chen. That's the one we're waiting for, right?
The little crazy Chen.
The little crazy Chen. Yeah. But yeah, just a little bit of fun with languages while we go along. It's free Duolingo. Thank you. So
yeah, did you do your Duolingos today, guys? We're reminding you before the app reminds you.
Yeah, please sponsor us. By the way, we can do voiceovers. Just a little bit of fun left and right. But yeah, I mean, just a sample of what's gonna be happening here. ZETA apparently is gonna go with the same. The same characters as MRC. That's the knight, right? Knight.
The knight, yeah.
That's
and
one
also,
character that's the same. And
Antiquarian. Yep. One thing to note also, they chose to ban out the Enchantress, so he might be opting for a Goatman, because Enchantress able to survive for as long as he can inside that cage area. But I mean, you could say the same also if he wants to bring out Opera Singer, because it can take her out of the shadow form. But I like that they picked up Gravekeeper here. They still have access to it in this round, so maybe they should see. This is what's hard also now, because they're kind of going all out with their really good picks like Antiquarian and Gravekeeper. So round number 3, it's going to be really hard. So they need to make this one count and get at least a tie with these 2 picks.
Banning the Enchantress, banning the female dancer, it's going to open up the opportunity to pick Florian. So here it seems like they're going for more defensive utility lineup. So that's going to be really good, considering they need to get at least a draw against XC. And that's going up against a Goatman, right? So this lineup is okay, I guess, as long as you don't chase Dolly Su first.
Dolly Su, Antiquarian, yep.
It's just hard countering the Goatman, right?
Yeah.
At this point. Maybe go against Hametu, Shinami, and that's why this is so good, because ZETA's like, yeah, we're just building up towards countering your Goatman. And because there's no really easy target to chase here, Poch.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm trying to think of how it'll actually how this team will synergize going up against the Goatman. I don't see any other option. I mean, XC can go for the Opera Singer, but you have to go for the Goatman at this point.
Yeah, otherwise it's just gonna be banned out, the entire BO1, BO2, unless. If that's your plan all along.
the thing is, though, XC with the new hunters hasn't adjusted well. So, I mean, him and the Ivy, very consistent, as well as the Opera Singer. But his Goatman and his Hullabaloo under ACT, they were able to figure him out there. So I'm not sure if he's going to attempt it again. If he does, I think he should, because playoffs is right around the corner. So you might as well battle test your meta hunters, because you have to play those. But if not, he will just go with the Goatman. All right, thank God.
He has to, right? Because it's tried and tested. No point in not playing him when it's obviously your strategy to use him in game number 2, second half. right? So here's the chance for XC to come ahead because MRC survivors have done great. They've got a 2-man escape right now. He just needs to get a 3 escape with a meta hunter that we're talking about, right? So because in game number 1, Peter with the hullabaloo, the meta hunter has already gotten 4 eliminations. So here doesn't make sense if he doesn't get more than a 2 or 3 or the maximum 4 eliminations here.
He's kind of gunning for that 4, but as you pointed out, the drafting of ZETA is pretty good, even though they're going to lose most of these top tier survivors come around number 3. But that's a conversation we're going to have after this matchup plays out. We're going to head towards the spawn location, folks. Seems like a pretty similar spawn. Not going to go for any frills here. Gravekeeper at the center, just to support anyone for a first rescue. Antiquarian taking middle 2-story. You got the Knight spawning above the Gravekeeper and Florian at the near the S pallet area. So same spawn as well for the Hunter.
Same spawn, but different characters that can actually fight back. So it's going to be a tough game. I mean, Goatman is tried and tested, right? It's a really strong hunter, but with the proper lineups, I can see how they can drag this to the late game and get a 2-man out. Yeah, if they can get a 2-man out, that will be the best case scenario for ZETA because they gotta counter this Goatman. They gotta keep the scores on equal standing. But here, it seems like XC is going to go with the excitement. So he's like, yeah, it's fine. I banned out all of your other characters anyway. I'm fine with just using excitement here. But everyone has borrowed time except for Kazuneko, which has a flywheel in place of it. So looking to get that 2 or 3 survivors out right here. So bringing the commentaries is me, Nello, and COAⅧ.
Make some noise in the chat for Goat XC or Goat Cheng as he makes his way towards the corner house where Hametu is at. Usually this is where the first chase he goes, but now we see that he has spawned an awkward cage, but Hametu already dropping down to the basement side. He's going to try to crouch and hide away here. Hametu is the Knight, so he can silence it out. And I think the hiding strategy worked, Nell.
Let's go. That's my favorite strategy, by the way. So XC realizing that, probably hiding behind the pallets.
Oh my god.
He's still, oh my god.
Chat, keep quiet. Chat, keep quiet. Oh my god.
Oh, he's going to find out. No. The Goatman senses fear. But what a prediction right there, getting the first one correct. So that's going to buy a little bit of time for Hametu. Hametu's just going to break it, but no.
Ooh.
Wow, that was actually pretty good.
Yeah, able to
expired.
Exactly. So Hametu doing a great job so far. Note Hametu does have a flywheel to work with already. He's going to try to go for a prediction here, able to actually cancel out the swing, and now unable to predict that last one. So he's going to go back into the cage here, allowing him to eat 1 hit now. So it's still all good.
Wow, the elevation as well is definitely helping Hametu make some distance. And the Junken Pawn effect coming into this game as well. XC, look at that Cypher kite. How fast the Cypher is. You would think that this is a Cypher game. Wow. A Cypher Rush meta. But look at how the excitement's going to end it. He's like, yeah, you think you're going to do it? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, but this does give an opening for the Antiquarian to go for a rescue. Even though Antiquarian doesn't have any Tide Turner, he can actually stun the Hunter at this point. Beautiful usage of the flywheel. But now just trying to go for a push, but unfortunately just creates distance, but doesn't get any shove. Is he gonna try and support here? Gravekeeper, unfortunately unable to body block.
Magical hitbox is what I would like to say. Xiao Cheng, wow, what a play right there. ZETA is actually doing really good. 3 ciphers are done, 2 ciphers remaining. But here, Hametu's going to fall for the second time. Antiquarian is at half health. Gravekeeper has already used up Tide Turner. So honestly, there's no more Tide Turners to work with here. So Shinami is in the vicinity, probably trying to get a second rescue here.
Ooh, able to actually create some distance, but the cage able to wall him off. The resentment, is it going to be enough? Goes for the backstep, but the barrier able to block him off. He has to break it, and Shinami trying to be in the vicinity, allowing Hametu to move on away. Cypher's looking pretty good. Tried to go for another stun here. Unable to get it just yet. Got a little bit of a hit to the Gravekeeper. He needs the body block here, Nell.
ZETA knows what they're doing against Goatman. Look at that support coming in. Shinamis will gladly sacrifice himself for Hametu to stay alive, while 2 Cyphers are being decoded as fast as possible. But look at the Cyphers dangerously close. Hametu!
Oh my god! Able to go through. Awkward cage. Able to actually get the down here, Nell. So double down situation. Borrowed Time is actually going to pick up the Gravekeeper. So they just got to pop Cyphers. Oh no, actually, I don't think they can just yet.
Oh wait, is he gonna stand up and slam him? Oh, he's gonna stand up! Nice! That's gonna buy so much time.
Used. Yep. So now, Dolisu moving on away. Not going for the Cypher pop just yet.
Yeah, I think he knows, right? Wait, what's Dolisu doing? Oh, he's setting up the balloon first, just in case he pops. Oh,
drops it!
What's going on?
And pop! Wow! Oh my gosh, not using the excitement just yet. Dolisu has access to go for... The tram, unable to go through here. Oh, he's gonna just go teleport. And now he's gonna catch Shinami.
Not the smoothest transition by XC, apparently.
Yeah.
And chasing and finding Shinami as the target is also really hard, because right now they're already opening up. Wait a minute. The push by Gravekeeper is so important. Shinami's gonna go down. The other gate is not open yet. Can XC actually make it to the other side of the map?
Oh my god, resentment is building up, Nell. Yeah, he could definitely do that. And now this is actually quite scary. Gonna put double cage here, but he's gonna get the silence, and it's gonna be a 2-person escape. Oh,
he's gonna block.
Able to block it off.
No, he got both of them are out. Kazuneko's gonna go out as well. What a play! Unable to block.
That was crazy.
The 3K, I know. And you can see XC struggling a little bit right there with Goatman, right?
Yeah.
His Ivy was just flawless, but with Goatman, you can see a little bit of hiccups here and there, and ZETA noticed it and capitalized on it, unfortunately.
And this is the point Chocho kind of brought up when she was watching the matches of XC. It's like he doesn't have that same confidence he does, unlike the Ivy or the Opera Singer, which, granted, this is Goatman and Hullabaloo are new. So, and when he did win IVL, they weren't in the mix. So I think, there were some awkward cages here and there, right? So the fact that they weren't able to, ZETA was able to capitalize on this awkward cage placements, tying things up. We're still on an even playing field here. Both survivors and hunters kind of popping off in round 1 and round 2 respectively.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like if he went with a more comfortable character like Sangria, it would have wielded a better result, right?
I think so too.
He doesn't really feel comfortable with it, but it's really okay, because what's happened is they're just reset back to the point. So game number 3 is really where they're gonna have to make that difference. Otherwise, the rules that we have mentioned before game number 1, we're gonna be...
Yeah, you guys took down notes, right? Yeah, we're gonna ask you a quiz on that later. So I hope you guys are taking down notes on the tiebreakers and whatnot. No, I'm just kidding.
We could ask them that now, actually. Okay, what about this, guys? Okay, what's the first thing that the teams are ranked with? Remember? Okay, we'll start. There are 6 things. We'll start with the first one. You go with the second one, okay? So...
Okay, go.
Number of wins, that's number 1. That's how they decide the ranks. What's the second one if tied?
Head-to-head wins, guys. Write this down. Write this down.
Okay, head to win. I was gonna let them answer it, but
okay. All right. What's the third one?
Win rounds. Net win rounds. Basically, rounds 1 minus the rounds lost.
Yes.
How about the fourth one, Punch?
Are we gonna? Okay, it's average points per round.
Okay,
that's the fourth.
Let's leave the last one to them. Okay,
right.
The fifth one, in case of another tie, the tie rounds in losing matches. All right, tie, and that's the tie records that's gonna play into effect. What is the last one, guys?
Oh, the last one. Okay, they'll answer that, not me.
Yeah, give you the highlights to think about it.
Yeah, okay. We'll see you guys after this. We expect the answers soon. We'll check out these highlights.
All right.
有机会溜，有机会溜，3连棍，3连棍。
OK。他是目的4号画师，目的4号加啥子？
你追过来，
开草莓球，
太阳过了，了。
盖了。
打不接。
Nice。
哇，でか。これは。OK。对。
All right, so Carol obviously not coming here for an exam. It's okay, we'll give you the answers. Don't worry about
That's why it's called a pop quiz. So shout outs to Carol, and also shout out to Izzy. Hello, haven't seen you in a while. What's going on, Izzy? Shout outs to Rennie, ITZY Rill as well, Alina. Shout outs to all you guys. Don't worry, we'll let you guys know. But Nell, we're kind of in territory of a tie game or a tiebreaker here.
It is, and the last one. So I'm just gonna tell you guys the answers because I'm a good teacher. So I'll just tell you the answers. Tell the students the answers, right? Average cipher machine progress. Okay, per round. And Carol, I forgot everything you said. I'm so sorry, Carol.
Okay.
I'll prepare a PowerPoint presentation next time. Just for you.
We'll send you the slides.
The Google Meet link.
Yes. Don't worry.
We'll coach you. Coach Poch, Manager Chocho, and I'll be the cheerleader.
Oh wow. You guys are gonna be the next team. Yeah, for sure.
Team. Yeah.
So MRC choosing, I just want to bring it back to the stakes we have for coming around number 3. It's gonna be ZETA that's choosing map because MRC chose Ever Sleeping Town, and we're still all tied up. And I guess this is what ZETA was talking about, that they've evolved as a team because they're definitely taking the fight to MRC, not just on the Hunter front, but also the survivors are getting tie games out of XC here.
Yeah, exactly. ZETA actually did an amazing job coming back from them. So that's pretty good.
Before anything else, Just the Girl says, I'm lost on the road. So Nell, Navigator Nell, where should Just the Girl go? In 300 meters. Okay, go.
In 300 meters, pray and ask for directions. Yeah. No, in 300 meters, there's going to be a prayer place. Prayer area.
Please
get out of the car, alight from the car, and pray for directions. And if it fails, please drop a leaf in the wind and go the direction
where it blows. Oh my gosh! Wow, it's a very interesting navigation guide there. No,
but Poch,
what? Yeah,
the wind is blowing.
It doesn't. It's
the bridge.
Oh no!
Oh no! It just falls to the ground. Am I supposed to stay here the entire night?
Man, if Just the Girl gets lost, please, Just the Girl, ask for directions. Don't worry, you can check out the VODs later. But saying what's up to everyone. Nelson Chavez saying what's up to you, Nell.
Yo, hola, mi gente latino. Nelson was waiting for that. And yeah, super glad to be saying hi. Yeah, I think that's one of the languages I want to learn in the long run, right? Outside of the Asian languages, I also want to learn. Guys, give me one recommendation of what language we can both learn. Like that's gonna be Like we can learn it together because we need partners to improve communication, right?
You're right. Yeah.
What's one of the languages that's
and
used?
what are like terms that you use in your language when you play Identity 5? Because there are certain terms that Nell teaches me when it comes to Mandarin in game that players do use. So. But first, it's Lakeside Village as our map here, and it is going to be Peter to make his way back into the stage. But yeah, that's actually a good question, though.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to look for a language to learn. I mean, could be German, Polish, French.
No, French is actually something that I've always wanted to learn, but I don't have anyone to talk to.
Yeah, same.
Oh, it's MK Melody.
What? MKBHD? Where?
MK Melody.
Oh, okay. Okay. MK
Melody. Miko Melody.
Miko Melody.
What do you think I said?
MKBHD.
What's that?
That's a YouTuber.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. Shout outs to him, I guess.
But yeah. Oh, glad to see him because look at him. He's really fresh off. Coming in, he's like, yes, Ichiban. ready to.
Number 1. Let's go.
Shelly's like, help.
Help. What do we do?
help.
We're running out of strategy. We're running out of survivors to choose.
Actually, I was thinking, he's thinking, yeah, maybe I gotta whip Xiao up a little bit more.
Not just the survivors, but Xiao Chang.
Yeah, let's go with Japanese. Actually, we're thinking about languages outside of Asian language. You know, like German or Spanish, you know.
Honestly, I've always wanted to also, aside from Spanish, Portuguese is also pretty interesting for me to learn. I mean, but it's pretty hard language, I'll be honest. Like I tried doing the Duolingo for Portuguese. It's pretty hard.
Portuguese. Yeah, I can imagine it's really hard. Portuguese. I can try a little bit of Italian. Only the accent though. I love the pizza.
Okay,
maybe. Is that good?
Let's not go accents, please.
Sorry.
I just don't know. I don't speak Italian, but yeah.
I mean, I won't. For me personally, I won't get offended if someone tries to learn my language or learn the accent or wear the costume. Because I know some people might get offended, like, "Hey, you're not. Why are you wearing this costume? You're not even this." You know. I mean, for me, I would be. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I would be honored. Like, yo, because I'm Chinese, but I'm wearing different costumes. Like I can be wearing a samfu, that's the Chinese culture, but I can also be wearing a Malay costume, a kurta, which is worn by Malays. I can also be wearing a hanbok that's worn by Koreans, right? I can be wearing a kimono, not a kimono actually, but you know what I mean, right? I
think it depends also. Yeah, I think it depends also on how you carry yourself. Because if you're honoring how it's supposed to be, then that's fine. But if it's stereotypically done, then maybe I can see where the offense could be coming from. So just treat it with respect. And I know that you always want to learn the cultures. So I think you'll be all right if you want to wear a hanbok or if you want to wear whatever. Yes, I am Filipino, by the way. XY real. It doesn't sound like it, but yes. People are telling us to learn Bulgarian. That's a very strong language too. I don't know if I'll be able to pull off Bulgarian though, or try to learn it.
Bulgarian's hard, yeah. But for Spanish, at least I learned a few things. Maybe you could learn Spanish, right? Because let's try one. Let's see if you guys get what I'm saying.
Hey, wait, hang on for a sec.
Oh, okay.
Lumos man is in the chat. What's going on?
Lumos, we haven't seen you for a long time. Actually, I haven't said hi to Lumos at all in chat.
Shout outs to you. Lumos, we're just saying I wanted to learn Portuguese. I don't know if anyone could help me with that because it's such a hard language to learn.
It is Portuguese. The only word I know in Portuguese is Alfonso de Albuquerque.
No, I know foi, I know chama, foi. I know what else is there? It's really tough, but the Brazilian music is really cool too. So yeah, shout outs to Portuguese speakers there.
Portuguese speakers, yeah. Try and guess what I'm saying, by the way. Amo y respeto a todas aquí.
I don't know what that is.
That's Spanish.
Spanish, okay.
It means I love. Amor, right? Amor y respeto a todas aquí means I love and respect everyone here.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right,
yay!
Cool.
Duolingo.
Nelson, you are savage. That's really funny.
No, I'm not gonna curse in Spanish. I know that some people learn languages. The first thing that they're eager to learn are the curse languages.
Oh wow, Kay, I'm from Brazil, and honestly, Portuguese is hard for us to really. Oh. So that's how hard it is, even for the native speakers of Portuguese. So I guess it's one of those languages you really have to keep speaking to master. But yeah. I follow a lot of MMA fighters that are Brazilian too, so I just want to be able to understand them more, to be honest, when they speak Portuguese.
Yeah, but hey, Indigo saying as well, try Turkish, guys. And Olive, do you want to try learn German? It's fun, Lamau. I know. ITZY. Try. Is that it?
I know Ich liebe dich. That's I love you, right?
I don't know. Okay. I'm not German.
Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah, Trevor Noah did a good job with it though. So that's how I know it. But bringing your attention back to the band picks, right here, we can see 4 fine gentlemen right there. We can see the aeroplanist, the acrobat, the
Fine
first
gentleman.
officer, and novelist. Yeah, everyone's suited up, right? Novelist, the most gentleman of them all. So there you go. There you go. Super meta right now, right? Especially the switcheroo, you can see it. But of course, running into an Ivy would be an absolute nightmare. But fortunately, it's global ban, so it's fine, I guess. Here.
Also, someone in chat pointed out that they did ban out the Dream Witch of Miko Melody. So I think that's why his smile kind of faded. Like, darn it, I wanted to bring out the Dream Witch here, but unable to do so. He does have access to the opera singer, which we have been seeing a lot of in Lakeside. So he can opt for that one. But note that round number 3 usually goes survivor sided. So he's going to have to prepare himself for that.
Yeah, just, I mean, take away the hullabaloo, take away the IV, take away the Dream Witch. They know what's up with MK Melody. Melody.
Yeah,
Melody,
Miko
right?
Melody.
So, well, I guess opera singer makes sense here.
Yep.
The dashes are fast. I mean, it's a pretty big map, but honestly, the same can be said for the survivors challenges, right? Because they got to travel a pretty good distance in order to make it to rescue. So I guess the aeroplanist is gonna be a little bit more useful here. First officer though, as long as it doesn't get caught
right
while activating the pocket watch, I think the rescue should be going pretty well. Right here, ZETA going up against MRC survivors. It's a tough call, and honestly I'm quite surprised that we haven't yet seen like characters like Embalmer being priority pick.
I guess they just don't want to go for that tie. They want to just go for 4-man escape or just that, all or nothing type characters. And MRC set themselves up with a really good draft here. This draft lineup is, I can honestly see this in round number 1. They were able to save the first officer. They have the aeroplanist, they have the acrobat and the novelist as well. So I'd say MRC did a great job, but what's put in paper and what's put into practice could be different. So let's see if Miko Melody can have the right formula here with a blink, trump card, and detention, while over on the survivor side, 2 tide turners. We got a full kiting build on Nanako, and we got some borrowed time on all 3, Huasi, Xiaodi, and Love Left. So hopefully that'll be a factor here now.
Yeah, I love how they all want to live with the borrowed time.
I want to live!
Exactly, I want to live, but both of us want to live as well. That's Hot Spice, I'm Nello. We're in game number 3.
Miko Melody making his way towards the big boat here. Huasi's already dropped down to the dungeons. Oh, sorry, the basement. So quite the interesting play here, because usually they opt to go up to 2nd floor. This could buy some time for the survivors to work on some ciphers here, and I love the hiding strat.
I love it too. Yeah, that's always my first choice, right? Hide, and when you can't hide, it's okay. Get 1 hit, then you start hiding.
Oh no!
Oh no! Melody, check the locker. Oh no! Bye, goodbye. I'm gonna jet away. No,
he's in the corner. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Nell.
It's like help me. I don't want to go. If it fails, right? I think MRC is gonna be like, yeah, just sell him.
And hey, Huasi is the person that has been 2nd place or 1st place when it comes to escape rate, right? So the fact that unfortunately he tried going for a risky play here is gonna hopefully pay off, because now he's transitioning away. Miko Melody through the pallet with the terror shock.
Yeah, putting himself in a pretty tight corner there, right? Putting the pallets is gonna spell certain doom. It's not a really strong pallet position here, but hey, he's gonna be able to down Huasi without even using the blink. So that's gonna be something good. Love Left is already in vicinity. He's gonna try and pocket pretty early. I mean, it's pretty respectable, right? The height didn't go as long as hoped, but against an opera singer, I think it's pretty respectable. That's a 2.5 side first time bot. Love Left, gonna get hit, gonna make that rescue, but right now, getting out of this vicinity is going to be a problem.
Oh, tried to go for a double down, but he actually got confused. Okay, so Now Huasi able to actually move on along here away from the shore area. Note that the blink is online, able to actually get it for the last effort to pop. So yeah, Miko Melody doing a great job staying away from the range of that pocket watch, just so the hypnotize won't be in his effect. But Nell, Cypher progress is looking kind of okay. They haven't touched their last Cypher yet, but it's okay because Aeroplanist has a rebound kite left.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, Xiaodi has a tight turner to work with. You can see he's already in position to try and go for the rescue. Well, maybe with one bomb, they'll be able to help bring him closer, right, to the chair. And not to mention, Huasi still has a jetpack to work with. So they gotta make this rescue happen because there's no 5th Cypher yet.
Wow. Getting the silence is really big. So Huasi is gonna use the vault here just to establish that Windows speed boost, but like you said, he does have a jetpack to work with.
Let's go. He can use the jetpack to transition to the shack, actually. He's not using it. He should transition to the shack. That's such a strong kiting area. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He's tried his best. And quite honestly, if MRC can get a draw here, it's still okay, I guess.
Yeah, true. So Miko Melody has to be careful. He's got a chair right away and move on to the next Cypher here. Trump card is still, I mean, it can be used. I think, yeah, because Blink has already been expended early on. Let's see, is he going to chase Xiaodi? Xiaodi is injured. So
he is, but that's an acrobat you're talking about. Still has 2 bombs to work with. This is a pretty strong area to kite.
Wow!
And using that bomb, gonna rotate.
Oh my!
Again! Oh no! The terror shock! What a play by Melody right there. Xiaodi's like, really now? Yeah, but it's okay, right? Because he still has a bomb to work with and a pallet that's also important. So right now the Cyphers is already at 75%. It's super fine because Novelist has a flywheel to work with, but he has to be really careful though, because when the Cypher pops, Nanako does not have borrowed time.
Yeah, at least he's at full health, right? So he can actually eat a hit, and the overextension here might... is he actually gonna go a little too far? This is gonna allow the Novelist to cover some ground for the rescue. Miko Melody might actually leave it up to backdoor rescue. Oh my god, they get the rescue without Miko Melody actually knowing about it. Now borrowed time on the first off... on Acrobat could be in effect. Wow.
What a play. And he's forcing, like, Nanako's opening the gate as we're speaking, right? Because he knows he wants to get Xiaodi no matter what. He can go for a tie at this point. I think Melody is pretty much just setting himself up for a tie. Xiaodi still has 1 white bomb to work with, but Melody also has a blink to work with. So honestly, I feel like here, the terror shock coming in, it's not gonna matter. He knows that the both gates should be open. Teleporting just to check. And once he realizes the gate's open, he's just gonna go back. Chair and get that 2-man. That's the game plan now, I guess.
True. I have to say, a tie game is still all good, and we might be staring at our first overtime of the day, folks. So, gotta give it up to MRC survivors. They drafted really well. They saved a lot of the good survivors towards this last game, or potential last game. But I would say if that Aeroplanist did move to Shack early on, maybe it could have extended it, because his blink was on cooldown, so that could have lasted him a little longer if he was in Shack.
Yeah, I feel like if he actually made a dash towards where the shack is, he could definitely make it. Instead of just like trying to rotate around a little bit, play around the edges a little bit. If he just straight up went for it, he could have made it. Because remember, Melody mistaken the first officer as Huasi, right? So that could have definitely bought him time there. But it's okay. I mean, they still get a draw in this big map. But here comes the crucial question, Poch. Is this draw going to be enough for MRC? Because this map is super bad for XC.
Yeah.
He cannot play he cannot play the Disciple here. And quite honestly, this map is just too big for Dream Witch.
Yeah, and you have to be like a super specialist like Miko Melody to have it respect banned. And if you think about the draft, there's no more S tier and A tier hunters available for XC, so he's gonna have to be forced to play an Ann. But Ann plays to a tie. What else could you play out here? I mean, you can play Opera Singer, but I'm pretty sure
Zeta is
get
just
banned.
gonna ban
Yeah.
out. Yeah, because he knows that, oh, we'll just leave the Dream Wish open for you. It's fine. Here, we can just draft towards countering a Dream Witch. And if you're going to force a Dream Witch or a Disciple, it's totally fine. We can take into consideration, we can have an Embalmer, we can have a Patient, we can have those counter picks coming in. But the score is pretty close, and it's a tie after all. So if XC still manages to get a draw, it's gonna be an overtime.
Overtime, and then we have to ask you the quiz on how we're gonna rank this overtime, guys.
Exactly. 6 steps. Remember.
Where's Caro? Where's Caro? I hope.
Caro, exam time. Don't skip the exam. Yeah. You're gonna. But you know, it's 6 steps, and we're gonna guide you through it. We're gonna guide you through.
We got
Don't
you.
worry.
We got you, guys. Don't worry. It's okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be something like, you know, it starts with a letter.
What are the objectives called? Ciphers. Okay, so we're
so what's the percentage thing? Yeah. I think we will make great teachers, you know, because we don't. Yeah,
we'll
don't
have a
get
little
mad.
too much fun in class.
Yeah, because we don't get mad easily, and we're always cracking jokes. I think the kids will love us.
I don't know if I'll be able to impart knowledge. So if I'm able to impart a little bit of knowledge and be entertaining at the same time, I think I've done my job as a commentator. Yeah.
Exactly. But XC right here, he's definitely trying to manifest that power, right? In order to win it here and now. Because the longer it drags on, I mean, XC, you're gonna have so many characters banned out. You gotta wonder what he'll be able to play that's gonna effectively win MRC this game.
True. Man, this is tough. I just want to see also the globally banned survivors as well, and see if it can counter, like you said, the Dream Witch or the Anne he might potentially bring out, or if he has any other surprise picks in this map, maybe like a Gamekeeper or a Bloody Queen.
Bloody Queen, yeah. I mean, a proficient Bloody Queen would be really good too. And that's the beauty of Identity 5, right? Competitive scene. You ban this out, but then hey, you're expecting a Dream Wish from Xiao Cheng. You're expecting a Disciple, but hey, hello, there's the Bloody Queen that comes into factor. There's Wu Chang. There's Joseph.
Teleport Wu Chang. Let's go.
Chang. Yeah. Teleport Joseph. Let's go.
Patroller Joseph. Listen, Joseph. Sorry.
Listen, Joseph. Yeah. Listen.
How would you rework listen?
Listen. If you move, I'll be able to teleport to where you are.
Wow.
I mean, it's good enough, right? Like, cause you listen, and if you catch any survivor off guard, that would be the key to teleporting the survivors. But if the survivors don't move at all, then it counters your listen. So it's a fair trade, right?
What if everyone moves? Where are you gonna teleport to?
You get to choose.
Wow.
The closest one.
So you get to see the silhouette of the survivor, and then you get to choose, or you just see where they are, like a mark, and then you teleport.
A mark to teleport straight away. Actually, you know what? That's kind of silly because that would be too overpowered. Listen. Maybe
how do we rework listen?
Okay, when you're in the vicinity and you click on listen, it's gonna force survivors like Caro to move towards you and sit down and actually listen to you.
Hey, listen, guys. This is how we're gonna fix tiebreakers, okay?
Exactly. Yeah. But honestly, a little bit of skill like the shadow, like Ivy, that would be pretty cool. But then that would mean Ivy's like, oh god, why are you using my skill, right? I think forcing survivors to continuously prompt, like spawning crows, would that be good? Like we use listen, then the crows will start activating for 3 seconds, revealing survivors.
That's it could be. Yeah,
that's okay, right? Because it's like a
true.
seer skill. Like
true.
The survivor has a seer skill. Give the hunter a seer skill.
One thing I would rework and listen is for the hunter to be able to still move, or at least maybe have a movement speed while he listens.
He moves faster because he listens.
He moves faster, and maybe like a stock thing. Like he moves faster and his red light disappears.
Right. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of reworking listen, why not introduce a skill to replace it, which is called removes your presence altogether. Like no heartbeat at all. That would be super scary.
That's
remove
scary.
the red light, remove the heartbeat.
Oh my gosh! Then all of a sudden you see a dream image.
All of a sudden you see a Joseph. What? There's no mirror world here.
Yeah,
That'll
that's
be
pretty
really
scary.
good actually.
Yeah.
That'll be really good actually.
Imagine like someone like a short king like Axe Boy just sneaking up on you because you're always looking like, okay, these hunters are pretty tall. Then all of a sudden you see an Axe Boy flame, boom, flame snipe.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually pretty good. Like you just remove the presence, like maybe like hunter instinct or something. What could we call it? Like
rest in peace. No, I'm trying to think of a cool name, like isolation,
or maybe like a stalking
mode.
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
something like
That's
that.
good. Yeah, that's
Or
pretty good.
obsessed, because I know there's like a
Obsessed.
persona obsession trait, like there could be that, so maybe it could be a play on to that, because I think that would play on to the scary and the horror aspect of the game, right? Of just like, oh, you don't even know where the hunter's at, you have no heartbeat.
Yeah. Or a skill that forces you to actually sit down and listen to study.
Oh, chat lost you again. You're like, oh wait, he's cooking. But
He's
then no.
cooking. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, I was kind of bummed that there was actually a skill before this. I don't know if you guys know about this, but
Was
I
this
made
in
a
the test
video-
server?
It was in the test server. I made a video about it where it was actually before Warp Gate was introduced. There's actually a skill that was considered, a trait that was considered where it activates a bubble. The hunter activates a bubble. And if you get further away from the area, it's like a cage, right? You get away from the area, you get stunned.
That was
So it's like
what was it?
creating a
What was it
proximity.
called again?
I can't
it's-
remember.
It was
I
like
can't
like a fog, right? Or like a
it was like a fog. It was like a proximity kind of thing, like
kind of like in a battle royale, like just like you have to stay within the hunter radius. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool actually, because that will help a lot of hunters out, especially like Leo, for example, because Leo would benefit so much from that. But yeah, they decided with Warp Gate, so I guess movement is still better.
So yeah, I think if ever they rework Listen or just add that new skill, you could buff the movement. But yeah, I think with Listen, just make them move faster. At least I know Listen would be like the first trait for newbies, and it does help out. So at least if you listen, don't make them slow down. Just at least make them move a little faster. If they're gonna rework Listen, and I think that'll be more. I mean, it's not gonna be viable competition because like if you're competitive, you really know where everyone's at. But it'll definitely help like casual play and like newbies as well.
Yeah, rework it instead of calling it Listen. Change
pay
it to
attention.
Pay attention. Call it to smoldering. The smoldering.
The smolder.
Like Peter. The smolder. Like, what's your strength? I can smolder. Yeah, exactly. But now they're finally getting into the band picks phase. Again, you can see XC trying to telepathically tell me something.
Wouldn't it be cool if like there would be a trait that if you're in the red light of the hunter, you get stunned? If like you're staying in the red light for a long time, like he activates
that's so OP.
it, right?
That's so
Wouldn't that be cool?
That's so OP, and that's like Hullabaloo. And if Hullabaloo takes that trait, that's like, God, you're gonna get stunned and you're gonna get silenced. That's too OP. That's too OP. Honestly,
Because like the red mark, like technically like the red vision is also like an indication where the hunter's at, so it keeps you like away. So again, just
cool.
throwing ideas
That'd
out
be
there.
cool.
Throwing ideas out there.
Yeah. Speaking of more ideas, we're waiting for the survivors, right? I really like the idea of dishwasher. So the dishwasher.
No, that's our $1 million idea. Don't let it out yet.
And the name of the survivor would be Carol.
Wow.
Whoops. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Carol. But dishwasher, the special power, activate. You throw dishes to the hunter.
Elang, yes, this is still a draw streak right now.
It is.
So it's either XC to break it to 3-1, or the survivors of Zeta to break it 3-1, or 4K or 4-man elimination. But this is very much in tune with might be going overtime if ever.
It does. But hey, let's see the appearance of Weeping Clown. Let's go. Weeping Clown is so underrated, right? It's actually so good in providing assistance. It's like my favorite kind of Uber in IDV.
Uber shit.
Like, yeah, it's like, do you want to get on board? You don't have any money? It's fine. I'll take you anyway. You know,
just 5 stars, please.
Just 5 stars. Yeah, I expect a 5-star, son. I expect a 5-star, son. Which hand? Which hand? which hand? I mean, which is your dominant hand? If you get the equalizer.
That's actually a movie I haven't seen in a while.
Leave me a 5-star. but yeah, I mean, I love Weeping Clown simply because he can stun the hunter. He can bring the survivors along for a ride, and not to mention with a click, he can propel himself a little bit further forward, right? So that can escape some projectiles if possible. So that's a really good character to have. But at the same time, kind of worried, like, what can XC play here? I mean, is he gonna commit to Dream Witch? They're leaving it up open for him.
Yeah, that could be something. Or Night Watch. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Night Watch. Yeah, that's pretty good too.
Man, I'm always gonna bring up that Night Watch meta was just so short-lived, and then all of a sudden it's like, Night Watch, never heard of him. We go to the next character. I think it was the most prevalent we saw in Night Watch was IVC 2023 when Kugo was able to 4K with Night Watch in hospital. That was actually really insane.
Yeah, it is. Or he could go with the Clown.
That's true. Clown in Lakeside. We've been seeing a lot of that. But exactly, get the parts, be able to dash around. But does XC, is he gonna bank on the Clown, or man? I'm thinking also maybe the play for XC is to tie it out, go to overtime so they have map advantage, and then you can play to XC's strengths.
Unless
I'm listening.
If he gets an amazing start, so he doesn't really need to play for a tie. And I think with a Clown you can do exactly that.
Ooh,
right? You know what I mean? Because they're trying to do the mobility strat. Like, you can see Aeroplanist, you can see Mercenary, you can see Weeping Clown. With a Clown with a smiley face, you can catch up to all of these characters. It negates their movement, right? But I guess XC is just gonna go with the Dream Witch here. So I guess that works too, because they don't really have any healings going on. There's no psychologist as well, so it's safe to play this.
Yeah, I think they just have to rely on their knowledge of how to kite out Dream Witches. The fact that they don't have healing plays heavily into how they're going to play out the late game. So I think that XC might bank on just trying to get the victory here and now for his team. But we just have to wait and see, because like you said, Nell, this is a big map. And it's going to be hard to get your followers or your main body all in one area, or at least to chase down a couple of survivors here, because they just separate and just go for corner areas of this map. But it seems like who's
still considering? Actually, Novelist was overlapped. Yeah. Okay.
No big boat. Okay.
Well, let's see. Novelist wants to be the first chase, I guess. I mean, in the house, that's okay. But I hope that ZETA does not regret the decision of letting XC play Dream Witch, because it's a big map, but it is a character that XC is comfortable playing, right?
For sure.
I think being comfortable is more important at this point for XC, because he wasn't comfortable with the goat.
Yeah, right? That's true. Good point. Let's hope they don't regret this, because we're gonna see Blink. Okay, not going for the patroller build, so kind of going aggressive with the on start. So I like it, catching them off guard. But they do have 3 tide turners, and not a semi-kiting build on Dolisu, but borrowed time on everyone, folks. So that's Nelomelo. I'm PotchSpice. We are commentators for this round 3 second half of MRC versus ZETA.
Alrighty, Tomi making her appearance in this map, trying to go to where Dolisu is at the shack. And with the blink, you can expect a super aggressive play just to try and close distance. Dolisu is going to be Leech XC. He knows what he's doing, right? He's just leeching first, and it's fine because Dolisu's going to be exiting that area because of the leech. And now with this hit, wait a minute, what's going on? Yeah,
the switch up, the stun, and Dolisu going back to the palleted areas next to the shack. Again, he kind of brought a semi-kiting build, but he's already used his window boost. So he's going to have to keep kiting for as long as he can. If he's able to prolong this kite and force out the blink, wow, just waiting behind the shack, but now able to force out a leech follower. So good start for Dolisu. He's going to have to force the main body to leech him once again.
Yeah, the moment that they realize he doesn't have patroller, I think that's gonna be pretty easy to kite. Like they're like, oh yeah, there's no patroller. It's definitely a blink. Let's just make distance. That's gonna be a problem, right? Because now look at ZETA. They're just making distance. It's okay. Once the leeches closes in, it's fine. Then we'll circle back and have the pallets ready for then. So you can see that Dolisu's buying so much time. It's not particularly like the best kite. Like he's not really doing, it's just the understanding of the game. It's like, okay, he's here, I'm just gonna go here. And like he burned enough time. Look at that. She's almost done.
And I'm sure that ZETA, like you pointed out, do have an inkling that there's no patroller but a blink, because he was able to use the patroller to stop that ciphers from like priming. But we do have 2 already done and 1 at 64. Shinami's already here. Gonna use the elbow pad just to create a bit of distance here. We only have 1 leech follower on the map and a main follower, so Shinami gonna have to eat that hit, and now the rescue happens, and the last effort pops as well.
Wow, and he can use this to catch Shinami off guard too. This is where he can make good use of the blink, but the dash is gonna happen. But fortunately, it's the leech that's gonna be executed as well. All of a sudden, ZETA's Cypher just stops.
Halted. Yeah, we're still stuck at 64%. I think we did see... Oh, they're moving the leech.
Weeping Cloud, are you gonna try it? Are you gonna try it?
Let's see. Hametu is in the area. XE realizing this. It's like, oh yeah, there's a dangerous threat here. Let me chase him out first before I go for a chair. Hametu will have to go for a rescue. They do have tide turners to cycle around, and Novelist, being the kiter of this team, is so close to building a book.
It is. But at the same time, you gotta be really scared of what's going on here, because the third cipher is being controlled by XE at the moment, and right now they gotta waste. Look at how much distance you gotta cover. Look at everyone; they're spread out. That's good, but when it comes to rescuing and doing the ciphers, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, so it seems like Kazuneko using the jetpacks just for him to close the distance here before the expiry of Dolisu. Goes for the save, and now Dolisu has to be very careful in this shack area. He's already built up a book, and this provides him a little bit of time. If he's just stuck in this area, the blink could happen. No, just gonna break that pallet right away just so he doesn't have to deal with that mind game.
Yeah, he probably knows, right? He probably knows that that's what's up. But now, oh wait, he's gonna do the switcheroo. He's gonna buy time, but he has a blink to work with. Let's see if he's gonna use it. He's gonna use it.
Forced it out, which is good, and it's also on the follower of Dolisu, so he's gonna, well, he doesn't actually need to have it anymore because it's gonna get eliminated. But like you said, it allows them to actually pop this 70% cipher, and now they're gonna have the one last cipher to worry about.
Yeah. They're already working on the 6th cipher as well, and the 7th cipher. They know that in order to counter Dreamwitch at the late game, they gotta have 2 ciphers ready. And Shinami is gonna be the one to take that kite. But XE is gonna leech Shinami, and this is where things get super interesting. Because 1 hit is all he needs. If Shinami goes down, then XE is free to pressure the remaining, one of the 2 remaining ciphers.
True. So Shinami has to have a really good kite here towards the late game. Ciphers are moving, but not as fast as you wanted. And unfortunately, Shinami does fall. At least he falls to a leech follower. Now XE has to be able to rotate his main body just to leech Mercenary. So Hametu's here, but he has a tide turner as well. So they're playing this really well, because that last cipher looks like it's about to be primed now.
It's about to be prime, and Hametu, not to mention, he's still not giving up. He's still trying to use the rocket. Boom. Oh my god, the rocket launcher out of nowhere. XC is prepared for that, but so is Zeta. Look, the Cypher is almost primed.
Oh, okay. XE definitely had to do that pickup right then and there because the Cypher is already primed. Hametu.
Hit first?
Yeah.
Maybe hit first? Oh. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And
hit.
He lost.
He did.
He lost.
Oh my god, he was able to actually go for the instant rescue and now pulling distance. Mercenary does have an anti-curse, so it could potentially be a 3-survivor endgame here. They're going to force out a borrowed time recovery from the survivors.
If he can hit Shinami here without using the blink, that would be good as well.
Right.
Simply because he still has trump card to work with late game, right? So a teleport into a leech into a teleport, that can work late game too. But now with the perfume, he's like, when did this mercenary?
It's
perfume.
the effect.
That's the effect. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, but now he's just buying time. He's like, I want to get that down without expanding my blink, and try and get more leeches up, because right now only one leech is up. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what's really tough. So yeah, he's trying to get the hit on the main follower, so at least he has the leech just in case. But at this point, it's kind of like a stalemate until the main body kind of moves. So they're not going to force the last Cypher just yet until we see a hit on Shinami, able to get that hit, not going for the pop just yet. Oh, they go for it already, just as he pulls distance. At least he was able to hit with the main body.
Exactly. He needs to get this down as soon as possible, get Shinami down as soon as possible, and then go with a teleport. Honestly, XC can just go for the teleport here if he really wants to aim. But I feel like he's just, considering how bad Dream Witch is in this map, I think it's okay. He just wants to get that draw, but no! Shinami? Yeah. Wait a minute. This is not going to happen, right? I think that's safe. Zeta also wants this draw.
Yeah, they do. Oh my god, the blink though, and now just going for the teleport to the main body, but the exit gate is already open. Kazuneko, Hametu able to make the escape happen. Shinami being the sacrificial lamb. And there you have it. Overtime once again. Get your pencils out, folks, because we got ourselves a bit of a pop quiz.
Exactly.
How is this tie going to be determined?
Yeah, exactly. How is it going to be determined? And we're going to have our first lucky viewer to answer the question. I'll let you guess. It starts with a C.
Ends with an arrow.
Ends with an O.
Sounds like arrow.
First lucky viewer to answer.
But we're not that cruel. We'll let you know that we're going to play a tie game. And it's going to obviously be determined by points first. Second, it's going to be what's that? Escape times if it's a tie.
Escape time. Exactly.
Yeah. And then with the group stage standings, we'll let Chocho and Eli explain that because we've already hammered that point home already.
Exactly. When we're not the Mets guy anyway, so.
True.
But ultimately, oh my, what a neck and neck game. Zeta and MRC refusing to go down to the other, right? So intense game. That's great, and we're not going to be seeing a BO3 because we're going to see a BO3 over time. So
yes,
ultimately I wouldn't even be surprised. And Poch, you were just telling me how crazy it was yesterday, how RD won with just a 1 second difference.
1 second. And RD is the underdog up against ACT, and the fact that they were able to win that with 1 second. I think even Eli and Chocho were lost for words. It's like, oh my gosh. It's like, who won? Who won that one?
Who won? I don't know. Based on my Ultra Instinct, that's RD with 0.5 seconds. I don't know. But yeah, I know. It's just so rare. I think they should go into like a IDV book of records or something. Like for the most closest game ever.
Yeah, COA Hall of Fame there with how well RD was able to play that one out. It was really good. So going into overtime, at least MRC has map advantage, but we're still kind of neck and neck here with the Hunters giving themselves at least a 5-point game, but everything else was 2-2 all throughout.
Exactly. Neck and neck, right? Just when we thought that MRC has Zeta figured out, Zeta just readapt and just came back out and be like, you think you countered us? No, we know exactly. We know that you know
that we
about
know
our weakness,
but we hear from the back that they know that the highlight
That
is
we
ready.
know.
So we know that we have to cut to highlights. So let's cut to highlights. Thank you, Remy. All right, see you after this highlights. Okay.
And we know.
闪现，闪现，
等一下，
死了死了，够了够了，我
拼了，我拼了。
可以可以可以。
あ、ごめん、みんなかかってない。3番白いっちゃっていいよ。これで開けるわ。これで俺届かないでしょ、これ。届かないだろ。
All right, and we know that we're back from the highlights because you know that we're here, and you know all of it because we know that we told you. So you know.
You know? Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
So, yeah, exactly. So
it's very
Doctor
meta
of
because
philosophy. Let's go.
If we think, therefore we are. Or I am, or whatever. Yes.
That's
so,
the next level.
First time overtime for me and Nell here in the group stage, and I think it's very poetic that it is happening at the later portions of the group stage because they're really fighting neck and neck. And it's not like, one's going to get eliminated. No, it's fighting for first place or fighting for a better seed into the playoffs. So that's how you know these two teams really want it. So we were just talking a little bit in that quick highlight that this is the closest game that we've ever seen here. So we might see the record might be beat. Instead of 1 second, it was just a millisecond that this team was able to win as the escape time happened.
Yeah, hopefully we might not see a second occurrence of this happening between MRC and ZETA because that would be super hard to calculate in the end, right? But
yeah,
shout out to Rennie as well. Rennie, how you doing? And I see Hanako as well. I haven't given Hanako and Chu a shout out for the longest time.
Go for it.
Sublime as well. Happy Eyes. So happy that you are still here.
Yes.
And super unfortunate that I had to see your message while I'm giving a shout out.
She turned into the aeroplanist, so she starts
exactly. Yeah, the triple.
Yeah, triple.
Propel. Yeah. I hope that you're using clean energy while you're.
Yes.
But yeah, it's definitely a really great COA this year around, and just quoting Salty Sugi as well. Everyone's just so strong, fighting so hard. That's true. Everyone's just fighting so hard, considering how hard even the teams from NAEU is fighting so hard. Rivals, Omni, even C as well, Sky, FT. They upgrade, right? You guys, if you guys have been here since day number 1, you can tell that even the C representatives, the NAEU representatives, they've leveled up. So I think it's only fair that even the Chinese mainland teams and Japanese teams, they also find that fire. Like,
of course,
oh my God, these guys are catching up. These guys are catching up. These guys are like Leah that's yanking onto our jackets. They're closing the gap. So they definitely are more fired up to do more than what they've been doing.
Yeah, what was that saying? A rising tide raises all boats. So, you know, the competition or Call of the Abyss every year keeps leveling up I would say the requirement or the meta. And this just shows that semi-pro teams could even take victories out of pro teams out there. And I think that's one of the beauties or the awesome things about Call of the Abyss is because it gives chances, even like the qualifiers for IVL and IJL, that they get not semi-professional teams to actually participate in the qualifiers. So it really just gives chances to folks that are gifted in the game, that want to be able to showcase their skills. And but right now we are seeing one IJL team and one IVL team. So this is kind of a showcase of like the best of the best going at it.
You know what I would think about gifted players? Like if they can play forward with their toes.
You know, I think that are gifted players.
Yeah.
Hunters that are able to get wanted order on the on the Explorer. Yeah, that's a gifted player.
Yeah, I think we need help naming that that incident. Maybe we should just call it the Chocho's mark.
The Chocho's curse. Oh,
Triple C,
wow.
Chocho's curse.
Triple C, ouch.
Triple C, because that's triple wanted order onto Kurt.
Oh, wow. Okay, chat. Once Chocho is on stream, let her know that.
Chocho's curse.
Yeah, the triple C. You definitely don't want that. So if any team out there is gonna have a match and want to explore, maybe ask, hey, can I see the caster schedule? Oh, Chocho's commentating our match.
Here.
Can we swap out? That'd be Kuro. Like
that'd be Kuro. Yeah, exactly.
We'll bring Sculptor. Don't worry. Kuro has not commentated a Sculptor match just yet, and he's wanted to do that for the longest time. I don't think he's even commentated a Weibo. Oh, he will tomorrow. Oh, wait,
tomorrow. I think so.
No, we'll be covering the Weibo gaming match because he wants to cover a Perseka match, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So sorry, Kuro.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of triple C, we know that Carol shares the same letter as well. So yeah. XC also shares the same C. So consider him part of the gang, the C gang, the curse gang.
Well, he definitely wants to have that triple C on one of these characters, especially if they end up hiding. But we still have to wait and see what map we're gonna be at, because that could be. We didn't see arms yet. We didn't see. I'm trying to think of maps that Kurt could do well in.
He can do well in whatever map Chocho says. I mean, you gotta, I mean, we have a whole incident named after her, so it's only fair she gets to dictate the map. But I would like to see a Moonlit River Park, honestly. That's a super big map, and there's the roller coaster factor. Not to mention, Kurt can find a few good hiding places around. Super big. Probably can find some spots here and there, left and right. Or I don't know. I feel like Explorer this late into the game might not be really suitable.
Yeah.
And, I find it amusing that they haven't resorted to using Embalmer yet.
I know. Will they use it now? Because a tie isn't that good if they tie this game out, because they want they want either a Hunter win or Survivor win. So yeah, maybe they won't result. I wouldn't want to see an Embalmer now, because I really want to see what the Survivors have left to offer when it comes to the drafting. What's up?
No, I'm just seeing Carol saying, oh, her last name is Castillo, so it's Carol Castillo
Curse
Chocho Curse.
Curse.
The 5 C's. The 5 C's.
Shout outs to Caro, shout outs to everyone in chat.
Exactly.
Yeah, show some love also to, I believe, it is going to be Eli and Chocho that will be taking over in the second half of the day. But this is still the first match, folks. We're running about to be 3 hours on stream here now.
Yeah, 3 hours in, and we're still in the first game. So we're definitely going to have a really long day. But it's totally fine because it is the weekends. You know what I enjoy about weekends?
Tell me, what do you enjoy about the weekends?
Is getting to cast Identity 5.
Yes, sir. And overtime as well. So I think this is, I mean, I'd rather have overtime on weekends because it's double. I'm kidding. It's not double pay. Because weekdays, we do have other stuff going on. But yeah, I think this is the perfect time. If we were ever going to have overtime, I'm glad that it was now. And it's with these two teams.
Exactly. And on Easter Sunday, we get overtime. And God bless. God bless those days.
God bless. God bless.
Exactly. And they definitely need the blessings here as well, because ZETA and MRC has been neck and neck. So I think like the factor that can separate them at this point is not only just the passion, the determination, but a little bit of luck as well, because they kind of need a little bit of luck going into the games, because getting found out first, the hiding requires luck.
Yeah.
Rotations require luck too. Like, oh no, the hunter has spotted me on this path. What am I gonna do?
I asked this to Chocho last night. I want to ask you now.
Okay.
What would you consider your luck? Like your luck stat? Do you think you're really lucky or like moderately lucky?
I feel like I'm not a really lucky person.
So if we buy like if we have a raffle, you don't think you'd win that raffle?
I don't. I've given up on relying on raffles and opportunity. As a matter of fact, I believe in determination, passion, and grabbing opportunity as it presents. Just be ready for opportunity when it presents itself. Because I have to tell you, I mean, 90% of the time, I don't wait for things to happen. I don't wait for handouts. I fight for them.
He doesn't wait for the raffle. He makes the raffle.
He makes the raffle line. Nice one. Nice one. You know what else is nice?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Red Church. So if just a girl is here, if 487 is here.
Oh, it's not
you
here.
know what's up.
And Runaway 487, not Runaway Bride. It's the bride running after 487. We will see Wolves, I think, tomorrow, I believe. But yeah, Red Church. Anyway, the reason I asked about the luck stat is because, like, sometimes, especially with the RNG in the game, some hunters are just that lucky that, like, oh, wanted order is here. Oh, it's that there was a bad RNG when it came to it's that opening the toolbox. Oh, the tram was here when it was supposed to be there.
Yeah.
So
the draw stages too, right? Like just being placed in this group, that's also luck.
Oh, that's
you can
true.
Be placed
That's
in a
so
super
true.
hard turn.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to consider myself not lucky but blessed. You know, like the word we're casting
blessed.
together. Hashtag blessed in chat. Yeah. You know, because like luck, it's I consider those like blessings because at least you could be a little more grateful. Because luck, it kind of takes stuff out of your hands, which I get, and I know you feel that way too. That you want to make things happen instead of just rely on just plain luck.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta be ready for it, right? When the luck presents itself to you.
Just like when you see the Kurt getting wanted order, I need to be ready for that.
I need to be ready for that. I need to be ready with my teleport. I gotta be ready with my mirror. You
Exactly.
know, like,
Oh my god.
But that's honestly really bad luck to have triple wanted order.
Yeah.
That's the CCC. But
I hope
unwanted
Soba went
order.
to like a shaman or like bought like a 4-leaf clover or something to the next one,
Yeah,
because
it's
that's
like-
some bad juju on his side.
Nande, you know, like why?
Yeah.
Every single time wanted order is in, I can imagine why. Why is this happening?
Katura in chat says, Exy, please do well. I'm so tired. I can imagine also Exy being very tired too because of it's overtime. I know they're the first match of the day, but you got to imagine like the pressure that's on his side. So hopefully Katura Exy will be fighting here because they might actually be going for some team fights here because a coordinator gets picked up now.
It's a small map. They can afford team fights if they want to. And honestly, it's very fortunate that they don't have Antiquarian anymore. Otherwise, that's going to be a really strong character here too, right? But having a coordinator at this late stage, that's going to be super important. And Xy's like, what can I do against this in this situation? If he goes for the Disciple, rest assured, that flare gun's going to hit you as soon as you jump, right? But I really want to see more characters, like, especially because this is Red Church, right? I want to see more characters like the Batter, for example.
Oh, yeah, especially in the shack area.
Yeah,
That's going to be so good.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for the tried and tested. I mean, I don't blame them because this is what they've practiced. But a batter specialist, or even a cowboy specialist here, that would make things super interesting.
Can we get some howdies in the chat for Cowboy Kevin? Which unfortunately I have not witnessed. I don't think. Have you seen a cowboy this
Not
entire
really.
group stage? Yeah, it's quite unfortunate.
Yeah,
How do we rework Cowboy? Tell me how we rework Cowboy.
they've already reworked it, but I mean, honestly,
How about this? How about this? This is gonna be a fun rework. When he
Okay.
lassos someone, and he actually lassos the item too, so he keeps the item that they have.
What?
He pickpockets the item. Give me your gun, Tracy. I got you. And then he shoots
I got you. Yeah,
But that'll
would
be a
super
troll
cool.
survivor though.
It is. And I think the reason why they don't really want to go for the cowboy is because it's a lot of junk and pawn and luck as well.
Yeah, true,
because it's like in this angle, why is this lasso not working? And they need something that's 100%.
Yeah.
That's the reason why. But just looking at XC itself, he's migrated from putting his hands together and communicating secretly to me into just playing with his fingernails. So he's definitely feeling more comfortable as time goes by. I mean, it would be amazing to play a Disciple here. I mean, he's gotten rid of the Prospector. So I guess that's okay for him.
For now, so at least to avoid more team fights, because we know Kazuneko is really good on that Prospector. And I mean, even getting rid of the forward, I think, is more of like a respect ban. Because coordinator one shot, that's all you got to deal with. But the timeliness of that shot could be very interesting.
Yeah, and I made a and I made a little bit of song there for what they're gonna face in the form of Disciple.
What's
One
the song?
shot, it's all it takes. You know that song?
Yeah, Dua Lipa? Or
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were gonna
One
go
shot
Hamilton.
is all it takes. Oh no.
It's all it takes. They're falling in love with me. Yeah.
Down
I
for
didn't know
that.
you're a fan of. I didn't know you're a fan of Dua Lipa.
Yeah, just a few of her songs, honestly. But you know, it just comes to mind when it comes to One Shot and all. But here, XC, you gotta wonder, like, if any of these pro players, they listen to a specific set of songs when playing Hunters, because that'll be sick, right? Like the jump, like, boom, boom, boom. Then the jump goes in.
I talked to a bunch of other esports players here in the Philippines. They like listening to like songs to pump them up. One person listens to anime intros.
Anime intros,
yeah, like the Naruto intro, or exactly, or the Jujutsu Kaisen intro, just to get in, or the Chainsaw Man intro, just so like he'll get like in the mood to like compete. So I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I see. As long as they don't listen to lullabies, I think they would do pretty
I'm
good.
sure, yeah. Imagine if you come into competition so sleepy. So hopefully they listen to something that
New
excites
Hunter.
them, or like makes them, motivates them.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. New Hunter concept. We're gonna talk about that later.
The sleepy,
That's gonna be the sleepwalker.
Whoa! Makes everyone sleepy. Oh,
I
interesting.
know. In the radius, then they just fall asleep. You get hit, you wake up, then you run away. But honestly, we are going to have to see what this is going to be like, because right now there's going to be three survivors with borrowed time. Only Florian does not have borrowed time, but it's going to be XC with the 3-6 warp gate. So let's see what this is going to end up being like, because right now that's going to be overtime with me, Nello, and Poch Spice.
All right, folks. XC not wasting any time, going for the cat leaps already, heading straight towards Dolisu, the fire investigator that did spawn in this location. Man, if this was a batter, it would be so crazy. But we do have a fire investigator here, and this fire investigator already, you know, trying to cut line of sight, but XC's jumps could be on point here. Have to be very careful getting the leap down, but nice block onto this. Oh, he's gonna be forced to actually hit the balloon.
What a block coming in by Dolisu. Coming in, let's go. And not to mention that block was very, very good, right? Just forcing that cat to be non-existent anymore. Oh, and missing this cat, that's huge.
Yeah.
This is huge, but Dolisu has to put that pallet down, and the leap's gonna help him. But fortunately, oh no! The cat has not expired. It's just a second too late.
Yeah, so it's quite unfortunate rerouting there. He doesn't have first skill unlocked just yet, so he can wait for the cat cooldown to happen, but no more balloons for him to work with. So he's going to drop down another cat. He's going to try and jump straight towards Dolisu, waiting for the right time, jumping through the corner, and that is a downed Florian. But Nell, Cypher progress looks really good.
I know. That's the first thing I noticed. Less than 1.5 minutes and 3 ciphers almost done. That's how I want my ranked games to go like.
Oh, if only all ranked games, or all of the ranked games we participated.
XC's missing a lot. XC's missing the second cat of the game. Oh god, Kazuneko's gonna come in. Has to be really careful not to get hit. The cat's coming back in.
Oh, able to get the rescue at least, and Kazuneko actually getting the double down. Oh no, Dolisu, this isn't the best mid game for the survivors. Dolisu needs to survive as long as he can. Shinami is here for the gun.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, one shot. That's what you want. Because the moment Kazuneko gets hit, right, has no choice. He has to make sure that Dolisu kites a little bit longer, right? But with the warp, that's gonna be a non-factor as well, because he'll be able to catch up to Dolisu so early on. Dolisu just a little bit bored. The flywheel put it down.
Oh, able to drop it down, but unfortunately he already spent the flywheel, so the double down is gonna happen. Luckily, Psychologist and Coordinator is still okay, but this is going to take away from Cypher decoding. So I think Aeroplanist will have to self-heal, and we might see Psychologist go for that whistle as they try to attempt this rescue attempt.
I mean, it's still pretty good because the 4th cipher is almost done. The 5th cipher is getting worked on, and quite honestly, Psychologist is the one doing it. Shinami apparently changed job as a mercenary. Very good awareness though, like realizing that you gotta wait until the cat actually comes back. Otherwise, Dolisu wouldn't be able to kite after this.
True, and now body blocking duties by Shinami here as the last cipher gets primed. We're gonna see a cat bite, but on Dolisu, so the stun. Okay, gonna hide behind this pallet here. Able to actually isolate. No, unable to actually get the hit because the pallet did drop just to create that separation. And now it's gonna be a 2-person body block for Dolisu.
Oh my god, this is exactly the situation that I'm really afraid to witness, right? 2 people covering 1 survivor while the last cipher is being decoded. 80% Potch. They are covering Dolisu like long. Like this is... Oh my god, is this gonna happen? Let's see.
Ametu has to cover Dolisu, but Dolisu does fall down. The fire investigator gets picked. Oh, no borrowed time. So he's gonna be forced to chair. He's already used up the warp. He can use it once again. The exit gate is already opening, but where does he warp to? He's gonna try to see if anyone's here first. He's gonna try to go for Shinami, but Nell
almost open.
Oh my goodness! It's not gonna be open in time.
Shinami, why? That's a little bit greedy, but it's okay because that opens up the opportunity for ZETA survivors to open up the back gate. But guys, XC still has warp gate.
Yeah, actually he could swap and use it, but it seems like they already opened up the exit gate. Psychologist is already there. And another tie game. Quick escape around the 4-minute mark. So take note of that, chat, around 4 minutes 30 seconds, because that could be the time to beat for MRC survivors. Go Hermit.
Go Hermit. Yeah. maybe. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is expected, right? Getting a draw in this kind of situation with the Disciple is sort of expected. And I don't know. I mean, was XC expecting something different? Because he was like, oh god, I think I could have gotten a 3 or 4 elimination there. But I think that's actually best case scenario for XC, because it could have gone worse. It was a 3-man 3 ciphers kite by Dolisu in the early games. Things could have definitely gone worse. I think a draw is actually good for XC here. You know what I mean?
Maybe he was hoping to prolong it, but I mean, the cipher progress is going by real quick that he couldn't even camp out any ciphers. And and just forces out a tie, but not necessarily a dragged out tie game. It's just a stable tie because the cipher rush will happen, so they can push the end game closer for them to be able to escape. So I would have to say, I think maybe he put too much expectations on himself because a tie game is what he kind of wants. Now it falls under the survivor side, but now looking at the match stats here, that was a quick match. It seems like it's 4 minutes 32. It says there.
Yeah, somewhere there. Yeah, 4 minutes 32 seconds based on what we can see on the graph. Dolisu, what a player. He bought so much time. Yeah, unfortunately, Anne is just really good at countering this kind of supports coming in, right? OB's coming in. Otherwise, I think the worst case would be like a 4-man running late game. So good for XC. He doesn't look too happy about it, but honestly, I think things could have gotten worse.
Yeah.
If he misses that hit onto Dolisu,
he
fails to get that, I think things would have been really bad because that would be like 3 people running. And if you notice, the coordinator, he was so close to getting that front gate open. That would have been a 3-man escape. A 3-man escape. Yeah.
Again, it was more of, instead of why are you running, why aren't you running, Shinami?
Why aren't you running?
Please run, move. But I think he wanted to just force that gate or just force the exit as much as possible. Even if he does fall, it's fine. At least the other 2 were able to escape in that 4-minute manner. Because I feel like this game compared to yesterday's game, I know it was just by a second off, but I feel like this game was like a minute or 2 faster. So it was a really quick a really quick escape by the survivors. I think they didn't play any shenanigans, they're like, okay, we just need to tie this one out, guys, and hopefully lay up a 4-man elimination or even a better scenario for Miko Melody.
I mean, unless if Miko Melody goes for the kills, right? Then the time wouldn't even matter. Maybe that's why XZ was really upset about it, because he feels like Melody would be able to get a better score.
Maybe.
Like in case, right? So, but I think honestly, XZ has done the best to prevent the worst situation ever, and he probably just needs to put all his faith into his teammates in order to equalize and even faster, in a faster time, if not more survivors escape.
Chat, do you know what else Miko Melody could use? Because the Dream Witch is definitely going to get respect banned here. But will he go for a mirror match? Will he go for something else? Will he go for Percy? I'm kidding.
Percy. Yeah. Chop up the survivors. Maybe that's what the game plan is. I mean, if Percy has the ability to stalk and one-hit KO, maybe there would be more Percy players, honestly. You know what I mean? Stalk until level 3, level 2, and then boom!
Yeah, able to charge up your Buster Sword or something. The way
Buster Sword.
Yeah, able to get a big KO. Yeah, he's definitely one of the unique hunters, but in competitive, and it's a little unfortunate that not sharing survivors isn't helpful. Like they could just crawl around, they could heal up. They just know with good communication, Percy could get that. Actually, even get like a lose in competitive or ranked games.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the chat itself, hope you are doing well, Edgar Hater.
Whoa.
Give no. It's okay. Give Pablam and Angie a shout out. Angie, are they in hospital or are you in hospital? But whoever it is, I hope you guys are well.
Yeah.
Hope you guys are well, and please get well soon. Hope this message cheers you up. Okay.
Yes, please do take care of your health. Posture check, folks. Drink some water. If you guys want to go get a snack, go for it, because this it's about to go on for another hour. Well, just this matchup alone, but it will be settled here. It's just still up in the air who's gonna take this, because how well-rounded these survivors and hunters are, and how neck and neck this competition is.
Joseph.
That's gonna take a while.
Yeah, that will take a while. Yeah.
If you can go for a Thai Joseph, go for it.
No way. A Thai Joseph will mean a loss, because that's gonna take so long.
No, I'm saying if Miko can do that.
You waste the survivor time.
Yeah, waste the time. That's all you need to do. Keep taking photos. Yeah. Oh, Mad Eyes.
Mad Eyes would be okay. I mean,
here. Okay, I asked this to Chocho, but she didn't have any. She was really thinking about this. How would you rework Feaster?
Why? Feaster? I think Feaster's pretty good.
Really? You don't want to? Well, Chocho did say have smarter tentacles.
Well, if Hester has smarter tentacles, then you guys would have a really bad time, especially if you're Explorer.
That's what I mean. I mean, she can kite out with tentacles, but how come we don't see Feaster in competitive, right? How do we make him competitive?
How can we make him competitive? Instead of the full presence.
Okay.
I think the ability, instead of auto locking, I think the ability should just be spawn a bunch of tentacles straight away.
And then
just whack. Like spawn a bunch of tentacles. Instead of one, you get to spawn three at the same time. I think that would be more useful in the late.
I think if you make the tentacles smarter, that's good, like spawning more.
Yeah, that's good too.
Instead of making, I would say make them smarter, but instead of hitting them, you snare the survivor. Like they can't move.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Like a patroller bite, and then like help,
because because I'm just thinking, if the tentacles get any smarter, then the hunter can just abuse it, like double surprise. It's like double surprise, and the hunters are good at sniping.
Yeah,
they can just land it, just click, hit instantly, and that's gonna auto track onto survivors. That's gonna be too OP to counter.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So maybe not that. I mean, maybe sprouting. I guess the more balanced thing is just like recharge faster tentacles.
So just the reworking cooldowns.
Reworking cooldowns, or maybe able to spawn more quantities. I think one of those two. One among those two would be good.
Faster movement speed.
Faster movement speed. Yeah, Hastur is pretty slow, right? But with the tentacles, he's able to catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think about anything about Hastur simply because I don't need him enough. Nor do I want to see him get any stronger than now. Cause
no love for Hastur. Oh no. But yeah, I get you. I think.
What about this? Okay. What about this?
Okay.
Tentacles can break pallets.
Ooh, interesting.
Right? And then you'll be able to catch up to survivors faster.
I guess, and then that'll heavily. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's good.
Right. Like maybe that would not be too overpowered.
Yeah, I think so.
Like if first target survivor, second target are breakables. So that way, even if you miss survivors, the function is still there. You can still break pallets with it. So I think that's okay.
Yeah, true. Imagine if like you put a tentacle near a pallet or near a window, and then it hits them while they're vaulting, and then actually that's crazy. But yeah, I think that would be good. So
Melody's looking pretty stoked. Like,
true.
You see that? He's like,
yeah.
What? Lucky guy?
Okay.
All right. Time to bring out the feaster. The troller feaster. Let's go. You bite me, I bite you back.
Jesus, that'd be so fun.
Yeah, because of the postman, right? So.
Yeah. But I mean, Xiaodi on that lucky guy, he was known for bringing the lucky guy meta out. Xiaodi having like a really interesting selection when it comes to characters. I mean, bring out the barmaid, the perfumer, and now the lucky guy, really bringing out the non-meta type survivors and doing really well, considering that we've been seeing tie games from the second round onwards. Now pressure is on Miko Melody's side, because what can he draft here with a ban of all the meta hunters and his Dream Witch?
Well, can always play the Breaking Will and lose.
Wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Okay.
He's gonna go with a mirror match. Yeah, Breaking Will doesn't make sense because of the windows.
Go Abnormal Anne.
Abnormal Anne? What about Listen Anne?
Oh.
Yeah, who doesn't like someone listening to them
Yeah,
when they yapping?
They'll just keep listening. He'll be listening to the decoding as it happens and then exiting the game.
Oh no, you gotta do housework before you play. Okay, I hear you. And he's just Hunter's gonna be stuck there listening. Okay, I listen. I see.
I listen.
Okay, thank you. But mirror match coming into this game. Wow, I can only say wow because it might be another draw. It comes down to seconds.
I think 4 minutes and 32 seconds, roughly around that time, is the escape time to beat. We don't have any... Wait, we actually do with Postman. He could like buff decoding. So they might have an easier chance to be able to decode. But man, 4 minutes in a game is really fast.
It is. It's really fast. And how are you going to overcome? The only way is to get an even faster down. And with this lineup, I hate to say it, but it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard. Lucky guy can just straight up wish for an item before the game even starts. So.
Oh my gosh, this is where we're going to see if Xiaodi's lucky. He wishes for... Yeah.
Gonna be like...
Syringe.
Gonna be like, Zeus, that's what I want.
This is what I wanted, because I wanted to heal up all the way. But folks, the coaches are going to do their handshake. We're going to see the persona builds in just a bit, but the stakes have not changed. We have Warp Detention trump card, we have some flywheels, and we have, more importantly, all borrowed times on MRC, because we're still at a tied game, folks. 3 draws. And this is the tiebreaker that's going to settle things. That's Nello. I'm Poch Spice. Will this be the SOS moment for any one of these survivors or hunters? We're going to find out in just a bit.
All right, and the victory here is to get a 3-man elimination or a 2-man elimination with a faster time. You can see Melody trying to make a dash towards where Lucky Guy is. Lucky Guy has not used up his item, so he's just going to be focused on kiting first. The window's going to be there to help him kite a little bit more. Melody trying to get that jump. He's going to succeed, get that first damage onto COAⅧ. Nanako is just decoding. He's like, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother putting a balloon here. But quite honestly, COAⅧ making that rotation, he really needs that help right now. So if Nanako is gonna place that ball, and he does, that's gonna help him kite a little bit longer, Poch, because COAⅧ is in the midst of an SOS situation.
So now we do see that the kiting route is doing really well. Lucky Guy still saving a shot. Oh my god, actually running straight towards the hunter. Forced to use the coordinator gun here, but the stun isn't going to take as long. We do have warp ready, so MKMLD, Miko Melody doing a great job just cutting off survivors. And the thing is, chat, that he's actually cutting off survivors, or at least the kiting route is stopping decoding. So forced to go for the rocket here. This is gonna allow some distance to be gathered by oh my god, and goes straight for the warp. Goes back inside here. He's gonna get silenced. Gonna go back for the warp, but no, actually baits him to go outside the window. And now COAⅧ has his first survivor down. They need to go for this rescue. They need to force a rescue here because they need to get a tie game, and it is going to be a lot harder now that COAⅧ has his first survivor down. They do have a tide turner on the Weeping Clown. The Weeping Clown has already used up his first rocket, so it's still looking okay. Cypher progress could be a lot better, but since we're playing for time, they have 2 minutes to be able to make this one happen. So roughly around 2 minutes left on the clock for them to force this tie game to happen. We do see a double rescue, but Nell, this actually makes it hard for them to decode. Gets the hit, injuries are on the board here, and now we're gonna see a leap onto COAⅧ's side, and the rocket doesn't get sidestepped here.
Wow, what a play. Just delaying the time, right? Just trying to get COAⅧ up. This time, it's MRC's turn, trying to cover for COAⅧ. But the difference is, they're trying to cover for someone when the Cypher's not even close to be primed.
Yeah, I think at this point, they're playing for a win, and not just a 2 survivor escape at a 4-minute mark. So the over support has to come on in here, and we see that unfortunately the Lucky Guy has no more items to work with. We're gonna see a pallet mind game, goes for the leap, unfortunately doesn't get it. He hits it through RC. Oh my god,
how did that even happen? He was clearly blocking the path, but the magical hitbox, that's gonna get COAⅧ down. And you know what, they gotta kind of have to make up for lost time, because all of that support, the Cyphers are moving like a snail at this point. 3 Cyphers remain to be decoded, and COAⅧ is already on the second chair right there.
Right. Okay, he's gonna drop the cross down here, able to actually get a hit, and he's not gonna be able to rescue. Gonna get the warp gate, but that gets canceled out. But it's still all good. I don't know if Miko's kind of popping off, but it seems like Nanako will have to force this rescue attempt, but he's actually gonna get spotted out here. So let's see, he just drops the cross. He stops it. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, against an N, you have to know N wants action, right? And look at the leap coming in. Oh, nice balloon there, trying to buy a little bit of time, but it doesn't really matter because right now it seems like the plan of MRC trying to get a win against the disciple of Melody is halfway. It's not really working now.
So their victory condition, chat, is they need all 3 survivors out the game, because if not, if they get a tie, unfortunately, the time is already passed. They can't
True.
afford to when it comes to survivor escape time. So they need to get 3 survivor out. Fortunately, COAⅧ does not have any more items to work with. We'll have to kite out here at the back. They're forcing ciphers, which is good, but everyone is still injured. So gonna get that hit. There's not gonna be a borrowed time pop to happen for COAⅧ just yet. Ooh, he needs to get the pickup. Okay, able to get it.
Yeah, able to get it. Cypher's almost primed. Wait.
He's waiting for them to pop, and then he's gonna corner this weeping clown.
My God, he's just trying to buy time. He's like, honestly, he probably doesn't realize it, but the time is already favoring him if he gets this draw.
I guess he just wants to make sure, right? And he's still playing for the Ann's win condition here, just prolonging it for as long as he can, because I guess he just doesn't want to assume that he can get more than just the tie. So, which is the right mindset to have, just be very conservative. And it seems like we are gonna have Warp back online, so has not used the trump card just yet.
That's okay. I mean, he's trying to cam that last cipher. Nanako has to pop here, right?
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then that's going to be really hard. Oh my God. The rescue's going to happen, but doesn't really matter because Nanako's the one going down. And quite honestly, they cannot really be touching ciphers at this point because there's still warp gate. Oh no, the basement play. Yeah, Nanako's Melody is just set on getting that draw with a better time.
True. And I mean, if he wants to trump card, he could do that now. But the exit gate's already open. He's just gonna camp out here just to make sure and force them out of the gate because it's already past the 4-minute mark. It's already 6 minutes and counting. So, whoa, Jesus Christ, that's so scary.
It is.
I got scared there.
Yeah. Honestly, if they wanted to make this strat happen, right? Lucky Guy is not a good pick in order to win, but. I mean, shots has been taken, but ultimately ZETA Division, for those of you who have put golden apples into ZETA Division, they are the ones to take this game. Better late than never, but concluding it in overtime here.
I think they are secured as the first seed because they have won all of their matches here in the group stage. So congratulations to them going up against MRC. But man, it was kind of scary how that was going because chasing the over support, you love to see it happen, but if you're playing for a tie, the ciphers weren't moving and they weren't pressuring Amico Melody that much for him to be worried about the game stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, you want to play this game, you probably got to pick survivors that can self-sustain from the very beginning because Lucky Guy, you rely on getting items in the beginning. And that's why, like you saw, when the kite happened, a lot of support was expended just to keep Xiaodi alive. And we all know when you need someone else to help prolong your kite, like you have 2 survivors covering from you, you gotta know that something's gotta give. And unfortunately, in this situation, the Cypher progress has to give, and they couldn't make it in time.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, but you gotta give it up to MRC survivors. They tried their very best all throughout. I just think that the lineup was a little over supportive, and you called it. Anne loves team fights. She loves everyone clustered up in one space because she can get those stuns going on, and she knows when she's dictating the pace of this match, she grows from being a tie hunter to a 4K machine. But they just decided, let's just get the tie and continue on. But Nell, imagine if they tried going for that basement rescue. It would have been a lot harder for them to accomplish that tie game.
True. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter anymore because despite the results, getting a 4K or getting a win through time being faster ultimately is still a win. You know what I mean? So I think they've done their best, and it took them the whole BO3 overtime to prove this point. But honestly, I think as the matches go along, ZETA survivors was still stable. It's just very unfortunate MRC survivors were making more apparent mistakes in this overtime.
Yeah. Especially if you're playing on the win condition of you want to be able to get a tie under 4 minutes. And I mean, a tie is still good, but under these conditions, look at that. It's just all tied games. 5-5, 4-4, 4-4, 4-4. I know 4 is an unlucky number.
It is. Maybe that's why they're trying to avoid 4. Yeah. That's a really neck and neck game, honestly. ends up with a 17-17. But of course, fortunately, the difference in time, which is 2 minutes, helped confirm that ZETA Division and your golden apples is safe. So
yes,
highlights already. Let's have a look at the games.
Play that.
目的4号法师，目的4号加他的。
你这对
打给6啊，快！等一下。死了。
これで飽きるわ。これで俺届かないし、これ届かないだろ。届かないこれ。カーティ届か。
母体瞬間の。まだ歌う。
あ、いやこれ待って。幽閉あるかもしれん。
どうする？アピってるって。出れる？
開かない。
给我放了，我炸猫了，我炸他了，炸晕了。为什么翻床啊？
And there you have it, folks. The end to such a neck-and-neck match between MRC and ZETA. Excellent highlights there. All comes down to 2 minutes. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, 120 seconds. Like they invested, they made a bad investment, and it came back to bite them. But honestly, it's not all too bad, guys, because MRC will still pretty much be safe, right? They'll still be making it to the playoffs. So the difference is it's going to be ZETA that's going to be in the top seat. So, well, fortunately, both of them will be making it through. And it's been an intense match, honestly.
Yes.
And we're glad that all of you guys are here to join our shenanigans while in the midst of timeout, you know, like waiting for the games to get started.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining our tomfoolery here, or our shenanigans over in there. What are you gonna?
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
We're not done yet. We're not going anywhere yet.
We're not.
MVP Nell, who is it gonna go to here? Because it was such a close neck-and-neck game here. Is it gonna go to Peter that did get the 4-man elimination?
I think Peter got a 1-man elimination.
4-man.
In
round
4-man elimination, but the rest of it is like 2 and then Melody steps in and gets a 2
round 3
and 2. I think survivors might have more points. We'll have to find out. But if it's Hunter, it's definitely Peter. But I feel like survivors are gonna be crowned MVP because there are some games where they got more points, I think. But if it's survivors, I think ZETA Dolisu.
It's
Hametu. Close enough. Survivor.
Okay, nice. Okay. I guess you could still say that he's still living up to his look at that. Like flexing. Look at that man flexing. He's MVP. I guess he still is holding on to his second place escape rate because he did escape in a couple of those games. So congratulations, ZETA Divisions, Hametu, as well as the whole team of ZETA Division for a hard-fought match up against MRC.
All right, just super close games, and we love it when it's close games, but we're gonna head to the interviews portion.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 ZETA 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到了 Miko Melody 和我们的 Dolisu 选手来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
まず勝利おめでとうございます。一つずつご挨拶をお願いします。
はい、ZETAディビジョンのミコメロディーです。
欢迎欢迎。
大家好，ZETAディビジョンのドリスです。
欢迎二位来到我们的赛后采访环节。我们刚刚非常漂亮的拿下了这一把胜利，并且这也意味着我们的 ZETA 战队是在我们的小组赛完成了一个全胜记录。那么首先呢，就要问一下我们的选手啊，拿下这个全胜，并且呢也是没有悬念拿下这个全胜的话，有没有什么样的感受可以和大家分享一下呢？
ではまずミコメロディ選手、本日の試合、無事勝利して、そしてこれでも4戦全部勝利して連勝したと思うので、今の心境いかがですか？
そうですね。1位通過が確定したと思うので、めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
就是因为这场比赛的胜利也奠定了他们是小组第一出现的这个成绩，他们真的非常的开心。
确实啊，我们刚刚在后台的时候看到选手们真的非常的激动啊！哇，我们这一把打下来，相信观众朋友们也是有一点点小紧张。接下来我们就来到我们的对局中。其实我们在对局中有非常多非常刺激的环节啊。那么我们的局势也是瞬息万变。首先我们在第2局的时候呢，是有看到，其实守墓人他是在我们的监管的这个脸上是浇过一个字起的。那一波其实最后开门战的时候，监管未必会挂守墓人，并且当时跛脚羊的愿力值也是非常的充足的。想问一下，那一波有没有做出一些什么预案呢？因为2个笼子其实可能就到脸上了。
まずドレス選手、本日の永民町の試合でその墓守が起死回を入った状態だったと思うので、もしかしたらハンターが釣らない選択をするかもしれないっていうそういう場面とか予測とかしましたか、対策とか考えてましたか？
そうですね、瞬間移動をした時点でサバ側としてはもう墓ゲート側に2人突っ込むっていう択しか基本的にその分け筋はないんで、多分ダウン放置しても釣っても釣らなくても両方多分ゲートをゴリ開けで2人逃げするっていう狙いに変わりはなかったと思います。
就是当监管交了传送之后，他们其实就是已经定好2个人都要往墓地的门去冲。那其实无论他挂还是不挂，他们也都会去冲门，然后最后争取这个平局。
确实，我们看到在门口的时候啊，我们的那个古董上那2棍啊，也是非常的关键，也是拿下这个平局非常的关键。那么接下来就到了 Melody 选手这边啊，我们看到在湖景村这一局上面有一个非常漂亮的地下室排人，感觉好像没有花费过多的时间，好像就感受到了地下室的呼唤。想问一下，那一波排人的思路会是什么样的呢？
ではイコメルディ選手、苔村の試合の最初の作敵のところだと思うんですが、そんなに時間かけすぎず、地下室からの気配を感じて無事見つけれたと思うんですが、それはどういうふうに考えて見つけましたか？
そうですね、海岸脇した時の船に湧くサバイバーのスポーン位置が大体覚えてるので、その中側から索敵していって足跡なかったので、外側見て外側にも足跡なかったので、船の中のどっかで隠密してるなって思って、その柱と地下探して行ったら地下が当たったって感じでした。
就是他其实大概知道，刷在大船的这个求生大概会刷在哪一个位置。那他从船的内部去找到里面没有看到脚印，外面也看了没有脚印，那他其实大概就知道是在船的里面的某个地方去躲着。那就是应该是说船的上面或者是地下室的某一个地方，那他顺便找到地下室，顺便就找到了。对。
哦，看得出来思路真的非常清晰，而且是监管者特有的那种敏感啊！看到这个地下室就觉得我该下去找一下了。那么接下来呢，到了我们加赛环节，求生者这边有一波非常漂亮的配合。那一波的时候，尤其是海梅兹选手啊，也是凭借心理学家拿下了这个 MVP。想问一下那一波的沟通，因为我们看到啊，当时海梅兹选手是神不知鬼不觉的就到了那个板前，然后那一刀下去。看到打了谁了？哎，原来是有应激的心理学家。想问一波那一波海梅兹選手是什么时候开始出发的呢？或者说队内是怎么沟通的呢？
ドレ選手、最後の、延長のサバイバーの試合の、3人での連携がすごく素晴らしかったシーンがあったと思うんですが、特に本日 MVP を取れた破滅選手の心理学者がもう本当に知らない間に、板前に来てくれたと思うので、それはそのいつ頃からもうすでにその何ですかね、話し始めたんですか？
まず自分が仲直りなし人格で、結構そこの狙いがまずうまくて結構厳しかったんですけど、その自分が飛んで瞬間移動されて守られる展開だと試合時間がとても長くなってしまうので、それだったら仲直りないけど全員で壁入って4通で刺した方が分けになっちゃうけど試合時間がめっちゃ早い分けになるっていうのを試合中に破滅君としなみ君が2人で話し合って決めて、みんなで壁してって感じでした。
就是因为如果说多利斯选手被提前挂飞，然后后来监管再传送的话，其实这个比赛的时间就会非常的久。那么他们觉得还不如就是3个人过来打团，那就是即使会保平，但是比赛的时间会非常的短。 就他们在赛前就做了这样的沟通，所以在比赛中也顺利完成了这样的一个连坐。
啊，原来是我们早就有预谋了。那我们确实这个时间上啊，也是给到了我们监管者方一些小的博弈空间在里面。我们看到 Melody 选手这边啊，在后面的这一把加赛里也是摧枯拉朽的优势啊。那我们也想问一下 Melody 选手，其实对方是一度非常想争这个3跑的。一开始我们发现他可能就不是冲着平局去的，包括后面来保人啊、拉火箭啊，都是非常非常大的攻击力啊。那我们可以看到很关键的有一波就是手椅啊，那一波哭泣小丑来救人的时候 ，Melody 选手真的是非常非常漂亮的拦下了。想问一下，是如何在这么短的时间内找到了这个最优解，并且打出了優勢呢？
ミカルビネ選手、最後の試合は多分、サバイバー側はもう絶対3逃げを狙ってくると思うんですけど、その中でたくさんの連携だったりもナキピエロのロケットだったりネック壁とかいろいろあったと思うんですが、その一番、大事なところというのはやっぱりキャンプシーンでの救助狩りだと思うんですが、その本当に短時間でそんなに正しい判断をしたのはどういうふうに考えてできたんですか？
そのサバイバーがまず早い引き分けを持ってきてくれてて、でその上で相手のサバイバーがその時間の早い引き分けじゃなくて3逃げを狙ってきてたので、その補助の分で解読がまず遅かったので、キャンプシーンで別に救助狩りはそんな狙ってなくて、その救助をせかしてポストじゃないコウンジの側トンネルができればいいなと思ってたんですけど、だから猫出して椅子前にガイドを置いてナキピエロを殴って救助せかして、その後猫がついたコウンジを側トンネルしてで飛ばしてそこから立ち回ろうと思ってたんですけど、たまたまナキピエロがその猫を噛む前に攻撃当たってくれたので救助狩りができたって感じでしたね。
首先这一局求生确实因为他很难去争一个短时间的平局，所以他自己其实也想到求生应该是会努力的争一个3跑，但是在尤其是前期求生花了过多的时间去保人的情况下，他们的机子其实会比较慢的，所以在那个情况下他比起说一定要拿到这个就是不让他救下来，更多的其实是想就是让他逼着小丑尽快去救人，所以当时他的想法就是先放一只猫，然后咬到小丑，另外留一只猫其实是等着救下来幸运儿之后给到幸运儿，这样他可以尽快的去打一个针对。但是也是他就当时的操作正好是在救人之前就先攻击到了这个哭泣小丑，所以最后是很顺利的拿到了这个击倒。
啊，确实，我们可以看到，不管是在时间上还是操作上，这个战术布置都已经是可以说是滴水不漏了。不管是求生方还是监管方，都是非常完美的配合。那我们也是非常感谢2位选手来到赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 ZETA 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们杭州见。那么接下来即将进行的是我们的今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Welcome home.
That is, I'm just gonna leave 2.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 Sky 战队登台喊话。
比赛加油加油！
欢迎 Fate、PP、Yuki、Panda、鹤天、Nalu。 下面有请 Omni 战队登台喊话。
闺蜜，你想不想和我玩第二人格？喵喵喵！
欢迎 Lays、Fluff、Pitstopper、Agramon13、换。今天的第2场比赛由 Sky 对阵 Omni， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Welcome back, folks, to more Identity V action here at Call of the Abyss 8. We're already in day number 8. No, 9, sorry. We're day number 9. Oh my gosh, 2 more days left. And our next matchup, our match number 2, is going to be Omni versus Sky. I would say battle of 4th and 5th place here, but you definitely want to go out with a bang here, Nell. How do we talk about this type of matchup?
Well, Sky versus Omni, this is a very interesting one, right? Because I would say both of these teams have proven themselves through their respective qualifiers just to get here.
Yeah.
They've proven themselves on the global stage as well. So here, I feel like this is like what you heard from what they said on mic, right? This competition, let's just do our best. So I feel like this is sort of like the spirit they should embody, because honestly, between these two, anyone moving forward will still do us proud.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Southeast Asia region and when it comes to the NAEU region, we know FT for Southeast Asia and we know RVL for the NAEU region. So at least here, it's like these names that are up and coming, or the ones that have placed in the 2nd seeding or the 2nd place spot, trying to make a name for themselves, right? Because RVL is a pro team. FT still not picked up, but this is a battle of semi-professional teams. Sky versus Omni.
Yeah, Sky versus Omni. The flying free in the sky, that's Fate, PP, Yuki, and Panda, and Neru as the survivor mains. And of course, that's Hetian as the hunter, but Omni being all present everywhere. Pitstopper, Agramon, Aqua, Fluff, Lays, and Juan. And both teams have actually showed a lot of promise throughout COA:VIII group stage.
Yeah, they showed a lot of fighting spirit on both Survivor and Hunter side, but it seems like the Survivors are going to be on Sky's side here, starting off with PP, the main rescuer of this team. Average rescues averaging around 1.43, 10th overall. So hopefully we'll see some amazing rescue plays and some amazing containment times coming from PP and the rest of the Survivors of Team Sky. And also to talk about how Omni is going to come into this matchup. Pitstoppers, you know, he had those moments of brilliance in the previous matches. I just wonder if he's going to go for the meta strat at the start or kind of save it, because I think he tried that one time. He brought out the Ivy up against Wolves, and unfortunately they were really prepared for that Ivy matchup. So coming into this, wonder if he's going to play the tried and tested S tier hunters first, or he's going to go with something else. But before anything else, we're going to introduce Yuki here. We've been seeing Yuki on the big stages like IVC, qualifiers, and the big stage of Call of the Abyss group stage. So hopefully we'll see more highlighted performances, because she was pretty integral to their success coming into the group stage.
Who would have thought, right? Previously, just playing as a supporting character. And then at one point, she was also team manager and coach, and finally making her presence known to everyone on the COA stage right here. She's got to be really happy coming into here. And it shows. She's her joy is overflowing, right? She's just happy to be here. And honestly, her impact as well was super, super good.
I think that's the type of mentality that they want. I know in their previous matches, they were looking quite serious. So hopefully, you know what, just bring out the competitive spirit. And speaking of which, competitive spirit, it runs through this guy over here, Panda. We've also seen him.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, exactly. Fighting. We've seen him also grow as a really good survivor main. He was just the dedicated rescuer in his first outing in IVC 2022. Then he became a really good support character when the Antiquarian came out. So I'm excited to see how he's gonna. We're gonna have the staring contest again with Neru. He always does this.
Oh my God! No.
You see lips? Oh my goodness! Look at that. Risen up the camera. Neru.
Exactly.
Containment time at 3rd place overall, and it comes to average deduction. Oh, look at that. He broke his trance. But
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think Neru on any team can really synergize well with anyone, and he's really one of the best survivors in Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, I mean, Neru has definitely seen his fair share in different teams coming for this. Yeah, and the love as well. He's like, yeah, Riz me. I'm rizzing you guys up. But apparently, Panda also wants to Riz Neru up. He's a really talented player, and being the only person actually alongside Hetian, both of them are from the Thai team that makes up the entire Sky team so far. They had pretty good synergy coming into this game, and up against Pitstopper, who has been putting up a really good performance in the COAⅧ group stages so far. Yeah, I mean, you gotta watch out for Pitstopper, because this guy, you give him an inch, he'll definitely take a mile. And I feel like Sky, they gotta give their 100% lock in, because otherwise I think Pitstopper is gonna put a stop to what they think might be an easy game for them.
What I admire about Pitstoppers is when Eli and I interviewed him when they qualified, it's his work ethic, you know, always learning about the game, making sure that he's up to date with the current metas and like current strategies. So we've seen moments of brilliance with him before. Hopefully he'll add more to the highlight reel coming into this matchup. Especially round number 1, Hunters are definitely favored in this first half or this first round. So yeah, I can't wait to see what he opts to go for to try and catch the survivors of Sky.
I mean, Sky is definitely very prepared to go up against meta Hunters. And if they know Pitstoppers well enough, well, you can expect a Dream Witch out of him, out of the blue, right? Especially in a map like Chinatown. If he wants to pull out the Shadow or the Dream Witch here, obviously the Shadow would be a better pick here. If he doesn't want to go meta, that would be really good. But because Pitstopper is the one trying to make an impact first, I think he will just... It's more likely that he goes for the meta Hunters here. I feel like the only time he's gonna go with something like Ivy or Opera Singer is when the survivor teams of Omni goes first. And if it's like a 4 elimination, they got 4 eliminated, then he opts to go with that secondary strategy. But here, I feel like he should go with the meta first to set the pace.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and I see that he has to kind of use the meta to kind of dictate the pace for his survivor team. And you might as well do it now, right? Especially in a map like Chinatown, we've seen how the meta characters thrive in a map like Chinatown. Forget who actually chose Chinatown. See, even Yuki doesn't know. I don't know who chose Chinatown. Like, what are you talking about? But whoever chose Chinatown, hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on this matchup because, folks, this is a battle of Southeast Asia versus NAEU. Both semi-professional teams, both looking to make their marks here at Call of the Abyss.
Making their marks. I mean, they've done so well so far. Like, they've definitely made their marks here. I think it's just a matter of how far they can push themselves even further. So here, Sky survivors, they obviously been together for a bit. They've practiced a lot together. You can see the synergy going on between them. And I'm just really happy. I'm just particularly giving a special shout out to Yuki because she's been proving herself over and over again. So being an integral part of who Sky is, I feel like they're going to have a good game regardless.
Right. And that's what we can hope for, folks, because both of these teams looking to give a big highlight reel moment for their last game here in the group stage. As we head towards the picks and bans, Pitstoppers just taking out the Seer, taking out the first officer. No indication of what he's going to be bringing out to the table just yet because these two picks kind of are just generally good choosings, generally good bans on his side.
Yeah. And you can see the preference of bans coming in, right? Usually you would, and the map selection coming into. So it's very obvious here, Pitstopper does not want to deal with decoding with the all block here. Whereas for Sky, they're very comfortable because they have OB players in their team.
Right.
So they're very comfortable just getting the antiquarian out first. Like, oh, okay, pit stopper, you're probably gonna set the pace first with some Goatman, Hullabaloo. It's okay. We're gonna bring out the antiquarian as one of the first 2 picks anyway. So it's like full force going up against full force in the very beginning and seeing which one crumbles first.
Interesting that he opted to ban out Explorer. I mean, in a map like Chinatown, since it's so big, I guess he just doesn't want to get any more decoders, like you said, with the owl support.
No surprise.
Yeah, no surprise. And Chocho's not here, so that's why he's like, yo, you know what, Chocho, I got you. We're not going to have an Explorer here, nor are we going to have a Psychologist. So last ban going to Psychologist. Are they going to go for, Aeroplanist? Good last pickup because saved up the Aeroplanist for at least game number 2.
Yeah, it's just recycling at this point, right? It's definitely going to be an Aeroplanist, a Gravekeeper, if not the first officer. That's almost always going to be the case here. But in the case of Sky, right, they're committing more of these characters, these tanky, mobile, harass type of characters into this first game because they know if they want to survive, if they want to get a good shot at shutting down Omni, they got to start with the heart of Omni, and that's Pit Stopper because he's the one to dictate the pace here. If they can shut Pit Stopper down here, get a 1-man escape, get a 2-man escape, then in the next game, they can bet on He-Tien to cash in the check.
Yeah, with the meta hunters, right? I think that's actually a good call for Sky, but you also have to consider the opposite as well. Pit Stoppers could be doing the same for his team. If he does successfully get the 4-man elimination, that puts Omni in a really good spot coming into the second half. But yeah, He-Tien will have to carry the brunt of that. So, yeah, no qualms here. Picking up the Goatman to start things out. I think they realize that he will be going for that Goatman considering the picks that they did get here. And hopefully it'll be a standard type of matchup here for both these teams. I want to see a really good matchup between these two since this is their last match of the group stage, and I want to see them shine.
Exactly. See them shine. And of course, guys in the chat, please make some noise for Omni and Sky. Regardless, they have done our regions proud. So please show some love to Omni. What's the symbol for Omni? Again, it's
galaxy,
the galaxy.
Stars, any stars, and then clouds for Sky.
All right, skies and stars coming into the game. And yeah, Pit Stopper not gonna pull any stops, gonna go with the Goatman. But for Sky, they have an antiquarian to sort of counter Goatman, especially if it's the first chase, right? So spawn location is gonna be super important. Antiquarian gonna be at the top. And Aeroplanist, because of his mobility, will be in the middle, Gravekeeper and Puppeteer at the bottom and bottom right. So just blocking off the ciphers at the bottom right. Goatman has a few targets to choose, but Sky's not making that easy for them. Antiquarian, Aeroplanist, both are super hard to chase.
Gravekeeper as well. I mean, you could say the same for Gravekeeper and Puppeteer.
He's so far away. He has so much time to set up, right?
I know. And that's the thing Chocho always mentions. Like, as a hunter, you can't really be choosy, or you can be choosy, but it could bite you in the back in the end. So hopefully Pit Stoppers could just lock in and make sure to make this chase as fast as possible, because all these survivors kind of scream containment time. So depending on how they draft as well, their persona builds could be a factor in how this is going to play out. So going for an aggressive abnormal detention and trump card build, well, we have some tide turners. Actually, wow, everyone has tide turners, and just 2 borrowed times on Sky.
Let's go. The 4 tide turners strat, just trying to make Pit Stopper frustrated, right? Because they're going to definitely play this into the strategy. Let's go. Sky versus Omni. First game. That's Poch Spice. I'm Nello Mello. We'll be your commentators for today.
Pit Stoppers or the Goat Stoppers. Let's see if he's gonna be able to catch out Panda here in this corner pallet area. Seeing if he's gonna go for the cage. Able to actually cage him off, but he does have access to this pallet. Oh, unable to get the swing on both sides, but it is Panda to get a swing and a silence onto Pit Stoppers.
That's very good, and this is why you see how hard Antiquarian counters, especially in this kind of terrain, right? You can just easily swipe in, disarm the goat, and look, he's just chasing Panda on foot, getting swing again. So much value coming out of that single stroke, swing.
Yeah, and also that pallet as well. Panda actually opting to go towards the next pallet, dropping it down, so forcing pit stoppers to go around and actually try and chasing someone else. So Panda doing a great job, still conserving his health, still has a bit of bamboo stick left, and now it's Neru that has to take on this chase.
Yeah, Neru's the aeroplanist, right? It's gonna be hard. He can just nume away, and that's what exactly what he's gonna do, right?
The
Look
zooms?
at what he's doing.
Oh my god, the zoomies, bro. But oh my god, he spent the flywheel as well, Nell. So good exchange here for pit stoppers and actually catching him off guard. Pit stoppers able to down Neru. We talked about his containment time being above average here, but pit stoppers putting a stop to that conversation now.
Yeah, I don't need to run into you. You will run into me thanks to that cage, right? And he's trying to look for good value with his abnormal here. He's not going to find it just yet, unfortunately. Yuki's going to be in the vicinity. It would be really weird if he actually went in abnormal the middle cipher, which actually has a lot of progress, right?
It does.
I feel like he should actually do that before going to support. Oh wait,
Panda. Okay, Panda getting. Everyone has tide turners, so anyone can make the rescue. To be honest, Neru now needs a really good rebound kite because that first one really didn't do well for him and his survivors. Okay, we're gonna see another usage of the cage.
Oh, he didn't even go through.
He
didn't go through. My God. And now the dash continues on. Just look at how well Sky is doing in this vicinity. Look at the situation. Abnormal still not being used yet. And this just proves how hard Sky Survivors is forcing pit stoppers' attention, right?
Oh, gets punished for dropping down the pallet. So now a second kite. Well, the rebound kite wasn't as long, but Cypher progress is moving quite well. They're about to be on 2 ciphers remaining and still no value added to this abnormal. Yuki might be forced to actually pop and then go for this rescue, but Pit Stoppers is going to stop her. Oh, then go for it. Yeah.
There we go. That's the abnormal. And finally, they're going to confirm the suspicions, right? Pit Stop. That's going to be the first abnormal of the game. But PP coming in with a free rescue, so he can still support block, but the magical hitbox coming into effect again. Neru.
Wow.
Wait, what? PP?
Backstep, yeah, to hit PP while he was backstepping. So now injuries are locking up these survivors. We only have borrowed time on the Gravekeeper and the Puppeteer, who does have Wanted Order. Aeroplanist was able to add some distance here, but Pit Stoppers thankfully was able to spot out where he did fall. But now last cipher, actually they're pushing 3 ciphers. 2 to be exact. So the second cipher is gonna, oh wow, they just pop it. And now 1 cipher does remain. 47% though.
Yeah, Yuki's the only healthy character left of Team Sky, right? And Sky has to play this a little bit slower. I think they need to heal each other up first. Yuki can kite for quite a bit of time, you know, just trying to go through with the drop hit from the cage. But Yuki is doing an amazing job so far. Little Lewis is going to be activated. Nice awareness right there. Just waiting a little bit more. The gate, that's going to help keep Yuki in the same area.
Okay.
Into the puppet form again.
Breaking the cage, still on the puppet form here. Has to be very careful. Able to actually get the puppet form hit. So good job on Yuki's side. We're going to see some decoding, double decode, actually just 1 decoding onto the cipher, the last cipher. So Pit Stopper is unfortunately missing that swing. And now he's going to be changing targets, or at least forcing Yuki to go towards a bad spot in the map.
Yeah, forcing Yuki to go to a bad stop, just trying to, you know, just try and buy time here. Abnormal, just to buy a little bit more time. I reckon that the third normal needs to be saved up, right? So that he can change traits when he needs for late game. But with the use of 2 abnormals, Pit Stopper did effectively slow down the game by a bit.
Oh man, and able to actually go through this pallet is buy some time for them to actually consider another cipher, because this, if he gets this place locked down, it's going to be really hard. So now we do see that Panda and Yuki did meet up a little bit in the hotel area. PP is going to try to shovel away from this side, allowing Pit Stoppers to kind of recuperate and figure out what to do here. Yuki can't drop down just yet because Pit Stoppers is monitoring this area.
Oh, Panda is in the vicinity. He still has a little bit of bamboo to work with. Oh, missing that hit, but it's okay. Is he gonna get that hit? No, he's gonna get hit instead. But now he's just breaking the cage and then just heading back. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if the normal will be effective for the third use.
Yeah, so Yuki dropping down here is going to try to push this Cypher. Maybe, Nell, I think they should heal up first just so that they wouldn't prevent an instant down if he does choose to go back. But it seems like Panda and Yuki are pushing some Cyphers. Wait, no, Panda actually has stepped away from that Cypher. Yuki is going to try to force this area to be popped, but she's hugging the walls. So they're playing this real slow, which is the play that I think is most conservative. I think, yeah, PP is going to try to heal up Yuki.
Omni is still in a very good position. Pitstopper is actually in a good position. Look at this mind trick going on. See. He's going to do this, and then it's going to appear out of nowhere. That's the trick we're talking about. And now, oh, wait. Oh, he kind of messed that second up. Just holding him in a little bit. Yuki still has little Louis form, but that's not... No, he doesn't have anymore. One more hit's gonna end it, and Yuki's gonna go down. But the 7th Cypher, as you can see on the screen, is past the 60% mark. Panda trying to force that Cypher as much as he can. But Pitstopper, honestly, I think he should just go straight for Panda, honestly.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. So now going to force the instant rescue onto Yuki, maybe heal up as well, but the overextension would allow them to actually get away from this side. Unable to get the cage just now, so PP is going to try to force some attention away from Yuki, while Panda is going to try and force that Cypher from happening. So double split pushing these two Cyphers, yeah.
Oh, God. And that's the thing, right? Yuki can still use Little Louis here because he's been rescued from the chair. And yeah, just having... Yeah, it's already primed.
There you go.
Cypher's gonna pop. Everyone's gonna be up except for Panda. He doesn't have borrowed time. But late game has been commenced. The gate is already been touched. Pitstopper here needs to at least try... Oh, wait! He missed that hit.
He did, and another one. And this was the original pallet that Panda was able to work with. PP, unfortunately, drops down, gets punished, but there was no cage to work with, so he's still up and about. Now there's a cage and Pitstoppers. Unfortunate, a swing there. PP continuing to chase. Oh, just goes through. Mind games, and now Gravekeeper has fallen. But Nell, the excitement. Oh, sorry, the exit gate's being opened.
Yeah, this is going to be a solid 2-man escape by Team Sky. They figured out and they pressured Pitstopper. Even though it's relatively with a Goatman with 2 well-placed cage, should have been able to pressure the Cypher a little bit more, but unfortunately I think Sky was just way too comfortable dealing with it. You can see that PP was just waiting in the middle, just trying to look at what Pitstopper was doing, like, okay, he's coming here, okay, he's going back, and obviously there was no stopping the 2 Cyphers being decoded.
Yeah, I'd have to say great start on Panda's side, kiting for as long as he can, but quite uncharacteristic of Neru, falling first kite was really fast, but then I think that's when Pitstopper started to gain his confidence back, and he was doing a good job like patrolling and going around those 3 Cyphers, but the numbers game eventually catch up to you, and eventually once you down someone and try to chair them, that really opens up you for a Cypher prime to happen. And I think they really wanted Yuki to take that last kite because she had that borrowed time, so she could get picked up back up from the last pop.
But Yuki was doing an amazing job as always, right? Look, 121 seconds of containment time. Something that's not really easy to do, especially since you're basically just tanking hits, right? Yeah, even Panda, everyone was doing a really respectable kite. Neru went down. He was the first to go down. But ultimately, I think his gameplay in the beginning and the Cypher management in the end was what really propelled Sky to get the 2 survivors out. And it's safe to say that Sky has gotten the best out of this first exchange between the 2 teams.
Considering this is a meta hunter, right? Getting a tie is actually a win. Getting a 1 survivor out is a draw. So the fact that they were able to tie out on Team Omni's Pitstoppers. Pitstoppers, Goatman, the Goat Stoppers. He's able to get a tie. That's actually really good. Now, gearing up Hetian to actually try to win this one unless we go tie throughout. Oh my goodness.
How dare you?
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. I think might be a tie. It's really too hard to say. Right?
Yeah,
it's really too hard to say.
Omni survivors are pretty good. And they
are.
We saw some really good kites from Fluff, from Aqua, from from all the survivors. Yeah, Lace.
Yeah.
So we can't call it just yet. And He still has to be able to put the pieces together for them to be able to secure a round 1 victory. But yeah, this could be the power levels of also the semi-pro teams, like both at the same level here.
Yeah. I mean, they've definitely had their fair shares, right? After 9 days of facing the opponents, Hullabaloo and Goatman back to back, I feel like the 9th day, you gotta kind of know what to do now, right?
Right.
Up against it. So I think this is just an example. I mean, Omni doesn't look phased. They're still ready to go up against Sky right here.
Yeah. I think like this matchup is basically nothing to lose, everything to gain, right? Best for you to just come in with a competitive attitude and a learning mindset, just so that you'll just take in the experience. And Aqua has been making a lot of waves in terms of fan support and really good interviews as well. Really good kites. The containment time above 60 seconds is quite impressive. Him and Fluff are really one of the best kiters, or the fun kiters to watch out for in this group stage.
Exactly. Fun kiters. Because you know what? Being able to play comfortably and having fun at the same time, I think that's peak pro gaming, right? Because a lot of the times it's really hard to see smiles and having a good time while you're playing at the highest level. But here, Omni, like especially Fluff, really, really good player here, considering it's the first time that he's up on the COA stage. And quite honestly, I'm kind of surprised he's not up there in terms of containment time, because he kite pretty long for a few games.
Right. I think it's just off by a couple of seconds, because that's 77. That's pretty high. So I guess like maybe now he can add more containment time to his average here to get on the board when it comes to being up there in the average containment time. But yeah, Fluff, amazing showing. Even though this is his first Call of the Abyss, he's already turned a lot of heads and got a lot of attention. So did Lace as well. Lace, Aqua, and Fluff given highlight reels of amazing containment time. But Lace in this average almost at 60 seconds. So hopefully he brings up that stat.
Hopefully he does. I mean, everyone in the team needs to work as a unit, right? The communication needs to be there. The rotations, the game plan, everything comes down to how they move as one. So with Omni, I feel like they are generally a very fun team to watch, simply because they are just comfortable with each other, showing smiles even in spite of really, really tough games. So my heart goes out to Omni. Like they're a really new team with relatively new players, and they're doing amazing at this point.
Yeah. New in terms of the Call of the Abyss stage.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure like they've been very present in, and we've called the IVT tournaments, right? So it's glad to see I'm glad to see their hard work being paid off with a trip to Guangzhou, and also like performing in front of the bright lights of Call of the Abyss, and also them getting a pro team treatment here at Call of the Abyss. Now, last but not least, we have Juan here, 5th overall when it comes to rescues. So I'm excited to see how this team will synergize and go up against the hunter known as He.
He has a few really good games, but also has a few kind of down games, right? Maybe the nerves kicking in. And it's very understandable, because this guy is a really young player from Thailand, and being away in a global stage in Guangzhou at the moment, I feel like this has got to be really nerve-wracking, right? Coming into this game.
And imagine, he has no coach. He's the one that's drafting the picks and bans all by himself up there.
He has a god coach. God J.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like God J on the Discord call, he's talking to him.
Yeah, Susu Nara, you know, like. But yeah, just jokes aside, because you know they're all from the same region. But yeah, I mean, just coming in, I'm super excited. We're finally at COA 8, and I love the comments by He and my love. I love Mellow and Posh Pies. not being biased, and encouraging all the players. Of course, we love everyone. We love everyone.
Yeah, especially this match. We were talking about what match we're looking forward to today. It's this one because it's a semi-pro match, and both these teams really want to be able to perform at their best since this is their last match of the day. And I think stylistically, both Survivor teams are very interesting to watch, as well as the Hunters. So, yeah.
Just want to give a quick shout out before they enter the band picks phase. Okay, so just a very quick shout out going to, of course, Melly as always, and Sylvain, and then there's also Merix.
Hello.
And Agnia. Super excited to have you here. Thank you so much for the tag. And Caro. Of course, we gotta have Caro, right? We gotta have Caro tagging us. And we love having you around. And hopefully you guys will be ready for the game. Omni versus Sing Sky right here. Band picks. Similar band picks, Poch.
Yeah, not wasting any time.
First officer.
I think it's safe to say we might be seeing a goat man, but well,
okay, wait. Goats don't bark.
Goat-tien, or Hullabaloo. Oh, wait, hang on. We aren't going to see a mirror match for the Survivors because it seems like Coordinator and Balmer are going to get prioritized here. So
they want to draw. It's like saying, straight up saying, I want to draw.
Straight up saying, I want the commentators work overtime.
Okay. I mean, we don't hate that. we obviously don't hate that. Wink, wink.
I need to stretch a little bit and grab like a snack. I hope you guys are, all fueled up for this one because I think it's all right. I think Omni picking up these two characters at the start is okay because they're saving themselves up for round 2 or 3. But sometimes we've seen a lot of teams, if they play for a tie and the Hunter gets a little too greedy, they end up the Hunter goes for more than just a tie. But we'll have to wait and see how Hutien finishes off this drafting.
Yeah. I mean, finishing off this drafting, obviously wants to take out the support all that's already achieved, take out the Antiquarian and the Gravekeeper as well. So I feel like the ban picks here actually favors Hutien because if he wants to play Goatman, these two characters are the ones that are giving Goatman the most problem, right?
True.
Gravekeeper, Antiquarian, those are the two giving the most problem. So here, Omni, because they decide to go with the Aesop pick first, they're like saying, okay, we just want to confirm a draw. We're showing you that we want to confirm a draw. It just opens up opportunity for Hutien to ban the other characters that are going to help Omni a bit. So ban picks here, definitely favoring Sky by a little bit here.
True. Because again, if they just want to go for that tie, having the Embalmer would definitely help out. So the fact that they still have Aeroplanist, they got the Coordinator as well, good pickups on their side. Psychologist can support, I think, maybe the Coordinator or whoever is going to be the dedicated rescuer to go for a second save if they get injured right off the bat. But they definitely have to avoid double down situations. They got to avoid over support here if they want to continue on to get that tie game.
Yeah, tie game. I mean, that's one of the reasons why this saying is so popular. Aim for the moon, and you might. Wait, aim for the stars. You might.
No. I think it's like shoot for the moon. If you fail, you end up in the stars. At least.
Yeah.
Like that.
But here, if you aim for the stars first, you might drop in planet Earth onto planet Earth. So sometimes starting off with like, okay, we want to draw. I feel like it might not be the best expectation in the beginning.
Yeah, true.
It's like a giveaway, right? Like, okay, I'm just gonna settle for Aesop straight away. But you sacrificed you sacrificed Gravekeeper and Antiquarian for that. So I feel like this is a really unfortunate thing. They don't really have a strong rescuer here. You know what I mean?
That's what's scary, right? Especially if you go up against a Goatman, which Hutien, or Hutien Man.
Hutien Man.
They ba.
Okay. Is that ba? I thought that's sheep.
Oh, right. Yeah. Wait, how do goats talk then? But let's go with Goat-tien instead. Goat-tien.
Black sheep. Is that how you do it?
Oh, but that's a sheep. Sorry about that, chat. Let us know how goats, what sounds they make. But yeah, this is gonna be a little tough because the rescues are gonna be a little harder because they don't have a dedicated one. I mean, coordinator is kind of known as a stun support instead of a rescuer these days. So it really comes down to how they draft their personas. No one taking the top part of this map, going for like a Tetris-like Z spawn here, giving the airplanist the center. You got corner right side on the embalmer and umbrella exit on the psychologist, while the coordinator does get that restaurant area.
Honestly, I felt like if coordinator was on top instead of where the Goatman is, I think that would make a strong defense because right now they are all being pushed to the bottom part. So it might make rotations a little bit harder. Right? But hey, I mean, after all has been said and done, they are sort of setting themselves up here, like saying, okay, it's fine. I think we can work with this. But quite honestly, mirror match of sorts, meaning that same hunter, same traits, that's going to be an abnormal, but a little bit of difference in terms of the traits they bring. So only psychologists and embalmer actually having borrow time. Embalmer borrow time.
So was that tide turners on to two tide turners on the airplanist and coordinator. But folks, we're about to head towards the second half of round number 1. That's Nello Mello. I'm PotchSpice. We are your commentators. So let's get it going.
All right, Go Tien, you know, fancy clothes coming towards the middle. One will be in the vicinity. He's actually in the middle, just trying to show his face. But He Tien on the Goatman is like, yeah, I don't really want to go in that direction. I'm actually trying to mislead everyone. Instead, Lace will kind of be in the vicinity, and that's pretty good because he has a flare gun to work with. Obviously, does not know if He Tien has excitement, but He Tien, the first cage, let's see if he's going to get value. He's going to get that value with the flare gun. Lace trying to escape this vicinity so far.
Yeah, but we see the resentment already building up here. Lace, unfortunately, will have to trade off the use of that coordinator flare gun with some kiting. So He Tien has to build up some resentment. And lucky for He Tien, Lace is the one with the tide turner. So not a kiting build onto Lace. He's going to go for another cage and an instant down here in the early seconds of the match now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very unfortunate spot to be kiting Goatman with, right? And as a coordinator, it's good. It's good that you have a gun to sort of help you kite a bit longer, but it's the Goatman we're talking about. You gotta consistently disable disable him during an interval. Otherwise, one shot, that's not going to be enough to buy enough time. And now look, they're normal into Aqua Cypher. Aqua's like, no!
No, all my hard work. Oh, darn it. But Lace is actually here, gets the last effort. So I'd have to say, I mean, he traded off the abnormal for a rescue attempt, right? So there's no more tide turner for this coordinator to have a safe rebound rescue. So they might have to go for a little over support here. The good thing is, no one's injured. It's just Lace.
It's just Lace, yeah, it's okay. But Posh, the scary part has yet to come because thanks to that normal, look at the ciphers. It almost feels like only one person, and that's Embalmer, that has decoded throughout the entire 2 minutes of the game. So ciphers are very, very slow so far.
Does he see? Oh my god, he sees him. And he tries to go for a backswing. Boom. Able to actually get a rescue. And now this is actually really good for the coordinator. But unfortunately, we still got this cage to kite out. So backstep, able to actually prolong it. So nice kite so far by Lace.
Very good so far. This is his last chance. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with this. I'm just going to hit you through it. And then with the help of the cage, I'm just going to close my distance. And he's going to get... Wait, no!
Oh, backstep. Oh my goodness. And now this pallet, ever since the first half, has been the bane of all these hunters. So now, building up that resentment, gonna try to backstep, unable to get it still. The constant movement from the coordinator, but unfortunately does fall in that exchange.
Yeah, Lace is going to be the first person out of the game. But while all of that is happening, 4 ciphers, the second and third, fourth cipher actually has a lot of progress.
Yep.
2 ciphers remaining, one at 68%, but there's no final cipher, and we know that's an abnormal. Look at that. Goodbye, cipher.
Okay, so now that definitely prolonged the game. So He-Tien can consider to change traits here. He needs to find another target though. The longer he waits here, the more the survivors can kind of recuperate. Actually, all of them are still pretty good when it comes to items. Embalmer still has his coffin. Psychologist has the 3 hits about. And Juan, the airplanist, can support with the kite. So now it seems like... Go.
I mean, this is just really hard, right? Remember when I talk about Omni, like they have to work on their middle to late game. But here, the early game kite is not really long enough, and because of the abnormal, they're just wasting time. Oh no! The jetpack's not gonna work because he blocked Juan inside.
Oh, another backstep here. Some swing and a miss. Juan has to be very careful. Oh, gets the jetpack, but unfortunately, the swings were too fast and too frequent that this airplane does fall. You gotta give it up to Omni survivors. They are making He-Tien miss, but in the grand scheme of things, this is actually really good for the hunter. But ciphers are looking all right. I wonder how they're gonna play this next couple of seconds, though.
I mean, it's definitely okay, right? Aqua can go in for the rescue because Aqua has borrowed time, and she's able to take 3 hits. So it's definitely okay. The last cipher is already at 85%. It's definitely fine. Rest assured, Omni is looking very, very strong in order to get this 2-man escape. With the coffin factor available, we'll see if He-Tien will be able to foil this support. Oh no, breaking it!
Blocks
It's okay.
him off.
2 more hits. It's fine. 2 more hits.
He's still got a cage to work with. Oh, yeah. Able to actually cage him off. Drop down, reset. Oh my goodness. Able to actually get the hit. They have to go for the pop. He's blocking the basement.
What a play! Oh! Aqua down! Aqua down! Oh no! Getting the 3 hits onto Aqua in that short amount of time. He-Tien the goal!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
My god,
And he's
Fluff!
gonna teleport, and Fluff is right there. He's trying to go for the swing. And no, he's gonna keep going for the exit gate. One more, and he's gonna fall down. And that's gonna be a 4K Goatman. Uh-oh. Oh, you're right. Coffin.
He can rescue Aqua. Can he do it? Omni still has this. If Omni, if Fluff can go there, he can make it. But the mirror coming in. Oh no, Fluff! Can he make a dash for it? Oh my goodness! It doesn't matter if there's a cage or not. It doesn't matter because he has detention. And now Fluff tiptoeing around, saying, "Oh, I gotta do this." Can he pull off the ankle breaks? Let's see.
Oh my god! Through the window. Oh, he's hiding behind. Oh, drops the pallet too. Fluff. He's able to kite it out, but he's still gonna wait it out here. Detention is still a factor. Unfortunately, Fluff, it's not looking too well here for our survivors of Omni because detention is still gonna outweigh the chair time.
It's okay, 50 seconds, he can do it. Oh no, unfortunately, yeah, I mean, Fluff has done super well considering how this is the late game and he doesn't exactly have a tool to kite with, but honestly though, Omni was playing so well, but again, this time the mid to late game haunting them back. And I gotta say, like, Lay's not the best kite in the beginning, but Omni was able to pull it back. They worked on their middle game, but it's very unfortunate because they got countered so hard by the abnormal too.
The abnormal prolonging everything, and also, like you said, I mean, they were able to at least prime the ciphers. The basement play, that was really crucial for
that was so insane
of He-Tien, right? To stop, to block off the attempt of the psychologist from dropping down, and also just chasing her outside the hotel area was so crucial for He-Tien.
It was. Wow. What a placement, man. Imagine getting all 3 hits in that short amount of time. I guess this is what it's meant by, you know, locking in when it really matters. Because in the beginning,
tell me
it was
about
like in the beginning it was like, okay, the hunters are very active, going in and out of the cage, and it bought a lot of time. But ultimately, I feel like when it really mattered, the rescue towards the basement didn't really hold out. So I feel like, you see, in this situation, if they actually had an embalmer, a gravekeeper, things would have been so much different. Like if that was the first pick, after first officer was banned. I think that would have been a massive difference. But still, GG, well played. Omni has definitely fight to the very end, but
yeah,
it's gonna take this 7-2.
And also, not to mention, like, the Hetien was actually missing a lot of the hits at the start, but then, like you said, he kind of locked in towards when it really mattered, which was that basement camp, and he was able to do it. And yeah, you're right. When it comes to the drafting, maybe they have, at least they save Gravekeeper for second round pickup, right? Because we do note that as the game progresses, it does go survivor sided. So if they set themselves up for a good round number 2, they could at least prolong till game number 3. But I have to say, Sky doing a great job on the survivor side, getting a tie from Pit Stoppers' Goatman, and also Hetien getting the 4K, coming in clutch, I would say.
Yeah, coming in clutch when needed, right? So good job. Both teams are really trying to do their best in order to come ahead, right? Because this is obviously the second last day. A lot of these teams, actually all of these teams, this is their last fight, right? So
yeah,
it's definitely gonna matter a lot coming into day number 9. So Sky coming out strong so far in round number 1, but Omni, they still have a comeback potential in game number 2. So those of you in the chat, please do drop your star emojis in order to support Omni right now, especially in round number 2, because they need your support.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they do. And if you guys are supporting Southeast Asia's Sky, do support them by spamming some cloud emojis, because they perform very well in round number 1. Now, the task isn't done just yet because they want to duplicate, or they want to be able to sustain that type of performance come round number 2. And Omni's job is to kind of prevent that, trying to go for a tie, get some more confidence back in their team. And I'd say they do have a shot with that, because now you take away the Goatman and the hullabaloo of Hetien. You're kind of forcing Hetien to the Opera Singer or the Ivy. Maybe draft accordingly for that.
Yeah, draft accordingly for that, because that's definitely going to help you in the next game. But just to bring you back to the action a while ago, here are the highlights.
Call PP early up.
Cannot die
Go PP. Fuck up. 我有一个 good. Fuck up 远一点。Fuck up again. Nice.
Don't worry. And I don't think there's a bushes. I think it's double hotel.
I'm dead.
Well, we have another abnormal after that.
He will.
Yeah, great rebound. Keep it up. I'm starting behind restaurant.
I got the one man.
Just kite as long as you can.
I'm scared of me.
And there you have it, folks. The end of round number 1 with Sky on top. On the Hunter side, Hetien having an amazing 4-man elimination, while the Survivors getting a tie is all they needed for them to set themselves up for a great round number 2, Nell.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a really good showcase of what a Goatman can be. A lot of potentials for Goatman, right? And you can see in that situation, just getting that triple hit onto Psychologist in angles that I think it caught a lot of people off guard as well. Like, hey, 3 hits, Psychologist should be able to make this rescue.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. In theory, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think, Hetien kind of wants to pop off a little more, so he's back on stage. It is Omni that chose Red Church. Red Church seems to be the deciding, or like the pivotal map selection for either BO3 or this kind of crossroad moment. So this allows any hunter to actually come on in, because all hunters are quite viable on this map, especially the Opera Singer or the Ivy.
I mean, this is a chance for Omni to get their comeback game, right? Because they're going straight up against Hetien again in this first half. So I feel like if they can take anything away from what happened in the first game, I think it's going to be the play style. I mean, they should kind of figure out how He-Tian, they were able to play and adjust to how He-Tian was playing in the first half. So I think it's just a matter of taking it into consideration into this game, because right now, maybe they should start by securing better rescuers first. I think that's one of the important things that they can do in game number 2, because first game they did not have like a stable one, like even a Gravekeeper, a Wildling. I think things would have been so not so much different, but it would have a different outcome. For all I know, that could have been a 2-man escape or a 1-man at least.
If they had that stable rescuer. Unfortunately, we can't really talk about first officer because that was the one that was picked off early. But Wildling, it's a mercenary, just someone to be able to tank and be able to stably rescue the survivors here. So we are going to go back into the drafting phase of this matchup. Is it going to be is it going to be a Hullabaloo? Oh, sorry, not Hullabaloo. Is it going to be an Ivy? Is it going to be an Opera Singer? We just have to find out how He-Tian is going to be able to play this one out.
Yeah. I mean, Omni, I got to shout their praises, right? They are still very comfortable. They're still having a good time. And this is something, a very rare quality, especially for all the top teams playing in Call of the Abyss, because they, being comfortable in this high-stakes situation, I feel like that's one of the things that can make sure that this team is going to go a far way. Because sometimes you see teams fall out because of certain mistakes, certain undesirable outcomes. They fall apart. They move on to a new team. Well, not here, because they're just they just pick themselves back up and be like, okay, let's go round 2. No more goat, man. Let's go. Let's try. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I think the state of mind is super important, right? If you have more of a relaxed, like, okay, let's have some fun or let's try to do our best, you're not as stressed or you're not as tunnel visioned as like, I need to perform well. I can't I need to get this much, or I can't afford to get terror shocked or whatever. Usually, whatever is in your mind, you tend to attract it. So if they're able to come into this kind of relaxed, I'm pretty sure the outcome is going to be great. So Seer, Antiquarian getting banned out. So good pickup of the first officer. I really like this. So at least they're able to use this to kind of safeguard a safe rescuer for for a rescue or a rebound rescue.
Yeah, that's a very important pick, right? Because it's a small map. So first officer works super well here. Just pick up the pocket watch and you're good to go. You can just zigzag in, come in, close in the distance, get that rescue to happen. And that is only because He-Tian allowed it to be picked, because he was prioritizing Antiquarian and Seer. But I don't think Omni was going to go for Antiquarian either way. But it just shows that, He-Tian's like, it's okay, just get it off the way.
Gardener pickup here. I would say the bubble is actually could be the difference maker in a lot of situations, but you have to really time that bubble very well. Sometimes the best players really know how to play with the cooldowns of that and know when to stop moving to build that bubble shield up. So He-Tian has to be very careful. So the last ban is going to be on the prisoner side, so not forcing any fast decoding to happen. So what will be the last pickup on Omni's side?
What's the last pickup? That's a very good question. I mean, maybe a little bit of mobility, because here, they're gonna go with the tanky characters. Okay. So I guess it's fine. Being tanky is always very welcome here, right? Especially if you're really good in kiting. Like I can't kite that first hit, but I'm able to kite that second and third hit. So that's gonna be a really important factor with the bubbles as well. So Omni, so far, if you notice one thing about Omni, it's always like a support utility sort of build. You don't see a lot of fight back characters. Coordinator's just one of them, but other than that, it's always about self-preservation.
True, and not really forcing any team fights here. So He-Tian doesn't have to even consider bringing the excitement or looking behind his shoulder. I guess the one thing he has to look out for if Lays would break the rocket chairs, but that's gonna be a little tough. By the way, I think I saw someone familiar in the chat. I think we saw NTT. So shout outs to him, my guy. Long time no see, NTT.
NTT.
Yes.
He's doing a watch party in his region as well in Vietnam.
Oh, let's go. Oh, nice.
Let's
okay.
go.
So shout out to
shout out.
NTT. Shout out to NTT's viewers. Hello, if we're in NTT's
Hello. Xin chào mọi người.
Hey, let's go.
All right. But He Tian still contemplating what he could be playing here. Opera Singer here will be amazing, honestly. Especially if he can farm off the survivors or even a shadow. I think that would be really great because none of them can actually escape. But yeah, going with the fast and aggressive Sangre will be good here.
Yeah.
It's always Goatman or Hullabaloo and then Opera Singer in this game number 2. So Opera Singer up against this lineup. I sort of like it because most of them are just walking targets.
Yeah. I guess Novelist could perform really well up against the Opera Singer, but getting the book and using the book effectively is going to be really tough, especially since Opera Singer just dashes so well in between the shadow forms, right? So we're going to see a T-shaped spawn here with the first officer actually getting red carpet. Center is going to go Psychologist, and the back exit area is going to be by the Novelist, which is where we're going to have the first chase.
Everyone is actually a really good target, but I guess Psychologist would be a really hard chase, especially since he's in the middle of the map. It's fine not to chase off him first. I think going after the Novelist would be good. Just get rid of the book first. And the matter of the fact is, Novelist is really a good decoder in the first half of the cipher.
Right.
He decodes faster in the first half, so getting rid of him first is good.
Yeah, he brought excitement, trump card, and detention to start things out here. So this first chase needs to be godlike. I guess he wants to go after Novelist because Novelist can go for those pallet stuns or those switcheroo for him to be able to get it. But anyway, folks. PotSpice and Mello on the mic for this first half of round number 2 of Sky versus Omni.
All right, He Tian coming in for the rush, trying to get that first survivor. Fluff is in the vicinity, and obviously we know, okay, what was that teleport back into his shadow? Maybe a little bit of misclick going on here, but he's going to go with the Psychologist here. Aqua just waiting by the mirror. Oh, wait, He Tian. That's a misdirection going in. His real target is actually Lays.
Lays all the way back here, gets the pallet stun. So now... and also with that bubble, but now we see him actually teleport towards the next shadow. I would say a little too fast for He Tian, a little too fast for us to be able to recall here. So now the bubble, is it going to expire anytime soon? Not yet. Wow. So just allowing himself to have a free vault of that window.
Yeah, soon. I mean, 56 seconds, that was it. Lays is going to get that first hit. Still has a flywheel to work with though, Posh.
So flywheel could... Oh, actually, it seems like we are going to go towards the back exit side and no blink for him to actually blink down this pallet. So it seems like Lays doing a great job. Ciphers are moving by pretty well.
Yeah, pretty well so far. Lays trying to build up that bubble. He has a little bit of seconds left. Oh no, unfortunately, that's not gonna buy enough time. But pretty respectable kite so far. 1.5 minutes in, and 3 ciphers almost done.
Great start for the survivors, I would say. I think He Tian was kind of struggling at the start which area to actually go towards, which one to commit to. But now it seems like the Psychologist is here in this area. Aqua. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a clean rescue here while using Tide Turner. Can eat that first hit. That's totally fine. Gardener now having that Tide Turner, allowing her to pull some distance away from the back exit.
Yeah, just trying to get away from the ciphers as much as possible. Dying in the cemetery would actually be pretty good because no one's there. You can see one is actually in the vicinity with a Tide Turner, probably gearing up towards the second rescue going on here. And yeah, Psychologist is going to get that heal up, helping the injured teammate. And right now, Juan just tiptoeing in the vicinity, probably close enough to give Tinnitus, just to keep He Tian at the spot.
Yeah, I think that they were able to rotate the hunter away from the ciphers that want to be moved. So yeah, Hutian's kind of forced to stay here. I don't know if they're gonna go for. Oh yeah, there's a rescue attempt that is happening.
They should. Oh,
able
backdoor
to
rescue.
get it. Yeah. So Lei's doing an amazing job. So Hutian kind of scrambling to get back in this matchup. He's actually chasing Lei's at this point. So. Sorry, Lei's. Yeah, exactly. I thought it was the first officer, but I was bamboozled. So can he actually get Lei's down? Juan is here though.
Ooh, the dash. Will he be able to make it to the pallet? Oh, he's gonna activate that bubble, but it's okay. Just put down the pallet, and then first officer is gonna try and block Juan. Beautiful first block, but Hutian is really fast to catch up to where Lei's is, and there's no pallets here to work with, Poch.
Wow.
So this is a danger area. Lei should probably be gearing up towards kiting in this area. That's the only last 2 pallets here left. Hutian being pressured by Omni, actually.
Yeah.
Lei's doing an amazing job this game.
Ooh, okay, so now that's going to be the down. Unfortunately, no borrowed time and no other rescues can be attempted because this is the last chair. So last cipher is already good as primed here, but we're still sitting at 76%, which makes me think Hutian, unfortunately, bringing the excitement didn't really give it enough impact here. They're double decoding the center cipher, and now they are going to be scrambling for the exit doors here. They haven't... Oh, goes for the switch, but that just allows him to go towards this area. So the kite needs to be impeccable for this one to get pushed, Mel.
Yeah, they're already starting a 6th cipher elsewhere, right? Psychologist, Aqua is just starting a new cipher. It's very unfortunate, right? Because that last cipher is near where the hunter is. After baiting the pocket watch, Hutian teleporting back, knows where the next cipher is, spot. He's probably going to spot out Aqua very, very soon. And Fluff really shouldn't be dying here. The back and forth going on. Hutian just trying to keep pressuring the survivors until they make a mistake. Juan has no more watch. He's going to use the watch pretty early.
Yeah, so yeah, unfortunately he wasn't able to use the watch while he's in the area here. This hit would definitely be a down situation for Juan. Able to drop down the pallet. This allows them to prime that cipher all the way at the top broken area. Note Psychologist can come for a rescue, so they're playing themselves to a really solid end game here, with at least they can go for a tie.
This is really hard. Aqua does not have borrowed time, so if this happens, he rescues. He really needs to get out of here. Hutian, wait, Hutian, no, Psychologists have
my god,
have no borrowed time.
Wow. They just go for that pop, and what an investment here, going straight for Psychologist, and now everyone's trying to rush towards the exit gate. He still hasn't used the trump card, Nell, so this could actually play very well on Hutian's side. Juan, though, forcing the tinnitus. If he gets spotted out here early, this is going to be really tough for Omni to come back from.
How does Hutian know? How does Hutian know? That hunter's instinct. He's gonna try and force. He's gonna try and hit the first officer here, Juan, trying to fight for his life. But Hutian, the hunter instinct's just telling him to go back and guard the cipher. It's okay because the gate's open in the front. He probably needs to switch to teleport now.
Oh, it's switching to teleport. Can he get it out? It seems like they're able to actually get the escape. The tie game for Team Omni.
Let's go, Omni. What a clutch play. No hesitation. By the way, just running out to the gate is like, goodbye, I don't care. I'm just gonna walk out with my pocket watch.
Yeah.
And we're gonna ride into the sunset. We're happy with 2, man. We're happy with 2.
Exactly. I think that's good. Going up against an opera singer round 2 for them to get that tie. I think especially that ending scenario, that could not be possible with other survivors, but only the first officer. So them picking up the first officer round start was definitely a good investment on their side.
Right. And this mattered because they had such a good rescuer in the end, right? They have this first officer. If it was a gravekeeper, that would have also been really good, just running as well. But ultimately, I felt like this game, there was so much more improvement simply because Lei's was able to utilize the bubble and helped with his rebound kite. So that played so much factor. And middle to late game, apparently it's not Omni's problem this time. It's just Hutian. Like in normal situations, you will definitely go back and guard that chair, right?
Yeah.
But here, Omni was like reverse psychologing Hutian, like, oh, no, actually, no one's gonna go and rescue.
We're just gonna escape real quick here. We're not gonna do that. So great stuff on Omni's side. I think being able to force Hutian to go for excitement, which at the end, at the start of the game didn't really serve him at all. because there was only like one pallet slam that was at the start on the Gardener side, and that was a surprise pallet slam. Excitement wasn't even ready yet. So I think the way that they got into his head was something to, highlight, because from the start, they were playing with a lot more confidence, like you said, Lace with the Gardener, and it kind of forced Hutien to play a little passively.
Yeah, a little bit passively, but it's honestly the right call just to go back, because I feel like any hunter in a lot of situations would do that. It's just very unfortunate that this time Omni took the route less taken.
I meant passively by bringing excitement.
Okay, yeah. Abnormal would be strong too, though.
Yeah,
right?
that would be very aggressive. So I think because they brought, or maybe they're like, wow, they really like going for team fights. Maybe they forced them to go, you know what, let me just bring excitement, because these guys like pallet stunning. So, but imagine if he brought abnormal, that would have been crazy. I think that we might have had a different outcome.
I think ultimately maybe the excitement is just really for the novelist, just to counter him throughout the game, right? Just get the book out of the way. But it's really okay. I feel like even though Hutien this time, he failed to get that 4 elimination with the opera singer, I think it's still very respectable, just getting a draw in that situation, because Omni did have a really decent early game to mid game, and the difference, I think you pointed out, not having abnormal, that definitely did not slow the game down, and Omni capitalized on it.
True. You gotta admit also, like, no abnormal, their Cypher rush is really on point. They really made sure that game lasted really fast, and for them to be able to get the escape. Good start. So now, hopefully, this game kind of gave Pit Stoppers I would say, a little bit more confidence coming into this next match, because we know Pit Stoppers in NAEU. He's a 4K machine. So he wants to get that same type of performance going up against the survivors of Team Sky here.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't put it any better. Like, Pit Stoppers definitely feeling more comfortable here now that he knows that even if he does not get the win,
the performance of
even
Sky in
getting
the
a
group
draw
stage
would
is
be
very good.
Good.
I'm very excited to face off against Sky as one of the best Southeast Asia teams. For me, I don't feel pressure to face them because I face GG, Wolves, and RC, and I'm tired of getting ties. For Sky, I will get 4.
Ooh, let's get 4. I will get 4 eliminations. All right. Love the
3
confidence.
fingers. 3 fingers there. Like, let's start with 3.
Let's start with 3 first, then ramp it up to 4.
I mean, that's a good thing, right? Like, you build up your momentum, you build up the snowball effect, right? When the momentum starts kicking in, then that's where you have this game in your grasp. And thankfully, Omni survivors give this opportunity to Pit Stoppers to be more confident in the chase, right? Because getting a 2-man elimination, that's very, very doable.
Yeah. I think coming in with that confidence, he said already that he's already faced like the Wolves, RC, like the giants of his group stage. So going up against Southeast Asia, I mean, they are also Southeast Asia greats. But after going through those big players in IVL and IJL, it's like, okay, if I can go up against them, I learn from them. Let me carry what I learned, or let me carry my experience going up against Sky here. So I like the mentality. Pit Stoppers is always a player that always tries to find constant improvement with his game, with his team. He says excellence is what they try to strive for during the interview. So I can't wait to see how that would translate here.
Yeah, I mean, Pit Stopper is a really good hunter as well. Like, from what you can hear as well, he's very confident. And honestly, getting a draw against other teams in this group, that's actually really impressive, going up against Chinese mainland and Japanese teams, right? By these standards, this is actually really good. So in game number 2, second half, hopefully he'll be able to make that difference that Omni needs right now in order to come back. So this is do or die, because gotta be really careful, because if Sky gets a 3-man out, Sky's gonna win 2-0.
Yeah.
So Pit Stopper, the minimum is a 2-man elimination. But if you can get 3 or 4, that would equalize the round wins and points.
True. I think that's the goal, but getting a tie is still all good, especially on Sky's side. I think what they need to think about is just keeping the lead. If they want to play super passively, they could just keep tying things out. But like Pitstopper said in his interview, he wants to get that four elimination. He wants to put himself on the board with that 4 elimination. So let's see if this draft will help out. Banning out the Seer, Forward, and the Psychologist. Strong ban so far. They do have a chance to pick up Mercenary is going to be their 3rd pick. So I guess saving the first officer for the last round just in case. But how are you liking it so far?
They have the heals, mobility, and tankiness, right? So a lot of these picks always revolve around this criteria. So I'm glad to see a barmate here because they are probably gearing up towards Pitstopper's Dream Witch.
Yes.
So that might be a possibility, right? So a Dream Witch here is super scary. It's a really good map for Dream Witch. And but I feel like it can go either way because Sky is also very confident going up against Dream Witch.
Yeah, they've faced other Dream Witches in the past too. So the fact that they brought the barmaid here and as well as some stable rescuer in the mercenary, I think they're getting ready for that. I like that they brought the fire investigator as well because there's really good spots to put the balloon in. We've seen it also done in the previous match that did go overtime. So now the question is he going to go for that Dream Witch or is he going to go for the Ivy or the opera singer?
I mean, Dream Witch should be really good. Opera singer, yeah, it's a single hit hunter, right? So that's also good in the sense that if he manages to get that first hit down, that's going to be super important going into late game. Like for Omni, they had a lot more tanky characters and the bubble. Here, it's just the mercenary.
Right.
So honestly, he can go with the opera singer and it would pressure Sky as well. No harm in going with Dream Witch or opera singer here. But I feel like opera singer would be stronger. Dream Witch here, because of the barmaid, I think things might be a little harder. But it's very doable. It's very doable.
I guess he just also wants to make a statement, and like we pointed out before, comfort, right? Pitstoppers, on this Dream Witch has won has placed in qualifiers, has won IVT matches, so I think that's what he's kind of banking on to fall back into his comfort pick, which is the Dream Witch. And the fact that Omni chose Red Church means that I guess they wanted to empower Pitstoppers in this match since it's his comfort pick, and the familiarity is definitely there. So let's take a look at the spawn location.
Yeah, gonna go with a T spawn. Probably wants Pitstopper to make up the cross in the middle. So probably gonna spawn at the right side, right? That's where he wants to block the ciphers on the top broken and the back broken. Oh wait, he's actually trying to force them towards the other side of the map. Interesting.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to spawn on the right side, but maybe he just wants to go for a chase of Florian and push him towards the back exit. But we just have to wait and see because as a Dream Witch, you could spread your attention really far and wide with the leeches. And on Pitstoppers, he is quite adept and quite skillful with how he uses this Dream Witch. Now, if it's a Blink or a Patroller is one that I want to see. It is going to be a Blink Dream Witch to start things out. So aggressive, but we have 3 flywheels on Sky and 3 borrowed time, folks. So this is going to be the second half of round number 2. Sky versus Omni. We're going to head to the Red Church. That's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We are your commentators for this match.
All right, Pitstopper with the aggressive Blink trait is going to rotate towards the middle of the Red Church. It's going to spot out Yuki, and Yuki is the barmaid of the team. not exactly the best target to chase, right? Simply because she can just allow the leech hit. She can just take a hit from the leech hit. And with the Dublin, well, she can just heal up and continue the kite. So the cemetery is going to be a pretty good place to kite.
Yeah.
Putting out the pallet, that's going to slow down the follower a little bit.
True. So it seems like Yuki, I mean, oh wow, stunning the follower that is leached onto her. So we've seen Yuki kind of be the backbone of this team, taking that first kite, right? So now is going to be needed more than ever as some of the ciphers are moving. So Pitstopper is still trying to position his followers here to kind of corner Yuki. Blink will be ready, but it's not going to be a blink down if he will try to go for this hit here and now. So just waiting on the right moment to use it. We're going to see Yuki just get that hit because he has to force out the leech hit.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, right? Because you don't want to lose your leech, because if you do that, then the heal's going to take effect. And you're not going to be able to catch up in time. Look at Yuki, just 2 seconds away, 2 seconds away from getting fully healed. And that's going to be a problem. Pitstopper! The awareness, getting the hit.
So this is kind of scary because now a blink is actually in place, but the main body still has to reposition. So this allows Yuki to kind of find an opening here and also get a bit of support from the team. PP is actually here, but PP is going to be the one that's going to get leached out. So this could actually help the case for for Pitstoppers here.
Yeah, I mean, that can definitely help him kind of a bit longer. Yuki trying to put this down. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is dangerous, right? Because now the leech doesn't disappear. This is really smart. And now he can chair Yuki and leech Yuki at the same time. So the leech is still available, but right now I'm just thinking, is he trying to force the basement here?
No.
Oh no,
Okay,
he's
so
not gonna force it. Good.
Yeah, so I think playing a little conservatively, since this is the first chair, is still all good. But yeah, it seems like Mercenary's leech is here. PP is actually drawn away, but Aeroplanist does have hard time. Wow, blinks through just to hit PP, and that could have been a terror shock. So quite the interesting turn of events here. PP now might be forced. Oh, this might be actually a double down if PP is going to go for this rescue.
He has to force that before half rescue, right? I mean, is he? No, he's not gonna force that halftime rescue. He's just going to rescue at full blood. This is the power coming in, right? Just look at Pitstopper just pressuring ciphers, but at the same time, Sky though, they're, oh god, the ciphers are just insane. Look at both ciphers almost pop. He's gonna force that cipher for reals. Wait, he's not gonna be able to force it.
He used the jetpack just to move the Noom past the cipher. So Yuki's still alive, but this is her last chair. We're stuck on this 95% cipher. He's camping on top of it. So Pitstopper's, you know, trying to stop and catch his breath here and try to leech some of the survivors. I'm not liking how there's so much leeches on the board for Sky here. At least they have those anti-curses, but they're gonna have to start de-leeching, especially if they want to push for that end game.
Yeah, Pitstopper is actually in a very good position here. 95% Panda with full health. He's gonna try and decode, but honestly, against a Dream Witch, don't forget, you gotta start a 6th cipher, especially if this cipher is being camped, right?
Yeah.
So they're not doing that. Maybe because they're just confident, right? Because thanks to the barmaid, barmaid's gonna get healed up. Mercenary is just gonna remove the follower, and I feel like they're gearing up towards endgame here. Just priming the leeches would be good as well.
True.
But honestly, they need to get this rescue up for Neru.
Seems like, oh wow, actually getting the rescue. They do, he did hit that balloon. So we're still gonna constantly go back and forth here. The Graveyard Cipher. Panda now gonna have to take this kite. Let's see if he's gonna be able to flywheel through. Unfortunately, untimed there. So there's some injuries that are racking up. Borrowed time may be a big factor here in this game, but Pitstoppers does have to move the main body because he does feel like some ciphers are shaking. I wonder if Aeroplanist did prime his, oh yeah, he did. So 54% on removing the curse, or are you actually able to remove it right away? So just in a fell swoop now, no more followers on the board here.
Yeah, very, very good management of countering Dream Witch, because they know that they know like exactly what you just said, like so many leeches on the board. They gotta get rid of it first. And Pitstopper, Oh god, that was so close. PP so close to getting hit, but the Cypher has been primed, Potch. So I feel like they could just
pop because Mercenary unfortunately does not. Oh yeah, he does. Okay, so he does have borrowed time. It is the end game, a 4 survivor end game, folks. So now detention is going to be a factor. It's only Mercenary with the leech. So Pit Stopper's got to rotate away from the Mercenary and try to catch some of these survivors trying to open up the exit gates. It seems like Neru is going to try to force this exit gate to open.
Trying to force it while his teammates the leech, right? Because PP having a leech here is also very problematic. A blink coming in, missing Neru. What has just happened? The flywheel, and he still has one more jetpack to work with. Pit Stopper, he's not able to find anyone to go down, and Pit Stopper just rotating between front and back gate. Look at Panda, almost open. 3 of them are running towards the front gate. Three survivors. PP. And this balloon.
Able to get a 4 survivor escape. Sky, ladies and gentlemen, are your winners of this match.
What a play.
Clutch.
And I think Pit Stopper realizes what's going on. He's like, yeah, it's okay. It's good game, well played. Surrendered, and there was a 4-man escape. What a play.
I have to say, yeah, going for your comfort is really good, but I just think that Sky and I'd say any professional and semi-professional team have understood the meta of Dream Witch. And you saw, like, it was getting concerning that there was so much leech followers on the map, but they were ready to prime it, they were able to rotate, and I think when it came down to it, they really knew how to play the mid to late game. Despite some hits here and there, and the end games taking so long, they kind of knew, I think, that the Dream Witch was going to come out because they brought out the Barmaid and Flywheels as well.
It's okay. He went out on his own terms.
Right.
In that situation against a Barmaid, right, I did say it's either Dream Witch or Opera Singer. Opera Singer would be great too because he's just really good at dashing and just controlling. But without the abnormal, I think the Cyphers really got out of control. Right? Because 1.5 minutes, 3 Cyphers almost done. That's insane.
Yeah.
How fast was that? That was just insane. So I feel like it's just particularly a race against time, and because Pit Stopper, he did an amazing job at the very end, tried to control the Cyphers, but 95%, there's not much you can do because you kept a leech follower there. Doesn't really matter because the owner will just run further away. Follow him.
True.
Yeah.
Again, our congratulations go out to Sky, our love and support, and you know what? A little flowers go out to Team Omni for giving it their all in this matchup. But it is Sky to take the victory here in a consistent 7-2. Not just on one side. It was the Hunter that shined in Chinatown, but it was the survivors that got a 4-man escape over here at Red Church. So congratulations, Team Sky. And also, as Pit Stopper, as you said, Pit Stoppers, at least he went out on his own terms using that Dream Witch.
Exactly. You gotta give it up to them. They've definitely done their best being on the stage, and I can only imagine that if they keep going on, they're definitely gonna come back stronger next year, right? They're definitely gonna come back stronger in COA:৯, called Abyss:৯. So I feel like as long as they don't give up, it's definitely gonna get better and better.
Yeah, so hopefully we see that. I think we did interview Panda, right? And I think this year or next year he'll be going to military service. So I think this was a good game for him to be able to kind of rest on for a little bit before he might come back to it after he does military service. But congratulations to Team Sky performing very well in this matchup. And yeah, I can't wait to see Team Omni. Hopefully they still stick together, and hopefully we see a little more of them come IVT or the other tournaments that will be happening when it comes to the regional tournaments in NAEU or the inter-regional tournaments. So let's watch the highlights and award an MVP afterwards.
Starting behind restaurant. I got the 1-man.
This guy as long as you can. Go in chat?
I'm in chat, basement chat.
Okay.
There'll be a normal 2 on the lookup.
It's at 670.
No, he's
dead. Non-book.
Fuck! You make it? I don't think I make it. I missed! He missed! Nice! Nice! He missed!
Trong sẵn on multi phía nào? You can nice. You can shoot multi Neru. Neru Yaman, right?
Yaman. It's okay. You just go.
Go, no? You can go, no?
Yeah.
Ball.
Go.
Communication has gone crazy in the highlights. All sorts of languages coming out. And yeah, I mean, GG, well played. Both teams have displayed amazing performance. And it's just that Sky obviously is the better team this time round, simply because they have more experience. And of course, we've talked about this. Omni, the sky's the limit. I believe they will come back. Take this as a lesson. Take this as a learning experience. Come back stronger in the next COA. And I think we'll see improvements.
Yes.
Leaps and bounds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, every Call of the Abyss, you kind of see teams going up and up. And Omni being a constant presence for the NAEU region. Hopefully, they will shine brighter. And I'm sure they will in the next tournaments and also in Call of the Abyss. Not the end of the road, just a chapter in their journey. So shout outs to them for giving us all their hard work and performance. And right now they could just kind of relax and enjoy the grand finals, because I think they're going to
enjoy Guangzhou.
Yeah, enjoy Guangzhou. The food, watch everyone, culture, the players. Like maybe ask for some scrims. I think this is the best possible time to get to know like the players of IVL and IJL.
Play
same
some
with Sky.
copycat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, play some copycat.
Play some copycat for real.
Make content, do like a TikTok dance with any of the players there. I would say the same for Sky, because this is their last game of the group stage. So yeah, I think they could just kind of relax now and then just enjoy the whole Call of the Abyss season.
Exactly. And now the time has come.
It's Yuki!
Girl
Let's
boss. Let's go. Yuki, what an amazing pillar for Sky right here, and very well deserved MVP. Like, just look at that cross arm. Like, yo, I'm the queen. I'm the queen, and I got MVP. Very well deserved. She was playing out of her mind, not just in this game, but in the previous games as well. So, Yuki, definitely watch out for Yuki.
All the way from qualifiers, man. Like, she has been improving constantly. Every time we see her, she's just been taking first kite and just making these, just breaking ankles left and right. So congratulations to Sky's Yuki. What a way to end their group stage for her to get the MVP performance. And yeah, and in this performance alone, she took the barmaid kite, and in round number 1, she was the puppeteer kite. So congratulations, Yuki.
Yeah, now.
大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 Sky 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到了 Yuki 和 Panda 来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。好谦让。
大家好，我是 SKY 的 Panda。
大家好，我是 Yuki。
欢迎两位来到赛后采访环节。你们两个中有2个人刚刚打都非常秀啊。那我们先来问一下2位吧，有没有在赛前的时候就预料到自己会这么漂亮的2-0拿下这个比赛呢？
我们目前是没想到能2-0，因为我们之前打狼 GG 和 RC 时候状态没有打得很好，我们没拿到我们自己的自信，所以我们觉得打 Omni 时候我们可能打到 BO3，但是还是自信我们能拿下这个比赛的。
但是就是出人意料的来到了2-0的环节，也是非常惊喜，相信2位也是非常开心。接下来我们来聊到我们的对局中啊 ，Panda 在唐人街这一把有非常亮眼的操作，古董上啊，第一次见到跛脚羊的时候就打消了跛脚羊继续追你的念头。那第2次再见面的时候呢，我们就在大房的这一波有一个非常暧昧的拉扯，明明2个人已经钻笼拆笼拉扯了很久了，但是最后这个笼子消失的时候，你们2个居然是天各一方了。想问一下这一波拉扯的思路有没有什么可以和大家分享一下呢？
那里是没想到我会被吸过去吧，我们没想到那个跛脚羊也是那笼的时候失误也是挺多，让我抓住机会打到棍，没有给到他节奏，因为我们2个人派在4号机，我不能死在大房，如果死了大房，我们这把可能被4抓，所以我要保证自己不能死。幸好我博弈抓住机会了。
所以是结果导向的，因为我不能在那里被击倒，所以我没有被击倒我们思路也是非常清晰啊。那么接下来呢，其实我们监管者贺天在这张地图上有非常亮眼的操作，就是我们那个地下室那个落地刀啊，也想问一下求生者这边，因为很明显对面派心理学家过来的时候就是想求稳嘛，有3刀的机会，但是后面呢那没有拉扯过来啊，就打那个落地刀，也是追到那个4抓。想问一下求生者，当时在备战间看到这波操作的时候，大家心里会有什么感觉呢？
其实我们觉得跛脚羊打第2次是不能救的，他们过来救就是 给压力哦，给机会啊，是因为我们跟和田团练时，我们就会打出这种东西，我们要是能不能救第二次这种东西，可是和田一直以来不让我们打，就是我们一倒第二次就是4杀了。
哦，我懂了，那所以是求生在下面其实是为赶来的心里捏了一把汗，是吗？
是。
哦，非常精彩啊！那接下来我们来到红教堂这张地图啊，我们先想问一下，因为 Yuki 我们是拿了这个调酒师啊，想问一下有没有想到，因为调酒师其实有一点克制女巫了，会有想到顶着调酒师对方还是拿女巫吗？
真的是没想到啊！我们手抢调酒师，我们还以为他会打时空把，抓别人，可是他搬前锋那一瞬间，我们就知道他会打女巫了。
哦，
可是
感觉有一点了
啊，是。然后在局面，我真的没想到他会来追我啊！
对，就感觉是最难啃的骨头就顺着你来了，但是你牵制真的非常好。我们打的也是非常的漂亮。那么尤其让人印象非常深刻的就是在拉扯最后一台机的时候，那个95%的时候，感觉大家都很忙啊，盲点好啊。那最后95%那台机实在是太诱人了，感觉每个人都想上去碰一下。最后也是 Panda 终于摸上了那个密码机，压到了99%。想问一下，是什么样的契机让你有机会摸到那台机去压好呢？
那个局我们就慢慢拉扯，因为我们知道调酒饱和了。如果他真的想，因为我们知道他派原生过去目的管Neru已经吃到，他不能给压力了。所以我一个满血火柴调查员，我就一个人讲，我可以一个人给压力，因为我知道他的原生只有一个闪，我是死不了的。如果他敢回来，我的队友可以直接摸好血，枭星图直接重开4号机那里的密码机，所以我们就慢慢拉扯。保护我们不会掉血，不要给机会，不要掉太多道具，准备打开门战。
确实，我们看到这波拉扯非常的漂亮，最后也是大家各忙各的，但是门口集合，打了一波非常漂亮的胜利。那最后的最后，请各位可以和我们一直支持自己的粉丝讲两句的吗？
谢谢你们一直以来的支持，我们会更加努力的。
这次我们神员没有保持很好的状态。表现，所以希望大家可以继续支持我们，下次一定会打更好的。
谢谢二位来到我们的赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 Sky 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
No! Watch out! Huh?
Welcome home.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 AWG 战队登台喊话。
ユニコーン
欢迎バトル、ナメコ、ユカキナ、カエル、フロンタル、アエジ、スコーピオン。下面有请 ITZY 战队登台喊话。
把 AWG 灯牌关掉，请你们备战夏季赛去。
欢 欢迎北鹿、纸岩、大海、三叶、狐狸、白鹿、四羽。今天的第3场比赛由 AWG 对阵 ITZY， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Hey guys, we are finally back with match number 3 of our Call of the Abyss 8 group stages. Here we're already on day number 9, and we are seeing the professional team here, AWG from the Japanese division, versus a semi-professional team, ITZY from the Chinese mainland side. My name is Shochu, and joining me is Kuro Gaming, and hopefully you do enjoy our commentaries for today. Now, Kuro, I think you have something to say about yesterday's matchup. I do know that you weren't there.
Oh, I was. Yesterday's matchup was pretty fun as well, where we saw quite a lot of, intense games going on from Game 3 and Game 4 onwards. And of course, Game 1 and Game 2 was very interesting as well. However, we cannot forget for this matchup, it will be AWG versus ITZY, and it's all from Group A. But because if we just rethink about Group A right now, right, AbyssⅧ is actually the one that's currently on top, which, if I'm not wrong, ITZY, TE, Do, and AWG. But we can't forget, right? 3rd, 4th, and 5th place both only have 1 win. If AWG today wins up against AbyssⅧ, we're gonna have a 3-way tie depending on how tomorrow's games go. So, for bracket 8 right now, it's like a whole hurricane. We don't really know who's actually gonna qualify.
Yeah, and that's the case, right, for Group A. We know that there are all the Chinese mainland teams, the Japanese division. We expected this kind of result coming towards the end. And yeah, until day number 10, this is where the final results will show to us exactly who the top 3 will be, who's going to be 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seed. It's going to be super important. You guys don't want to miss that out. But as of now, we will be seeing these 2 teams, AWG versus ITZY. AWG in 5th place and ITZY in the 2nd place.
Not only that as well, right? If we just recall from last year too, AWG won up against WBG, even though they didn't come last, yes, but they beat the #1 ranked team. However, this year, AWG could potentially do the same thing here once again. They've already successfully got 1 win. They were the underdogs of this brackets too, but it just seems like right now, we might be writing a completely different story.
Yeah, completely different story. So I think best case scenario, of course, for AWG, if they really want to win this in a very convincing way, of course, a 2-0 is possible here. But Kuro, we kind of talk behind the scenes, right? That we might be seeing a potential BO3, both sides hunters when it comes to the SG hunters. It's always a 4-kill kind of game in BO1. So coming into this matchup here, who are you leaning a little bit towards between these 2 teams?
It really depends now, right? Because we can't forget, I'm quite sure it was yesterday or 2 days ago, Kakiri's performance, well, Kakiri's condition is always good, but still, he's still a quite relatively new hunter when it comes to professional scene. He did not really perform in his top condition the last game, but before that though, we'll just go in straight towards the player introduction. It'll be ITZY here with Bailu, Clover, Beilu, Dahai, Zian, Fox, and Siyu. Fox here, the previous professional player from ACT, going straight in towards this game as well. He's kind of one of the more, he's like the leader of ITZY right now when it comes to the survivor side, right? So with this game, it just depends on how the survivors will face up against Kakli and what their decisions making will be up against, round 1, it's either going to be Goldman or Hula Blue.
Yeah, and now we will be heading into the player's individual introduction. As we see Dahai, we spot the mechanic as well as the priestess on the screen, but we do know that he's brought out the coordinator as well as the dancer before. So based on the strategies wise, let's see what is he going to be bringing out here in BO1 as we look into his stats. 58.91 seconds of containment time, pretty decent, but we don't see any top places coming from this player.
Yeah, it's not only that too, it's from the side of survivors for ITZY. They've been pretty consistent. Yes, they might have some mistakes here and there, but like overall throughout round 1s and round 2s, they do know what they're doing, and their endgames are pretty efficient too when it comes to not giving hunters any more opportunities. From Clover side here, we're main kiter, main harasser as well, because like with Novelist here coming into our KOA finals recently, it's also like, okay, he's gotten buff, his buff has come true for the KOA group stages. Not only that as well, it has worked pretty well up against certain hunters. However, maybe it's a little bit different when it comes to going up against Goldman, because it seems like just one excitement is able to fully deny, his ability, his kit in total.
Yeah, and for Clover's side, we can't forget of one impressive play from him when against the Goatman, he was able to flywheel outside of the cage and get that rescue, so preventing a denied rescue against a strong Hunter, turning things around for Team ITZY. And as for Fox, we do see him with the 5th place when it comes to average rescues. But what's important here, of course, would be the containment time of 67.83. We do see him with that rescuer role, wilding as well as the first officer. So coming into this mix here, we potentially could be seeing him going into this potentially no double down coming from this player.
Yeah, not only that as well, like it's really surprising too from the point of Fox, because during his time in ACT, we've seen him consistently make so many mistakes. We've seen him consistently, you know, not being in his top performance, being in his top condition too. But coming back to this now, it's so refreshing to actually see Fox being back to what he normally is, being able to flex his forward, being able to flex his main containment. However, Zian here, who is kind of our main rescuer here, well, secondary rescue, secondary container too, with the Knight and the Puppet here as our preferred character picks. Average rescues of 0.672. He's like, you can say he's the secondary rescuer, or you can say he's like the backup plan in case Fox is a half health, in case Fox is a little bit of a dire situation here. So from the side of ITZY, like all survivors is like, every survivor has a primary, every survivor has a secondary, but every secondary performs really well, very similar to the primary roles of each character. So like from the side of ITZY, it does seem like each one of their members have each other's backs.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about Zian later on as we head into the Hunter side of AWG. We'll be seeing Brontel. Brontel has been the front, taking on all the pressure on the Hunter side, playing up the Hula Baloo, Opera Singer, as well as the Breaking Wheel ones, getting a tight game. So, looking at his stats overall, he is leaning towards more of a tie and win Hunter and has yet to face a loss against any of his team, against any of his opponents.
But like, it's not only that too, we need to remember that Brontel's Opera Singer is really strong, which is very viable for round 1, as his Terror Shocks is now ranked number 1 as well. That's something that's very important too, because it mainly really comes from his Opera Singer, right? Because it's just so smooth. It's like it flows just like the water. You go through with the dashes, it always connects for some odd reason when survivors vault over windows, and most of the times it also does come out as a Terry Shock too. So from the survivor side, a lot of pressure now coming in for round 1, but for Brontel as well, maybe we won't actually choose Hula Baloo or Goman round 1. Maybe we can go for our Opera Singer instead, depending on what this team comp is now like.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see Brontel's Opera Singer coming in potentially the later rounds as we head slowly into BO1's ban pick phase, having the players get ready. But question still remains as to who got the map selection here. So looking into their map selection, right, AWG actually excels in Leo's Memory as well as the Moonlit River Park, whereas for ITZY is more of Chinatown and Leo's Memory. So we do see a little bit clash when it comes to their best maps, it being the Leo's Memory. So we might not be seeing Leo's Memory today, it seems.
Yeah, but also at the same time too, it's kind of like, you know, we've seen a lot of teams pick up Arms Factory as one of the maps to contain Goldmine and Hula Baloo in because of the amount of resources that there is in that map, and of course, you know, just the Windows area in general. However, it seems like our map picks here will be Ever Sleeping Town, and the ban will be from Red Church, as if I'm not wrong here, AWG seems like they actually have the map picks themselves. So with Ever Sleeping Town here and ITZY deciding to get their survivor out, potentially speaking, just get the survivors to play round 1 and see how Bailu plays round 2 to get a little bit less pressure off him.
But I think also from the other teams as well, we do usually see the Hunter coming out first, and then the survivors could just potentially go for that one escape if the Hunter has gotten that 4K. So very interesting strategy coming from ITZY side as we slowly head into the ban pick phase between these two teams.
Bosh, drum rolls, we'll now move straight towards the ban pick phase. Brontel, let's see who our first 2 bans is. Preferably speaking, Mechanic and Seer has to be gone if we really want to aim for a win game.
Yeah, and Brontel, very strong Hula Baloo play coming from him. We've seen him play it twice, once with the 4K and the other time was a tie. So from the side of first survivors, we do see the Priestess as well as Embalmer being picked here. Kuro, we've been seeing the Priestess getting picked up quite often when it comes to the Ever Sleeping Town map. Could there be any reason for it?
I think it's mainly just to counter Hula Baloo, honestly, but like from Brontel's side, banning out that Aeroplanist next seems like we don't really want this since pulling type characters, so this could just indicate that it's going to be Hula Baloo for our first match.
Oh, Hula Blue. Yeah, we've been seeing that very often. As of yet, not yet the Goatman from this player. As we see the Gravekeeper getting picked up here, we've seen so many cancelled shovels against the Hula Blue in the group stages. But Kuro, what do you think is going through ITZY's mind with this Gravekeeper pick here?
You see, the thing is also, right, he's just so strong recently with his solo containments. I think his dash is one of the biggest reasons why a lot of survivors likes to pick up that Gravekeeper, as Puppeteer was banned too. For our last pick here, preferably speaking, Florian, Fire Investigator wouldn't be too bad, because like you see here, right, everyone now has dashes, everyone has their own solo containment, but from ITZY's side, getting that anti-current out, it's not too bad, it's not too bad. You're able to get that disarm pretty easily during the narrow areas, but I still do feel like maybe a bit of a more, distant support like Fire Investigator or even like, Psychologist might just be better than an anti.
So as we see the confirmed characters on these players, like to note one thing about Xian is that he was the MVP player using a Puppeteer going against Douwu's Hunter Yen, using the Goldman at Chinatown. So we could be expecting a very long, very stable cut coming from Xian, even with the Embalmer only having that coffin. So this is going to be a pretty exciting matchup. We should be seeing some preemptive portal setup coming from the Priestess as well as the long portal usage. But as of now, I don't think we have seen much success or played into effect kind of Priestess play. I think MRC also kind of had a Priestess play at Ever-Slipping Town once.
Yes.
They tried to go off a 4 escape, but ended up with a 3 instead.
Yeah, I do think as well it comes with, persona-wise when it comes to endgame too, but for Bronto right now, Hullabaloo will be seeming like it's going to be locked in. I guess now it's more about just how we kind of time manage here when it comes to early and mid-game, because this Priestess definitely cannot drop down that portals too early, because it's still Hullabaloo we're talking about at the end of the day.
Alright, and question still remains as to, let's see how unlucky this Gravekeeper is gonna be here with that shovel going against Bronto's Hullabaloo, by the way. So as of now, yeah, we do have a team comp going against this Hullabaloo. Seems to be pretty targeted against Bronto as we head slowly into the spawn locations. This is gonna be a big factor as to who Bronto will be chasing at the start. Is it gonna be Xian the Embalmer? Let's see.
For spawn location right now, Priestess in middle actually, meanwhile our anti-current spawning at the entrance to Graveyard, the Embalmer at Balcony, and of course Gravekeeper changing his location straight towards School Gate. No one is actually an easy chase here, but it depends on where Bronto wants to spawn, because he will be bringing that trump card for Constraint. Which Cypher machine does he really want to lock?
Yeah, that's gonna be an important question coming into this as he heads to Graveyard spawn. But Kuro, I do see your expression. Want to talk a little bit about what you think about this?
It's interesting, but from Bronto's side, maybe we want to kind of have a little bit of slower early game and allow all survivors to transition first. Because with that Graveyard spawn, it just means anti-current needs to rotate towards Corner House, and Embalmer cannot stay near Balcony as well. And bringing Constraint there, it's going to be Corner House's Cypher machine that is locked as well. So on this side, it's not too bad when it comes to forcing survivors to rotate. However, we cannot forget accelerated decoding is still a thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing coming into the late game play as we see the Insolence trump card as well as the abnormal play coming from the Hullabaloo ITZY with only normal builds on the Priestess as well as the Gravekeeper. We see a full kiting build on Xian the Embalmer as well as a Tide Turner as well as Broken Windows on Clover. So this is gonna be Ever-Slipping Town between AWG's Hunter versus ITZY Survivors. My name is Chocho and joining me is Kurisher Gaming, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
Bronto! Clover is in front of us right now, who's spinning her way out. Embalmer nowhere to be seen as we brought Desperate trump card Insolence alongside with Max Battle Breaking and Panic here. No wanted order, no announcement for endgame as we're pretty confident into chasing after that anti-current first.
Oh, and able to get the white mark onto her. That was a blind one. And fortunately for Bronto, he will be heading up where the anti-current is as she drops down. How do you think Bronto should be playing this game now? Because he's not having any line of sight of this anti-current, and Clover playing it is really smart.
Yeah, but that spin as well, able to allow Anti-Current to transition a little bit easier. That is a mud ball there applied, but no red ball there just yet. So that's going to be his second double surprise here used. It's a little bit of a slower early game, we cannot forget. And look at where Priestess's Long Portal is.
Oh, and those portals giving that support to Clover as he gets that pellet boost at the same time hitting upstairs, but he will interrupt one of his teammates, Cypher, I believe. Oh,
yeah, not only that, he dodged that fire zone really well as well. Anti-Current still spinning, no disarm used just yet, as we have one more double surprise left to use. Anti-Current running straight in towards open area here, but we're going to try to get a disarm here as soon as we can. Can we maybe vault? No, we didn't vault, we decided disarming here instead with 4-second disarm. Now, that's going to be such a great early game for these survivors.
Yeah, and we do see the long portal at the S pellet area. If Clover were to potentially down here, he could go there as he disarms Bronto once again.
But we can't forget, right? Trapeze is ready on the side of Bronto once he actually gets those hits on towards Anti. We're going to finally land that red mark, but it's already 4 double surprises that we have used, and still so much disarms on the side of Anti.
Yeah, and Clover still able to kite out, and one more and she will be down. She's left with a little bit more sticks though, so Antikuru, if you're going to rely on her on that rebound kite, might be a huge ask, as we see Fox Cypher potentially going to get abnormal here.
That's at least somewhat of a good news here for Bronto though, but no damage rescue might just hurt even more, as right now Clover wanting to rotate out here. We're going to be able to get one final mark, but that's a speed boost on the spin and of course from the pallet too, so that's going to be second double surprise here, cancelled once again. Clover is at a really good area here for disarm or even just for tight containment, as can we get this pallet? So no, we don't. The window is nearby as well, but another disarm will be able to fully deny that hit.
Yeah, and that will be the final disarm as we see Antikurian with no items to work with, as she will be down in this area. Now Bronto fiercely trying to force back this Antikurian onto the same chair, creating that kind of pressure onto Fox, but Fox can come for the second rescue as we see him full health.
We saw Priestess as well getting ready to perform some support portals. Bottom left hand side we're seeing right now from our viewers, so we need to be careful where Priestess is coming in from, and Bronto realizes too as we break down the portal first. However, Priestess is nearby, want to get her hit on straight towards her, but that will still be landing as Clover. Too close for comfort. I don't think a rebound kite is potential.
Yeah, it's a huge ask for Clover here, as we see another white mark. She will be down. Looking at the ciphers, our fifth one is still on a standstill, 29%. So it really needs a miracle here for her to kite all the way to endgame, as we see the final hit onto her. We'll be seeing her out of this mana as we see 3 other survivors. One not too healthy on the Priestess. 6 cipher might potentially be opened here.
Yeah, but like, you know, Clover, really good early containment as 4 Cypher Machine is already done. Priestess can long portal if she wants to towards the Embalmer to get a heal or even to double decode here. So from the side of ITZY, there's not too much map control that Bronto can do here anymore. It depends on how fast he can get... did we cancel the shuffle there, I think? And with that shish, that's way too fast.
My god. Yeah, an instant down situation coming from Fox. Not the kind of start that we'd like to see from ITZY Survivor side, as we see him on the chair alone. One of the last ciphers is being pushed, but it's nearby. Bronto can just easily abnormal this, and the game still goes on.
We tried to get rid of the portal there, however, Embalmer on his way in. Potentially speaking, we could embalm the Gravekeeper, but I think we have to chase after Embalmer here no matter what. Brilliant pallets done! As that was a slow drop down there, Gravekeeper getting straight in towards those pallets, and now we're trying to chase after the Embalmer. Yes, he does go down, no problem at all. But now what matters here is the map control. Priestess go straight past that portal here once again, and now no one can decode anymore because the 2 ciphers are way too close. As Fox here decoding already, maybe we want to try teleport here, as that shovel has been used, but shovel is only around 10% right now, 60% Cypher doing one project as Priestess. It's still not down just yet, as we're finally going to be able to get that snowball on. And with this, 2 survivors down, 1 abnormal on our hands. ITZY, this is not the mid game we wanted.
Yeah, definitely not, as we see Fox still trying to pressure that center cipher. All of them are injured. This is not a mercenary we're talking about here. You're unable to tank 1 hit and go for the rescue, as we see Embalmer forced to use his coffin now. Fox will see the target here as the abnormal play happens at the center cipher. Looking at our cipher progress, Kuro, what should be the focus point here for the survivors here?
It's really hard here, but if Gravekeeper really wants to go, he needs to dash in here, instantly go for the rescue. That's what we were looking for here, Chocho. As right now, come get a double hit there. We got 2 actually. It's okay as well, but that's gonna be a snowball down instantly. But the Cypher Machine isn't enough. Zien, Embalmer has already used his coffins, and now Priestess by herself. Embalmer selfie has been used. Now all what matters is how much map control can we get from this.
Wow, I guess he's just controlling the entire thing. We see the Peeper play now. He wants to potentially play the slugging game. He knows the Embalmer does not have self-heal. Gravekeeper, he's trying to force it as well. And Priestess, potentially trying to go for that still, but luckily enough able to escape. But let's see how long she can survive here.
Priestess 2 stacks already. We're going to be able to finally get that Priestess down once again. But the rush might just not be enough here, as Peepers, once again, as you said, Chocho, it's just way too much match pressure here. The two Cypher machines are way too close towards each other, and now Fox going over to heal that Priestess might just not be the right option, as Priestess has already been on chair once.
Yeah, and now dropping down, trying to scare Fox here, but I don't think he's gonna be surviving long for long, as we see the black mark registered onto him in a short while. Able to miss it though? Yeah. Still landed, and we see on the map, all of them has expended their self-heal. This is almost a GG game coming from now. The only way this can prolong is if they're able to pop that Cypher.
Priestess is very close nearby. We do have a basement as well, but Priestess, we might need to wait for another 30 seconds before that portal is ready. Depending on what survivors want to do, they could pop to aim for a one-man escape game, and I think that's what they should be doing right now. There's a bar time on Priestess, which is good news, as we're going to pop here open instantly. Now, we don't have teleport for endgame. We need to be careful of the Priestess nearby, who does have portals as well, but we also need to be careful of that long portal from Priestess. Brontel here, though, kind of losing himself, not seeing where Priestess is.
Yeah, this is gonna be a curious way to see how this map might turn out. It seemed to be that ITZY might potentially go for this, but Xian will be forced out of the gate. Gravekeeper is still on the chair, and the basement rescue that we're seeing for the Priestess.
But that flywheel, no flywheel from Xian just yet. That's not too bad, but if we can get the Xian down fast enough, we have one trapeze on our hands to use, maybe just to catch up on time. No one on the exit gate just yet, but that flywheel from Xian, we wanted to try counter the red zone, but it just wasn't enough. Can we get a vault over? Yes, we did, and that's a brilliant vault from the side of this bomber right now. For exit gate currently at 50%. That's so much time brought. That's a terror shock down, but no, it just is not enough for our Brontel to get towards the exit gate. We're going to be able to see a tie game here with everyone's self-heal gone. Let's congratulate ITZY. A two-man escape with such a clutch endgame.
Crazy play coming from ITZY. We thought that after expanding the self-heal, we don't usually see the survivors coming back from there. We saw the Peeper play as well, which means that AWG wanted to play that slugging game, but that did not work out. So, Crew, I wanted to ask you, where did it go wrong for AWG?
For Brontel's side, he did do really well mid-game. We have to agree on that, right? Like, both of us will agree. He did brilliantly mid-game, especially when there's only one Cypher machine left. However, it just seems like he was a little bit too... he got lost in between the mid to end game, where, look, there was a Gravekeeper on the ground, there was a Priestess on the ground. If Hula wanted to, he could have chaired Gravekeeper or Priestess near towards the middle to camp the two Cypher machines at once. Because, like, now you can chase after another survivor has to come into rescue, and, you know, by the time you catch up towards the one that was actually on the Cypher machine, you'd be able to re-chair again. So, like, you need to make the game very fast-paced. It just seems like mid to end game, Brontel was a little bit lost, which allowed the survivors to recollect themselves pretty fast. So that's kind of where we might have went wrong from Brontel's mid to end game.
Yeah, as we look into the match stats, Global with the first 180 seconds of containment time. Pretty good if you ask me. As we look into the other players, we also have 120 seconds on Fox. We did see sudden missteps coming from ITZY survivors, but they were able to come back, and that's what's important here. Able to clutch with that tie game here. But you know what? Really, I feel like ITZY really played that really well, because if we see the last three ciphers, right, it was kind of like a triangle, and they decided to decode the ciphers at the center and also at the shack area, very close distance, but still able to pop those ciphers. So really begs the question as to whether Brontel's change to the Peepers was the right choice in the end.
It's not a bad choice, but I believe that he just didn't execute it properly. You know, we know where all the survivor is. Survivors need to get rid of the Peepers first, so that just means you have 10 seconds to get a survivor down, half health survivor down. You've double surprises to use, you have your jumps to use, your verdashes to use. It's definitely very possible. But from Brontel's point of view there, because, you know, remember when Embalmer resurrected himself there, right?
Yeah.
What Brontel should have done was either A, stand in front of Embalmer to prevent Embalmer from moving too fast, maybe in his mud zone, and then guarantee a double down on Embalmer and then chase after Priestess. Because there was already a Peeper in middle, right? So even if Gravekeeper does come into rescue, it doesn't really matter. There's already another person on the ground. Are you going to heal? Yes. Are you going to be able to decode? No, not at all.
Yeah, I think when it comes to priorities, seems like ITZY definitely had the upper hand there as we hit into AWG's individual introductions. Here we have Baturu coming into the mix here. Baturu also had an MVP play going against Dou's Hunter. Don't totally forgot what character he used there, but we also do spot the Acrobat as well as the Whipping Clown. Very quick containment time of 62 seconds.
Batoru is like one of those supporter characters that plays containers. We see the Weeping Clown, we see the Acrobat being able to provide, the Fireball, Skill Nullifier, and of course the slow debuff from the side of Weeping Clown too. We've also seen from Weeping side that slow debuff helps a lot when it comes to going up against Opera, when it comes to going up against that Hullabaloo too, especially with how fast those two characters move.
Yeah, as we head into the next player introduction first, AWGAs, oh my goodness, pretty much maxed out when it comes to average rescues, average containment time, as well as this total average deduction points there.
Yes.
Kuro, as a rescuer main, it seems. What is this stats at all?
I know, right? 9,000 plus average deduction being second. The containment time is so long. And 4th average rescues too. You can't really contain becoming 6th place and then rescue that much as well, because you're either going to be chased early game or you're either going to be rescuing for the rest of your matches too. So with those stats, it's so high. But from the side of AWG, maybe their survivors will be able to pull out something unexpected though. So up against Bailu right now, it's going to be pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, maybe he really just like rescues at the start and then afterwards get chased and then Hunter gives up and then he goes for rescues again. Maybe that's exactly how AWG's matchups go as we hit into the next player here, Nemeko, with a 4th place when it comes to average containment time at 88.53. We spot the Enchantress as well as the Prospector, and we also know he plays the Antiquarian.
Yeah, Nameko is basically one of the biggest harasser mains right now in the Japan League. That first average deduction comes all from his harass. Can survivors rebound kite? It depends on Nameko. Can Nameko kite? It depends on Nameko. Can we perform the rescue properly? It depends on Nameko. Can we get a double down? It also depends on Nameko. So for Nameko here, a huge asset to AWG. It's just now up against a Hullabaloo or a Goatman. Is he willing really to pick up that Enchantress? Or maybe will we go with what ITZY has done last game with that Antiquarian?
That's going to be interesting as we head to Kairu here. A very optimistic player. We've seen him from almost all of these COE tournaments here. We spot the Puppeteer as well as the Dancer, but we do know that he also plays the Psychologist. So a full-on kiting character coming into this mix here, but when it comes to comparing to his other teammates here, not the best stats compared to them.
Yeah, I just think from Kaidu's side, he's more of a distance supporter too, because it's as you said as well, right? Psychologist, Whistle Heal, Puppeteer, either solo containment, either not being chased at all. From the side of Kaidu, he's more of someone that likes to be alone. He's more of someone that likes to tank hits for his teammates. He's more of someone that likes to be... He's a bit more chill when it comes to the containment side. Because of his character selections too, not a lot of hunters are really willing to chase after him.
Yeah, so the lone wolf among the pack as we head into one of the most popular and fan favorites of this team here, ITZY, Bailu. We see that his average terror shock is 1st place at 1. And the time taken to down the survivors is pretty fast. 5th place among all the hunters in the tournament, 56.39. But we spot the Hullabaloo as well as the Opera Singer, but we do know that he brought out the Geisha as well as the Hermit before.
I guess what's the biggest thing on Bailu's side right now is at least get 1 Terror Shock this game so we can maybe surpass Pronto, but we still have multiple games to go. Well, from this survivor, from the player side, right? Honestly, for AWG, they need to win. For ITZY, it doesn't really matter to them because they've always guaranteed the top 3 spots, right? So on the fun side, hey, get as much Terror Shocks as I can. I'm going to take that 1st place away from Pronto, but from AWG side, we gotta win against, we really gotta win against ITZY no matter what, because that's kind of where our, tiebreakers come into. So with that right now, we still do remember that Bailu has that Bloody Queen, so we don't need to play Hula or Ghost initially.
Yeah, he does have that. Bring out the Bloody Queen in BO1 would be very interesting. We've seen from ZZ side bring out a Clerk in BO1 as well. So absolutely nothing is impossible coming into the group stages as we see the Seer and Mechanic Band here.
Antiquarian being chosen out instantly with the first officer band alongside with Gravekeeper and Puppeteer chosen, it's more of a nicely tanky team, yes. However, it's still... this might be Goatman worthy. This actually might be Goatman worthy.
Goatman worthy. Whether Bailu is going to bring out, it will be a different question, right? Because we've yet to see his Goatman in the group stages. So it will be an interesting hunter pick here coming from Bailu as we see the final composition from the Survivor side. It was a pretty quick one. It was a pretty quick draft. Seems like AWG has thought about this and this is the strategy that they're going for. Long containment time against whatever hunter Bailu is going to be bringing here.
Not only that as well, it seems like from AWG we decided to go game 1, which are comfortable picks here, as you know, the Psychologist on Kairu, Namiko with his Harasser, Batoru with his solo containment, and of course ITZY here with his own Gravekeeper. It was really fast, yeah. I'm more surprised too, but their persona picks right now is gonna matter the most because everyone here can tank hits, but the question is who is willing to bring that extra tie turner and give up their borrowed time?
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting to see. I think maybe Namako might be on the extra tight turner here. We don't really know until we head into the matchup. But you mentioned, right, Namako being the core of the team here with that harasser play. Usually we would see him with the Enchantress, but now with the Antiquarian, do you think it will be slightly different going against this matchup?
We might see double rescues, but ITZY Bailu with that Hullabaloo. You know, I think maybe we might be going after Psycho first, cause like Gravekeeper getting Psycho's Whistle to annoying double rescue, same as Puppeteer as well. So maybe from this side, right, Namiko and Kaido has to stay very closely towards each other, cause that Psychologist might just be the best pick here for Arahula.
Alright, so that being fully analyzed already, you mentioned as well that AWG really need to win this in a very good fashion, a 2-0 fashion possibly. AWG need to get a 3-server escape to get the round point win. And also, we need to remember that AWG, this is their map selection as well. So this is going to be an important second half as we look into their small locations here. Puppeteer at the center. Potential first chase here, Kuroshiro. Kuro. I'm so sorry. Potential first chase here.
Anti-current probably once again as what, you know, Brontel did last game. It wasn't too bad though, because like, you know, looking to triple hit on towards Puppeteer, you need to triple hit on towards a Gravekeeper or even a Psychologist. So maybe Anti-current might just be the better idea here. But moving directly on straight towards the persona page as we go, hopefully we'll be able to see 3 Titans. Yes, we do. There's gonna be Gravekeeper on Titan with Psychologist and Puppeteer with Titan and Knee-Jerk Reflex, and then Kaido here, Psychologist on Knee-Jerk Reflex. Bailu will be bringing Trump Card Insolence alongside Wish Abnormal here. This will be AWG versus ITZY for Game 1, second half in Ever Sleeping Tail. I'm a commentator, Kuroshiro, and with me is Chocho.
Right, Bailu on this Hula Bailu will be hitting straight for the center. It seems like he's not gonna hit for the Antiquarian like you predicted, Kuro. Bailu hitting straight for the S pellet, but nobody is there.
But it seems like it's Puppeteer who we decide to not actually chase after. Meanwhile, no, we're chasing after Puppeteer right now. Instant trump card here, which Max Pallet Breaking, Panic, and Wanted Order. And with this, we'll be able to catch up towards Puppeteer here so fast. But thank God, the first double surprise there has missed as we land the second red mark on towards that Puppish.
Yeah, so as of now, things are still looking pretty optimistic. We are seeing the Cypher progress for all 3 of them now. But Turu, question still remains as to whether he's able to kite out as he kites on top of his teammate Cypher here. Bailu still locked in on Baturu.
But we missed our third double surprise there, as finally that's going to be a double hit the register instantly with that beautiful, by the way, mini flywheel there from the little Lewis. We still get that, you know, full 0.75 damage that you can block. But for now, that's going to be a vault over, as the question is when we will use that little puppet, because now, just about on time, brilliantly done by Baturu, and now it's a 69-second containment time.
Yeah, everything is looking perfect for the side of AWG to get this win here, as we see Baturu able to use the puppet once again. Another black mark. We're just waiting for it.
But Trapeze towards the wrong way though, but Baturu's also running towards the wrong direction as well. So now we're going to be able to corner kite here for a little bit. But that will be an instant down with a double surprise. As we cannot forget that, you know, it's not just the spin that Hullabaloo has. It's his double surprise that is really what makes him broken.
Yeah, as we see the normal play here, so now Cypher is back to 5%. It's as if Gravekeeper did not decode this entire round and was just loitering, as we see a rescue here potentially getting forced for the early rescue.
Ooh, but that was a no damage rescue though, as we don't get the hit there just like, can we corner Kai? No, we can't just stay as battled right now. We do have tie turn, which is the biggest issue, but can we rebound Kai until tie turn is over is another option at hand. But right now, still in mud zone. We finally get the red ball on as now trapeze over. Ooh, beautiful dodge, but still way too fast on the side of the movement speed on that Hula Blue as Puppeteer. If he kited for 5 more seconds, maybe we would have been able to use our items once again.
Oh, opportunity lost there as Bailu actually saw some blood trace in the shack area, kind of knowing the Antiquarian or someone is there coming over. As we see the Antiquarian with their wanted order, she will be coming for the rescue, so Bailu, if he's able to force an early rescue once again, would be good when it comes to snowballing here.
But I just feel like maybe Gravekeeper rescued a little bit too fast for the previous one because like, you know, Hula Blue didn't really see where Gravekeeper is and we immediately dash in for that instant rescue. But right now, Anti-Current, we are in a bit of a trouble right now. We're going to be able to get a red ball applied instantly, but that's going to be a snowball there. When we're mobile, I found our hands to use. We did not get at the storm right now, and that's going to be Psychologist coming in for the support. But that's Anti-Current going down here. We need to get some body blocks on the side of Psychologist right now to allow that Puppeteer to go straight into her shrine. That's going to be a hit on straight towards Psycho. Psycho needs to go heal the Anti-Current. Now then, Puppeteer, how much can we use right now? We need to be careful, double surprise as we use that Little Lewis really early just because of the red zone, but now we need to go towards the corner because I don't think a rebound Kai containment is going to happen here anymore.
Yeah, so really trying to prolong the chair time for his teammates to heal up. So great stuff coming from Kairu, actually able to come in for that clutch rescue. If not, it would have been a GG situation for AWG survivors. As we see Bailu finally sharing the Puppeteer, we'll be seeing here in the manor there. And heading for the center, nobody is there. He doesn't have Tinnitus being propped out here. Question is if he's able to find the half-health Nameko running past him towards the graveyard.
But that abnormal once again, another stab in towards the wound here on towards the survivors. 2 survivors at half health. That's Nameko right in front of us as Eyes might just get spelled. Oh, wait a second! We jumped over that he wouldn't have found that Gravekeeper! No! What is that luck on the side of Gravekeeper? We wouldn't be able to escape!
Oh, I thought Ace will be able to live for another day there, but getting caught off by Bailu there was so unfortunate. But luckily, able to use that shovel hit there. Another black mark and Ace will be down here. Let's see Bailu on this.
We are able to dodge it a little bit. Ooh, that's very nice there, but we're still into the mud zone right now. That's gonna be an instant hit down there. Yeah, once again, I'd say more or less it's just corner kiting is not possible anymore because of the double surprise. And once again, look, just double abnormal there on towards the most crucial cipher machines right now. We don't really have a lot to work with.
Yeah, and he's also being checked at one of the last ciphers and is located right at the center as well. So Kairu will be forced to come for this rescue, but question is whether Bailu will be able to deny this rescue. Able to put the double surprise there. Get that hit! And
we got the rescue here. We don't have any items left. That's gonna be a mud ball there landed. Just one more red zone here. We have a spin. We don't even need to spin.
My goodness, now I'm really living life by the thread there as Gravekeeper. Finally downs as well. Psychologist is in the vicinity. Cypher, it seems like it's enough, but it's the center Cypher that's keep getting pressured here. Now Antiquarian is the half health one here. How can she even go for this rescue?
You know what? Let's have normal again. I mean, if you want to decode middle, I'll give you another present for our side. Nameko has to disarm here, but it's a tiny bit too hard, especially when you're at half health.
Yeah, no. Really forcing a situation where AWG survivors are just wanting to get slugged out here. Bailu really having the upper hand here. We thought that maybe coming to this team comp here is going to be difficult for Bailu, but really telling us otherwise. Nameko will be seeing the hunter here. He does have a full stick to work with. Let's see.
But the snow zone, can we maybe disarm? Ooh, we couldn't find a place to disarm there. I guess, look, Hula Blue is just too fast. There's still a chance you could miss it instantly, but right now, 2 survivors down. We might look for the slow strategy endgame though, but that will be an instant double surprise point on towards where our Psycho is.
Yeah, so Psycho will be potentially brought nearer. Nope, he's just gonna chair. He's just gonna chair. He knows that this is a GG game from here. It was the nail to the coffin. It has been a stalemate situation as he heads slowly towards Nameko. Still in the same vicinity, no crawling happening. So this will... Right, Nameko living for another day here, able to use the double surprise to see where Nameko is. Trying to kite away.
But look, we've so much flute stacks on our hands, but we still have to be careful because it's still not abnormal, excuse me, trump card on the side. Yeah, I was about to say that. Trump card on the side of Bailu. We might have used that a little bit too early. We're just missing one more red zone left as brilliant containment also. Ooh, that's a nice disarm, but you're still just one hit down. So this might be a little bit of a desperation call from the side of Namiko, but you know what? It's a nice fight when it comes to endgame, just dungeon right in front of us too. But I'll be fully denied by Bailu as we're going to congratulate him with that beautiful 4-man elimination.
Beautiful, beautiful indeed. As we see ITZY securing round 1 point lead. And this was once again at AWG's map selection. ITZY really outperforming AWG here, and AWG denying them of a 2-0 game here.
Yeah, not only that as well, it just feels like this game felt very smooth for the side of ITZY's Hunter as well. The survivors didn't do bad, but maybe we might have contained a little bit too close towards where the Gravekeeper is. Maybe Gravekeeper rescued a little bit too early. However, the containment is still good, right? We cannot deny that the containment was very good. Mid-game, it's the most unfortunate part is that Anti-Current had wanted order for second rescue. So we knew where she was, and then right after we shared Puppeteer, where that wanted order went on Gravekeeper. That wanted on went on Gravekeeper. So we knew all locations of where the 3 survivors is, and that faulty trapeze. Yeah, we probably don't want to talk about that too much.
As well, I think another thing, right, is that wanted order coming into the play here in the group stages has been pretty good. We saw on yesterday's matchup where the Explorer having the wanted order twice in a row, getting found out there really was detrimental for, I believe it was Team ACT, I think.
Yeah. And not only that as well, it's kind of like, my lord, how in one sense it's a 33% chance, but in another sense it's like you keep winning. You really just keep winning when it comes to wanted order, and that's kind of like the luck of the draw here from the Hunter side. Very nice on the side of Bailu, but I guess for Bronto last game he didn't really choose that wanted order as well, so potentially speaking it could have been a different scenario there for Bronto last game, but for this game it'll be Bailu taking that game home with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, and really, Bailu, when it came to this game, he did everything right. He was able to force an early rescue of the Gravekeeper, able to deny a rescue, and then forcing the 3rd survivor, the only one that's full health left, Psychologist, to come for the rescue. He really did everything right there, and AWG survivor seems like they are struggling to stay afloat here, going against such a strong Hunter. Bailu coming to the mix here. I think Bailu, do you think he's potentially gonna, be picked up by a professional team? But as we think about that, we'll be heading towards the highlights, so let's us enjoy that part of.
人脑能给我发个消息不？我看一眼你位置。看不了。不行哥，不会忍受。杀猪链。哎，可以。别击80了，马上过80，马上80。可以。点90。对。Nice， 右在这里 ，nice。
来ないけど。いや、どうやろう。真ん中8かも。無理。
As we head back into BO2 between these two very strong teams, AWG versus ITZY. ITZY Bailu still continuing with that win streak in BO1. He has yet to lose or even tie a single round coming into BO1. So that's just the powers of Bailu when it comes to those meta hunters, really keeping up with the meta. But coming to BO2, Kuro, what are you expecting from these two teams?
I think it might be a little bit easier for BO2 for AWG Survivor side, because last game we what we done last game was we chose a lot of comfortable picks, because with the Anti-Current coming in, with the Puppeteer, with the Psychologist, as we talked about during the player introduction too, those are like the most preferred character that AWG actually had. But I guess at the same time too, you would probably like an anti-current and a psychologist to go up against well, maybe not Ivy, but to go up against the opera singer, right? So with game 2 being able to ban out that Goatman from both sides, I say from AWG's point of view, maybe we can go for a much more tankier team comp when it comes to going up against the Ivy or the opera.
And if we're looking at statistically wise, both sides, both hunters have been preferring to play the opera singer rather than the Ivy. And in terms of performance, pretty equalized. We have them both getting ties or 3Ks. So yeah, for coming BO2, it seems to be a 50-50 matchup for both of these teams. Question is whether ITZY will be able to take this win home, because this is ITZY's map selection.
Yeah, also at the same time, it's kind of now saying what we want to do from both the Hunters and Survivor side. Maybe for ITZY, we're looking at Survivors running Embalmer, Survivors running Prisoner to guarantee tie games, and then for Bailu to look for that win potential too. But we can't forget, right? AWG has Bronto, who plays Opera Singer. AWG has Bronto, who also plays the Ivy. Well, maybe not Ivy, but Yukakina definitely plays Ivy too. So they've got like 2 really strong hunters who practice both, you know, round 2 hunters right now, in which I don't really think it might be that easy for ITZY to really look for something on the side of Survivors. Maybe from the side of hunters, yes, but from the side of Survivors, might be a little bit hard.
Yeah, and also we saw in BO1, right, that ITZY Survivors, when it comes to a really dire situation, they were able to bounce back, pop those ciphers, and get a very clutch tie using that kind of team comp as well. So, you know, when it comes to condition of the Survivors, seem to be that ITZY is kind of on the slightly above the edge, and AWG is slightly falling short of their own expectations here. So once again, we need to reiterate how important this matchup is for AWG to potentially, you know, clutch into the 3rd seed in Group A right now. So things are looking pretty intense as we slowly head towards the BO2 matchup between these 2 teams.
But we can't forget that AWG also has a pretty good knack when it comes to giving out surprise plays too. We have seen the previous years that, you know, the Explorer coming up from AWG could be a potential pocket pick for them when it comes to winning and buying time for their teammates as well. But the question now being, who is AWG willing to, you know, bring out first? Will it be the Hunters or will it be the Survivor side? Bronto round 1's performance was not bad. However, it seems like we want to still get him off some pressure as he's going to come out for the first half of Best of 2s for BO2 right now.
Yeah, and we did see, right, in BO1 where ITZY picked their faction selection, they prefer the Survivors to come out first, which is exactly what we're seeing here. It is to their plan as we see the Chinatown getting banned here and the Red Church picked up by ITZY.
But if that's the case, right now, this might just be a little bit harder for Bronto. Because like we have seen how resourceful Red Church can be when it comes to playing up against the Opera Singer and when it comes to playing up against the Ivy too. But maybe for Ivy on her side, you can at least lock one of the stronger containment areas when you leech on towards the Survivors. But right now the question being, probably from ITZY side, they do know that, you know, Bronto prefers that Opera Singer more than an Ivy.
Yeah, so we might be seeing a entirely counter comp coming from ITZY Survivors, and we did see that we will be heading into the interview to continue this conversation.
我们组竞争还是非常激烈的，因为这一组的强度确实非常的高嘛，然后打的4个也都是职业战队，对我觉得对于我们缅甸队里来说压力是比较大的。
Yeah, as an amateur team, actually, you know what? They are the only amateur team in their groupings, but ITZY really coming up with that 2nd place. If you ask me, and you ask someone that is just watching this, it might potentially think that ITZY is a professional team, especially with their performance coming into this. So Kuro, I think people have been impressed with ITZY's performance. What's with the sudden rise of this amateur team out of nowhere?
Look, honestly, for people who don't know about Bailu has been kind of one of the top hunters in the side of CN Server 2. He's mainly known for his Bloody Queen, and we did see his Bloody Queen come out for the CN qualifiers. But I would say, right, it's very, very, very surprising and refreshing to see how strong his other hunters are moving on towards, you know, the round 1 and round 2 phases. But of course, preferably speaking, if ITZY can go towards round 3, we might see some nice, decent pocket picks for them. But like, you also do have Fox as well. Look, pre-professional team who knows how the training regime goes. So like he's the main leader of the Survivor team. He also most likely knows what the best practices are for ITZY too. So like from their Survivor side, right? They might be an amateur team, yes, but they've got, you know, they've done the work in right now. They're basically second seed currently, and if they win this, they'll be guaranteed second seed no matter what.
Yeah, and like for ITZY, them able to analyze all of these teams, and when it comes to AWG, it's a lot more information, right? Because AWG has also played a lot more rounds going against the other opponents in Group A. So ITZY, it seems like they are geared up and prepared for this matchup as we head to towards this BO2 matchup. But of course, you mentioned also that Fox in the past he was in a professional team. So when it comes to strategies, tactics, maybe he has quite a number in his head, able to share with his teammates. And when it comes to execution, my goodness, ITZY Survivor is definitely not disappointing any of us.
Yeah, not only that too, I think it's more or less Fox's own personal improvement as well, especially the last time we seen him in ACT last year. Overall, right, a huge improvement on the side of Fox. He did leave to kind of rejuvenate and get his condition back when it comes to playing up inside the professional scene again. And maybe we'll be able to see him in ACT after COA ends as well, since his performance right now, I'd say, is probably one of the top-notch survivors in CN server, right? So with this, it's kind of now saying, okay, can we potentially speaking take this game home in 2, or maybe can we see something different from the side of ITZY, where Fox plays his pocket pick, which is his forward, and, you know, to counter up against Opera and Ivy might be a little bit hard, but it kind of does force, you know, force AWG's Bronto to play Ivy to counter it as well. So right now it's kind of like, how much mind games are we really going to do? Or do we just want to play the basic standards of going up against the Opera? We've Puppeteer, we've Embalmer, and we just have, you know, so much more characters to counter to.
Yeah, so as we said, as we've, you know, looking into the ban picks phase, right, we do see the mechanic getting picked up here. Very tiable, and also it becomes a 1v5 situation heading into BO2. And a double decoding team comp. The last time, or at least recently, we saw this was, I believe, the RD matchup towards the BO3 overtime second half, where they really needed the fast decoding against that Dreamish to beat the time. So coming into this mix here, Kuro, how are you liking this team comp?
It's interesting as well, because now it just means that all survivors needs to be able to contain early game, right? And up against Opera or Ivies might be a little bit hard here for survivors to actually pull it off, but maybe we're going to be able to see some sort of harass from that novelist to, you know, be able to perform and buy time for mechanic to decode even more with that doll.
Yeah, I could definitely potentially see the problem when it comes to sustaining in a kite. Could be a huge problem, as Bronto, we are still waiting for his pick here. Novelist has been pretty popular, especially in GR's AK, unable to break that out. But for Bronto, he will be picking up the Dreamish instead of the Opera Singer, which we initially thought he will go for.
It's a bit surprising here too, but I do hope from Bronto's side that we bring Patroller on Dreamish, because, you know, for the last 2 games it's always been Dreamish on Blink, and that Dreamish has not been seeing too much successes too. So with this game coming up forward, potentially speaking, look, if you just bring Patroller, double Patroller on towards any of the containers, you will be able to get them down really fast.
Yeah, let's see, because yeah, we've seen the Patroller heading into this matchup. I'm hoping to see that as well, because the insolence does play a part when it comes to, you know, able to leech the survivors instantly afterwards. But yeah, it's just a very difficult matchup for AWG here as we head into this matchup here. Cypher Rush is going to be a huge problem. Now, spawn locations, we have the mechanic spawn at the red carpet, Prisoner right smack at the center, and Novelist in the middle broken area. Dreamwitch, where could she spawn, and potential first chasers?
This is pretty bad as well, because the issue is they probably want the Dreamwitch to spawn top left, just so, you know, it's harder chases and Mech can rotate. But with this spawn location, Mech cannot really hide her doll, because Dreamwitch can just immediately turn towards her left hand side, straight towards red carpet, and chase after that Mech. So right now it's really just, the rotation might not be easy for Mech, and I don't even think Mech can place her doll down and hide it in time too.
Yeah, another strategy that the mechanic could go for here is to use the bot to body block. You know, it gives her a little bit more sustain, only if the Dreamwitch hits the bot. If not, it's just going to be a free presence going for this. Now, Bronto will be bringing a Trump Detention, Patroller, and a full kiting build on both the decoders, and standard builds for the other two. This is going to be Red Church BO2. First up between AWG's Hunter versus ITZY Survivors. My name is Jojo and joining me is COAⅧ Gaming, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
Dreamwitch is directly turning towards where that mechanic is, but as we see here, right, no mech stall being dropped down here, and that's the Cypher Machine actually locked at the fourth Cypher Machine, the fourth corner. That's where the mech stall is. The question is, does Bronto want to go after it? No, it doesn't seem like we're going to do so, as that leech is actually not placed near the boss at all.
Yeah, I want to really lock in on this first hit. So, Dahai able to kite it out and will be interrupting his team Cyphers a little bit. Xian in the corner area, but able to kite it out as of now. Unable to do the effective sandwich situation. It seems like Bronto is a little bit struggling with the positioning.
Depends on... Well, it seems like we're going to get this first hit. No, not just yet. Beautiful curl there from the side of Mech, as that's going to be a leech hit there instantly towards her too. We did manage to get rid of leech here as well, but look, we still do have a patroller here left to use, and the main leech now will follow towards the Dreamwitch's main body. So this down could potentially just be here within the next 15 seconds.
As we see the Patroller for the first time, this hit should automatically register onto Dahai. He has a flywheel to work with though, able to dodge out the first one, but doesn't have any pellets to work with, so the second bite inevitable here as he sees the hit. We'll be seeing the chair very soon as we look at the Cyphers.
But good news now is Prisoner is alive and well and kicking. Middle Cypher Machine will be popped there instantly to allow Mech to rotate in and to utilize the two pallets inside. Now then, the doll is at red carpet too, so we could potentially speaking just connect towards the red carpet from Prisoner side and rush the Cypher Machine even faster. As Wilding, purple mark there being picked up instantly. We do have, borrowed time on both rescuers right now, but more or less the 3 Cypher Machines done. It's a little bit slow for Dreamwitch when it comes to a first chase.
Yeah, as Dahai will not be able to hit safely into a kiting area. We'll just eat a hit and run towards the back broken area because the Cypher has already been popped by Xian initially at the start of the match. Now Clover will be decoding the one at the sandbags. Is he able to leech onto anybody here?
We have wanted order on Wilding, but it seems like for Brontel, he thinks that Wilding is way too far away, so we decide to not to do that right now. It's a little bit of a loss here, as we do see Xian nearby as the novelist, but potentially speaking, do we want to maybe rescue instantly since there's no main leech nearby, or it seems like we just want to maybe find someone to leech her instantly. But like, look how fast the Cypher Machine is with that Prisoner and Mech stall decoding.
Yeah, and now pressuring the bot Cypher. And Xian able to get a backdoor rescue, so unable to body block unfortunately. So Mechanics Kite, we might be see the end of it here unless Fox come for this harassment. Fox is nearby though, at Red Church. At the shack area.
It seems he is. I guess well, it's still gonna be a bit hard because you can leech on towards Fox here, and then maybe using your main leech. Using a main leech, you can kind of block the push back from Wilding since you can only push one back. But right now, we're going to play a little bit more of a mind game. That's going to be the main leech coming back as well. Meanwhile, we have leech on towards the mechanic. And it seems like we pushed the wrong one. That's kind of the issue there when it comes to harassing up against the Dreamwitch, as the second one there will be a crash down straight towards Shack.
Yeah, Mechanic will be eliminated from this matchup, so it becomes a 1v3 situation. Unable to pick up the bot as well, so Clover still trying to push that last Cypher. We are almost primed for the end game, and all of them have borrowed time except for the Prisoner. So how could ITZY Survivors play this end game?
It might be a little bit hard here, but it seems like for Brontel right now, we don't really have any more leeches on the Hunter side. We could potentially change for a Blink, but right now Clover is going to be the first one that gets towards the XK, so we can rush it. Potentially speaking, ITZY can pop here instantly while Wilding is on the board. So what this just means is maybe we can rush ourselves straight towards the other XK depending on how fast this game goes.
Yeah, and Bronto really wants to pressure that front gate as Clover also sees the leash at the red carpet area. Will be rotating towards safety as Xian is also near the front gate. Fox trying to create pressure at the back gate. Seems to be a very difficult situation coming from Bronto's side. unable to catch anybody, ITZY Survivors really playing this out well.
But not only that as well, right? That's going to be the Patroller drop down there instantly as Novelist will be bit. But like even with that in mind, that Blink going down here is not bad, but the Exegate has already been opened. Fox will have his board ready in the next 15 seconds. And with this, even if you do have a leech on him, you won't be able to stop him to get out at all.
That's the case as we see Bronto finally leeching onto Xian. We'll be cheering him. Fox still in the vicinity. His board is ready now as he hits on top of it. This should guarantee that tie game that ITZY needs in this game. And yes, with that, what a great performance coming from ITZY Survivors.
That double decoding team comp did help him out quite a lot, but I feel like from Bronto's side, maybe if we get rid of that mech stall just by, dropping the leech nearby, it probably would have been better. Because, like, we can't forget, right? It's more or less now just about how do we stop a double decoding comp from decoding. And with that game, the down was a little bit slow because mech was containing really well and pulling distance. So maybe if we just got rid of the bot on time, after hitting the mech with the main leech, we could have just re-leeched her instantly and prevent a kite.
Yeah, that could have been a possible play coming from Bronto, but actually when we were looking into Bronto's POV, right, he might not have seen the bot, right? Like his eyes was not fixated on it. He just immediately turned towards the blood trace where the mechanic ran from. So yeah, I think maybe on Bronto's side, he probably thought that, you know what, Mech might be using his bot for the body block, and therefore that kind of play. So yeah, pretty interesting coming from Bronto's side, but I guess for AWG's side, when it comes to Hunter plays in BO1 and 2, you potentially want to expect a 3k or 4k situations, but as of now, the maximum that Bronto can get here is only a tie.
Yeah, and this just means more pressure on AWG Survivor side right now as Bailu has that, Ivy and Opera Singer to use. We have seen how strong his Ivy is endgame too, so with this, it might be a tough call from AWG side.
Yeah, as we see the mechanic looking like a 49 seconds of containment time, but that was enough. We need to remember that she rotated from red carpet to back broken and back to the back gate area. So that was a actually pretty lengthy and long kite coming from Tahai, and also 80% of decoding progress from the bot. Pretty impressive if you ask me. Definitely did her part here coming into this matchup here. And securing that tie for ITZY, that's exactly what ITZY needs here. And it seems to be that ITZY, in fact, will be taking a 2-0 win if Bailu is able to secure a 3-point win here.
But I just feel like maybe from Bronto when it comes to endgame there too, we leached on towards the wildling, we had our main leech there near Prisoner at the red carpet gate. We did have trump card change through initially for that blink kiss as well, right? So I just feel like maybe from the side of Bronto, we saw where Novelist is as well. He's near towards the red carpet gate where our main leech is. But actually speaking, what we could have done there was to blink down the Prisoner and then use the wildling's leech to catch up towards him while, he's on the board, or even pull the leech away. So then the leech will go back towards the wildling on time. I mean, deletion time when there's 3 survivors left on the field is still pretty long, so maybe that endgame could have been a little bit more different for Bronto, but I guess more or less right now it's really all now about the results of how AWG Survivors is going to counter this Hunter from ITZY.
Wow. Yeah, great analysis, Kuro. Definitely could have potentially played that differently, maybe gotten a 3 or 4k. Really comes to decision making from the Hunter side. That's a huge factor coming to this play here. As we see Bailu, really not much pressure. We did see all smiles on his face as AWG Survivor is struggling to potentially play this out here. Now, the minimum that we should be seeing from AWG Survivors to potentially prolong this to a BO3 would be a tie game here. So, against Bailu, this is going to be a difficult matchup here.
Yeah, not only that as well, like AWG could potentially run Embalmer here, especially when you want to go up against an Ivy and an Opera, because Embalmer first chase means that you can't leech, Embalmer's first chase means that you can't do anything else, but right now we'll just move on towards the interview phase first.
サバイバーが BO1 しっかりと耐えて後半戦までしっかり持ち込んで勝てるように頑張ります。
Yeah, definitely hoping to hold their ground in BO1, but in fact, Bailu seriously not giving any single opportunity for them to do that at all. Yeah, it's just so hard going against Bailu. He says he has yet to lose a single game in BO1. So that's just Bailu and them really coming in really strong. And it will be very curious to see how ITZY will be performing in the global playoff season towards the finals. And Bailu, as of now, perfect condition coming from him.
Yeah, and only that as well, it seems like he's actually practicing opera singer right now with his hand movement there. So potentially speaking, that's going to be opera singer here for, our second half of game 2. But now I guess it's more or less just AWG, what team comp do we have, in our minds? Do we potentially speaking want to counter the opera, which has much tanky team comps as possible, like, the puppeteer, like maybe even the fire investigator, which does work pretty well on this map? Or are we going to try a maybe Cypher to see how this game is go? Because last game it was 2 Titaners to buy enough time for the decoding progress. And then we've seen a lot of other teams as well, game 2s, where they only bring 1 Titaner and the rest are like, containment persona. So, the AWG, what will be our decision here?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they ultimately go for. But as of now, when we are seeing the double decoding team comp, it really increases the chance to get a tie game. But question here is whether AWG just wants to get a tie from the survivors, because we saw in BO1, right, ITZY securing a 5-point lead. It would be quite difficult, if you ask me, going to BO3, trying to expect your hunter to get a 4K or your survivor to get a 4 escape. Might be quite difficult, so AWG could be trying to get a win for the survivor side as we head slowly towards the ban pick phase between these 2 teams.
Now then, Bailu, first 2 bans is going to be the more important one, since it'll kind of just tell us who we don't want to go against, as that's going to be the Prisoner and Seer Gun, which Goldman here being banned as well from AWG side. Seems like Bailu isn't willing to go up against a decoding comp.
Decoding comp, yeah. Definitely trying to prevent that from happening, and we see the welding getting banned here. Server side picking up the Fire Investigator as well as the Coordinator. Very strong kiting characters, and do you think they are trying to cure for the Opera Singer? It seems to be.
But with First Officer here being chosen up against an Opera Singer, it's still a relatively small map with a lot of dashes, so maybe it might just not be the best idea as we get that Psychologist ban next from Bailu.
Interesting. Alright, and as we see the last survivor getting picked up here, still has the Acrobat to work with, all those kiting characters, so yeah, options are open for AWG. Gardener is open to the table here.
Yeah, but as you said, look, the Acrobat will come out here instantly, but like we can't forget, this decoding team comp is still relatively slow. You have the First Officer here, like 15% decoding debuff or 20%, and then Fire Investigator, initial 5% decoding debuff, and then Namiko, when someone's on the chair, 25% decoding debuff. So the only real decoder slash container slash non-debuff character is the Acrobat. So if we don't get a really good early game, if we don't give enough support for that first chase, it'll be really bad for AWG's, Cypher Rush, because if we still got a Cypher Rush, it's too small of a map here for Opera Singer to play around with.
Yeah, and honestly, I would potentially actually like AWG to go for a more decoding heavy team comp, because if you remember from Bailu's web, right, he was ranked 5th among all the other hunters when it comes to chasing down a survivor. If it comes to sustain and kiting is not really working out for AWG, maybe the decoding could be another way that AWG could be looking for, because Cypher Rush is definitely the name of this game. Popping those 5 ciphers is so crucial in this matchup, and AWG will be seeing the Opera Singer from Bailu.
This is going to be a huge challenge then for AWG, since, look, wherever you dash, whether it's graveyard, whether it's red carpet, whether it's in church, there's just a lot of areas where the Opera Singer has easy access to and is able to catch up towards you instantly as well. So like, even if you do want to rotate early game, it just might not be enough here too. It's too small of a map as well, so it's really easy map control on the side of this Opera.
Yeah, as we head into the spawn locations, Opera Singer will be spawning at the backgate area. Does have Fire Investigator and Coordinator nearby, and Acrobat actually at the center. First Officer furthest away from this Opera Singer crew. Any first chasers here?
Probably, if we get rid of Cordy first, that isn't too bad. We've seen quite a lot of, excitement Opera Singers before, but look, Coordinator being the best chase here because Blink is ready and you can get a first hit pretty fast. Now, more or less, it's just about how well we can play this game too. We're going to be able to see double Titan here and triple knee-jerk reflex on the side of survivors. Bailu with that trumpet potential alongside with Blink. This will be game 2, second half between ITZY versus AWG, and the professional commentaries will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro.
not wasting any time, heading straight for that fire investigator. Karu's on it, and yeah, able to get our shut around for a split second, trying to catch up with Karu here. Yeah, but I'm trying to do the reverse trick here. This early?
It seems like I think we might. Ooh, we got the way. It's right. Oh, we don't see. That's Batoru. Brilliantly done, honestly, from the side of Acrobat. But like, that's a fire vest getting in front of our face that we just missed. That was a gift from God. As right now, that pallet there being dropped down just means so much containment area here for Acrobat to play around as we head straight back towards church.
Yeah, Batoru will be able to get towards a very safe place as you see the fire investigators, inflatables, blocking one of the entrances, forcing Bailu out of the Shadow Realm here. Bailu able to still chase the Acrobat, but it's in a very tough position, right? Because Acrobat is really being lost at the same time. Bailu, I think when it comes to the opera singer, he's unable to really get the first hit onto the server this quickly this time around.
It's okay though, Blink is just ready, so if we can get a hit maybe in the next 20-30 seconds, it'll be enough. We got the hit right over that pallet as well, and now it's all about those dashes. There's those leapers. We're going to be able to catch him straight towards Badu here really fast. He does have knee-jerk reflex to use though, but that's just going to be one blink in, as we're going to be able to dash straight over. That's going to be a pallet there. Pallet Mungan trying to play around with this Acrobat. He's going to vault over first as a terror shot down. Wish a basement nearby.
Great stuff coming from Bailu. I mean, all of this are really gearing up towards that potential game for ITZY to take this to a 2-0 as we look into the ciphers. Still on a pretty healthy stand, and honestly, that blink was a little bit weird. I thought he was gonna blink over, but he just blinked nearer towards the bench area. But still, ultimately get the terror shot, get that presence as well as Ace come for this rescue.
Oh, it's a bit scary though, because it could be a double hit here. I think Bailu kind of does realize as we finally get a hit onto his first officer right now, the 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3. Oh, we got stuck. Never mind. That's a free rescue.
Free rescue indeed, as Batoru was just gonna hit his upstairs, preventing a double down. But Bailu so greedy, but just gonna hit straight back there. Batoru able to get out into safety. Will not be a basement chair once again. Now looking at our ciphers, 3 in total. Not too fast, and Acrobat most likely won't be able to survive to endgame here.
Yeah, from Bailu's side, you kind of did into Shadow Dance back there instantly because you don't really want to lose this Acrobat, or else it'll be a win game here for the Survivor side. But we do see that COAⅧ is kind of on her way in here as she's hiding right behind that double window 1 pallet area. If Bailu realizes this with that tinnitus, we could protect. Well, the girl will still come out, but we do a Shadow Strike here to catch up towards his chair really fast too. So there's another double down potential for him to use. Can he find this opportunity? As another question in mind.
Yeah, that would be a huge question here as Bailu still trying to find it out, but Nameko will be coming for the rescue. Gun is still unused. Let's see how this gun's gonna work out here.
Oh wait, there's a tree. There's a tree. Nameko, Bailu, Nameko play mind games right now, but these mind games are wasting so much time. We're finally near the big rock, but it's okay. Nameko, just stand there. Can we emote maybe pew pew to base something out? No, we don't. But you know what? Good news is Shadow Leap has been cancelled, and that's a beautiful gun. But sadly, it's just within the 4-second cooldown time of that leap.
Yeah, question is whether Batoru can survive to another day here as we see the blink in 15 seconds cooldown time. Still not quite enough as A is able to give that distance. Bailu gonna no, he's lost.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. Brilliant. That airbag. I mean, look. Last 2 cipher machines are almost done, and with this fire investigator being nearby to body block, we could potentially see a 4-man endgame here. So for AWG right now, ooh, that's gonna be a blink over, instant hit down. We were forced to use the blink, but it seems like it'll at least be a guaranteed tie here for AWG no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, and Bailu just gonna chair this one, so will be officially eliminated as we will most likely be seeing the pop early, or are they gonna wait it out? Early.
Oh. I mean, if that's the case, if that's the case, I think it's fine because we don't waste time before teleport to come out, right? So one survivor at a gate each, and whoever is in the middle can kind of easily rotate towards the other gate since it's a relatively small map.
Yeah, and Bailu has the tinnitus being propped up here. Does he know where Nameko is? Oh, the stun! And it happens onto Bailu. Nameko with the sneaky plays there. As we see the back gate being pushed, so the dungeon is... The tie should be imminent here as we see COAⅧ trying to kite for a life here. Dungeon is not in the vicinity, so the hit registers, and this helps AWG secure the tie game that they need to prolong to BO3.
But we can't forget though, ITZY is still the one that has the lead here with 72, a 5-point lead we cannot forget from game 1 as well. But with this game from AWG side, it does seem like their survivors have, slowly come back towards their normal condition. We just have to see game 3 whether or not we can aim for a 3-man escape or a 3-man elimination. And a 3-man elimination.
Yeah, that's gonna be a huge ask also for AWG, because ITZY, when it comes to their survivor side, at least they are able to get a consistent tie. And AWG, they were so close to get the acrobat to survive all the way to endgame. It was just so close, but yet so far. I think when the side of Bailu, he was able to really capitalize on the situation. He has the blink, he needs to use it, he gotta be aggressive, and he exactly did just that. And can I just say, Kairu really saw his life flash past him just at the start of the game there. What a unfortunate situation for Bailu, unable to see Defy Investigator just right next to him.
But I guess at the end of the day, right, it's kind of just like both teams didn't really expect. I think from Bailu's side, he probably thought, oh look, Fire Investigator knew. So, we're all professional players at the end of the day. We do know how kind of the red light trick works, and we can kind of base the hunter's distance. We know how far the hunter is away based on our heartbeat. So with that, like maybe that's what Bailu was initially thinking too. But once again, if we just see with these match stats, right, a total of 99 seconds are contained by that acrobat. But still, we cannot forget the beautiful supports from that, Fire Investigator, and the coordinator was able to tie out that game pretty smoothly.
Yeah, and we kind of see, right, the difference that every seconds matter here. The Fire Investigator with the inflatable support, the coordinator trying to pew, but in the end, really ultimately did manage to get a very successful gunshot there, prolonging that expanding that distance between both the acrobat as well as the hunter. So great job, well done coming from AWG survivors, as we will soon be seeing BO3, where AWG will get their map selection again.
Not only that as well, I think the Fire Investigator here actually did wonders this game as well, especially when it comes to blocking the exit from the church as well, and entering the church too, because both airbags was used in the same area, and both airbags created so much distance for that acrobat to get away.
Yeah, that's the power of support, right? We don't see too much over supporting. Everything was just nice. And the Cypher progress was also pretty quick, just a little bit close. We saw like the Cypher was 20 or 30% away, but we will be heading into BO3. But before that, let's hit for the highlights first, guys.
连不了是吧？
对。
没事。沿走吧，别死。没寄生的，他没寄生的，不用管。对。上墓地小车家。对。放狗了。
盖头吗？
哎，盖不了闪。
俺も弾1個使っちゃってる。開き側に1個ある。
壁に中なりないから。これか。
了解。強制だ。
壁。いや、探してるわ。
これ回してできたっけ？これ絶対開く。
Yeah, after all of that, we will be seeing BO3. And now, as we look into the hunter selection, right, because we have 2 globally banned out characters and also 2 banned picks from the survivor side. And this still remains as, they still have the 1 S-tier hunter that they can pick in BO3 for both teams. So when it comes to the situation, it seems to be that there is still hope for AWG to potentially get that 4K on the hunter side.
Not only that as well, I would say probably from AWG's Hunter side, we played Dreamwitch, we played Hullabaloo. So like with survivors only being able to ban 2 right now, it's gonna have to be Goman or Opera or Ivy. So with this in mind then, maybe potentially speaking, we could see AWG coming out with a format elimination in round 3 and forcing their survivors to get a tie 2 for overtime. However, I would probably just say, right, we still haven't seen Bronto's Ivy just yet. And another question is, usually AWG likes to bring Yukakina out for round 3. Is that going to be their plan?
There will be an interesting plan, and we cannot forget about ITZY, right? Because they also have given opportunity for Siu, their sub-hunter, to play the Hermit. So options are definitely open, but I think for ITZY side, it would be safer for Bailu to prolong this momentum that he's been having here, a 4K win streak. He's been performing very well, but if they see if we see a BO3 Hermit when there is still another S-tier hunter that is still in the mix, I think it would be a rather interesting matchup to see.
Yeah, and this is also cutting a bit close as well, because for both teams right now, right, it's not really a guarantee win for ITZY just yet. If the survivor gets a trim elimination, the hunter gets a trim on escape, it's a win for AWG. Well, no, it's not a win for AWG, sorry. AWG has to get a 4-man elimination, but they have Opera and Ivy on their hands to use right now because they can't ban out both of them at the same time. So with this in mind, now it's kind of like saying, okay, do we want maybe Bailu to come out with his and to come out with his, Bloody Queen or Wax Artist, or would it be better for Siu to come out with his Dream Witch this time, or his Hermish?
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. But of course, in BO3 with AWG having the map selection, we would potentially want to expect AWG to get those points. But question is, right, whether we'll be seeing ITZY bring out their survivors again. They seem to like this kind of pattern, to have their survivors out and the hunter coming in the second half.
It also does seem like, right, like ITZY Survivor performed really well during the first half of most games, but then like when they get a little bit more pressure, when they kind of overthink things, that perfect support or containment that they have kind of does crumble down a little bit slowly too. So maybe it's more or less just they prefer their survivors to come out first because Bailu and Siu knows how to handle pressure well. It's also because it's more of a hunter-sided game right now when it comes to tourneys, and just overall in game 2, it might just, that just might be the better call.
Yeah, it might be the better call. And yeah, it's so rare, or at least it's not so often in group stages, right? We see hunters still having, one of the S-tier hunters. Usually we see that coming BO3, all the non-meta hunters, all their comfort picks starting to show. In fact, Sculptors, we do see Sculptors as well. Kuro, we have yet to see you commentate a Sculptor. But maybe also not this match number 3, maybe match number 4 when we see Jira versus FL. But Sculptor also coming into the mix here when it comes to BO3 hunters, as we see the map pick here, Lakeside Village.
With this map pick then, we're just gonna have to see what we have in store, because this is not a map that is chosen quite a lot by any teams in general. Lakeside is one of those maps that is kind of less played, but we're gonna change out Brontal here for Yukakina. This is simply means that, okay, I guess we're gonna go for more of a versatile type hunter, where he has a larger hunter pool than Brontal, definitely, but proficiency wise, he doesn't really have, that high proficiency on all hunters. He's decent on everyone, but when it comes to wanting to win up against another team or wanting to win up against the survivors, it kind of is still based on whether or not we can find the opportunity, or we can find this where survivors makes the biggest mistake or not.
Yeah, which really begs the question as whether AWG change up in the hunter is going to be a liability, whether it's going to be affecting the performance here of AWG. As we saw the Lakeside Village being picked up here. Lakeside Village, yeah, you mentioned that it's not very popular. We did see maybe a clerk actually happening in the Lakeside Village, and also various opera singers coming to this map. Opera singers, we saw certain successes and failures in this map, but we saw the ITZY hunter already picked up the opera singer before previously, so now AWG could potentially be picking that up here.
Yeah, there's a lot of hand for us to use as well, because it's not only just about what the hunter can do, it's also the survivor side too. With this pick, it feels a bit weird as well, because coming from the map as well, it's kind of like saying we've seen hunters in this map. We've seen a 4K from Nightwatch last year. We've seen multiple 4Ks with Wax Artists on this map, and it's not only that too. Look, the Geisha works there really well as well. We've seen the Bloody Queen coming out too when it comes to that FT game initially at the start. But then Beidou will be subbing in for one of the ITZY survivors, as we kind of just missed it there. So potentially speaking, maybe there'll be a pocket pick from the side of ITZY that we don't know about just yet.
Yeah, so we saw that Clover will be benched out here as of now, taking a short break as we see how this matchup is gonna turn out. Might potentially be the last one for BO3, but there is that potential for that BO3 overtime. Nothing's gonna be at the end until we see it. Let's see if ITZY service is able to get a potential 4 escape here, or if not, AWG will be able to get a 4K.
But then I guess at the end of the day, look, right, if ITZY gets that 3-man escape, what really is up to AWG then is to kind of tie it out and get just to prevent as much net losses here as possible. They need more wins than they need losses here. But it's a lot of stress on Yukakina then if that's the case, because I mean we've seen on this map before, right, which I'm quite sure it was FL Survivor up against, I'm not sure which the opponent team was, but that was the Acrobat containing with that one palette up against the Opera Singer. So I mean, this map is kind of just, you know, a free-for-all by this point.
Yeah, I was actually watching that match, FL, that matchup was pretty cool. What was it, FL?
I think it was Nyan, I'm quite sure. Nyan is in FL, because he was the Acrobat that was playing. Unless I'm wrong.
I think it's X's Wave, Nien.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, the Acrobat. Definitely. My goodness, how was he able to kite so long? Actually, the pallet is already down, so he was just really mind-gaming the Hunter left and right there. Amazing stuff coming from Nien. But I was unable to see any other survivor duplicate that same play against an Opera Singer.
It's I don't think it's gonna happen again. That probably will have to go to our highlights here when Ko ends as well. Just one single pallet for like, I don't know, 250% Cypher machines, which is really fast too. But right now it's kind of like, okay, if we just base on the points as well, 11-6, ITZY 11 points, 6 points for AWG. Now the question being, if we can return a 4-man elimination here, we can at least get 4 points, tie out the next game, and kind of move on towards overtime, which is probably the best for AWG too, since they do have Yukakina, which excels at a lot of hunters compared to, you know, CU, who we only have seen. It's only, you know, Dreamwish and Hermit for now.
Yeah, and for these two teams, right, you might think like, oh, AWG 5th place in Group A and ITZY 2nd place. But we need to remember that in Group A is just a killer matchup there with all this professional and as well this amateur team ITZY. Really, it's just so tight, so tough to play as we head into the ban pick phase. Yukakina banning out the coordinator and the fire investigator here.
I guess it kind of does show how annoying Fire Investigator is, as the survivors here get rid of Goldman and Ivy. So we don't really want any map control from the side of Ivy Lane. Opera Singer and come out. Let's see if ITZY is willing to counter the Opera Singer then with their survivor picks right now.
Yeah, it kind of opens up once again for the Opera Singer. We've been seeing it so popular in this map. As we see the Puppeteer and Knight being picked up here. Puppeteer has been able to really kite really long against any of the hunters, especially with the skill being used. Knight also able to promote that potential safe rescue as well. Now Kukahina with that Seer ban.
I mean, with that Knight pick, it just means that you can't really play Anne anymore as the first officer comes out. A relatively slow decoding team comp here once again with 2 slow decoders and 1 really good container. However, with the last one here being Aeroplanets, ITZY does need a faster decoder compared to what they have currently in their team comp. Maybe, just maybe, Psychologist wouldn't be bad here. Yes, she's not a decoder, but we're gonna go for that female dancer instead.
Female dancers, we haven't really seen a lot of good support of that female dancer coming into this Lakeside Village map. So we're quite curious to see, maybe he's just using the boxes for himself. Gonna kite against the hunter here. As we see the confirmed picks here, now we'll be seeing Beilu on the Puppeteer, one of the kiters. As well, Zien will be on the Knight as well.
I feel like for female dancer, maybe rotationing towards Shaq might be the best, since there's so many palettes and, you know, windows to use to drop down her slow music box. But also at the same time, it does seem like they do kind of want to try counter the Opera Singer as much as possible. This isn't a bad pick here for Wax Artist too, right? Because like, okay, you want to tight contain, no problem. Wax Artist just locks your palettes, locks your windows, and even if you do want to rotate, it's kind of impossible to. And you know, 2 slow decoders being able to lock Cypher Machine just means that there's more chance of a Wax to win than maybe an Opera Singer here.
Yeah, maybe, as we see Yukakina still trying to decide, a little bit stressed out it seems. Of course it will be stressed, it's a stress game because he might potentially need to get that 4K for his team here against a very strong team, in fact, very consistent team coming into this ITZY Survivors. As you see Yukakina, let's see in a few seconds.
The hunter. This hunter is going to be very important here. It has to be either something that we've been hiding for a long time, or it's going to be a clerk. It could work, but what about the slow music boxes? What about the triple tankish on Puppeteer? What about the Knight to nullify your skill? And what about the first officer to hypnotize you and to run away from you?
My goodness, no wonder he's stressed. He's just gonna keep getting bullied over here, over rotation, coming from the survivors as well. Now we see the clerk, right? We've seen ZZZ's South Korea division bring out the clerk at Lakeside Village, and it did not work out at all. So you got Kina coming into this with a clerk. I feel like there were so many other picks he could have gone for here, but why the clerk, Kuro?
Probably, you know what? Probably because it's a slow decoding team comp. That's what we're banking on right now. We probably do believe that we can get someone down ASAP because there's a Knight, there's a first officer. So since they decode slow anyways, we might be able to perma-lock if we can find the opportunity to get someone down with just one blink. However, this opens up, female dancer being a Shaq just means that clerk can spawn right into between the middle and chase after a female dancer instantly. That's not really what we want, but that's maybe what the survivor wants as clerk here. That's going to be right in between all the survivors. Oh no, going straight towards cornfields here. Dancer might just have to rotate out then because she spawns outside of Shaq when the hunter spawns over there as we switch over here once again.
Yeah, really, when it comes to picking a poison, it's just so tough, right? You have these two around you, you don't really want to chase them, but then you're just stuck with that female dancer with the music boxes and that window as well as the palette to work with. So this is going to be a difficult matchup for Yuka Kina here coming into this. Let's see if he's able to surprise us, get a 4K or something with this clerk. As we see the coaches have a handshake, what's going to be important here would be the persona of this clerk. Is it going to be the standard one, or is he going to bring in a confined? Alright, a standard build.
Oh, it's going to be so much attention on clerk, but from a survivor side, there's two knee-jerk reflex. Okay, no one's actually an easy chase here if that's the case, but this will be game 3 between ITZY versus AWG here for game 3 game 3 first half, excuse me. Pressure commentaries will be brought to you by Kurosho and Chocho.
Yuka Kina on this clerk really left with no choice to pick, and he will pick Dahai as the poison here. Able to put the first block here, whether it's gonna be a slow one. Alright, able to record the window recording, so let's see if he's able to block it out.
But Dahai didn't really ballet there properly as he did get stuck right between the walls of Shaq. Right now though, we're going to be able to catch up here pretty fast. We can't forget, right, Clerk has 4.73 movement boost, speed boost, which is her base movement. So this just means that she moves faster than all other survivors. And with that lock, potentially that's going to be an instant lock. Brilliantly done by Yuka Kina. Blink is ready in 25 seconds.
Yeah, and unable to record that as well. Now, able to use the slow box here, slamming that pellet down, preventing that distance, but we need to know that Blink will be up in less than 15 seconds. Yuka Kina might be able to get that down before that.
My god, such a brilliant early game here for our clerk Dahai. That's going to be another fast moves box there, dropped in with a ballet, but look, that's another lock and a terror shock down. It's such a great early game.
My goodness, Yuka Kina on this clerk, and this is a perfect start. Usually against a clerk, you want to see a 3 Cypher Kite, but we're talking about this decoders outside in the map, and look at the Cypher is only 1.5 Kuro.
It's so bad now for ITZY, because if that's the case right now, it's just going to be instant lock. Clerk has so much scrolls on her hands to use, but now first officer being spotted out here so early, forcing to use that pocket watch as well. But I mean, it's still officer we're talking about, so unless we get a surprising, can we? We did. But, you know, it'll still be a rescue, it's okay, but I mean, can female dancer really rebound Kai with no items left?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough ask, especially when Yuka Kina has that blink in hand. If he doesn't want to waste any time here, he can get that blink, but he does not even need it. Look at those perfect usage of her skills. That's just Yuka Kina with that clock.
We don't have harassers here as well, so what only female dancer can do is just to get as far away from the chair as possible to buy more time. But look at the Cypher machines, it's only 2 Cyphers in total, so I mean for this clerk right now, it's basically a free win. Don't really think anyone can rescue, even if Knight does want to come in. That just means first officer injured, Knight injured, 6% panic stacks, which means 6% less decoding buff on the survivor side.
Yeah, as we see Yukakina still patrolling around the area, Zien is coming for the rescue. Should be stable as we see Yukakina actually not recording any of the survivors when it comes to decoding.
With this then, that's gonna be a helmet dropped on towards the head of female dancer. She's gonna be able to tank one hit here for the next 8 seconds, but it seems like Knight wants to be nearby here as our lovely support. That's gonna be instant use, that's gonna be instant second use, as now that Knight will be so useless to this female dancer. We've used one of our helmets. Female dancer goes down this fast, and good news here is first officer's right behind us if you want to chase after him.
Yeah, and guys, just look at female dancer's item. It's a pocket watch. So they really wanted to play that item switch and ultimately didn't really work out. Did not give the opportunity as well as she will be seeing out the man now. The teleport happens on Bailu. Can he kite it out?
Potentially speaking, we don't really need to hit the puppeteer here, right? I know it's 8 seconds, but look, it's a first officer out there, it's a Knight out there. Who cares, right? They have 15% decoding debuff. It doesn't really matter here anymore. Puppeteer here, can we get a hit? We got a beautiful flywheel out, but once again, you're just going to be used to force so much items as now. Okay, that's no problem at all, but we have a pallet drop down and a pallet pickup here left to use.
Exactly. And able to still cut it out here. I think really when it comes to this, maybe another 20 seconds is like maximum for the survivors. Not even 20 seconds, 5 seconds. And Bailu will be seeing the down here now. Looking at the cipher, still not looking optimal. It seemed to be a stalemate situation for Yukakina. It was just too great of a start. How can the survivors even come back from this? This is just so detrimental for them.
I know, right? Chucho, it's not only that as well. First officer has his pocket watch and has the perfume and is currently rotating around those two. But what is a good use of a perfume if you're already half health anyways? And we see 2 cipher machines out there decoding. I mean, if you're going to be carrying that perfume, I guess that's going to be, you know, the scent of that perfume. Maybe Clerk will be able to smell that in time as we do lock on towards the night here with first officer being at middle. This is such a dire situation for ITZY survivors.
Yeah, and honestly, just a perfect play coming from Yukakina. We were initially doubting the clock, but it seems to be that the banking all on the clock did work out for him. This is going to be a potential 4K, guys, for Team AWG to potentially bounce back and come for that overtime matchup as we see them coming for the double rescue, all of them half health.
But look, like, I mean, it doesn't really that's a brutal hit down there on towards the night. But right now, who's right in front of us? That's going to be a puppeteer and, of course, the first officer. Survivors are not decoding here as well. Yes, first officer is nearby, but doesn't matter much, no. If Yukakina wants to, she can change targets as a clerk towards someone else, or even just go pick up the night here instantly. And even with first officer rescues, you can't just get a double down really fast.
Yeah, and Bailu really trying to kite for his life here, but when it comes to unable to register that hit somehow, and he lives for another few more seconds. Flywheel will be up soon in about 2. Let's see as they try to heal each other up. Oh, they're trying to push the ciphers, but this is so hard.
It's too hard. Yeah. We're missing too much cipher machines as well. Teleport is ready, so I mean that's one teleport straight towards the first officer. Slug him. You can look for not first officer, nice, excuse me. And then you can look for first officer later. That's going to be a teleport coming out here. 100 seconds on towards the cooldown for the items, as we're finally going to be able to lock that ability here. I mean, after 2 predictions, finally the third one is going to be able to land. But even with that in mind, just look at the amount of items that we actually have. Another window lock there on the side of Clerk. And with this, even if you want to contain, you're just still missing too many cipher machines.
Yeah, just way too much, especially with just 2 decoders, not the fastest. One of the few slowest actually among this team comms here. So Zien's really trying to kite for his life here. No items, no flywheel, just raw kiting, and the hit registers. Really unfortunate as we see first officer still trying to push for those ciphers, getting recorded. Now Yukakina has full view of this first officer.
Look, if that knight really wants to self-heal, that's a teleport ready in 50 seconds, so I don't even think it's enough for you to be able to do that much anyways. We do also know where first officer is because of that scroll, being able to show where the first officer is globally right after you apply it. And right now with first officer here stuck towards the corner, even if knight does get up right now, you need to run towards the cipher machine. You also need to decode, which probably just isn't enough time to finish the last 2 ciphers.
Exactly, and now first officer able to use his last watch here, but let's see, Zien is trying to decode that cipher, but look at the teleport, 22 seconds, and that recording again on Zien.
Not only that as well, we could just walk up towards that first officer who has no items and just get him down here. That's a beautiful window lock once again. Can we get a hit? Yes, we did. A teleport is ready. We had something on Knight earlier on. And with this, even if we don't teleport here, first officer has to self-heal to decode. If they don't decode, oh well, what is going to happen here? I mean, Crows is going to pop out for that Knight, and it's going to be a really easy 4K here no matter what.
Very, very easy one, definitely. As we see Xian still trying to keep out of harm's way here by not being near the Cypher. He can feel the heartbeat now. He knows Yukahina is in the vicinity. Whether Yukahina can catch him out here will be a question. As we see first officer expanding the last self-heal among these two survivors.
Yukahina not using Inspect upstairs though, which is a little bit of an issue to me, I won't lie. Xian is kind of just hiding away for free, but look, the moment first officer kind of decodes the Cypher machine, we have teleport ready and it's just not enough. But first officer here looking for an item. Potentially speaking, we're still looking for an endgame there as that wand, will come out. But finally, seeing where the Knight is, it might just be all over.
It might be, as we see Knight trying to get that pellet boost for that distance. As we see Yukahina also destroying that pellet. Fox will be opening up a chest. He will not get that syringe.
Oh, elbow pad though, that's not too bad. But I mean, he's still not decoding, so I guess it doesn't matter here at the end of the day. Right now, we're going to be able to get another window lock there as Knight still trying to play around this area, but no items left. One flywheel on our hands to use. We're going to be able to rotate down here. Yukahina a little bit slow on a chase because we're looking at the Cypher machines. But even so, look, we have a window lock. We have I think that's a survivor pallet drop down. Knight running towards the open area here with only one pallet left to use. It's more or less just about when Yukahina will get the Knight down, not how fast the survivors can get the decoding progress on, as that's a beautiful flywheel. But look, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Fox is now in basement.
Fox now is, yes, definitely in basement. Maybe trying to open up another chest, hoping for a syringe. Yeah, I think for the survivor side, let's look. Okay, we do see the dungeon is at the 11 area, which is super duper far from the basement. So Yukahina is not going to be cheering Xian. He's going to let him struggle, but we'll be able to get the hit very soon. Yukahina, when it comes to the kiting, with the chasing, is just too good when it comes to the clock. I think ITZY would definitely take aback, surprised when it comes to this clock figure.
Oh, but it seems like first officer finally has gotten his needle though. If that's the case, then I don't think Yukahina can actually chair here. She's probably not going to chair at all. What we're doing here, right, is that we don't want the Knight to actually bleed out. So we're going to carry him and walk around the map until we hear where first officer is. Then we'll drop down the Knight and start the slugging process. But for now, it's a 99% heal rate on the first officer side. That will be the Knight drop down here once again. But look, with no items left to use, Clerk 3 scrolls on her hands. It's pretty easy for her to honestly look for the format elimination. I think more or less right now it's just about, can first officer maybe buy more than enough time here for himself and get the dungeon.
Yeah, and Fox also need to be pretty smart about this because the crows could potentially expose where his location is. Now Yukahina still taking quite some time to find where Fox is located. Xian is able to effectively communicate to his team that she is coming from this area, so Fox was able to escape from the dungeon and now at the big boat area.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the bigger issues that I have in mind as well, right? I don't think it's a great idea to really have a survivor near you where you're walking, because it's, as you've just said, that communication on the survivor side is allowing Fox here to pull a diagonal line straight far away from where the clerk is. And now Xian, look, even if you want to contain here, it's fine. We'll just keep walking. First officer still does have that needle on his hands to use, and if we're not decoding, it doesn't really matter. Yukahina is still looking at which Cypher machines are being decoded, but it would be nice if we can at least get the Knight down.
Yeah, as you see Fox just on the bottom left, just standing there, trying to wait for more information coming from his teammates if Hunter will be coming towards his direction, as we see the hit onto Xian once again. Now, still trying to wait it out on the bottom left, we see that, but we'll rotate towards the front gate area with that Cypher there as well. It's just gonna be a very long slugging game. Very long one. Might potentially be 20 minutes at this rate.
I'll be honest with you, for Yukahina, the best course of action here is to get the Knight down and then go look for first officer instantly, because like, realistically speaking, both of them don't really have self-heal there left on their hands to use. And it's not only that too, even if even if First Officer does heal there, I mean, crows should be popping up sooner or later. The needle did buy a little bit more time before the crows are popping out, but First Officer is really not at the best vicinity to look for a cipher machine to, you know, decode a little bit and to prevent the crows. But right now, I guess it's really Yukakina's decision here. We're bringing a knight across the map, but the knight can just communicate with the clerk is 24/7.
Yeah, I think this is round number 1 already, like going around the map. So Knight will be able to hit up. Does have a flywheel, does have a magic wand to work with. Pretty sure Fox kind of left it there or something. Able to pick that up, and we will see the down again. Fox, seriously, like you mentioned, just diagonally away from the hunter in this map. It's just gonna be a pretty long game, as we see Fox still trying to run for his life here from the other side. But can Yukakina spot Fox here?
Doesn't seem like so. But Fox on another needle, which is good to use. I mean, I think right now it's kind of just I think right now it's kind of just all about stopping Zian from doing much. Now then, Fox is not willing to decode here because if he decodes, the cipher machine starts shaking. Our clerk can't just teleport straight towards him, right? So with this game, it's kind of just more or less, we're going to be pushing and pulling for a really long time. They really want that one-man escape here. But once again, I don't really like it when Yukakina is bringing the survivor near towards him. Fox is not going to be near you at all, clearly speaking. But I guess he is still very stressed right now, as that 4-man elimination needs to be guaranteed on the side of clerk.
And you know what? Yukakina is just going to let the knight go this time around. Instead of just hitting him, letting him slug, which is a pretty interesting play if you really have to ask us. But Yukakina has the tinnitus. Is that... Yeah, that's the end. That's just on the night.
I genuinely speaking thought that Yukakina saw the first officer near the beach there. But for now, we do have a window lock that we can use. We can get the knight down depending on whether the flywheel comes out. No, it doesn't. But actually speaking, maybe can we just do a random teleport? We will! And finally, we're able to find that tinnitus. My lord. But that's a first officer running straight towards the other side, towards the big rock there near the exit gate. But I think with this location, finally the trails will be found. Finally, we will be able to find him here. This is what Yukakina was working for. But look, you know what, right? Even with first officer here, self-healing, what we will say is Knight will bleed out first. First officer is too far away from the dungeon, and Knight has to wait another 120 seconds before he fully bleeds out.
Oh, and able to get that chip hit as well with that recording. Yukakina really trying to get another one here as he gets a basic hit, another chip hit, and he will be down now. He does have an elbow pad, but Zian is bleeding a little bit too slowly.
We want to heal, it seems, with this elbow pad, as we're going to elbow pad immediately towards the survivor on the ground. Can we maybe drop another scroll? We did, as that's going to be a hit directly towards Knight. But the question now being, who do we want to chase after first? Probably Fox would have been the better idea, because he's the one that's been playing hide and seek for us across such a big map like this. We do have a scroll there to use, but it seems like we won't be able to use it on time. 30 seconds until our teleport is ready. Now for Knight, it's really just about finding that needle that first officer has dropped down once again. More or less in this scenario, right? We might be back to square zero, Chocho. We might be back to square zero.
I don't think it's a mic, it's a yes. Definitely, we are back to square zero. Oh my goodness. Reminds me of this Chinese song, but anyways. Zian trying to run for his life, but he manages to pick up the syringe, so it would take a chip as well as a basic hit to take him down, as we see Fox now able to struggle free, does have a magic wand. Yeah, this is just helping ITZY really boost those stacks, right? The containment time, and coming into the global group stages, global playoffs, where we will be able to see it. So yeah, Zian now was able to prime his heal, as we see Fox trying to potentially push for a little bit for that cipher, but still not enough. Yes, we are definitely back to square zero.
you mentioned it too, right, Chocho? Boosting stats. How many terror shocks has Yukakina got this game?
Maybe 3.
And
maybe 5.
Yukakina maybe a lot actually, and it's not only that as well, right? Yukakina has actually not played more games than Brantel, more games than Brantel or Bailu. So I think he might actually be taking first place here when it comes to the amount of terror shocks. Yeah, I genuinely think he actually will be taking first place here for the amount of terror shocks. First officer does have a 1. We're gonna get another terror shock here, depending on whether Fox is willing to give it. No, he's not. I mean, I think by this point it's really just stat farming.
Yeah, and
Well,
not only
I-
that, not only that, the Hunters having 12k points, I think the Survivors also might have 12k points at the end of this match. So really boosting everybody's stats all together in the web when we introduce them. Yukakina, my goodness, you know we were talking about this could potentially be 18 minutes. No! No! This is gonna be 20 minutes at the very least, I think. With 20 seconds left into the 18-minute mark. My goodness, Yukakina really, he's trying to really farm that, you know, the amount of times he's never been playing these matchups, right? It's really really trying to farm that. Maybe this is like maybe his third game into this, right? If you combine all his times together. We're gonna be seeing the 18-minute mark hit in 3, 2, 1. There you go. As we see, still a stalemate situation for both sides.
I recommend everyone that's watching, all our ladies and gentlemen, to come back maybe in 15 minutes. We'll move on towards the next game. But for now, I think we've actually rummaged through all the chests in this map too, so there probably isn't any needles left for us to actually use as well. For now, there's a huge possibility in which we're going to be able to see the last 2 Cypher Machine pop. But I'm a little bit sad that they didn't really put it in the predictions on, you know, how long is the longest game. I definitely would have put 20 minutes because it's happened before. It's going to happen again. It's gonna happen again. Fox here, once again we're back to square zero. It was initially Knight who's carried around the map. We're gonna go for another jolly ride with the first officer here instead, giving a little bit more love to him as we kind of want to get away from this creepy lady.
Creepy lady, indeed. A creepy lady, Clark, that's right. Fox really trying to kite to a point, you know, we see, right, these ZY survivors, they're trying to kite to the Cypher, trying to decode, and also they are just diagonally away in this map here, really giving that distance. I don't even want to say it's a matter of time. I mean, it's going to the 20-minute mark. And
no, you know what, Chocho, I think they're going to be able to pop all the Cypher machines, I'll be fully honest with you by this point. I think Yukakina is probably thinking, why hasn't Crows popped up just yet? But right now, it's more or less just, he wants to prevent the slug strategy, I guess. Since he's a slow-moving hunter at the end of the day. But right now, Nice, he's just standing there menacingly near a Cypher machine. We're able to get that hit without even looking at the survivor as well. And once again, are we willing to do another, you know, potential prediction teleport there, Yukakina? Have we maybe realized that the survivors are kind of communicating and, you know, just staying as far away from you as possible? Because honestly speaking, by this point, it's more or less just about, can the survivors pop open a Cypher machine?
Yeah, and at this rate, I think I'm gonna be eating my dinner maybe at 10 PM again. But that's alright, as we are here for this cloak matchup, that 4K that we have been wanting. SBC Fox getting a pellet stun, farming those statistics for himself.
This, you know what, I do believe we'll also go overtime as well, because it's a huge potential for AWG survivors to get a tie game next game too. But right now, with Fox going straight towards Big Boss, he definitely can be bled out. Yukakina's playing this really safe. I'm also curious too, why hasn't Crows popped out just yet? But I mean, with that Cypher machine there at corner, Shaq being at 0%, it kind of does make sense now.
Yeah, maybe he primed himself at like what, 90%, and then he just keeps like touching and let go. Yeah, the kind. So Xian actually played it really well. He didn't allow the Crows to happen to be appearing on top of him. As we see, Fox will be getting Terra Shot down. Yeah, farming the Terra Shots once again for Yukakina.
Without being explicit, this kind of does remind us. I mean, it's pretty canon as well for a judge's jurisdiction to be this long, especially when we're in Core 2. So I guess right now it's about pleading guilty or not guilty with this game, as we do bring Fox directly towards the corner of this map. Potentially speaking, we want to drop him down and then target him down and then maybe teleport out. But for now, Yukakina is still trying to play around here a little bit, because I'd say even if First Officer does slug out, I think Yukakina doesn't really realize that we have a second needle on the map.
Yeah, the second needle. Oh, but able to teleport over. Tinnitus?
Oh my god, can we find him? we run into him. Oh, he's right there. Oh my lord, the final tap on the wound. No items on our hands to use. We can't heal first officer on time. And finally, that scroll will be locked on that knight's hands. Seems like we do have some chip damage scrolls on our hands to use. Right now, that'll be a beautiful fly. Oh no, the fly, it will still connect, but so okay, it's congratulations to you, Kakina, a beautiful format elimination.
Congratulations. After the 23rd minute that we'll be seeing here, we'll be seeing, you know what I was doing? Behind the scenes, I was trying to go Google for the longest Koa matchup that we were seeing here, but luckily for Yukina, somehow, somewhat managed to teleport onto Zien, securing that 5-point lead here. Now question, will he be able to find Fox?
I'll be fully honest with you, he doesn't have to find Fox. Just stand at the dungeon and we'll be fine. The dungeon only relocates when the exit gate has been opened, right? And I mean, you're missing 2 volt cipher machines, so the dungeon is going to stay there 24/7 no matter what happens. So you can kind of just sit on dungeon and relax now. We've been walking around this map for, I don't know, for 23 minutes, by the way. So, I mean, your legs are probably tired by now. But now the question being, will he come out for overtime?
Oh my goodness, that's the main question, right? Coming into this, I think Cloak definitely lost like, what, 10-20 kg from that walk. That was like 20 rounds around the map or something? I'm not sure, but...
I mean, we're all hungry. We're all hungry by this point.
Yeah, I think Yukina is gonna go eat after this. The clock still... Yeah, even if we wait for this to bleed out, maybe in the 25th minute mark? Around there, maybe? As we close
I think we can. Yeah, we might as well. I mean, most hits in one game, Clerk. Most terror shocks in one game, Clerk. Most longest chase in one game, Clerk. What else is there? Longest game in one game, Clerk. What else is there? Yeah, we're basically staff arming. I mean, from Clerk's side, I think she will be probably top 3 on one of our Hunter leaderboards later on.
Yeah, Kuro, you know what? Today I was really expecting a long match, but not in this sense. This was just unexpected from AWG side. And yeah, we are seeing on the bottom left really a slow but surely crawl climbing from Fox, but it seems like he will soon bleed out before he even goes towards the dungeon. Even if Yukina AFKs here, goes to the toilet and comes back, Fox will be gone from this map. And this helps AWG secure that desperate 5-point win in this game here. What a long matchup.
Yeah, and look, we just have to look at Yukina, right? Look how slow he's moving. He's tired. He's really tired. But yes, finally, a Clerk format elimination, by the way. We've never expected this to happen. It was a long game. It was a really surprising pick as well. But Yukina did actually execute it, you know, perfectly too. This is a pitch perfect jurisdiction from the side of Clerk. Every survivor will not be pleaded guilty, as that will be a 24-minute and 50-second match.
Wow, sweat. Full sweat on the Clerk.
Full sweat.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're just gonna hit back to like how the match initially started out, right? Kuro, were there any key highlights in the matchup?
I do think maybe the female dancer first ballet miss was kind of where we didn't really pull as much distance away from Clerk to get that really easy early first hit too. But I was kind of surprised as well with how slow Clerk vaulted there too. Maybe we actually got the slow music box debuff. So then like our vault was slow. So then our scroll with the vaulting allowing us to block female dancer from vaulting down with that small boat, which basically kind of got us to hit, right? I'm kind of just talking in spiels right now after that 25-minute game. But yeah, probably it was really just everything about Clerk is early game. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, as we see, we'll get the stacks. Look at the stats.
My lord. 5 terror shocks.
You would think like a 200 plus containment time was the longest in this group stages. Psych! We do have the officer at 377 seconds of containment time. Then falling right along with 304. And look at the terror shocks. 5 only, but survivors hit 33. Knockdowns 25.
And I mean, like, if you look at the stats on the bottom as well, right, it was just one diagonal line up with a decoding progress, and it was just stale for the remaining game. With that then, I think Yuakina will be taking that first place when it comes to Tershak with his stats wise. So we're gonna be looking forward to seeing him, on the leaderboards for that. I think it's either at the end of the group stages or at the end of COA in general. But for now, then we're gonna have to move on straight towards second half, right? Yuakina got a brilliant format elimination. It's now up to AWG survivors. If they can win, brilliant. If they can tie, brilliant. But they cannot lose. They cannot lose. Not after that.
Not after that, you're right.
Not after that.
That's absolutely right. That was just crazy play. I guess if we're trying to imagine the backstage situation, right? AWG servers was probably very excited, like, wow, 4K, that's right. I think they definitely didn't expect the sticking coming from Yukakina, but very stable play as we head into the second half. All of them already. Bailu has yet to lose a single game as a hunter. So AWG, I think the best that they can do here is to get a tie against Bailu and prolong this to a BO3 overtime.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like we have changes here. So, I mean, that's the question then. Does AWG know about this Bloody Queen that could potentially come out, or maybe it'll be at Waxers? Because, like, up against team comps like this, I feel like from AWG side, probably just a distance pulling containment, solo containment comp would be better to guarantee a tie. Or they can run decoding comp, but the map is a bit big.
Opera, Kuro, we were talking about the opera singer here.
Oh, did he not play opera?
Oh, sorry, we are forgetting about the two S-tier hunters, I believe.
Oh, right. Oh, no, it's you coming here. It's not Bailu.
Yes.
It could be.
Oh! Shiu. Okay, he played the Hermit before. Oh, another long game. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? The roller coaster ride has not ended just yet. With this then, I'd say it's not too bad for Hermit, right? Because, Hermit got a nerf from 53% slow decoding to 50% when you transmission. And not only that as well, it's a really big map for Hermit to, honestly get really easy, like stuns and miracle orbs. Maybe CU wants to play Dream Witch here. Because Dream Witch can at least still guarantee the tie to move on towards overtime.
Yeah, and Dream Witch, we've been seeing, at least today's performance, some good and some not too good. And going against a well-rounded survivor team like AWG survivors, I do feel that it might be slightly risky to bring out the Dream Witch because we've seen how Dream Witch get 4 escape before. So really begs the question as to whether she would be gambling, or is he just gonna go for something that is super safe? Just get that tie first and see how they go from there. Because BO4, if we see a BO3 overtime, it will be ITZY with the map selection.
Yeah, but like honestly, I feel like AWG survivors has rested up enough. They're probably at backstage the moment they realize that it's a formal elimination, talking about strategies, talking about what they should do moving on towards this game. As we've said before, right? If they can win, brilliant. But bare minimum here is going to be a tie no matter what. They could, you know what? They actually could go prisoner here and then bomber to guarantee the tie. It has happened before with this team comp.
Yeah. As for AWG, the survivors, when it comes to BO3, have yet to seen much success. They've always kind of like just get a lot of losses, getting that 3K, 4K situations. So yeah, this is definitely that time to shine. They have to, they must. After that first half, we can't just let it go just like that. Okay, Yukakina with that clerk performance was just immaculate. So let's see, AWG survivors. You talked about them, talking behind the scenes after seeing the situation is going to be a 4K, then talking about strategies. I think, honestly, they could have talked about strategies, go through the game plan, go to the toilet, come back, have a talk with Mother Nature or something. And still, the match was still going on. As we head into the epic phase of the second half, is it going to be the last half, or are we going to be seeing a BO3 overtime as we see the Barmaid and Seer band out here?
I think from AWG side, they now realize that it's going to be a Dream Witch. Barmaid and Seer instantly kind of screams either Dream Witch or Hermit. They can pick really tanky team comps to counter this one too. Now, potentially speaking, Mech can still come out, we cannot forget. But Psychologist is still on the table for AWG to use. Same with Mercenary, as those two will be the instant pick.
Yeah, instant pick as we potentially gear up for the Dream Witch, right? Let's see if she was gonna be confirming this, or with this bands that he's gonna be showing us in a while's time. You see that actually Shiu actually taking some time to decide.
It's a night band though, so if that's the case, potentially speaking, it might be kind of shifting a little bit closely towards a Hermit. But then also at the same time, Anne wouldn't be a bad option here. So we have seen, Anne mains being able to at least guarantee ties no matter what. And from CU side, Anne is not really that much of a hard character to learn and to use, right? So with that night ban, potentially speaking, Anne could also be another potential.
Okay, and alright, but we do see the Acrobat here. Acrobat has been known to go very well against all sorts of hunters. We saw the Opera Singer kite by Nian from the Axis Wave. And also going against that Dream Witch, she's able to see the location and jump into potentially a safety spot with those bombs. And last but not least, a Prospector. Does he fear a Prospector if he's gonna go for a Dream Witch? He seems to be more of an end, yeah.
Yeah. If that's the case then, if this is the case, another good character to counter Anne in a map like this is actually Patient. Patient isn't too bad as well, especially if you delegate the Acrobat towards Small Bosch, the Psychologist at Big Bosch, or even Aeroplanist wouldn't be bad as well, but it seems like we're going to reselect here as we're kind of still thinking at the end of the day. Embalmer instead to guarantee the tie. I guess in this case scenario then it's probably going to be Embalmer at Big Bosch.
Yeah, Embalmer for the tie. And yeah, overall, a pretty well-rounded team comp coming from AWG. Question is, Siu gonna surprise us with something else other than the end? If it's an end, there are potential first chasers right with this tree here, but Siu, I'm still not too sure what he's gonna be picking here.
Yeah, it's too. This team is way too well-rounded. You counter Wax, you can do really decently well against an Anne, against a Hermit, against a Dream Witch. Potentially speaking, look, Geisha might not be a bad idea here, especially with such, big open areas. However, with an Embalmer on the field and you want to win, Geisha isn't enough. So this pick is now based on whether CU wants to tie or CU wants to win.
I think tie would definitely be his first thing that he will be thinking about here. But if he's able to gain more, he definitely would, because coming BO3 over time, as previously mentioned, ITZY will be having map selection, so things will still be favorable for ITZY coming into the later round as we see him potentially confirming a pick here, and that's the Hermit!
Well, if that's the case, AWG has full control of this Hermit. Then you can delegate the Acrobat straight towards. Well, maybe not. Well, actually, yes. You can delegate Acrobat towards Shaq. You can put Psychologist at Small Bowl, and then you can push Embalmer here at Big Bosch too. And with that small location, there's so much long windows here for Psycho to play around him. Acrobat can use his balls to immediately go straight towards the window to dodge those Miracle Orbs, and Embalmer being Embalmer always guaranteed the tie. Being at Big Bosch just simply means that you're far away from the survivors to prevent, your Cypher machines from being slowed down.
As we look into the spawn locations, Embalmer expected is in the big boat area, Acrobat Shack, Psychologist in the small boat, whereas Mercenary at the center. Hunter respawning at the back gate area. And we need to remember that this Hermit by Shiu has been played before and he got a tie game. Let's see if he's able to replicate that.
Once again, it's still a really big map though, so a lot of pressure on the side of this Hermit. Not only that as well, a lot of hunters spawning by cornfields has never really gotten a win just yet. The last time we've seen that spawn was by Geisha here, who got contained by an Acrobat at Small Bow. With this in mind then, let's see what the persona is on the survivor side. It will be Flywheel on towards that Acrobat, Flywheel on towards that Embalmer, Flywheel on the Psychologist with one tie turner here, fully denying those Miracle Orb stuns. Instant potential with Teleport on CU. We're going to be moving on directly towards Game 3 second half in Lakeside Village between ITZY and AWG. The professional commentaries will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro.
Cornfield spawn, exactly. So he will be able to connect those ciphers, but Turu still rotating around this area and he will chase the Acrobat. Does the Helmet fare very well here with the Acrobat at check?
No one really fares well here, Asha, because survivors can see where the hunter's rotating from just by those broken or by those cracks, right? So with this, we missed the first blue miracle orb. So 2 seconds until our next one. All survivors are now decoding instant tension with wanted order, impact, claustrophobia alongside with panic here. And I think that might be our second miracle orb missed.
Oh yeah, as he uses the bomb to get over it. But True really coming into this, trying to out-rotate the Acrobat. It seems like he will be able to close down some distance as he's looking into teleport.
Embalmer here, that will be an instant hit there registered, but at least the hit is still pretty slow as it's only 50 seconds in towards the game. Cypher Machine has been started, yes, but look, where are we? We're currently at Big Boat. This is not the best area here really for Hermit to play around in.
Yeah, as you see that he is gonna change target once again. Namako is gonna be seeing the hunter here. Will the blue orb register onto him as he flywheels to safety?
I mean, if that's the case, then that's really bad early game for Hermit. We're changing targets here once again. Chasing after Psycho is not bad, but she just tanks way too many hits. Probably from the side of survivors, they're gonna have to meet up immediately, right, to heal right after Psycho gets hit there. But once again, another miracle orb miss, and it's just gonna be another long loop.
Yeah, and we do see that all of them will share that damage. So it's gonna be a super long kite against a psychologist as we see the hit get registered once again. Still, things are looking so optimistic for them. Looking at the Cypher progress. This is gearing up for them.
Yeah, it's already 2 minutes in as well, so accelerated decoding starting in 90 more seconds. Psycho, another red ball on towards her. We're not gonna be able to land the stun. That's crucial. So if that's the case, 5 seconds left until we can use anything else. But we got it right over the pallet. That's good news. But look, Mercenary and Embalmer might be able to meet up and heal each other.
Yeah, they might be able to meet up, but it seems to be that as this prolongs longer, psychologists might be killing her teammates alongside with them as we see the hit fails.
Psycho can't really change her polarity herself, but I guess she still has to be able to tank one more hitter before she goes down. Psycho, I thought we dodged a stun, but we didn't. Acrobat flywheel to hit, by the way. So with that, we're gonna teleport back straight towards COAⅧ. This might not be the best idea.
Ooh. My goodness, and able to get this one now, and we'll be seeing the down. But Embalmer does have a coffin. So it seems to be very optimal because we saw 2 teleports, right? Which means initially the cooldown on the teleport at the start of the game and another 100 seconds afterwards. So this is looking so good for the survivors now. 2 ciphers pop now, and 3rd and 4th and 5th has been worked on.
But like, see the Cypher Machines, right? 260% Cypher Machines is absolutely insane. That's how bad of an early game it was for CU here. But once again, we cannot forget, does the survivor know where the Cypher Machine is? No, because there's no prisoner on this field. But it just seems like they're actually decoding 60% Cypher Machine now as we managed to get that body block. But see where the Psycho and the Mercenary is. They're directly next to each other. They can heal themselves right now.
As we miss the op, we don't miss the op. We don't miss the op. As we get it onto COAⅧ, he will not survive. Looking at this, our ciphers are actually all almost done. A very good rescue. Oh, and also healing out the Mercenary. That's going to be a very crucial play here. So Mercenary will come for a very safe rescue. And we could be seeing a 4-man endgame.
I would really like Psychologist there to change to blue immediately, right? Just because it'll be better, and if we do it a little bit early, it's nice too. But for now, Cypher Machine wise, we can maybe reconnect here, but if that's the case, we don't have anything end game, and that's not what we want. Mercenary here currently be near, but I feel like a little bit too close for comfort here. Once again, we're still missing that 95% Cypher Machine, but it's almost done as well. Psycho's 20 running for it. Mercenary buying more time. CU trying to see whether we can get a hit or not. We got the target, but if that's the case, just run is all what matters here. We're going to teleport straight towards COAⅧ here once again. Embalmer, we need to get between the pallet ASAP to drop it down and run away as soon as we can. Cypher Machine currently at 99%. We got a blue on towards the hand. Can someone change towards blue here for endgame? We got the stun here once again, but we can't pop on time. We can't pop on time. CU still trying so much. How we pop? But we didn't hit! Charge that here. We tried to blink there, but we just realized we don't have trump card.
My goodness, and now Embalmer able to survive once again. They're pushing both gates, Kuro. So this could potentially secure a 3 escape. What a turnaround, and now COAⅧ is still trying to cut it out. Your dungeon is over here. Can he survive?
the pallet. We got the stun there, but if you get the stun and you try to connect here, that's really bad. We want to try body block here for Embalmer, but everyone has changed to blue. There's a dungeon nearby for a 4-1 escape game. They execute currently at 90%. 10, not even 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Embalmer can run straight towards the dungeon.
And there you go, guys.
4-man.
What a turnaround for Team AWG. Who would have expected them to get a 4 escape after that devastating BO1 that we saw? But, Kuro, break it down for me. What happened there?
I just think it's not a good map for Hermit. It's really not a good map for Hermit. We wasted too much time on the Acrobat early game. We target changed way too much, and once we saw where the cycle was, she can tank way too much damage. I think we changed targets twice there. We probably used like teleport twice. We teleport towards the Embalmer first, and then we went for the Psychologist. After getting some damage on Psychologist, teleport back towards the Embalmer. And you're going up against someone who can self-resurrect himself with 3 minutes gone, and you still haven't gotten anyone on chair.
It's just... Yeah, which really begs the question as to why they decide to swap Bailu out, right? Bailu has been performing so consistently in the group stages. Yeah, and when it comes to Group A, every point counts. Every point counts. And now with this change, is this gonna shake things up in Group A?
I think there's currently 3 teams that will be tied after tomorrow's game, by the way. So there's gonna be 3 teams with 2 wins in total. So we're gonna have a triple way tie for a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. And if that's the case, we're gonna have to see it based on net wins, if I'm not wrong, after tomorrow too. But with AWG here securing that win game up against ITZY, this simply means that tomorrow's game is going to be the deciding rounds of who is not going to qualify between TE, ITZY, and AWG.
Yeah, and it's never over, right? It just tells us, right, all the way till day then. It's never over until it's finally over for all of these teams here. As we see the stats for AWG, of course, we'd like to congratulate AWG for winning this matchup against ITZY. As we see the first container, honestly, it's a bit hard to guess who is the first container because they keep changing targets. Acrobat with 25 seconds, it felt really long, and then the Embalmer 92 seconds, and Nameko on Psychologist 92 seconds as well. So as we look into the stats, final match results at 16-11. AWG really telling us that they are here to win and not just play here. We rarely see a BO3 10-0 just like that.
Yeah, it's so rare. It's honestly speaking so rare. And out of everything, it's game 3 as well, which is really interesting to see. But that format endgame there was honestly brilliantly performed by the side of AWG. I feel like for CU there, we definitely could have hit it, but we charge attack hit it instead. Right, so that was kind of the deciding factor of that game. Once again, like really, it's just Hermit not good chasing after someone. As any other hunter, it's not good to chase after someone in Shack, especially in the Acrobash.
Exactly, and just really begs the question as to whether if he was able to hit the Embalmer immediately when the Cypher popped, teleport to one of the exit gates, maybe he would have been able to tie things out. As we look into the highlights, guys, don't go anywhere.
真的，你给我发个消息吧，我看一眼你位置。
探してるわ。
これ回せてきたけこれ絶対。
4、3、2、1，想好，看你往哪就，你往侧头走呗，你往侧头走呗。
不，带转去，带转去吧。
对，应该吧。
太死了，太死了。哎。
我把你打死了，搞我了。哎，我去一刀。哎，还赢。
え、ちょっと待って。レートゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。
Nice.
Finally reaching to the end of match number 3 between these two teams, AWG versus ITZY. I'd like to give our congratulations to AWG once again for securing this win here. It was a truly tough matchup. We gotta agree. Yes. BO1, they were losing by a 5-point lead. BO2 tying things out. And finally, in BO3, getting a 10-0 against their opponents was truly spectacular. But of course, Kuro, who do you think the MVP is gonna be here?
Yeah, you gotta give it to Yukakina. By this point, it has to be Yukakina. If you don't give it to Yukakina, it's an absolute shocker. I guess the good news here also for Yukakina is he's definitely guaranteed first place in the amount of terror shocks and the amount of hits. But with that, it's a huge sigh of relief for AbyssⅧ here, thankfully. However, I do think, right, before we move on any further, tomorrow's game will be the deciding factor of whether or not AWG will be able to make it through. So for them right now, it's still not over just yet. They have won against ITZY, yes, and not only that too. Can you believe it? AWG, the underdogs of this team, of this group, sorry, won up against AbyssⅧ, won up against ITZY. They won up against first and second place, but they could not win up against third and fourth place.
No way.
What is going on?
Logic dictates that, and yesterday we also saw a matchup, right? Toe versus AbyssⅧ, and Toe winning AbyssⅧ. So you gotta watch it till the end, man, guys. You don't know how this is gonna end up. We thought that, you know what, maybe the person that is gonna play is currently placed higher is gonna win, but
yes,
you're seeing the exact opposite when it comes to Group 8. Everything is so unpredictable and so amazing. So yeah, I think we will most likely be seeing the Cluck getting the MVP here. How rare, how good of that. It was 26 minutes.
Yeah, that was a really long game as well. And not only that as well, I would say I have to say give the props towards ITZY Survivors too for being able to play such a long game and being able to survive for so long as well. So with that, it's kind of like, you know, if you don't give it to him, it will be a huge. I think it'll be a shocker for everyone, and it will be a huge upset from the Japan side too, because you know what, Yukakina coming in to clutch that four-man elimination was huge for them too. Like being able to beat ITZY, who was ranked 2 on Group A seed, is very impressive.
Very, very impressive. It was in fact very mind-blowing because we saw that he managed to down the dancer even like 2 seconds before the blink was ready. That was how fast the down was. He didn't even need the blink trait. In fact, he didn't even use the blink trait. He changed to teleport and used that for map control. And then we saw that very long game afterwards.
Yes, yes. And the long game, you know what? It did pay off. It did pay off, and that's what matters the most there.
It definitely did. And also, what paid off? AWG survivors with that 4 escape. They capitalized on the situation. We saw all of them changing to blue at the end. We saw the teamwork, able to tank one hit. The moment the hit registered, all 3 of them fly-wheeled out of the gate and allowed the Embalmer to escape through the dungeon. So also very well executed, right, for AWG survivors to secure that 5-point lead, and also a 10-0 in BO3. My goodness. Now, AWG is actually the 3rd team to get a 4 escape. We had GR initially, MRC survivors, and now finally AWG survivors as well.
Yeah, but yes, best deduction will be given towards Yukakina here on that Clerk. Clerk has finally actually won a game here, especially after so many games played by the South Korea division ZETA team. For now, average deduction points of 12,000, average terror shocks of 5, average knockdowns of 25, average eliminations of 4, average pallets destroyed of 5, and best deduction of 1. This is a really big play from the side of Yukakina, but we'll move on directly towards the interview phase.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 AWG 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到了 ITZY 和 Yukakina 来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
本日勝利おめでとうございます。一人ずつご挨拶をお願いします。
AWG 所属のITZYです。
欢迎。
Yukakinaです。
欢迎两位来到赛后采访环节。刚刚这一把真的是创造了历史啊！我们观众朋友们也是不来贵的，只来对的。那接下来呢，我们想问一下两位选手啊，首先来问一下 ITZY 选手，我们从最开始啊抽到这个最難打的番茄鸡蛋组啊，一直到现在4场打完，想问一下心路历程会是什么样的呢？
まずITZY選手、まずグループ抽選の結果を見てから、そして今この4試合とも経て心境の変化とか何かありましたか？
そうですね、最初 A ブロック見たときは本当に絶望で0勝もあるんじゃないかなみたいな感じだったんですけど、無事2勝を挙げられて本当に良かったと思います。
一开始看到这个抽签结果的时候，真的挺绝望的，甚至觉得我们不会一场都赢不了吧。但是到最后顺利赢下了这2场，真的非常的开心。
真的打得太不容易了，也要和选手们说一声辛苦了。今天这一把打下来也是非常辛苦啊。那接下来想问一下 Yukakina， 我们就直入主题啊。我们今天创造历史啊，这把记录员最后也是拿到了 MVP。就我很想替这个观众朋友们啊，也发一个问啊，就是在那么长的时间里啊，牵着2位求生者在环游这个湖景村的过程中 ，Yukakina 选手自己心里会在想一些什么呢？
本日 MVP を取れたYukakina選手、本当にもう歴史を作った試合だったと思うんですが、実際試合中に風船状態であるその、お散歩といいますかの時間が長かったと思うんですが、その間に何を考えて、歩いてましたか？
出血死まで耐えられるのが嫌だったので、固形村ってマップもサバイバーがつけやすいので、出血死をためずに索敵して暗号機とか揺れないかなと思ってたんですけど、注射球がカラスよけに強すぎてちょっと難しかったです。
就是说，首先他是想尽量避免求生因为流血最后被淘汰，所以尽量不让求生去流血。那湖景村这个地图其实有很多点位是可以透出那个求生的轮廓的，所以他就是边走边去观察这个。他本来觉得可能会有求生会修机器有机子的抖动，但是最后也并没有，因为他也意识到了求生大概是摸到了针，然后这个真的是太强了，实在是很难打。
确实，求生者这边也是把能翻的道具全部都翻掉了，但是最后还是终于破局拿下这个胜利。那与此同时呢，我们也想问一下，我们导播老师也是给了备战间的画面的嘛，所以也想问一下求生者这边在台下看到自己的队友在这么漫长的拉扯的过程中，求生这边的感受是什么样的呢？
サバイバー側、その先ほどYukakina選手の試合を楽屋で見ていかがでしたか？
そうですね、もうみんな大喜びで。本当に、ほんまにめっちゃ天才的きなちゃんがめっちゃ大喜びしてました。
大家真的非常的高兴，也很激动，觉得Yukakina选手就像天才一样。
像天才一样，我们的选手之间的关系也是非常非常有爱。那么接下来还有一个问题想要问到 ITZY 选手，我们其实最开始有一点小劣势的，后面2-2的这个简单的握手言和之后，可以看到后面非常漂亮的这个翻盘10-0翻盘。想問一下，中间是做了哪些调整来完成这个翻盤呢？
第一選手、今回その1セット目で7対2でちょっと不利な状況で、そしてその2セット目で分けを取れて、まさかの3セット目で10対0の逆転勝利。ではこの中でどのような調整とかされてましたか？会津選手。
そうですね、調整、きなちゃんが4釣りしてくれたんで、その25分の時間に、どうするかみたいな編成とか考えつつ、最悪分けを取って延長戦を持っていこうっていう話をしてましたね。はい。
就是在Yukakina选手这4抓的这25分钟期间，他们其实也想了很多。那就是最后一局的话，最差也要拿一个平局，大不了就加赛。但是最后还是顺利的拿下了这场比赛，真的很开心。
这个4跑真的打得大家这个整个氛围全部都非常的高涨，也是想问一下，我们最后这个4跑，其实它的那个通电的时间也是很关键的。当时入殓师在那个板前的时候，其实有概率会被压到起身，想问一下那个通电的时间大家是怎么沟通的呢？
サバイバーの最後の試合なんですけれども、納棺師の通電のタイミング結構ギリギリの状況で、もしかしたら通電の瞬間すぐ殴られてしまう状況だったと思うんですが、その時はそのチーム内でどういうふうに話していましたか？
そうですね、最悪もう分けを取る前提で話していて、でそのもう伸びないんだったらもう釣りストークしてって言って、それで分け狙いでもう伸びたら3逃げっていう方法を考えてました。
他们其实一开始也是奔着保平以上走的。那如果说能有一个就是如果说没有顺利开机，然后被打到了，那也就是没办法嘛。然后呢，如果说没有的话，那就尽量牵制，能拖出更多的时间。对的。
我们也是意外的惊喜也是降临了，非常感谢2位来到赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 AWG 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是今天的第4场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
欢迎来到第五人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 GR 战队登台喊话。
还没吃饭呢，早点下班吧。
欢迎卡梦、小铁、小夜明、阿策、吴昕、捏捏、年锦。下面有请 FL 战队登台喊话。
哈夏，我爱你。
欢迎哈莎、公牛、马耶根、COAⅧ、吕多。今天的第4场比赛由 GR 对阵 FL， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our last match of the day for Group D. We have GR versus FL. It is gonna be, I'm not too sure, could be a short one, could be a long one, because we've been pretty bad when it comes to predicting this. We thought that, you know what, we're going to be seeing a BO3 overtime, but guess what, we did not. We in fact saw a 25-minute clock match, and now we are seeing GR versus the FL. Kuro, GR said something in the mic, right?
Yeah, GR, they're hungry. GR is really hungry. After match 3, how game 3 went and how long it was, it does seem like they were kind of confused, because we saw AK walking directly to the seats on the survivors side, and is like, yeah, we want to finish this fast. So from their side, it's probably been also a long day and a long wait, and from FL side, it's giving their support to Hasha as well. So with this game, right, GR wants to finish it in 2. And then FL shows their support to Hasha. So it's a bit of a different vibe. But it's still going to be pretty interesting as well. We have seen FL perform really well against Rival the last time, but now we're up against rank 1 seed in Group D. So the question now being, can we overcome this?
Very, very difficult, right? GR currently on first place, you mentioned. So if they're able to win this one, they are just going to be solidifying their spot in the first slot. As for FL, since they're ranked 4th, they really need to win this well, and also in a potential 2-0 fashion. As we see GR, you want to do the introduction, please?
Yes, but like from with FL here, we're able to see Hasha, PBCha, 520, Mike, Yuke, COAⅧ, and Yuto. I'm quite sure we're missing like COAⅧ and PBCha here, who later sub Hunter PBCha and the main survivor COAⅧ too. But as we saw on the screen as well, right, it was GR who is the home team, so they get to choose a map now, and FL decided that they want Hasha to come out for the first half of Game 1.
As we see into the individual players' statistics, we have AK over here. Haven't been seeing great success when it comes to the average containment time, but 38% of escape rate, and yeah, overall not the best kind of persona survivor web that we'll be seeing.
Yeah, but like I'd say from the side of AK2, it's just that we've seen a lot of novelist plays from him. He has not been doing too well, especially up against the excitement as well. And it's a Goatman too that we're talking about. So that's kind of what AK is kind of aiming for now. The novelist plays as much as possible, but it just doesn't seem like there's much success too. So I really do wondering whether or not the coach from GR side is willing to let AK play that again.
Yeah, that's gonna be a huge question, right? Novelist being picked up. BO1, BO2, maybe, and AC, we see here, we spot the prisoner as well as the dancer. For statistics-wise, almost the same as AK, but more focused on the decoding, 132.88.
Yeah, but not only that as well, like the prisoner and the female dancer pick potentially could come out round 2s. I think for game 1s it's a little bit hard for prisoner, especially with Hullabaloo in the map too. But from AC side, it's really just all about that decoding progress from him. He's usually the first container too because of that as well. But AK has been hogging all that glory because of his novelist round 1 pick.
And now we are seeing Iron coming to the mix here. In the main lineup, 50% escape rate, 64 seconds of containment time, and decoding in fact is placed 9 among all the other survivors, 176%. So as for web-wise, survival websites, looking a lot better as compared to the other two that we just saw.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see Iron coming back as well after his break. He did previously had a hand injury. He did come he did come back for IVS for 1 or 2 games, but I think they had to bench him because he was still not fully recovered just yet. But his recent performances has been good, so you know what? It's kind of nice that we're able to see more games from him.
As we head into our last survivor here, Hart being the rescuer role here, taking up the rescuer role here, Mercenary as well as First Officer. Escape rate is the highest among his teammates here, 62%. So at least guaranteeing at least 1 escape coming from GR survivors, and rescues, average rescue ranking at 6, 1.5. So statistics wise looking pretty decent as well. So Iron and Hard, when it comes to this, I think we can definitely rely on them on very stable rescues, containment time, as well as decoding progress coming from them. And yeah, that's for GR survivors. As we look slowly into FL's Hunter side, we have none other than Harsha himself. Harsha has played the Goatman, IV, as well as the N in the group stages. But let's look into his personas. Let's look into his web here.
Average share shocks here of being 1 as well. First place for Hasha, not too bad overall, but I don't really know if he can actually surpass Yukakina after the last match. For preferred hunter, it'll be Goldman and Ivy here. Average deduction of 11,000 by the way, which is really high. Average knockdowns of 6.43, which is also really high. 64 seconds taken to knockdown, 29% by the way, a 4-man elimination rate. From the side of Hasha here, game 1s, game 2s is really, you know, his performance game 1s and game 2s has been really strong. But now the question being, can he maintain this condition of his, or will maybe GR take advantage of Hasha since this is their last match after all?
Yeah, for GR side, when it comes to performance, their survivors have been pretty solid. We've seen them gone for a 4 escape, I believe at Chinatown against RVL, and they attempted to get a 4 escape at Red Church against Weibo Gaming's Alex.
Yeah.
But fell a little bit short. They got a 3 escape, but ultimately they still won the matchup against Weibo Gaming. So coming into this, I think GR survivors are very strong, very geared up for this. Question is if they are able to get a 1 escape at the very least against Sasha.
So like from Nonino side here, the question will be, I do think, right, if GR decides to choose Every Town here, we could potentially come out with that Goldman once again from Hash's side. His Goldman is really strong, and we have seen as well GR not performing too well up against the Goldman. GR has won and 1-man escape up against the Hullabaloo before, but for Goldman that has yet to happen. As we see here, map ban picks, it will be FL banning out Arms Factory for GR to take up Red Church.
GR, when it comes to Red Church, I think we just mentioned, right, they went up against Weibo Gaming and they got a 3 escape on the Survivor side. They know exactly what they're doing. When it comes to team fight, they are so strong. But of course, coming into Beyond, we might not be seeing a lot of that team fight. Majority of the time, we will be seeing them decoding, because that is the main point of the game, to decode the 5 ciphers and get those survivors out. So coming into this, they have so many characters to work with, right, BO1?
Yeah.
As for Hunter's side, we most likely, once again, will be seeing FL Harsha on the Goatman.
But like, we have to talk about this as well, right? Because like on a small map like Red Church, you don't necessarily need a mechanic to come out to counter both Goldman and Hullabaloo. Prisoner can also do the wonders as well, because like it's really small. All you need to do is to connect. You might be first chase yet, but at least your teammates can push cipher machines depending on where you're locating at, or even just, you know, waste less time when it comes to traversing across the map. It's especially good for GR survivor ITZY, who is a rank 1 prisoner main on the CN server side. However, once again, he does like to play that female dancer too, so maybe in round 1 we're gonna go for more comfortable picks for GR.
Yeah, comfortable picks, definitely, especially after a long day, right? GR has been waiting for this final matchup going against FL. They definitely do want to end this in a beautiful fashion. So for GR side, comfort picks, you're right. We could be seeing more of that. They are tired, it's been a long day. Let's see as we slowly head towards the ban pick phase between these two teams. Wonder if Harsha is just gonna bring out the Goatman as expected, or surprise us with a Hullabaloo. As of yet, we have yet to see his Hullabaloo. So
it's being it's already day 9, so a lot of things has happened over the past 9 days. We have a total of 36 matches right after this match will begin. So that's a lot of information for us to take in as well. However, I just feel like maybe for Hasha, Goban isn't bad here because it's a small map. You can just use 2 cages to traverse from one side to the other side instantly. But also, I guess it's just, is he willing to go for it or not, right? Because he would preferably like a 4-man elimination too.
Yeah, and also we need to, since they were talking about the Hunter side, if he's able to get the 4K, it would give a lot lesser pressure when it comes to the FL Survivor side. FL Survivors haven't been able to perform very well coming to group stages. So this is definitely the opportunity for Hasha to potentially lessen some burden on his Survivor side as we see the ban pick phase appears for both teams.
Red Church being our first half here. I'm just very surprised with first officer ban here from Hasha's side, because I feel like for Hullabaloo or Goldman, you shouldn't really be too worried about it. But from the side of Survivors, instantly with AK's anti-Korean and Ata's female dancer will be picked out.
Exactly, you pointed it out. They're gonna go for this comfort picks as we see the psychologist being picked up here. Also a very sustained heavy characters coming into these matchups here. GR Survivors, when it comes to the team comp, they've always drafted very well against the Hunters. When it just comes down to the execution, and also on Hasha's side, is he gonna pick up the Goldman here as we see the last Survivor being locked on?
I feel like Goldman might be a little bit harder, especially if Mercenary is going to be picked from, Hard side. Hard prefers to play her Mercenary more, but that will be a night ban here instantly. We do need a rescuer here no matter what. However, we could maybe opt out for a forward.
This is pretty interesting. Yesterday we also saw ACT, I believe, when they went up against RD, I believe. They brought out a forward at Red Church when they only needed a 1 escape. So what is with this forward at Red Church, Kuro?
It might be potential forward just keeps harassing against that Goldman because they want to prevent it. So this might actually force Hasha to play Hullabaloo. But like we see Survivors here, right? It's Iron on the anti-Korean instead of AK. And AK on the forward instead of Iron. Iron is known to play forward. And AK is known to play anti-Korean. This switch up is really interesting to see as well.
Yeah, maybe it's not finalized because this is the order they pick the characters though, right? This is the order they pick the characters.
I think they've locked it. I think they're actually picking personas now.
So I guess wasting no time, they're not gonna just swap things out anymore. As we see Iron and AK just smiling through this.
Yeah, they know.
They know that even if they screw up here, you know what? We have our Hunter GR's Jin coming to the mix here, our 4K god. So yeah, I guess pressure is not too much, but GR definitely do want to end things ASAP as seen from their pre-interview just now. They're shouting out those words as we see Hasha locked in on none other than the Hullabaloo, like you said.
Okay, I do wonder how Mikai Harass will go then. This could become a masterclass from AK side, but a forward being chosen up against Hasha. Even if you do pull a ball, you at least have to pull half a ball to even, be relatively safe up against a 5.25 meter per second distance creating on that hula too. But now then, in towards the area selection mode we go. Forward at middle, female dancer towards the entrance of Graveyard, anti-Korean at Shack, and psychologist here on our left-hand side.
Yeah, so pretty standard spawn for the Survivor side. Question is where Hunter's gonna spawn. That will be a very good indication as to who the first chase will be, as we see a red carpet spawn. So Kuro, first chase. Who do you prefer here?
I think Psycho is going to have to be the way to go, isn't she? Well, to be honest with you, Forward has to rotate towards the back window of Church, right? Because if we don't, then being spotted out that early is kind of a bad idea. Psycho should be the way to go, even though she does have that 40-second or 30-second stress time that you need to wait for it to expire. But at the end of the day, you have a forward that decodes really slow. I think for Hasha, at least a tie game here is going to be guaranteed for him.
At least a tie game, you say it. So let's head into this. Let's look into their personas, insolent trump card, as well as excitement. So really wanted to do this against the forward as well as the anti-Korean. Really scared about that, as we see a full kiting build on the anti-Korean and no borrowed time into this matchup. So this is going to be Red Church BO1. First half between GR Survivors versus FL's Hunter. I'm Chocho and joining me is Kuroshiro Gaming, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
The direction we go now seems like it's to middle where AK is. We haven't really rotated yet, as we kind of did have a look, kind of holding out the double surprise too, but no, it's going to double back straight towards where Psycho is, but she didn't even run up towards this general direction, so that just means a lot of time wasted early game here for Hasha.
Yeah, she actually out-rotated to the top broken and went to the red carpet. So Harsha currently has the Tonights being propped up here, and it is the forward. AK will be the first kiter here. We've seen not too much successes when it comes to AK's first kite. So moment of truth here. Will he be able to survive?
Oh, he did beautifully dodge that second double surprise though. However, now we're going to change our targets towards Iron. Yes, we do have an excitement, so why not use it, I guess. The question is, will Iron know? Because there actually has not been that much hullabaloos using excitement up against an anti. For now, there'll be no bark on anti-current just yet, and a lot of slow music boxes nearby.
Exactly, and now able to stun the Hunter, and the excitement unable to get much from it actually, so only able to get the white mark. Antiquarian still survives for another day. So it begs the question whether the excitement is really effective here, Kuro.
I mean, if that's the case, I guess Survivor now knows we have to Cypher Rush here as soon as we can, because if we don't, then it's kind of a no-go since there's no abnormal here. Anyways, beautiful flywheel on Ata's side. Very nicely done by the female dancer, as right now we're going to be able to double stack her instantly, but no trapeze ready because no hits on the Survivors just yet.
And able to hit towards his slow boxes too, pirouetting away. Able to do a double pirouette hitting towards this area, but the hit still registers. Another 3 more marks and AC will be down here. Iron, he's still in the vicinity. No excitement. If he wants to help, it is this moment.
Ooh, but that's a beautiful terror shock down there for Hasha. Thankfully, the double surprise was still available to use, but that's forward on his way in here for Harass. We've already used the excitement, so I guess fair enough from AK, so we can delay away here once again, as we have so much pallets here left to play around with.
Yeah, and we see the double pirouette once again from AC, so making full use of his boxes, but another white mark. She will be down. Can she make it? And the double surprise. Able to get AC down now. AK still in the vicinity. Only 1/4 of the ball use. So really looking to see a 2.5 to 3 Cypher Kite, as we see Anti-Current also coming in for the team fight.
This is kind of what we were talking about before, right? With Hullabaloo's new nerf, you know, not allowing... Ooh, that's a brilliant flyer, but with Hullabaloo's new nerf allowing him to actually take more time to nullify the survivor skill just means that even if Forward does come in during the red ball zone, he will be able to land that stun no matter what. So, like, from AK side, a very nice, you know, performance there with the Forward, and very nice showcase too. But excitement is ready, so I wonder if we're actually willing to still go for it.
Oh, seems like they are just going for it. They're not gonna stop. As we look at the ciphers, 3.5 into this, and still not a single survivor chat. And a psychology heal.
It's up. Oh my god. Can we forward it? Are we gonna pull a ball? No, we aren't. You know what? It's okay. 15 seconds until our next heal. 15 seconds until our next heal. It's okay. Even Anti-Current can come in to rescue if she really wants to, since she can disarm as well. I guess decoding progress will be a little bit slow, but look, it's okay. Forward gonna pull his ball in directly in towards a rescue. It's a tight turner, yes, but also at the same time, that's all what's necessary.
All that's necessary indeed, and AC will be going towards his corner. Might not be able to kite it out for long. So now looking at this, Psychologist will be able to pop that Cypher. Anti-Current is also pushing one of it now. Question is where that 53% Cypher is, and whether AC can survive till the end game. We need to know that they have no borrowed time. So...
But last Cypher's already been decoded, currently at 65%. What we could potentially do here is to pop right now. I don't even think we have to wait, because we all know that Hullabaloos don't bring tight turner. Don't bring detentions anyway. So we could just pop here instantly, get Anti-Current towards the gauge, or even Psycho towards the gauge, and with Psycho rescuing with tight turner, it's a lot of time bot. But that abnormal kick instantly though, dropping it down to 33%. But there's an escort. Anti-Current's the escort now for Dancer, so I don't think this is gonna matter too much.
I don't think so as well. Iron is just gonna be that OB character that's just gonna be harassing throughout the entire period. But here's the big thing: he can't find a female dancer. He can't.
Oh no, that double surprise pointed towards the right direction, but Hasha thought that she was further away. We see AK near middle as well. There's going to be 2 survivors around this area just to bait out double surprising the pointing towards the wrong survivors. Now we're forced to change targets as female dancer and Forward will meet up to heal, but no, it's going to be Anti-Current set as we see on the bottom left hand of our screen. Psycho here becoming the next main chase.
Yeah, Psychologist Still far from it, right? We get the white mark, another red one. She will be getting her first basic hit as she vaults over, getting the speed boost as well. So distance establishment should be super large as we see the center cipher untouched and female dancer fully healed.
I'm surprised that wasn't a terror shock on the side of Psycho, I won't lie, because that hit was during mid-window vault animation, so a little bit unfortunate for Hasha here that I could have gotten the Psycho down instantly, but right now, the last 3 Cypher machines are way too close towards each other. We can add normal here once again in 15 seconds, but with Iron being nearby and AK being nearby, one survivor at a window each, it's going to be pretty hard here to map control.
Very, very hard. Even if he gets a double down, or basement, they can just instead just go for the pop. They don't care. They just get a tie, get a 3 escape. That's all they need. Coming into this matchup, as we see Jar Survivors really pushing their boundaries here, trying to force that middle cipher. All of them don't have borrowed time. Iron will be let off the hook here as the center cipher will see the abnormal for the second time.
But we do see Psychologist also decoding an extra Cypher machine for herself too. Preferably speaking, if Anti and Psycho can heal up Ryan, that would be for the best. That's a flywheel here on the side of forward used, and some remaining of the balls. Seems like she will get injured here no matter what, as we decide not to actually chase after a female dancer while we are opening another chest there at Red Carpet.
Yeah, and Aryan also preemptively removing himself from the cipher, get into safety. Once again, Heart still pushing the last cipher. Hasha, aware of that, will be heading for Heart. Half health, and all ciphers now on a standstill.
Even if you do get Psycho down here, it probably just isn't enough. That's going to be a very beautiful double land alongside with a mobile there just to finish it off. However, middle cipher machine currently at 77%, with 2 survivors there decoding and 1 basement nearby. I'd say from your survivors that we are just going to pop here instantly, because if it's a basement, we could just not rescue, and that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, as we see none of the gates still yet being pushed. So Hasha, let's see how is he gonna play this endgame here. We've known Hullabaloo to not have very strong endgame potential, so this is gonna be a very difficult one. If he's able to tie things out even here, I think it would be a win for him. As we see Iron getting chased here.
Ooh, that's a nice flywheel there used, but we see female dancer already rotation in. We missed, I don't know whether we missed or was that cancelled out or not, but right now Iron is still continuing for such a long time. Beautiful trapeze over, no hit over just yet, as we're able to make it past the pallet. My lord, that's finally a hit down, but look at where the forward is. Cypher machine currently at 100%, and that's a 3-man escape against a Hullabaloo.
How rare, definitely. Usually we see the Hullabaloo really...
Wait. Psycho has tie turner. Oh no, I don't know about this. Ford's going to rescue here as well. We're going to be able to land a double mark here. Psycho wants to rush in for the rescue, but right now Ford's trying to be the main base here. Meanwhile, female dancer, that's going to be a backdoor rescue there instantly. Psycho goes down, that's no problem at all. But I guess from this point onwards, let's just go for a 3-man escape, shall we? Because there's no tie turners left on the survivor's hands to use, as we drop down the Psycho to look for Anti.
Oh my goodness, GR Survivors really trying to play with fire here as they try to go for this. Able to force heal onto the Psychologist. Can she stand out? Flywheel being used here. Another red bomb will help down AKS. Psychologist taking a very long time to heal up. No flywheel on her, so this is very much expected.
Ford still being way too close for comfort. We're finally going to be able to get the head down there, but I feel like for Psycho, she is fully healed in that case scenario. AC wants the body block, but it is going to be pretty hard if there's a lot of double surprise here for us to use. That's going to be a window vaulted over. No piece on our hands. Can we body block? We need to body block. We crawled. Oh, we picked up on time.
My goodness, GR, they are not gonna let this go. They don't want a 3 escape. They failed once when they went up against Alex to get that 4 escape. So I guess in this matchup, they feel that this is their best shot to get that 4 escape. Let's see if they give up here. Female
dancers nearby. Oh,
are they giving up?
They're leaving. Okay, they're leaving.
Okay, I love this giving up attitude.
3-man escape is good. Yeah, 3-man escape is good. 3-man escape is good, because for next game, all Jin has to do is to play either Opera or Ivy, and we can save Hullabaloo Goatman for round 2. Right, and this is a huge potential here for Gio to actually take it home in 2.
Yeah, it does feel that a little bit almost like a fun matchup for GR Survivors. We saw this kind of like Antiquarian that was on Iron, AK having the forward. And then all the way till the very end, still wanting to go for that 4 escape. You know what? If Psychologist was full health, and the Cycle was the only one that has Titan at that point in time. If that's the one that is around and about, maybe they could have gotten that 4 escape. But Cycle was the one that was on the chair. So GR seriously playing it very, very how do I say this? Dangerously.
Aggressively.
Aggressively, yes.
And I just feel like, you know, with the excitement pop there earlier on as well, up against Anti-Courier and Ford, realizing this, allowing him to actually come in for the backdoor rescue, that bought so much time for Giro when it comes to decoding progress as well, because if we just shared there instantly, it would have only been 2.5 Cypher machines.
Yeah, I do feel that if Harsha was able to not be too impatient with the excitement, afterwards use it onto the forward, I do feel that maybe a tie game would have been a lot more obvious in this matchup.
Yeah.
As we see AC on the 118 seconds of containment time.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about forward as well, like it just shouldn't really come up, especially when it comes to round 1, but Gior AK has utilized it really well. But also I just think from Hasha's side, you know, showing your trade that early might just not be the best idea, because we changed targets immediately right after using that excitement too, right? So that might have been a panic trace hit, a panic trace activation. So in this case scenario, it's more or less just that probably was kind of where the game went downhill for him.
And we need to remember as well, right, for Harsha's side, is in trying to win against other teams, but have yet to see much successes in the group stages. I think mentally, as a hunter, when you're playing all the rounds by yourself, you can be very mentally exhausting for them. Also, it's been day number 9 of our group stages.
Yeah.
It's definitely not easy.
And like with the Survivor side coming in from, I mean, it's a little bit, it doesn't sound good, but like realistically speaking, for FL Survivors right now, getting even a 3-man escape game is going to be remotely impossible up against a Hullabaloo or a Goldman. But we're going to be able to at least see 520 here with average decoding progress of, you know, 202.43%, third overall in our quad group stages, and our preferred characters here being Aeroplanist and Antiquarian.
Yeah, and we don't see him with very high containment time, mainly because he's just doing all the decoding work for the team. All of it. And unfortunately, we only see a pretty low 29% of escape rate. So hopefully in this round, we will see it. Like you've mentioned, it's quite difficult. It's against Jin. Jin's performance when it comes to the 4S tier meta hunters has been absolutely phenomenal, dominating the stages here in the group stages. So as we see, Megan as their rescuer role here.
With the preferred characters of Gravekeeper and First Officer, we could potentially speaking still play Gravekeeper with so much pallets nearby, forcing the Hullabaloo or Goman to break it. But overall though, 1.14 rescues, 170% decoding progress, and 43% escape rate. For Maiken here, he's like always either the first chase or the second chase, which is why we don't really see him decoding as much as the rest remain here. A lot of hunters, these days love to chase after the Gravekeeper. They love to chase after the First Officer because of Hullabaloo and Goldman being in their hands to use.
Yeah, definitely available as we head towards Sasori. 14% escape rate, not really seeing the end of the day here, as we see the 52 seconds of containment time and also 120% on the decoding. When it comes to the web, not really maximized in any way, but we do see the Enchantress and Gardener, so potential Enchantress in BO1 seems to be FL's options here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard now from FL side, because up against Jin, who's being in top condition like every single match that he's being in right now, it just seems like we need to really come out with really good characters to use and really brilliant containment times as well. And now we're going to be able to see Yuto here. I would say Yuto is like, most survivors here from FL are still quite new. We are missing like 2 main members on FL side, so the synergy here might just not be up to par just yet, especially with the fact that like after IGL has just ended, FL, yes, they were able to qualify on time, but just having new members, like a few weeks before the group stages start, does show how like long it actually takes for the survivors to be with having the same synergy and energy to perform really well together. Because once again, if you really want to perform well up against the top 4 hunters, you gotta have really nice communications and really good teamwork.
Yeah. And as we head slowly towards GR side, we'll be seeing Jin once again. Jin really dominating this entire matchup. If I'm looking at by his stats, right? His Hullabaloo, he played it twice. and he has yet to lose a single matchup. It's all 4Ks. 4Ks or nothing. Look at his stats.
Yeah, that's maxed out to the max. 11,581, 5th place best deduction, 7.4 for average knockdown, 4th overall, average elimination 3.25, 4th overall, average time to knockdown 3rd overall, and average format elimination is 62%.
Yeah, exactly. Actually quite close to if we saw yesterday's Chong-ai from Wolves, right? His one was also maxed out. He had so many first place and only one at second place. So that's just the power of these hunters here. Chinese mainland hunters are truly scary. Chong-ai and now Jin come into the mix. Initially in the past we don't really see Jin, right? We see more of Nie. But in this meta, it seems to be that Jin is adjusting a lot better as compared to Nie in GR's hunter side, which explains why we're seeing him so often here this time.
Yeah, and I do feel like from GR's point of view here, they're kind of rotationing their hunter around a lot. They're getting Jin, like last season, right? It was Nina with his Operand and Ivy. This season, it's going to be Jin with his Goatman and Hullabaloo. Potentially speaking, next season, it could be Nina coming back with that Peddler as well, because we have recently just seen the new hunter that has come out. So from the part of GR, it's really smart of them to rotate their hunters like that.
Yeah, it's so smart. The fact that they were able to get two very capable hunters that maybe shifts to the meta, or maybe he's better in the meta, better in the other meta. They're able to shift it around. That is such a smart play coming from GR. So this actually kind of eliminates, right, them having to find another hunter, etc, etc. And for the survivor side of GR, they also are performing super well. We saw the synergy, they're able to get 4 escapes, 3 escapes, as if it's nothing. And that's just the power of GR survivors.
Yeah, and it's not only that too, like Hart has been playing from season 1. He's been a main rescuer of GR for the past 7 years he's been playing, so he's basically the most stable rescuer right now in IVL. Not only that as well, AK and Iron has been playing multiple times in different teams together too, and once again we're able to see them come back inside in GR with Harsh. Just shows like 3 veteran players from season 1 being able to perform at such a top level after 7 years as well, right? It's hard to be in top condition even for 3 years, but for 7 years GR has completely shown us how dominating they are in the world stages and of course in their regional stages too.
Yeah, which is so scary. We see the coach here, of course, Super Q, Chao Q. Really, not too much pressure, nothing much to really say here because the survivors have already gotten a 3 escape. Jin, we know his performance coming in PO1. He's never lost a single round. So this is just a show for him actually, just to play whatever hunter, and he's just gonna get a 4K. I wish I had played like that, just play anything and get a 4K. But no, that's not the case in reality. As we slowly head towards the big phase here between these two teams, we'll be seeing the second half of game number 1.
Okay, the tension will now begin as we get rid of the mechanic and the first officer here instantly. Potentially speaking, we wanted to go with Goatman and Hullabaloo here as soon as we can, but from the side of FL, the early game containment here will matter the most.
Yeah, definitely would matter the most. As we see the Antiquarian as well in Bomber, right? Antiquarian, we saw the previous team, they took it. Usually we don't see a lot of harassers coming in BO1, but I guess Antiquarian against the Hullabaloo or the Goatman could be effective. FL survivors, do you think they're trying to get a tie here with the
It seems like
pick?
so. Yeah, definitely. Like with the Seer being banned and then Grey People picked up here instantly. If Jin wants to prevent this tie, yes, the Fine Investigator is not such a bad ban. But if that's the case, Opera Singer here or even Ivy works wonders as female dancer will be chosen out. I mean, like, female dancer has to rotate away from her music boxes when she gets leeched, so Ivy isn't a bad play too. But if that's the case, I guess from FL side, it's an all-rounder. We're countering Goatman with the music boxes, and we're countering Hullabaloo with our Embalmer, who is a Thai character.
Yeah, but honestly, if we're looking into Ivy and his Opera Singer, he's also on a 4K win streak with those 2 characters. He's played in the group stages, he's just so good when it comes to the main 4 ST hunters. But we do see FL also really confirming with their picks here. Jin really have so many options, and whichever that he's more comfortable with, whichever that he wants.
I was about to say a bit controversial. Anne, guaranteed a tie. I think Anne wouldn't be bad, especially when you know that they don't have borrowed time, right? and then if you chair camp, and would not be a bad option to, after you get a survivor hit down, they pop on a Cypher Machine, you have Cats to use, you have Warp. You can even change the teleport if you want to. But usually round ones, you don't necessarily need to do that, but the reason why I say Anne is not too bad here, catch up towards Female Dancer with one jump, catch up towards Anti-Current instantly, Warp towards Embalmer, and more or less you can get Embalmer down really fast as well early game.
Alright, but controversial one, but Jin, it seems like he's gonna go for the safer route here, hitting with the Hula Baloo, still on that 4k win streak. Let's see if he's able to duplicate that here, as we see FL with a very tight centered team comm here. I do understand what FL is trying to do here though, because this is GR's map selection. If they're able to tie things out here, maybe VO2 FL would have a chance to bounce back. That's the idea. So how do you think this Hula Baloo and FL's team comm is gonna fare here? Good or bad?
I think FL, if we can get Female Dancer to rotate towards where Embalmer's Coffin is and drop down music boxes, potentially speaking, there is a really high chance to rebound Kaish, because like we're gonna have to drop down music boxes, we're gonna have to drop down pallets, and forcing Embalmer to contain that one single area will bring him quite a lot of potential. But with this selection, we go Anti-Current as Shaq Gravekeeper on the left-hand side, Female Dancer at the entrance towards Graveyard, and Embalmer there at Red Carpet. We're gonna spawn at top left of the map here, so we're gonna try and lock Graveyard Cypher, so Embalmer, even if he rotates there, he can't decode.
Yeah, so this is really gonna be a tough matchup for FL survivors coming into the second half of BO1. Hula Baloo with this spawn, of course, is gonna be incredible. I just know that Jin is gonna pop off. It's just whether how well he's gonna be performing here. He's been waiting behind the scenes for a very long time, as we see the coaches do a handshake here. Let's see his personas. Very standard one with the excitement again.
Oh,
the excitement.
Okay, we're going to replicate last game then with excitement on Hula Baloo. It's going to be a double Titan here on the Current and Gravekeeper, and full containment personas here on the Embalmer and Female Dancer. This will be second half of game 1 between FL versus GR. Professional commentaries will be brought to you by Chocho and Kuroshiro.
Alright, not going for the Gravekeeper at all, heading for the Antiquarian. Let's see how he's gonna make good use of this excitement. Unfortunately, in the first half, we didn't see a very excellent use of it, so this will be a lesson for us to see how this excitement can be used here.
Instance trump card here with Max Power Breaking, Panic, and Nostalgic there it seems. We did land 2 of our double surprises instantly as well, so we're just missing the red zone for Anti-Current for us to land on. However, 5% movement speed boost, we cannot forget that's a brilliant dodge there on the side of Anti, but Jin might have just over-predicted where the Anti will be at.
Right, missing that first, not able to get the red zone onto her, so first damage already registered within less than a minute into this matchup. 5-0, trying to kite away from the back gate. Double surprise still on cooldown.
It's a little bit harder for Anti-Current to play right now because we do have excitement ready. That's going to be a snowball registered. I just missing one more mud ball, but that will be a brilliant double surprise. Red ball there applied, and now instantly we're going to see whether or not she has flywheel. She doesn't, as she will go down here instantly. A 70-second containment there for the side of Anti, 75 seconds before she gets on towards the chair. Cypher Machine should be enough to at least guarantee the tie because we don't have abnormal.
Don't have it, no indeed, and Megan is coming, rotating towards the chair. Is a Gravekeeper, so a preemptive shovel is happening here. So a very safe rescue should be happening for Megan's side, as we see the other 2 ciphers will be popped in about 10 seconds.
A lot of the hunters, a lot of Hula Blues can just land 2 marks on towards the Gravekeeper first and then wait for the last one to try and get for that tire shot get down. But for now, it'll just be the red mark as we're able to get that. Ooh, barely dodging it, very beautifully done by Macon. And with that, looking for a double down on that Gravekeeper. We do not have our spins to use, but Macon, brilliant corner containment as now Anti-Current is so far away.
And the trapeze coming through, so able to close down the distance. Antiquarian able to survive, doesn't have any marks on her, so able to kind of clock himself there, but 520 able to kite. Let's see, he's able to stun as well. Let's see if the dancer will be able to provide some support coming through.
We're gonna be able to get rid of music box. However, during that disarm mode, like it's only 1 second, so like Jin kind of knew that there was someone nearby. However, another pushback there was not enough as we were able to get anti-current down here instantly. A lot of time wasted from female dancer too, to be honest with you, because we could have been decoding there. I feel like for Anti, she would have been able to reach in no matter what happened, or even with a stab back. But with that, a bit of a failed support here from the side of FL, which costed a lot of their decoding time.
Yeah, and now Yuto will be coming for the rescue. Is coming from the corners of the map. Cypher progress. Actually, we probably won't be seeing the anti-Korean survive till the end game. So, question still remains as to whether Jin can find the survivor. He knows that nobody is coming for this.
And female dancer is right in front of us. That's going to be a slow music box there deployed down. We do have red zone on to prevent the ballet. However, we're still going to be able to dance away as right now double surprise is ready in 2 seconds. Female dancer a bit early there. You only had 2 marks applied on towards you. And with that, that's an instant down.
My goodness. There was such a fast down. Everything happened so fast, Jin. Just really capitalizing on this situation. Now, one of the ciphers will be camped out here, and this really creates a situation for Jin to have the upper hand here.
Gravekeeper on towards the shovel here. He does have 2 to use. We landed that snowball on. We're just missing a mud ball and fireball. Dashing out here. He's still saving as much items as we can. We do see Sasuli nearby as well, but this is still just an embalmer who needs to walk his way in towards the chair. I don't think you can actually perform a really good rescue here no matter what you want to do. One of speed boosts are winning here. That's going to be double hit instantly, but at least the rescue will still be applied, but a double down will have to occur, but it will be cancelled by a beautiful flywheel.
Right, Sasori really putting everything into this as he's trying to push that cipher. Jin is not going to give you the opportunity as another white mark. Sasori will be down here. He does have a coffin though, so it should be still okay as we see the survivor still trying to push those ciphers, not going to take the opportunity to heal up.
We're saving trump card here for teleport use just in case someone goes back towards that cipher machine. However, we cannot forget female dancer on chair 1 time, the embalmer on chair for 1 time as well, and now chasing after Maiken. 2 shovels on our hands to use, but it's less than 50% for both shovels right now. If we want to change targets, it'll be okay, but will the other 2 survivors heal?
Yeah, that's gonna be a good question as we see that they're all running in separate directions. So it seems like the heal will not happen as they try and attempt to push the back gate cipher, but Gravekeeper will be down here. Jin is gonna chair. Is he gonna teleport here?
I don't think it's necessary because we can chair Gravekeeper near towards that prime, well not prime but 74% cipher machine. Female dancer starting a new cipher for herself as well. As the moment that cipher machine pops, we will know where embalmer is, and the other 2 survivors no power time as well. So this is either going to be a 3-man elimination or a 4-man elimination here for our hunter.
Yeah, which is looking very optimal for GR right now as we see Yuto trying to kite it out. Does not have any marks on her as of now. Black mark is on her. Ciphers are on a standstill as we see Yuto trying to kite it out here. No items to work with butterfly will, but even that can be used here.
I do wonder if we okay, you know what, if Gravekeeper gets rescued then it's fine, because if Gravekeeper doesn't get rescued, I don't think it's really worth it to chair that female dancer, especially when you can guarantee the 4-man elimination. Right now though, that's going to be a teleportation straight towards the embalmer. Female dancer second chair, embalmer here will be second chair as long as we land these 2 double surprises nicely.
Alright, able to get the black mark, now the red one and the white one together. My goodness, the double surprise coming from Jin, really. It's just too good, and now all the survivors are just injured. But Kuro, it feels like that when Gravekeeper was getting chased initially, maybe the survivors could have potentially healed each other up rather than rushing those ciphers, because now it creates a situation where Jin is just not allowing them close to the chair at all.
Yeah, not only that as well, even if you do want to rush that last cipher, it doesn't matter. Gravekeeper here is going to go up against another double surprise. We're going to be able to get the hit down there as usual. Just barely got the rescue down. However, one ball is on our hands to use as we got him down instantly as well. Meanwhile, female dancer going for the last rescue. However, 86% cipher machine, even with accelerated decoding, you're going to need at least a good 5 seconds to at least finish it off, as we're able to seal the deal here with our last mud zone. There goes down dancer, and that's a beautiful 3-man elimination for Jin.
3-man elimination.
3-man
down.
Triple down, sorry.
So
my
fast.
lord.
As we see, yeah, it's all right because it's been a pretty long day, not just for us but also for the players themselves. So we do see that FL Survivor is really struggling to keep the hope intact here. As we see, Yuto will also get chaired here, securing that 5-point lead for Jin. Jin really, when it comes to this, still able to get that 4K win streak on that Hula Blue, and we expect nothing less of him also when we see him in the playoffs.
Oh, Female Dancer got knocked down there once again, and that'll be a surrender from the side of GR now. 8-1, by the way, that's a huge lead for them. And because of that, moving on towards the next game, we have to win no matter what for FL.
Yes, definitely no matter what. But of course, there is the opportunity, right? Because GR made this map selection, of course, we expect them to get the map advantage, right? And map advantage, the points lead. So, PO2, FL definitely have an opportunity, but Kuro, before we move on, right, were there any highlights about that matchup?
It's hard to say because Jin kind of done most everything pitch perfect with a double down, wishing the initial first chase as well, getting anti-Korean down. I do think as well, like with the excitement on that Hula Blue, up against an anti isn't bad, but you need to make sure that there's only one harasser on the team, or else it'll be pretty detrimental if you use it that early.
Yeah, I think Jin really did everything right when it comes to that round. When it comes to chairing the person, chasing as well, really making full use of the Hula Blue. Also very accurate double surprise, and we can't discount Hasha as well. We saw his double surprise also in BO1 first half, very accurate. It's just that when it comes to the harassment from AK, it seemed to be a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, and it's not only that as well, it's really more or less now just about you know, the hunter too, because like when it comes to round 1 and round 2, as we said before, no matter how well the survivors play, this current day meta is just way too strong from the hunter side. So unless the hunter makes a huge mistake, it's still really hard for the survivors to win. Because like if we just recall last game as well, right, it's definitely a huge potential for GR to aim for that 4-man escape with the psychologist, you know, having that tie turner. But you know what, Hasha thankfully was able to at least manage to seal the deal with the 1-man after a terrific harass from the anti-Korean and from the forward.
Yeah, so really crucial plays coming from both factions coming from GR team. So FL really, when it comes to coming back from that matchup, they can only win back by round points, because an 8-1 lead is just so hard. It's too hard. Yeah. Unless they pull AWG, they get a 10-0, then maybe it might work. But let's hit into the highlights, guys. We are not done, so see you guys right back.
在那个1到点这边，我小门的帮你打呀，我在连续6号机，他没快钱，我到，修，我能修，一起修，要我修。後半出た。オッケーオッケー。セブさん寄った方がいい。リミスタ。あ、ごめん。頑張れ。いや無理。
As we head to BO2 between these two teams, GR versus FL. GR currently leading by round points to an 8-1 win. So in BO2, we will be seeing FL having the map selection. And as of now, it does seem a little bit that the team morale will be affected, especially after the 4K and the 3 escape from GR survivors.
Yeah. I guess from FL side, it's all about recollecting ourselves now for a second game. As long as we can tie it, I guess, from both sides, we can still move on towards round 2. However, we cannot forget it's still 8-1 currently, so that's way too much points to actually pull away or to pull closely towards GR. So we have to at least win game 2 and then win game 3 to take the win away from GR. However, from GR side, it doesn't really matter to them. They can play this as safe as they want to move on towards round 2 and round 3.
Yeah. could potentially play this really safely for GR side. But then again, I mean, considering their BO1 lineup, it just seemed to me that they are not gonna play safely at all. They are gonna play all of their fun comfort heroes coming to the matchup. And I'm glad GR is enjoying this process of the group stages. I think they also understand that even they're gonna easily win this, and they want to win it in a very comfortable and fun fashion for them. So this could be a performance matchup coming from GR, as we also will be seeing FL side. Really, they have to get that 4K. Looking into Harsha, he has gotten a 4K with that Ivy, so we could be seeing that pick coming BO2.
Yeah, it's not only that as well. I just feel like if they really do want to play full harassing, they still have to be worried about, the Ivy, right? As you just said. But like we've talked about his strong picks before. Opera, Ivy, we've seen, him playing Dream Witch a lot alongside with that Bloody Queen. So there is still a potential that Harsha could come out with a bang here for game 2, just as Omni has done before with that Bloody Queen up against the other Japan League team. However, for game 2, it'll be that Hospital ban alongside with the Factory pick.
Factory. Not in my memory that I've seen GR played in this map during the group stages, but it seemed to be that GR would prefer to have their Hunter up first.
I mean, if this is if they're able to guarantee a format elimination here, I think next game GR can just play whatever they want from the Survivor side. So
that's probably
it does kind of make sense. Yeah, it does kind of make sense too as well. But as Jin has said too, he is pretty hungry, so he probably wants to get this done as soon as he can. From FL side, if we can get rid of Goldman, there's a good chance to at least still tie.
Goldman, yeah. That's gonna be something that they might have to deal with here. Just have an end to work with if he's trying to play it safely. As for Jin, we've been seeing going for the safer route when we saw in BO1. With the Hula Baloo, able to get easily that 4K. GR are really looking to win this, as we see FL survivors. I don't know how to describe them.
It's tense. It's very intense for them right now.
Yeah.
A lot of strategy has to be chosen here, but like for FL, choosing Factory is pretty interesting to me as well, because if it's a map like this, I guess because last game, look, they didn't choose the Puppeteer, they didn't choose the Wildling as well, but I mean, you can't choose Wildling, but they didn't really choose the tanky survivors who can take multiple hits. So potentially speaking, moving on towards round 2, as we see the support here towards Fennel, they might be going for, a multi-hit characters in which it allows them to at least Cypher Rush, guarantee a 90-second kite early game.
Yeah, definitely. Getting that double decoding probably. We might be potentially also seeing, right, because both sides have an Ivy. Maybe they want to play an Ivy at Arms Factory. And we've known that Ivy really excels in this kind of maps, all the smaller maps, especially the end game, super strong. So maybe that's the plan from FL side, or at least once they, during their research, they feel like, what, this is the map that GR might potentially be a little bit not too familiar with, as we see Jin just getting ready as well.
Yeah, I'm quite sure this is probably Jin's first time playing professional on this map because it's not being chosen that much. However, from the Survivor side of GR, AK has excelled in this map as female dancer, same as Hard as well, who's excelled on this map as the main rescuer too. So I just feel like from the side of GR, maybe the only one that's unfamiliar with in this map is Jin, and everyone else in GR is kind of just comfortable. Right, but then once again, potentially speaking, FL did choose it in case they want Harsha as Bloody Queen or Dream Witch to come out.
Yeah, Jin, I guess moment of truth, right, to see how is he going to be performing here as we head towards the ban pick phase here between these two teams. Jin, yeah, exactly. When it comes to this map, they will be banning out the Seer as well as the Coordinator. It seems like they might potentially go for that double decoding.
Oh, Prisoner and First Officer with these first two picks. I wonder if we're actually gonna get Mech out next, because the Prospector ban there though.
Prospector ban. Alright. But the Survivor side, we will be responding with a Aeroplane is still not trying to pick up the Mechanic. Are we potentially gonna see like something a little bit non-meta like Explorer or the Enchantress coming to this mix here? What do you think FL Survivors are thinking about?
I think Postman isn't a bad pick here. Like, I think Postman's okay, but it's not good against Opera or Ivy. We did see that Fire Investigator ban as well, so we don't... I mean, we've seen really popular Fire Investigator bans on this map. After MRC's Xiaocheng's Ivy getting blocked towards his chair, Struggle Free, and multiple other things happening as well with that Fire Investigator. But the last pick here is actually that Barmaid instead. It's a really fast decoding team comp. But from Jin's side, banning out a Prospector, maybe he's going to pick a character he uses in rank a lot.
Oh my goodness, I'm really not too sure what this is, because with the Prospector being banned out and the Barmaid being picked up here, it really opens up for so many possibilities. I feel like Jin is going to be picking up something that he has yet to show us in the group stage. That's my feel. That's my feel. Yeah, and I do see a little bit small smiling coming from Jin's side, so I sense some cheekiness coming into BO2 first half, as we see Jin still having some time to decide.
No, I think Clark will do really well here, I'll be fully honest with you. I mean, he didn't choose Anne last. If we base everything off Prospector, Anne, Clark, who else would there be? There could also be a Naya that's worried about that Prospector is scared. Well, that Prospector can counter too, but it seems like we're gonna go Anne for game 2. You know what? Fair enough. We can just tie this game and move on towards round 3. But we'll have to bring Warp no matter what, right? Because look, Aeroplanist distance pulling, Barmaid, doubling speed boost out, and then Prisoner. Maybe you don't really need it for Prisoner, but it's nice to have in Factory.
Yeah, and also I think we also saw MRC Xiaocheng also bring out the end the other time at the Arms Factory area, was able to get I think a 3 or 4k. So yeah, this map actually works very well against the end, and question comes down to as to whether FL will be able to dodge out all those cats as well as the stuns coming from Jin as we head towards the small locations here. First off is at the center, Barmaid in the open area, Aeroplane is near the factory area, and Prisoner very safe at the front gate.
If that's the case, then I guess we could potentially chase after First Officer if we can get a lucky cash on towards him. So even if he uses his pocket watches, it's just not going to be enough. However, once again, everyone's at really good containment areas where we can rotate out. Barmaid being able to get straight towards Tank with the double windows, Prisoner being able to go straight towards Factory, and Aeroplanist being able to go straight towards Junkyard Ruins. So for Anne here, it can definitely be a guaranteed tie. However, early game containment, it now depends on how well the Survivor rotates.
Yeah, and as of recent statistics, Jin was able to get a tie when he used the end previously in the group stages, so let's see if he's able to get that, or maybe even more, surprising us with this end pick. Now, Trunk Cut Detention as well as the Blink on the end, no Warp, and FL Survivors, we are seeing 2 with borrowed time and a full kiting build on... Sorry, 3 with borrowed time and a full kiting build on Yuto Prisoner. So this is going to be Arms Factory BO2, first half between GR's Hunter versus FL Survivors. My name is Chocho and joining me is Crucial Gaming, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
We're looking for a toy to play with, but it seems like the toy will be the Aeroplanist here, as the kitty will now move on towards middle. However, it seems like we're still kind of scouting around the nearby areas here, with the Cypher machine near towards the factory gate being locked.
Yeah, Jin really trying to pick his poison here, as he will come not mid to the first officer, just forcing out that watch. Let's see, the Barmaid, is it the Barmaid?
I think that's Prisoner?
Oh, Prisoner, you're right.
Prisoner.
Yeah, we'll be getting chased here. Does have a shock to work with. Fly will be up in about less than 15 seconds. But Blink will be up in about 20 seconds. Able to get the cat onto him though, the stun. Will he be able to get it? This jump will be important.
We need to do a really nice high jump, but can we get a jump? We did get a jump there instantly. No electrocution on our hands left to use. That's what 10-minutes is used for, and getting the hit on straight towards a Prisoner. We do still have a flywheel left to use, but with 2 seconds left on towards a cat that's being ready, we could potentially just blink down here if we really want to.
He could, but I don't think he needs at this point, because the flywheel, let's see how effective it's going to be used here as the stun still registers. Now, 1 minute and 30 seconds, not into the matchup. We are seeing the first down onto Yuto. He's going to be carrying him at the corner area, preventing potentially preventing the first officer from coming for a sneak rescue. We do see that officer has already rotated. The question is if he's able to force an early rescue or stop this rescue.
I mean, we did get a cat onto his officer, though. I feel like it's okay for us to actually burst the cat so he can't use his items again, so you see them later on, maybe look for a double down. However, for now, that's going to be a no damage rescue here, really nicely done by the first officer prisoner, tanking that normal hit. And if that's the case, our decoding progress can continue swiftly, because first officer can just rescue again, but it seems like we want to chase after officer here, though. Losing prisoner might not be the best idea, as we do see Sasori nearby as well as the barmaid.
Barmaid just like peeking her head out and then just accidentally taking the hit for the first officer. Now she will be seeing the hunter now. What do you think Jin's plan is though? Because with this interesting play coming from him, does it work out for him?
It does. It does. There's a basement nearby. Well. There's a basement nearby. First officer, no pocket watch on his hands to left to use, by the way. So I don't think anyone can rescue aside from aeroplanist. But like, it kind of feels like a missed opportunities from barmaid's side, not using that speed doving to counter the cross.
Yeah, a lot of missed opportunities. He also has a flywheel, so shouldn't have been an instant down situation. As you see, the aeroplane is zooming downwards and should be able to get this rescue. Stuff. Alright. Safe rescue.
It's
Just
okay.
jump.
Yeah, we're fine. I mean, by this point then, if that's the case, look, prisoners out and alive, ready to go. We're gonna look for first officer to get another double down, but with that jetpack out, I don't think we're able to get far. But you know what? The good news is we can change the teleport if we really want to.
Yeah, Jin has been playing this pretty interesting. They keep changing targets here and there. Is this a common play for N, or what do you think the game plan is for Jin?
No, it never happens. No, this is... I think probably what Jin wants to do here is... Like, once we get a double down, we can teleport towards the next nearest cipher machine to get a triple down, and that's what Jin is looking for. Now that no survivors decoding, that's kind of a 4-man elimination game here for Anne right now, as we do have our jump ready. However, electrocution is still an issue. As we go straight towards our little corner there to kind of rethink about life. A bit unfortunate here for FL survivors, but that is basically one survivor at a chair each, and no one can actually rescue prisoner anymore.
Yeah, we do see the first officer is the only one that's full health, but he's not even gonna give any attention to whoever that wants to get rescued or get picked up here. We have the barmaid actually expending her self-heal, and she managed to make a drink to heal herself up.
But it's still bad news here for the survivors, cause one good cat on towards the barmaid here. She's gonna be on chair for the second time. Not only that as well, if Aeroplanist is decoding, then we know that there's a survivor that's on the cipher machine, so for someone who's at half health, that's not really a good plan. But we're going to double back here to look for barmaid, as no items left on her hand except for a doving speed boost.
Yeah, able to effectively get the cat onto Sasori. The jump, the stun, the flywheel is still available, and a speed boost drink. Let's see if Sasori is going to make full use of it here, expanding the kite.
But it does seem like from Jin's point of view here, with 2 cipher machines left, there's a survivor that's currently at half health, which is Aeroplanist, but at least first officer's back to full health here. So with this, one good jump will be able to take the cat in the bag. That's a beautiful flywheel as well. However, did not really cancel dash that stun range, as we're going to be able to get our second catwalk, and it should be a tie game though. Look, the cipher machines are about enough.
Alright, but maybe first officer could be stuffed here or something like that. We do have all of them having borrowed time, so that is a blessing. As we see the teleport onto the cipher, not primed just yet. 520, half health. Can he escape, or is Jin able to prevent this tie game?
Oh, that's a nice hit down. The question here being, Aeroplanist is also a second chair, right? We could potentially chair Aeroplanist right behind here, where there's a chair where we initially chaired prisoner, but that just means that they can still decode that cipher machine for free. Sasori deciding to open an extra completely new cipher machine for himself, and if that's the case, it should be a guaranteed 3-man elimination no matter what.
Yeah, we do see Macon trying to go for the outskirts to prevent getting denied of this rescue, but Jin really pushing all the way to the center of the map. He can see that Sasori, or not Sasori, but at least a member of this team is trying to decode that cipher outside of sandbags. Gonna go straight for that survivor. Alright.
Well, the thing is, right, Jin at least guaranteed a trim elimination for his team to tie next game. However, what we're doing now is what I'm thinking. Buying time until teleport is ready, so maybe you can aim for a 4-man elimination end game. For now, my cam will be on the last cipher machine, as we should be able to pop it open immediately. Barmaid running straight towards the back, as finally the cipher machine will be popping and we reach towards end game.
Yeah, question is whether Barmaid will be able to get that pop in, get the gate in time, right? Because we have teleport in less than 10 seconds, and Megan, if he's down here, Jin could potentially chair, or if not, just teleport immediately. But he's just gonna go for that very play, just to teleport over. Not enough time for the Barmaid to open up the gate. The dungeon is here though, and able to use the flyover effectively this time around, waiting for the cat, able to get the stun. And the hit registers. So question is whether First Officer can come up fast, open up the front gate. No, they're not even gonna try, as FL Survivors just surrender, so helping Jin securing the 5 point with the end.
Very canon, by the way, once again. Cats usually like to play around with their food, and that's what Jin has done today. A second 4-man elimination on the side of her, and let's congratulate them for GR Jin. Pulling once again his stats, stretching it out as much as possible. Potentially speaking, we might be able to see, you know, him going up towards first place for a lot of these stats points. Here we go. But moving on, aside from that, first half of game 2 with the An coming out, that was intense.
Yeah, well, that was pretty intense, right? Because we thought that maybe he's just gonna... We've been going the safe route, right? In BO1, he went with the Hula Blue. Then we thought that, you know, at BO2, he's probably gonna go for the Ivy, the Opera Singer, the things that he has already gotten 4Ks consecutively. Surprising us with the end, you know what? Boosting his stats, right? So now his end has a 4K and now a tie game. So things are looking very good for GR side, with their Hunter able to secure all those crucial 5-point leads. As we look into the match stats here, we have Yuto with the initial kiting time of 56 seconds of containment time. But Kuro, do you think there was anything the Saurus could have done here differently to negate this 5-point lead for GR?
I do think from the side of survivors, I feel like the moment we change targets to First Officer, the Barmaid shouldn't really be nearby and should be near the prisoner to heal him. Because usually for Anmings, we don't change targets that much, especially with the fact that there's a prisoner on the field and he can still Cypher Rush too. So maybe in a scenario like that, we could potentially just let First Officer be, get Barmaid towards prisoner and give him a dove lane and then sell right afterwards. Because I mean, look, First Officer does have pocket watches to use as well, so he's pretty safe by himself.
Yeah, he's technically pretty safe by himself, but you also did mention, right, that the Barmaid, when she got the first hit at that Cypher, she didn't make use of her speed drink, her flywheel, and she just down right there, and then the basement was there as well. So it seemed to me that it was more of a spiral up control situation. Jin was able to snowball, take advantage of that game. And from there onwards, there was really no comeback scene coming from the Survivor side. Jin really played this out very smartly.
Yeah, and like I would like to give the props to Aeroplanist too with that basement rescue. Like those jetpacks were actually really nicely used to, you know, once he got that drop down hit and actually could not catch up on time, and we were able to get the rescue, able to get the Barmaid out on time. The only slight, I guess, unfortunate part is that we did still get a double down. As we got the double down, we aimed to get the prisoner down as soon as possible too. So with 3 survivors down, First Officer out on the field, if you really want to come to rescue the prisoner, it's just no one decoding all for like a good minute, and there's still a potential for First Officer not being able to make it towards the chair.
Yeah, so this was just really unfortunate situation for FL Survivors. We could see them not even attempting to try, right? You know, to potentially go for that one escape, the dungeon escape. So yeah, it's a team morale-wise seems to be quite low for FL side. Yeah, and they are actually on the brink of elimination here. So let's see in the second half how is it gonna be for Harsha, as he will be representing Team FL. But GR Survivors, we talked about this, right? The moment Jins get 4K here, we might be seeing a performance measure coming from GR with very non-orthodox and fun picks coming from them.
Yeah, we might be able to see AK's Novelist again in this map, but potentially speaking, we could ban out Ivy if that's the case. Let's just see what we're ready to go though, because like, you know, as we've said, if we want to play full harass team comps, no problem. As long as the Ivy is in towards permabans, we can do whatever we want. Jin got a formal elimination anyways, and they're 8-1 from round 1. Even if we do go on straight towards round 3, it's still in GR's favor.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, Harsha still getting ready, of course. It will be a super duper tough ask for him to 4K back, right? Though it's their map selection, they will want to get something out of it, but it would be quite tough. GR Survivor is really known for that 3 escapes, 4 escapes coming from them. So let's see what the game plan is for GR Survivor. I'm particularly curious as to what they will be picking here. And whether Harsha is able to counter pick it using one of his hunter pools there.
Yeah, I think there's still a potential that we force Harsha to play Dream, which, depending on what Survivors wants to do. But also at the same time, we still have to play a little bit more safe because, you know, the Dream Witch, the Ivy, the Opera Singer on Harsha's side is still very strong. Yes, we did get a 3-man escape against that Hullabaloo, but we can't forget that, you know, it is still, like, those two characters are still relatively new towards the professional stage. Opera and Ivy has been here for longer, and Harsha does have, you know, played them towards a little bit of a higher level. So, you know, from GR side, maybe a little bit more safer wouldn't be bad, as they do want to go home in 2.
They want to go home. Yeah, definitely they do want to go home. Maybe also have their dinner. So they also previously mentioned, right, like at the start when they were shouting out in the mic that they want to go and eat. I guess it's dinner. So, yeah, this would definitely be over the dinner time already. So I think they're probably very famished by now. They just want to finish this and go and eat. So let's see what's it gonna be.
Yeah, not only that as well, from the side of GR, we also cannot forget, right? It's that all of them are veteran characters, all of them are veteran survivors, all of them have huge trust in each other too. With the recent addition of ITZY AC, he's been doing pretty well after all for the past year and a half. But with this, we will move directly on towards the ban pick phase. As now, once again, it's going to be Color Blue here on towards the global bands of the Hunters, and the Korean Psychologist and Female Dancer on the perma bands of the Survivor side. Harsha here, first 2 bands on this map will indicate what Hunter we want to play. It's going to be COAⅧ and First Officer. COAⅧ and First Officer gone means that we won't be playing the Dream Witch, and with that, you know, Novelist being chosen out for AK. Novelist has been one of the survivors that AK loves to play recently, but has not gotten too much wins because of that Goldman round 1 excitement. Now here becoming the next ban, we're getting rid of as much rescuers here as possible, as finally that is going to be the Professor. Since Ivy is banned, why not? Do we want to go Goldman here, preferably speaking, or will we go someone else, as the Forager will be banned? The final last pick here has to be a rescuer. Wildling is not a bad pick, especially with his harass potentials, especially with his body block potential inside that cage too. So right now it'll be the Seer picked up instead, which we're able to recycle at round 3. However, there's no decoding debuff on any of these survivors and all. And not only that too, that Novelist might be really risky to go up against the Goldman if he is being chosen here. So from the Survivor side and from Harsha's side, Abnormal is a must. And not only that too, we have to get them down within 90 seconds, else it'll be a huge deficit from the side of GR. Iron on that Seer, ITZY on Professor, Harsh on Puppeteer, and AK with the Novelist. We're finally going to be able to see him to play that Novelist once again. And with that Novelist being chosen out, it does really show how much GR adores AK2. He hasn't really gotten that much, you know, good performances on him, but we're able to see it out here once again.
Yeah, and maybe this time around it is time for AK to bounce right back, maybe with 120 seconds of containment time, telling us a different story, that he's a changed person. He's changed for the better, he's kiting better with the Novelist. So GR, I believe they are geared up for this. I do love this team comp. But question is what Harsha is going to be picking here, right? You mentioned the Goatman, so yeah, it is open. But
you know, right? I mean, as Chad has said as well, they want to see a Leo. Potentially speaking, a Leo wouldn't be bad here too. We could go for a lot of unconventional pick if Harsha wants, but I guess it's still going to be Goldman because we need that 4-man.
Yeah, definitely playing it very seriously coming from Harsha. Let's see ultimately who will triumph in this match, in this potential last half, right? If GR wins this again, they get at least a 1 escape, then it's a 2-0. If FL Harsha is able to get a 4K, this will prolong to a BO3. But even in a BO3, it will be a very hard match to turn things around unless a 10-0 happens for Team FL.
Yeah, and like, you know, a map like this as well. Look, we have a seer who is an owl who can farm owls. We have a novelist here. Look, you could potentially bring excitement up against a novelist. However, you cannot forget that it's just, this map is just way too resourceful for the survivors as well. So if you use that excitement into wrong area, it might just be a double-edged sword.
Double-edged sword, you mentioned. So let's see, as we hit into the small locations here, we are seeing the alright, Puppeteer within the sandbags area. Hunter will be spawning at the corner near front gate with Novelist as well as Professor. Nope, changing his mind, he will be spawning right below Seer and Puppeteer. Kuro, how are you liking these small locations and any fresh chase?
I think spawning top right here towards factory rooms isn't bad. If we did bring excitement here on Hasha's side, I do think Novelist should be first chase here no matter what. But once again, right, they did ban out Ivy just so this team comp can come out to be played up against the Goldmine, and we will have to see how well this team comp can do. I mean, it's a different map, but the same team, well, the same survivor that is used up against the Goldmine. Hopefully we'll be able to see more of a better performance on the Novelist, but once again, AK is going to have to prove that.
Yeah, and let's see, we will be seeing a trump card detention as well as a peeper on Hasha. As for survivors side, we are seeing a full kiting build on Seer and tight turners on Puppeteer as well as the Novelist. So we'll be heading into Arms Factory, potentially the last half, BO2 second half between GR survivors versus FL's Hunter. My name is Jojo and joining me is Crucial Gaming, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match. Is frozen on our end, but seems like the matches has started, and unfortunately we are unable to see what's really happening. Kuro, maybe are you able to see something?
No, it's frozen on my side too.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. With that, well, we're being blocked here from the.
Oh yeah, I definitely can. Can we hear anything? Maybe yeah, maybe the professor's getting chased here. I'm not sure. Maybe the Novelist. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's the Novelist. AK is getting chased here. Yeah, with this peeper, I'm not too sure how strong the chasing would be for Hasha's side.
It's more or less right now just about who we really want for that first chase as well, right? Because like in that case scenario, I guess.
Yeah, as we slowly hit into the match, maybe it has already progressed for you guys that's watching this, but we will we'll be able to see the graphics really soon, so stay with us as we hit into this matchup. We'll be seeing the bird support come through as well for Iron. So, go.
Well, we just move on in towards the match as what is happening here. We're gonna go straight towards middle though. Trump card detention with Max Sadis, by the way, so 9% faster chirp progress as Iron running in straight towards where that goal one is. We want that first chase no matter what. We don't even have the owl ready just yet. A very bold move from the side of our Seer.
Yeah, so Iron really just standing there trying to absorb the owl, but then again, peepers, we are seeing it now. Let's see if it's gonna affect Iron. Iron does not have the bird to work with just yet. It is not back. Is this an instant down situation we're seeing from Iron? Alright, the bird's back.
We do still. We didn't really get straight towards the other side as Iron here. Iron has 70% owl, by the way, and he still hasn't used his owl just yet. So with this, it's a brilliant containment on his side. 80% owl, 90% owl. It's going to be around 100% in 2-1. The owl will come out on time as Iron here. That's going to be our second owl already on our hands to use as we finally managed to actually break that cage as well. So with that in mind, then we won't be able to vault over that, but it's still only just a chip damage.
Yeah, and the bird once again on Seer. Cyrus are looking very healthy. Really need to get that one full hit onto Iron. He does have a flyover to work with as well, so it shouldn't be a fast down Iron, preemptively putting that owl Let's see if he's able to get towards a safe hiding area. And he does.
Okay, that's good news then. But I mean, he's still just 1 chip damage. Then we could potentially flywheel the next hit here, depending on how well the game goes. But once again, we need to look at the bottom left-hand side of our screen. Around 40%, 50% already. Beautiful flywheel here on the side of that Seer, but he will still go down inevitably. 3 Cypher machines are now currently done on this map. Now we see Heart nearby as the main rescuer of this team, and Basement is also within our nearby vicinity. However, we could really just sell here if we wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. We only see 1 borrowed time, right, from GR Survivors, so we will be seeing them going straight for it hard on the Puppeteer, hiding for the rescue. We don't see Harsha placing the cage, so Seer just locked in here, unable to get out. But the hit still registers.
I think it's fine. It's currently Puppeteer downstairs here, but if we don't really want to chase after this here, you might actually lose him, which is one of the issues when it comes to one-hit double hit. That's a beautiful flywheel on that Puppeteer. We cannot use our little Lewis just yet, and that's going to be a brilliant hit, barely enough on time before that cage dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, we see them, you know, committing to this, right, GR Survivors, but Heart able to get a double down, and they are both near the basement. Now looking at this, Cypher progress is looking very good. We'll be seeing the 4th one pop soon as well. Question is, who is coming for the rescue and whether they can get the last one to pop as well.
Probably Novelist should be the one that's coming in, but wanted order on Novelist a little bit unfortunate. He is someone with Tightener, so we're gonna have to see whether or not we can do a really good switcheroo with that storybook. We don't really know where the Seer is, so he could self-heal with that flywheel too pretty decently fast. As now we're giving Tinnitus here on the side of Seer. He is going to maybe try rotate out as AK right now. Distance creating here, very nicely done by our Goatman, but the hit will have to register here no matter what.
Yeah. AK though, I mean, with that wanted order, you would think that he might be denied of this rescue, but able to inch very close over and get that safe rescue. But now, Puppeteer will see that hit. Novelist still has a wanted order as the Hunter teleports towards the Cypher. AC, still full health. I don't think it's gonna be instant out.
It's also the Professor that we're talking about here, so slow attack. We do have a Shell Shock used to use ASAC until the next one, and that's going to be a brilliant stun here on the side of our Professor, getting rid of that cage as well, forcing the Cypher machine to be open, and just not giving 2 cares about the world. As once again, a little bit unfortunate, but we did miss that dash back.
Well, but finally getting the first hit onto him. We are seeing the Cyphers healing each other up, which is the correct play rather than forcing another Cypher, as we see. AC still able to dodge it out. Can he survive this cage? Oh, I think he will.
Oh wow, that's so much time, boss. Not only does we do have 1 more cage left on our hands to use, but Shell Shock is ready in like around 30 seconds, as we didn't even get hit on towards the Professor. Once again, that's so much nice line games played, but now the cage disappears 1 more time as we drop down a block there, and no more rage on our hands to use. This Goalman is tired as we're able to block a chip damage, and once again 50 stacks of resentment right now. It just isn't enough.
My goodness, so much plays coming from Archer as he still survives. I think that was the 4th cage or something. Really impressive kite coming from AC as we see Aka coming in.
But Iron is just nearby. Iron's your mini fan here for the Goldman, but the Goldman might just be a little bit too shy, so we want to get away from that Seer. Seer's looking right now. We have our 3rd owl ready on the hands to use, and 3 owls alongside with 40% extra on the side of this regeneration. We're going to try chase after Seer here though once again. We're not going to be shy anymore as we want to get rid of this mini stalker. Right now though, Cypher Machine currently at 95%. Seer is back once again.
My goodness, the harassment coming from a Seer, guys, a Seer. So, we are seeing the Cypher still being pushed just so close yet so far, 95%. Professor able to use that shell as well. So this will help the Cypher pop. But
it's primed.
Yeah. 2 prime Cyphers.
Ooh, okay. I mean, look, Seer has 4 owls. He used 2, he now has 2. He can give 1 towards the Professor later on, right after he pops open the Cypher machine, or we can just play around here. But from the side of GR, can't really play around for long. It's going to be around 100 resentment by the time we actually pop, so we're going to have to see how this goes. Oh.
Yeah, and the Cypher pops, and you know what? Seer can be generous. He can give it to AK here as he tries to force open the gate. Seer, is he spectating? He is spectating. He's able to switch over. AK, can he survive? The bird support here would be very crucial as we see it He missed the first swing and the second.
Goldman is just too tired to be angry by this point. Gior has been playing around with this Goldman, and Hasha seems really tired. We do have resentment on our hands to use, but it's just another novel ready on the side of this novelist. AK, we switched back just on time as well. That's a move and speed. Once again, one more pilot here to play around. Can we drop down the pilot here or not? It's AK once again on this map. It's recalling back towards IVS, but this time it's a different hunter, but it's the same survivor here. Seer's looking once again, and look who's nearby. It's that puppeteer here. Gior doesn't care anymore. It's going to be the Seer and the Professor healing each other, and we're gonna aim for that 4-man escape as Puppeteer really wants to skate open.
Love the energy. 4-man or no man coming from Zero Survivors. We're seeing Hart getting the first hit as of now using the puppet. We'll tank half of it as we see AK still trying to self-heal as Seer is healed up already. Professor also healing up. How can they play this endgame? There is no tide turners or anything to work with. They're just gonna...
Ooh, that's a nice hit down though. Bosh! Look, Novelist has almost a book ready. He's like around 1% until he can use it, so we can potentially here switch around, allow Seer to maybe stalk for a little bit longer, and once again, we're going to aim for that 4-man escape one more time.
Yes, love the energy. Iron, let's see how much of his 5th bird that he has in his hand. That's gonna be important as we see Seer has the wanted order. AK trying to come for the back door, but Hasha is in the vicinity. Ata also here. Let's see if he's able to give a shell or able to stun the hunter here.
Backdoor rescue. Seer!
Oh my goodness, Seer is just gonna follow the hunter around here as we see Novelist on the bottom left, still trying to escape. Seer, this is important if he's gonna have a next owl.
Wait, we're not. Camera senpai has to give the camera towards Seer here because we want to know how much else he has. We didn't use a mini shell talk there. Oh my lord, that's a hit straight on towards here. We're all kind of rotating out here as much as we can, but if AK wants to, he can switch around here with the hunter since he, well actually no, he does have a flywheel to use, but right now, no more resentment on the hands to use. A stun on the hunter. Hasha is tired. Go to sleep. We're going to be able to get a 4-man escape here from the side of Gior. As Seer here once again, proving himself wrong. 6 owl number 6, and that's why he's the first Seer.
First Seer, absolutely. That was the 5th bird, right? If we counted that correctly. So, Iron using a Seer as a kiter, but as a harasser in this game. Really forcing Hasha with no choice at all. But we've got to compliment AK with that Novelist play. We've seen disappointment after disappointments, but this round, I think he definitely made a name for himself.
Yeah, and also that Professor too joined the last Cypher machine from 80% to 100% after I think 4 to 5 cages with only 1 item on her hands to use as well. Those are brilliant mind games done by Ata. But realistically speaking, I guess this does show if you're gonna be playing Goldman, that Seer has to go.
Definitely. You can't just let out the Seer because this is the second time we're seeing Iron on this year. He went up against Weibo Gaming's Alex. He did so well, right? He did so well. He's able to absorb Bird like it's nothing. So that's the thing with Iron. And again, once again, GR, second time in this group stages getting a 4-man escape in this current meta.
Yeah. Not only that as well, I think Hasha might have been a little bit too stuffed there because it seems like Jiro was continuously feeding them owl after owl after owl after owl. So with that game as well, it's more or less the backdoor rescue on Novelist too. Brilliantly done from the side of Survivors as we see the containment time here, by the way, 128, 183, 153 and 95.
Yeah, today's match number 3 and 4 feels like more of a farming of stats rather than a true gameplay. But looking at this absolute domination, 18-1. Today, match number 3 and 4, we've been seeing our last matches at a 10-0 pattern.
Yeah.
So, Crew, I'm just curious to ask you right now. We saw so many amazing gameplays from GR, but who do you think is the MVP here?
MVP I think we'll have to give it to Seer. Realistically speaking, it's like, look, you know what? AC did really well, but they might just give it to the Hunter here once again because that's usually how the meta goes. But I think from the side of AK, he did do brilliant, but Iron also as well excelled in game 2. It probably will be split between all other survivors except for Hart since he's the main rescuer of this team. So it's kind of a little bit harder here for a rescuer to get best deduction as their main primary focus is rescuing instead of containing.
Yeah, but of course, because of this 2-0 win, right, we haven't yet, I think, congratulate GR for winning this. So congratulations to GR for making it such a beautiful performance, a beautiful play. What a great way to end day number 9 of our group stages. But of course, to Team FL, this is definitely not the end of them, right? Because they still have their own tournaments within them. But we will be heading into the highlights to see those voice comms. So let's go.
对，这有个壳，先知道吗？你超远的，我车了吗？想摸一下吗？怎么说？小周家摸吗？能开吗？这8秒钟，8、6，
角门能开吗
？4、3、2、1，有点，看吧。看我。带走你带走马小家，我们冲门，你带走。
先知我们摸血吧，先知。
对，你们摸，我找，快，走，我还脚。
That scramble all the way till the end.
Wow. Actually, now that I realize that too, Seer had triple stacks of pallet stun.
Oh,
that was a long pallet stun. That was a really long pallet stun on Seer as well. I just realized.
They are just here to play. GR Survivors, they just made such a beautiful performance. We also saw the countdown of the Seer's bird, right? And really, it just comes to GR Survivors when it comes to perfect communication, 4-man escapes. Currently, GR is rank 1 when it comes to the number of 4 escapes. They've gotten 2. And followed right closely behind, we have MRC as well as AWG Survivors. So as for group stages, it's been looking pretty intense. And also, coming into this, GR just solidifying their first place spot in Group D, whereas FL, I'm not too sure whether they have been pushed to the 5th place.
No, FL will still be 4th. So for the rankings of Group D right now, GR is guaranteed 1st, Rivals is guaranteed last, FL is guaranteed 2nd last, and then tomorrow's matchup between WBG and FT will determine 2nd and 3rd place.
Alright, so with all of that being said here, let's look into our MVP. It seems to be it's not gonna be Seer on that Iron Depth. It will be on Jin's end here.
Well then, that's a total of 4 best seductions for Jin. All the matches he's actually played in COAⅧ is the best seduction all goes to him. But of course, that's also really worthy as well for him since he is a new recruit and it's his first time on a professional scene too. An average destruction point of 12,000, average knockdowns of 10.5, average eliminations of 4, average pallets destroyed of 4.5, and a total of 4 best seduction as he has only played 4 matchups.
Yeah. Definitely living up to the photo shoot where he put a 4 there, getting all 4 Ks consecutively as we hit towards the post interview. Let's see what Hard and Iron has to say.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 GR 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了吴昕和小铁来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GR 战队的吴昕。
大家好，我是 GR 的小铁。
欢迎2位来到我们的赛后采访环节啊！首先第一个问题想要问到2位啊，我们还是先来问星子哥吧。我们这个 GR 战队作为保送的战队，在一开始的时候有没有想到自己会全胜拿下这个小组赛呢？
没想到，我们还在努力竞争进总决赛的机会呢。
哦，这是保守了一波啊！那接下来我们来到这个对局中啊 ，BO1 在红教台湾这张地图啊。刚上场就看到铁桑开始笑啊，我就知道铁桑一笑，我们是生死难料啊。当时呢，有一波非常精妙的藏人，阿瑟被救下来之后啊，大家就开始藏舞女啊。我们这是左边一看是古董，右边一看是前锋，过尽千帆皆不是。想问一下小铁，当时那一波的沟通会是什么样的呢？
当时因为监管者的距离比较远，然后就是想着让阿瑟先藏起来，这样的话可以避免被追击嘛。然后我们外面的人都是没有上过挂的，所以比较安全。
确实啊，那波舞女好像就在说好了，不要再见面了，这一局我们就不要再见面了。那么接下来到了最后的开门战，也是非常有说法的。那一波呢，我们看到星子哥是在这个地下室啊，在这个地下室坐着呢。然后那一波大家这个机直接亮了，想问一下那一波的决策会是什么样的呢？
就是卖了宝瓶呗。
哦，原计划是卖了宝瓶啊。那么接下来阿策又把吴昕给救下来了，发现铁桑坐上了椅子啊，这个宝座又给了铁桑。铁桑在这个椅子上发了一个 Help me 啊，想问一下那一波发完之后，大家是怎么样决策的呢？
当时是想着让吴昕救我嘛，因为他手上还有化险为夷。
对，
他救下来的时候，我们是可以争取到一个4跑的，但是他跑到一半的时候被逮住了，就没办法了。
那也是没办法。那最后也想问一下新字哥，最后还是安安心心的，还是你留在了这个庄园？对此你有什么想说的呢？
就是被逮到了，没4跑，有点可惜啊。
有一点可惜，但是啊，这可惜的时间并不长，因为我们第2把就4跑了。那紧接着呢，我们就想来一下这个第2把，也是要问一下铁桑。先第一个问题问铁桑，我们这个先知玩爽了吗？
我是玩爽了，但是不知道对面爽不爽。
那也是未可知啊。那也是我们有看到很多波啊，就是铁桑就是站在那个地方啊，跛脚羊走了你就来了，他走了你也不让他走的感觉。因为有一波我们在地下室，他是直接传送嘛，我已经看到了铁桑已经在那个大房的那个窗口已经蠢蠢欲动了。想问一下铁桑，这一把是带了什么任务上场的吗？玩这个铁桑啊，到底要吸多少只鸟啊？
其实这一局开始的时候就没有想过要去修太多的密码机。对，然后当时开始的时候就想着开局往他脸上走，去吸鸟就好了。
哦，就是这局的任务已经不是修机了，这是一个吸鸟游戏，对吗？也是非常感谢2位这么有意思的分享啊。那么再次恭喜我们 GR 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利，也是再次恭喜今天获胜的所有战队。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
With the interview, I think we definitely did gain a lot of insights when it comes to the voice comments, also what the plan is for GR servers when it came to the BO2 second half. Kuro, you like to share a little bit?
Well, I mean, they all know. Everyone knows now that Iron came up to run straight in towards the face of the hunter. There was no decoding that what he wanted to do. He just wanted to get as much owls as possible. So, with that in mind, then we do know from this game too, Iron definitely did enjoy his seer pick. However, moving on forward, I think we will actually be able to see way more seer picks coming out, and maybe from the hunter side, that seer has to be banned when it comes up going up against GR Survivor team.
Yeah. I think that's a definite ban. Like if it was any other Survivor team, I feel like you can give it out. But my goodness, this play itself, I feel like teams that are already confirmed when it comes to the playoffs really need to think things through what they should be banning against GR Survivors. But not just GR Survivors, GR's Hunter Jin has been the performance, man. I think might potentially make all the way to finals, especially with his current performance. But of course, we have to look into how the bracket is gonna shape out, right? Because this is gonna play the important factor into who could potentially make it all the way to semifinals and finally the finals matchup.
Not only that as well, because we do know from the brackets wise, GR is currently first, ITZY is first, ZETA is first in their group, and then I'm not too sure about Group B since it's a little bit all over the place with a lot of tiebreakers. But like with those 3 teams for now, right? From what we do know too, it's more or less just they won't meet each other until they've actually reached towards quarterfinals or semifinals. However, this is today's results with ZETA winning up against MRC during that tiebreaker. Sky versus Omni, Sky be able to take it home in 2. AWG versus ITZY, AWG a surprising comeback with that endgame clerk and 4-man survivor escape. And GR versus FL here, a very dominant win. And of course, a very hungry team that wanted as much points as they can.
Yeah, so this is how today has ultimately shaped out to be. I would say maybe not too much of surprises, in the end. But yeah, when it comes to this, just congratulations to all teams that have won today. But looking at our final rankings, anything surprising? Let's see, RD, FT, RC, and ITZY in 3rd spot.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a messy game tomorrow. Tomorrow with ACT versus ZZZ though, we do know that, from both sides, if ACT win, it's going to be a 3-way tie. So depending on how tomorrow's game goes, maybe RD might be pushed to 4th place, maybe MRC might be pushed to 4th place. Because for those 3 teams, right, MRC won RD won ACT, ACT won MRC. So then in that case scenario, it's based on the amount of net wins. So for tomorrow's performances, ACT needs to get their game going.
Yeah, and because we're on this, right, we'll be also seeing the matches for tomorrow. So, Kuro, just guide us a little bit as to which of the 4 matches would be the potentially deciding matchups coming into this.
T versus Do tomorrow for our first game would be our tiebreaker between second, third, and fourth place.
Okay.
WGBG versus FT for our tomorrow game. It doesn't really matter. These two teams are only indicating second and third place, so they'll be able to make it through regardless of the result. ACT versus SSZ from the South Korea division side. If ACT can get more net wins up against SSZ, then they could potentially push ORD down towards fourth place, making them eliminate. And then GG versus Wolves. For these two teams, they're guaranteed first or second place, but the question is, who will get the direct golden ticket towards quarterfinals? Who has to make it starting from top 12?
Yeah, so this is just gonna be pretty intense. Coming to group day number 10 tomorrow, we are seeing this final 4 matchups and finally deciding who is going to be first, second, and third seed. So super excited. I'm not too sure whether tomorrow they will just immediately head on with the brackets for the playoffs. Not too sure, but if that's the case, I'm also curious to see how is it gonna ultimately turn out. But today has been pretty fulfilling with all these 4 matches. There's some long ones, there's some short ones. But I'd like to thank you, Kuro, for being our analytical commentator, able to give in so much insights for these teams here. But of course, you go ahead.
No, you go. It's fine. But it's pretty interesting today. We most likely will see you all tomorrow. I mean, it's gonna be pretty interesting too because there's so much tiebreakers.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'd like to shout out to everybody in the live chat that has been with us. It has been a very long stream, almost 10 hours, maybe? 10 hours, maybe? So today has been pretty long, so of course you guys can go and rest. Also, if you guys are having just started out your day, have a great day ahead. Of course, we also have Easter Sunday tomorrow, so happy Easter to everybody here in advance. Unfortunately, I won't be commentating tomorrow's matchup. We'll be having Eli, Kuro, Nal, as well as Posh bring you all those live commentary, exciting matchups. But Kuro, anything you like to say as well?
I'd say from this point onwards, more or less, it's finally the final day of HOA. Once again, we have to give, I guess, the congratulations for NAU2. We finally finished up our final games with Omni versus Sky today, so should be able to see most of them once again during IVT for our summer and from Southeast Asia division as well. Acknowledging-FT is guaranteeing their place inside the top 12 division too. So with this moving on forward, it's not over yet just for our regions here from NAU and Southeast Asia side. So we'll be able to at least see FT in the top 12, not quarterfinals, but top 12 moving on towards quarterfinals.
Yeah, and this is just gonna be super exciting, guys. You guys have no idea. We're already at day number 9. Just one more day left, and that's it. And of course, I also want to give a shout out now. Unfortunately, we were unable to give it throughout the stream, but Nico, Carol, Rainy, all these familiar faces, Globus, Maximus, Ely's Games, Just a Girl Who's Married to 487, Zilland, RYHQ, Everywhere, Pulse, Cena, Sweet Peach, Cherry U, and many others. I'm so sorry if I missed you guys, but you guys have been fantastic. Thanks for tuning in. It has been so well today, and I love you guys, and we will be heading out for now. So see you guys tomorrow, and see you guys next week as well.
死了。
これで開けるわ。これで俺届かないでしょ、これ。届かないだろ。母体瞬間。直って届かない届くか。母体瞬間の。まだ歌って。だわ。あ、いやこれじゃ距離。幽閉あるかもしれん。どうする？つけ。あ、ピッてるって。出れる？開かない。
为什么要搬床啊？先别点门吧，都别点门。
我想点。I'm dead.
We have another abnormal after that.
He will.
Yeah, great rebound. Keep it up. I'm starting behind restaurant. I got the one man.
Just try as long as you can.
That's good.
Go in shack?
But I'm in shack, basement shack.
Okay.
Could be a normal 2 on the load.
It's at 670.
No. He's dead.
No, book.
Fuck. You make it? I don't think I make it. I missed! He missed! Nice! He missed! What?
Trong sáng on multi thế nào? You can shoot multi Neru. Neru Yaman, right?
Yaman.
Yeah.
Okay. Just go.
Go, no?
Yeah,
Go, no?
Yeah, can.
Go.
Go.
Can I go to
yeah.
真的能给我发个消息不？我看一眼你位置。
看不了。
探してるわ。
これ回してできたっけ？これ絶対。
那你往哪溜？你往厕所走吧，你往厕所走吧。
不，还转去吧。
对，我们分开吧。
太死了。
哎。我把你打死了，搞我了。哎，我去一楼。
待って、ゴー。
ナイス。
殴られた。今溜まった。
頑張れ。
いや無理やな。
这个三。呀。
对。就有个壳，先知道吗？你。刷影子。我修正好。想播一下吗？怎么说？小作家播吗？能开吗？这8秒钟。6。
角门能开吗
？4、3、2、1，有奖，看吧。看我。带走就是你带走马小家，我们出门，你带走。
先知我们摸血吧，先知。
对，你们摸。我找，你换。走。4把，快！我还一脚。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're all boy. Through the fires we unite again. No one dares to cross our lane. We'll fight until we reign. Top of the mountains is where we stand. We'll never lose our dreams again. We'll fight on till the end. Facing struggles, we fight, we won't retreat. A bond so strong, no one can compete. United we stand, we won't accept defeat. We'll fight together, making victory so sweet. In the journey of life, challenges repeat. Together we